Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 72. Chapter 72, Geniuses on the Bronze List. Who knew that Lu Ming's next sentence almost caused her to suffer from internal injuries? Who is Yao Tianyu? It's none of my business that he needs the dark blood stone, but do I need it? I'll let you off on account of us being from the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming waved his hands and said impatiently. You, how dare you? Senior brother Yao Tianyu is a genius on the bronze rank, the top of all the bronze disciples. Are you tired of living? The young woman shouted angrily, her face red. He's on the bronze rank. No wonder he's so arrogant. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. The bronze ranking was a ranking list among the 4 halls of the mystical sword sect. Those who could be listed on this list were all top geniuses among the bronze disciples. Each of them was terrifyingly powerful. He was now standing at the peak of the bronze disciples. But what did it have to do with Lu Ming? He didn't care if he was a disciple of the bronze ranking. Did he think that a disciple of the bronze ranking could snatch his dark blood stone? When the woman saw Lu Ming in a daze, she thought that Lu Ming was afraid of the bronze list. She sneered and said, Lu Ming, hand over the dark blood stones now, then follow us to kowtow and admit your mistakes to senior brother Yao Tianyu. This way, perhaps senior brother Yao Tianyu can let bygones be bygones. Hand over the dark blood stone. Kowtow and admit your mistake. Lu Ming looked at the lady with a strange expression, as if he was looking at a fool. He then said, You're all bronze disciples of the mystical sword sect, but there's something wrong with your brains. The young woman was stunned and only reacted after a long time. She was so angry that her whole body trembled and she screamed, Lu Ming, what did you say? You're looking for death. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's attack together and cripple him. Then, we'll bring him to senior brother Yao Tianyu and let him deal with him. The hook-nosed youngster also shouted with a sinister expression. The 6 of them attacked at the same time and charged toward Lu Ming. Sword Chi, Saber Radiance, Claw Force, Palm Wind instantly enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. With a move of his hand, the star sword appeared in his hand. With a flash of sword radiance, he slashed out more than 10 times in an instant. With 6 consecutive screams, the 6 youths from the Azure Dragon Hall retreated rapidly. The 6 of them were forced back a dozen steps before they could regain their footing. Each of them had a deep sword wound on their chest, and blood was flowing out. A single sword had injured 6 people. How can he be so strong? How was that possible? More than a month ago, I heard that he defeated Ningfeng, but it was a difficult victory. How could he become so strong in just a month? The 6 young men's faces were pale and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Go. Let's go. This person can't be defeated. The woman screamed and quickly retreated. She was almost scared out of her wits. Buzz. Buzz. The other 5 didn't dare to stop and ran for their lives. Lu Ming's eyes flickered but he did not pursue. He wasn't confident that he could keep all 6 of them alive if they scattered. After that, Lu Ming continued to dig. Following that, Lu Ming dug out 2 more dark bloodstones in a row. There were a total of 4 dark bloodstones in this place. That's enough. Lu Ming laughed. After checking that there were no more dark bloodstones, Lu Ming turned and left. The blood Reiki flower and the dark bloodstone have been found. It's time to return to the sect. Lu Ming smiled. Although there were some twists and turns on this trip, everything was considered smooth. His figure didn't stop, and he headed towards the direction of the Dark Blood Mountain. Along the way, he came across a dark blood wolf that was alone. He tamed it and used it as a mount. That green scale horse had been outside for so long, it had probably run off to who knows where. This dark blood wolf was a demonic beast of 2nd grade 2nd level. It was extremely strong and powerful, far beyond the green scale horse. He crossed mountains and ridges as if he was walking on flat ground. Very quickly, he left the Dark Blood Mountain and headed in the direction of the mystical sword sect. In the depths of Dark Blood Mountain, a figure was sitting cross-legged on a large rock on the peak of a mountain. This figure looked to be only about 17 years old. He was handsome and had a cold expression. He was just sitting there casually, but he exuded a sharp aura. On the side, there were more than 10 young men standing there, not even daring to breathe loudly. These youths included the 6 youths from before. "Senior brother Yao, this is what happened," the hook-nosed youth reported. This cold-looking young man was Yao Tianyu, a genius on the bronze ranking. In the world of martial Tao, the strong came first. Although Yao Tianyu was young, the others still respectfully called him senior brother. Yao Tianyu furrowed his brows and said, "You're saying that there might be more than one dark blood stone there and they're all in Lu Ming's hands now?" "That's right, senior brother Yao. That Lu Ming is extremely arrogant. Not only did he injure us, but he also didn't give you any face at all." But Lu Ming said that Yao Tianyu is something. The hook-nosed young man hurriedly replied. Of course, there were a lot of exaggeration in his answer. The other 5's eyes flashed, but they didn't refute the hook-nosed youth. After hearing this, Yao Tianyu let out a cold smile and said, "Are all the newcomers so arrogant these days?" Lu Ming. Newcomer king. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Let's talk about it in a few years. Then, he looked at the crowd and said, "Go and find Lu Ming. As long as he's still in the Dark Blood Mountain, I won't let him return to the Vermilion Bird Hall." A dozen of young men replied loudly. Then, their figures flickered and they left the mountain peak, disappearing into the forest of the Dark Blood Mountain. Lu Ming. Yao Tianyu muttered as a killing intent flashed across his eyes. The Dark Blood Wolf was as fast as lightning, and its speed was much faster than the green scale horse. In less than 7 days, Lu Ming arrived at the sky-crossing city again. When he passed by the Zhu family's residence, he discovered that the house was already empty. Even the main door was covered in cobwebs. It seemed that the Zhu family had already been destroyed by the Zhou family. This was how the divine wilderness continent was. Strength was everything. Every day was filled with killing, and every day, countless forces were destroyed. Lu Ming shook his head. He found a restaurant, ordered some food and wine, and started eating. Unconsciously, his thoughts drifted back to Fiery Wind City. The sky-crossing city is not far from Fiery Wind City. It's only a 3-day journey. I don't need 3 days to ride the Dark Blood Wolf. I might as well go back and see my mother. Lu Ming thought. It had been almost 4 months since he came out. It was time to go back and take a look. He quickly finished his meal, left the restaurant, and headed towards Fiery Wind City. It only took them a little more than 2 days to return to Fiery Wind City. Roar. Walking on the streets of Fiery Wind City, the Dark Blood Wolf let out a long howl, which frightened everyone on the street. What a terrifying demonic beast. Let's go. Go and get the experts of the Lu family to suppress it. The demonic beasts have entered the city. Eh? No, look, isn't that the young master of the Lu family, Lu Ming? It's him, it's really him. There was an uproar nearby. The others kept their distance from Lu Ming, afraid that they would be bitten to death by the Dark Blood Wolf. Lu Ming slapped the Dark Blood Wolf's neck, almost causing it to fall to the ground. What are you shouting for? Be good. Lu Ming berated. Whoa. The Dark Blood Wolf barked like a domestic dog, extremely well behaved. The people nearby were dumbfounded. Chapter 73. Chapter 73, Returning Home, Bandits Attacking. The Dark Blood Wolf followed behind Lu Ming like a puppy. Soon, they arrived at the Lu clan's residence. Who's there? Stop! It's the young master, it's the young master. The guard in front of the Lu clan's estate shouted, but he immediately reacted and shouted. Young master is back. Young master, please come in. The guard hurriedly said. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. He led the Dark Blood Wolf into the Lu residence. Good day, young master. The young master is back. After entering the Lu family, the people of the Lu family greeted Lu Ming respectfully when they saw him. Then, the news spread quickly throughout the Lu family. Young master is so powerful, he actually brought such a powerful demonic beast. That's right. I feel that this demonic beast is even scarier than many of the elders. It's actually so well behaved in front of the young master. Of course. The young master is a disciple of the mystical sword sect. Some of the Lu family's servants looked at Lu Ming from afar, especially at the dark blood wolf. They were in a heated discussion, their faces full of respect. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He had just caught a dark blood wolf as a means of transportation. He did not expect it to cause such a big commotion. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the main residence. At the main residence's entrance, Li Ping was already looking forward to it. She had obviously heard the news. At the sight of Lu Ming, Li Ping's face broke into a happy smile. "Mother, I've come back to see you," Lu Ming said affectionately. Then, he patted the dark blood wolf's neck and said, "Obediently lie down at the door and don't move. Otherwise, I'll kill you to go with my wine." The dark blood wolf howled pitifully a few times before lying on the ground obediently. Li Ping and the maidservants behind her were dumbfounded. "Mother, let's go in and talk," Lu Ming said. Good. Li Ping said. There was a stone table in the main residence's courtyard. At this moment, Li Ping's maidservant had already set up desserts and brewed tea. How have you been?" Li Ping asked with concern. Looking at Li Ping's concerned eyes, Lu Ming's heart felt warm. "Do you think I've become stronger?" After he finished speaking, he even gestured with his arms. "Look at how smug you are." Li Ping laughed and scolded him. Then, she changed her tone and asked, "Where's Qiu? Didn't you come back together?" Lu Ming smiled and said, "Mother, how's Qiu doing? She's a genius disciple of the mystical sword sect now." Lu Ming briefly explained what had happened to them during this period. Of course, Lu Ming did not mention anything that was dangerous to Li Ping so that she would not worry. "I didn't expect Qiu to have such talent. I'm really happy for her." Upon hearing that Qiu had joined the mystical sword sect's most mysterious and powerful Qilin Hall, Li Ping was also very happy. Qiu had followed her for many years and she had treated Qiu like her own daughter. Now that Qiu had become successful, he was naturally happy. The mother and son continued to chat. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside the door. It was the roar of the dark blood wolf. "Young master, it's us." Then, an old voice was heard. The core elder of the Elder Council. Lu Ming's expression changed. He quickly got up and walked out of the door. At that moment, the dark blood wolf was standing at the door. Its red fur stood on end as it glared at the 5 old men. These 5 old men were the core elders of the Elder Council. "What are you doing? Get down." Lu Ming slapped the dark blood wolf again. The dark blood wolf whimpered and obediently lay on the ground again. "Young master, is this your war beast? It's so powerful." "I'm afraid it's a class 2 second-level demonic beast," a core elder said as he looked at the dark blood wolf with a hint of fear in his eyes. A second-grade second-level demonic beast was equivalent to a second-grade master realm. In the Lu clan, most of the elders were only at the first-grade master realm. Only a small number of elders, including the core elders of the Elder Council, were above the second-grade master realm. This dark blood wolf could be considered a top expert in the Lu family. The young master actually had such a demonic beast as his battle beast. He was really amazing. A few core elders thought to themselves, "Oh, this dark blood wolf. It's not my war beast, it's something I caught along the way as a means of transportation. Its speed is still alright, slightly faster than the green scale horse," Lu Ming said casually. "Ah. What? A means of transportation that you randomly grabbed?" The 5 core elders were stunned. Then, they looked at each other in disbelief. "Elders, is there anything I can help you with?" "It's nothing much. It's just that the young master hasn't returned for a long time, so I came to see him." The 5 core elders looked at each other and one of them said. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He had a feeling that the 5 core elders were hiding something from him. Elder, bad news." At this moment, a burly man ran over in a hurry and called out anxiously. The 5 core elders' expressions suddenly changed and they asked in unison, "What happened?" The middle-aged man glanced at the 5 elders and then at Lu Ming. He said, "The Samophis pirates and the skeleton pirates have come to attack again. This time, they're attacking the refined iron mine in the south." The refined iron mine has been surrounded. What? He actually went to sneak attack the refined iron mine, damn it. One of the core elders roared. The other core elders also looked worried. Elders, what's going on? Hey, young master, it's like this. One of the core elders began to explain. The demonic beast mountain range stretched for thousands of miles and crossed several cities. There were many bandits active in the demonic beast mountain range. Near Fiery Wind City were the Samophis pirates. As for the Dry Bone Bandits, they were a group of bandits that were active near another big city. They were many times stronger than the Samophis pirates. About half a month ago, for some reason, the Samophis pirates suddenly colluded with the Dry Bone pirates and started to attack some of the Lu family's mines and trade caravans. The Lu clan had naturally organized experts to encircle and annihilate them, but there were many experts among the Dry Bone Bandits. The leader of the Dry Bone Bandits was a 5th-grade Master Realm expert. A few days ago, the Lu family's core elders had been dispatched. However, the strongest core elder of the Lu family, who was a 4th-grade Master Realm expert, had been injured by the Dry Bone Bandits' leader and was still unable to get out of bed. Samophis pirates, skeleton pirates. There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. He was very familiar with the Samophis pirates. His first startup capital had been stolen from their lair. How dare they attack the Lu family? Let's go. I'll destroy them. Lu Ming said coldly. Young lord, don't act rashly. The leader of the Dry Bone Bandits is a 5th-grade Master Realm expert. I know that you're talented, but you've only joined the mystical sword sect not long ago. We can't defend ourselves for now. The Samophis pirates and the Dry Bone Bandits are small in numbers, so it's impossible to break through. Hearing that Lu Ming was about to charge over, the 5 core elders' expressions changed and they hurriedly advised him. That's right, Ming, don't act rashly. Li Ping also advised. Chapter 74. Chapter 74, Chapter 74 One Sword Strike. Mother, 5 elders, don't worry. It's just 2 groups of bandits. I can kill them with a flip of my hand. You don't have to worry. Send someone to lead the way. There's no need to say anything. Lu Ming smiled, looking very confident. This all right then, but we'll go together. One of the core elders said. Lu Ming smiled. He knew that the few core elders were worried about his safety and he did not reject them. Ming, you must be careful. Li Ping said worriedly. Mother, don't worry. I'll be back soon. Lu Ming gave Li Ping a confident smile. At the sight of Lu Ming's confident smile, Li Ping's worry was slightly alleviated. Not long after, the Lu family gathered some people and headed towards the refined iron mine in the south of the mountain range of beasts under the lead of a few core elders. That refined iron mine was the main source of income for the Lu clan. Of course, they also had a large number of troops. In the past, the Samophis pirates would not have dared to attack this refined iron mine alone. But it was different now, there were the skeleton bandits. The sound of horses' hooves rang out. The Lu clan had mobilized hundreds of people, causing dust to fill the air. In front of them, a huge mountain appeared. In front of the mountain, there were 300 to 400 people, surrounding the entrance. 2 flags were raised high, one with a snake and the other with a skeleton. Ha ha ha, the Lu clan has indeed sent reinforcements. A burst of laughter came from the bandits. A strongman riding a tall green scale horse blocked in front of them. Samophis pirates, skeleton pirates, and clowns. How dare they attack our Lu family? They're really looking for death. Lu Ming rode on the dark blood wolf and led the way, shouting coldly. Young master, don't be careless. This man is the 2nd leader of the Dry Bone Bandits. His cultivation has already reached the 4th-grade Master Realm. One of the core elders hurriedly reminded. The burly man was slightly taken aback when he saw Lu Ming. Then, he turned to look at the dark blood wolf under Lu Ming's command. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a scorching flame flickered. Haha, it seems like there's really no one left in the Lu family. After beating up the old one, a brat still wet behind his ears has come. Are they taking turns to court death? The second in command of the Dry Bone Bandits laughed contemptuously and continued, Your mount is not bad. Hurry up and give it to me. I can give you a quick death. Give me a quick death. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He controlled the dark blood wolf and walked forward step by step. How ignorant. I'm ignorant. Don't think that you can scare me with a decent demonic beast as a mount. Just watch how I kill you. Ha! The second-in-command of the dry-bone bandits bellowed as he maneuvered the green scale horse and charged at Lu Ming like a gust of wind. The saber in his hand was like a violent gust of wind, slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming sat on the dark blood wolf, not moving at all, as if he was frightened. Young master, be careful. The 5 core elders were shocked. And shouted. Haha, die. The second-in-command of the dry-bone bandits sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. But the next moment, the smile on his face disappeared, because he saw a flash of sword light, which seemed to be faster than lightning, slashing toward him. He didn't even have time to dodge, let alone dodge, he didn't even have time to react. Then, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. In the next moment, he saw a headless corpse galloping forward on a green-scaled horse. Then, he fell into endless darkness. 1A sword strike. Behind him, the 5 core elders and the rest of the Lu family were all stunned. The second-in-command of the dry-bone bandits, a 4th-grade Master Realm expert, was an unattainable existence in their eyes. However, Lu Ming had killed him with a single sword strike. It had only been a few months, and the young master's cultivation had already reached such a realm. This thought emerged in the hearts of the Lu family members. Then, their hearts burned with passion and their eyes were filled with infinite anticipation. It had only been a short while and Lu Ming was already so powerful. What realm would Lu Ming reach in a few years or even decades? They seemed to see the rapid rise of the Lu family. The second leader is dead, the second leader is dead. The dry-bone bandits exclaimed. Who's there? How dare you kill my second brother? The dry-bone bandits roared. A burly man riding on a leopard rushed out of the crowd, his roar like thunder. Young lord, he's the leader of the skeleton bandits. Just kill him. As Lu Ming's cold voice rang out, he leaped off the dark blood wolf's back and crossed over 20 meters before landing on the ground. Then, he stomped on the ground heavily. With a bang, the ground shook and Lu Ming's body shot out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the dry-bone bandit leader. How could he be so fast? The dry-bone bandit leader turned pale with fright. Lu Ming's speed was too fast, so fast that he was shocked. The dry-bone bandit leader roared in shock. He slashed with all his might, trying to force Lu Ming to retreat. But in the next moment, he was in despair. Lu Ming's sword light was too fast. It was so fast that he could not dodge it in time. A head flew high into the air and landed in the middle of the Withered Bones Taoist group. The entire place fell into silence. Lu Ming's loud roar woke everyone up. Kill, kill. Follow the young master and kill all the bandits. Let's charge. The 5 core elders shouted with all their might. Their old faces were red with excitement as they rode on their green-scaled horses and charged towards the Samophis pirates and the dry-bone pirates. Kill. Follow the young master and kill all the bandits. The other members of the Lu clan shouted one after another. With hundreds of people together, their voices were rolling and their morale was high. On the other hand, the first and second leaders of the dry-bone bandits had been killed by Lu Ming in succession. They were already scared out of their wits and did not have the courage to resist. They retreated one after another and it was a mess. At this time, a group of people rushed out of the Lu family's refined iron mine, causing more chaos between the two gangs of bandits. Lu Ming rushed into the group of bandits. With a flash of his sword, rows of bandits were killed. Every one of these bandits had blood on their hands. They were all people who deserved to die. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. In his hands, the bandits could not resist at all. He was harvesting lives to his heart's content. Wherever Lu Ming passed by, a large number of corpses would fall. It was a one-sided battle, and the bandits had almost no power to resist. Not long after, the entire area was filled with corpses. 300 to 400 bandits were all killed. Ha ha ha, the Samophis pirates and the dry-bone pirates have been annihilated. Long live the young master. Long live the invincible young master. The people of the Lu family cheered. It took a long time before it gradually calmed down. After that, a group of people were left behind to clean up the battlefield. The 5 core elders took a group of people and returned to the Lu family with Lu Ming. The news of this battle quickly spread throughout the entire Fiery Wind City. Countless people were shocked by this news. The first and second leaders of the 5th grade Master Realm and 4th grade Master Realm were no match for Lu Ming's single move. They were easily killed by Lu Ming's sword. It was simply too shocking. Li Ping was the happiest of them all. The more powerful Lu Ming was, the happier she would be. After that, the Lu family held a grand banquet, and the famous people of Fiery Wind City came to congratulate them. However, Lu Ming only responded casually and found an excuse to go back to his room to cultivate. Chapter 75. Chapter 75, Summoned by Yao Tianyu. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed in the Lu family for 7 days. In the past 7 days, other than cultivating, Lu Ming had been accompanying Li Ping and chatting. There were a few times when he almost wanted to tell Li Ping that Lu Yuntian might still be alive. However, he managed to hold himself back in the end. 7 days later, Lu Ming bade Li Ping farewell and rode the Dark Blood Wolf back to the Mystical Sword Sect. After 5 days, the Mystical Sword Sect was already within sight. Go. Since you ferried me for so long, I'll set you free. Lu Ming patted the Dark Blood Wolf's neck. The Dark Blood Wolf cried out excitedly and ran away, as if it was afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his words. It disappeared into the forest in the distance in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming smiled and walked towards the Mystical Sword Sect. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the Mystical Sword Sect. However, he didn't return to the dormitory first. Instead, he went to the Hall of Missions. He had to hand in the mission first. He walked into the Mission Palace Hall and came to a counter. "Junior brother, are you here to accept the mission or to submit it?" A pretty young woman asked from behind the counter. "I'm here to hand in my mission." Lu Ming passed a mission card to the young lady. It was the Blood Reiki Flowers mission. As for the Zhu family's escort mission, since the Zhu family had already been destroyed, there was naturally no need to hand it in. Blood Flower mission. I wonder how many Blood Reiki flowers you've collected? The young woman asked. She knew that this task was not easy to do. It was not easy to collect the Blood Reiki flowers. Not only did they have to go to the Dark Blood Mountain, but they also only needed 100 contribution points to collect one. It would take too long to go back and forth. It was not worth it at all. Therefore, not many people accepted it. She was rather curious about how many flowers Lu Ming could collect. "Senior sister, please check." Lu Ming waved his hand and a huge pile of Blood Reiki flowers appeared on the counter. "This so many?" The young woman looked at the Blood Reiki flower on the counter and was stunned. Her small mouth was wide open. She had never expected that Lu Ming would be able to collect so many Blood Reiki flowers. The pile of Blood Reiki flowers also attracted the attention of a large number of people nearby. So many Blood Reiki flowers. Who is this person? You don't even know this year's rookie king. So it's him. He's so lucky to have found so many Blood Reiki flowers. You're indeed very lucky. Envious voices could be heard from all around. That can you help me check? Lu Ming stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the young woman's eyes. Okay. The young woman came to her senses and quickly helped Lu Ming to count. There are 55 Blood Reiki flowers in total. Each one costs 100 contribution points. That's 5,500 contribution points in total. The young woman said, her eyes revealing a light of envy. 5,500 contribution points. She didn't know how long it would take for her to earn that much. Lu Ming nodded and passed his identity jade card to the young lady. After a while, Lu Ming's identity jade card had an additional 5,500 contribution points. After handing in the mission, Lu Ming did not stop and went straight to his dormitory. Lu Ming did not notice that there were 2 young men outside the missions hall who had been watching him leave. Lu Ming is back. Hurry back and report to senior brother Yao Tianyu. Let's go. A moment later, Lu Ming returned to the dormitory. He realized that Pang Shi and Hua Qi were not around. Lu Ming guessed that Pang Shi and Hua Qi were most likely cultivating somewhere else or doing missions. Lu Ming did not think much of it. He walked into the room, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate the true war dragon technique. After a few days of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation had already been completely consolidated. He was now fully focused on advancing towards the middle stage of the 7th grade master realm. 3 hours later, Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation. At this moment, there was a loud crash from the door of the courtyard outside. It seemed to have been kicked open. It's not Pang Shi or Hua Qi. If it were Pang Shi or Hua Qi, they would not have kicked the door in like this. Lu Ming got up and walked out of the room. He saw 2 young men walking in from outside. Lu Ming, it's good that you're here. A young man in a red robe sneered when he saw Lu Ming. Who are you? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. We are the Azure Dragon Hall's disciples. Senior brother Yao Tianyu is summoning you. Hurry up and bring the Dark Bloodstone to the Azure Dragon Hall and meet him. The red-robed young man said coldly. His tone was filled with arrogance and a commanding tone. Yao Tianyu. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered. Wasn't he the Yao Tianyu on the bronze list that the Azure Dragon Hall disciples had mentioned on the Dark Blood Mountain? He was really in a hurry. Lu Ming had just returned and he was already here. And it was a summon. She wanted him to meet her. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He replied indifferently with 2 words, I'm not free. What? Not free. Senior brother Yao Tianyu has summoned you. Even if you have a serious matter to deal with, you have to put it down. Quickly take the Dark Blood Stone and come with us. The red-robed youth berated. He still had a haughty expression. Yao Tianyu, what the hell are you talking about? I told you, I'm not free. Get lost. Lu Ming's face darkened and he said coldly. What? You're courting death, you. Get lost. Before the red-robed young man could say anything else, Lu Ming let out a furious roar and charged forward, his fists blasting out. Bang. Bang. The 2 young men were also 7th grade master realm, but they were no match for Lu Ming. They were sent flying out of the door and landed heavily on the ground. Lu Ming looked down at the 2 of them and said coldly, I told you to get lost. If you don't, I don't mind throwing the 2 of you off the Vermilion Bird Peak. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. Just you wait. You won't have a good end for offending senior brother Yao Tianyu. The red-robed young man shouted loudly, and then fled with the other men. The bronze ranking. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't know much about the bronze list, but he knew that anyone who could be on the bronze list was a super genius. The highest cultivation level of a bronze disciple was the 9th grade master realm. Once they broke through to the great martial master realm, as long as they were not too old, they would be promoted to a silver disciple. The geniuses on the bronze list were all at the peak of the 9th grade master realm. Moreover, they weren't ordinary peak 9th grade master realm experts. They were all geniuses with extremely powerful combat strength. It was said that an ordinary 9th grade master couldn't even last one move against a genius on the bronze list. The geniuses on the bronze list were all unrivaled in the same realm, and they could even fight against those of a higher realm. To the current Lu Ming, he was undefeatable. Lu Ming returned to his room and started to think. My martial arts skills are too weak now. I have to practice the fire gun chant as soon as possible. But before that, I need to practice the basic gun skills. Lu Ming pondered. No matter what weapon one cultivated, one would need a foundation. Lu Ming had never cultivated a spear technique before. Without a foundation, it was impossible for him to cultivate a black-level low-quality spear technique the moment he started. One had to have a solid foundation for the spear technique in order to cultivate a profound spear technique. Chapter 76. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, A man has his own actions and his own faults. The basic usage of the spear was mainly divided into 6 types. It was called the spear 6 words formula: collapse, pull, press, cover, pick, and stab. Only by mastering these 6 basic techniques would he be able to cultivate a more profound spear technique. Immediately, Lu Ming picked up Zhu Bing's spear in the Supreme Shrine and began to cultivate. The long spear turned into a dot and stabbed forward. Then, with a sweep, the long spear turned into a moon shadow and swept out. In this way, Lu Ming practiced the 6-word formula of the basic spearmanship over and over again. In an extremely spacious and luxurious courtyard of the Azure Dragon Court, Yao Tianyu sat in the upper part of the living room with a golden saber. A few people were reporting news to him. 2 of them were the 2 people who went to summon Lu Ming previously. Senior Brother Yao, that Lu Ming is too arrogant. He doesn't respect Senior Brother Yao at all. The red-robed youth said. Lu Ming, do you really think of yourself as the number 1 person? You dare to ignore me? I will make you regret it. Yao Tianyu's eyes were cold. Senior Brother Yao, Lu Ming is a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall. If he's hiding in the Vermilion Bird Hall, it'll be hard to deal with him. Another young man said with a frown. Do you have any ideas? Yao Tianyu asked. At this time, a shrewd young man rolled his eyes and said, Senior Brother Yao, I have an idea that can force Lu Ming to show himself or even make him take the initiative to attack. Then, we can take Lu Ming down with a legitimate reason. The man immediately revealed his plan. All right, ha ha ha, let's do that. Yao Tianyu laughed out loud. In the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming had been practicing the 6-words-long spear formula. I'm still not stable enough. I didn't have any foundation in spear techniques in the past, so my cultivation was too slow. Lu Ming sighed secretly. Also, although the spear is a spiritual weapon of upper 2nd level, its body isn't soft enough. Looks like I'll need to buy a new one in the future. Lu Ming looked at the long spear in his hands and thought to himself. The spear was mainly divided into the spearhead and the spear body. However, the most important thing was still the spear body. The spear body needed to be both hard and soft. It had to be hard and heavy, yet it had to be soft and elastic to a certain extent. Only then could the true might of the spear technique be unleashed. Zhu Bing's spear was called the fire pattern spear. The spear body was made of fire pattern iron and the tip of the spear was made of dark iron essence. It was considered a good upper 2nd level spiritual weapon, but Lu Ming was not satisfied. Although fire patterned iron had a certain degree of elasticity, it was still not enough. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He realized that there was a commotion outside. With a thought, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine, opened the door, and walked out. In the courtyard, a group of people walked in. Hua Qi was among them. However, at this time, his face was bruised and swollen. He and the others carried a person in. Be careful, you guys, be careful. Hua Qi called out. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He walked forward and asked, Hua Qi, what happened? And who injured you? Lu Ming, you're back. Hua Qi was slightly taken aback when he saw Lu Ming. Then, he dodged his gaze and said, I'm fine. I just accidentally fell while doing a mission. Fell down. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then looked at the person who was being carried in by the crowd. At first glance, his eyes suddenly narrowed. This person was none other than Pang Shi. At this moment, Pang Shi's face was deathly pale, and his eyes were tightly shut. He had already fallen unconscious. Lu Ming's expression darkened as he asked. There was a moment of silence, and no one spoke. Lu Ming's face darkened as he searched Pang Shi's body. The more he fumbled, the gloomier Lu Ming's expression became. The bones in his 2 legs were broken into several pieces, the bones in his arms were broken, and 3 of his ribs were broken. What was more serious was that his internal organs had also suffered considerable damage. This was clearly a heavy blow. Such a ruthless method. With such a serious injury, a single mistake could affect his future martial Dao path. In more serious cases, he might even be crippled. Speak, what happened? Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. Lu Ming, it's really fine. It's all our own fault. Hua Qi said through gritted teeth. What caused this? Lu Ming continued to ask. Hua Qi, don't hide it anymore. If you don't tell me, I'll tell you. At this time, another young man shouted. The young man was called Lu Qi. Actually, Lu Ming had some impression of these young people. They were the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Hall this year. Lu Qi, you can't say. Hua Qi called out. Hua Qi, shut up. Lu Ming shouted and then looked at Lu Qi. Speak. Lu Qi gritted his teeth. Senior brother Lu Ming, Pang Shi, was beaten up. He was beaten up by the people from the Star and Moon Alliance. Star-Moon Alliance. Lu Ming frowned. He had never heard of this Star-Moon Alliance. Senior brother Lu Ming, the Star-Moon Alliance is a force formed by some of the Azure Dragon Hall's disciples. They have built a Star-Moon Tower in the trading area, which specializes in buying materials and items from disciples. The price is slightly higher than if you exchange them with contribution points. Lu Qi started explaining. Lu Ming nodded. The trading zone was located in the middle of the 4 great academies. It was where the disciples of the 4 great academies bought and sold their items. Although it was convenient to exchange at the contribution palace, the exchange price was relatively lower. Therefore, many disciples would choose to trade in the trading zone when they obtained some materials for alchemy or weapon refinement when they went out for missions. It was more cost-effective that way. Lu Qi continued, during this period of time, Pang Shi and we went out on a mission together. We obtained some materials and sold them at the Star Moon Tower. Who knew that the Star Moon Tower would be so despicable? They only offered 1 tael of silver for an item that cost 1,000 taels of silver. Pang Shi was so angry that he argued with them. In the end, he was beaten up like this. Even we were beaten up. That's right. The worst thing is that they're only targeting our Vermilion Bird Hall. The other halls are doing fair trade. Another young man shouted. I see, so it's only directly facing the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming muttered. At this moment, he had calmed down. However, the cold glint in his eyes was extremely cold. The other young men could not help but shiver when they met his gaze. Hua Qi, quickly invite the sect's alchemist over. No matter how much money I have to spend, I have to save Pang Shi. I've already sent someone to invite him. He'll be here soon. Hua Qi said. That's good. I'll leave Pang Shi in your care. Lu Ming turned around and walked out. Lu Ming, you can't. There are many experts in the Star Moon Tower. You're not their match. You'll just be courting death if you go. If I don't go, I won't be at ease. Lu Ming only left this sentence and strode away. Although Lu Ming and Pang Shi had only known each other for a few months, Pang Shi had a straightforward and honest personality. Lu Ming had long acknowledged him as the son of a hunter. Lu Ming treated him as a friend or even a brother. Now that Pang Shi had been beaten up to such a state, he could not just ignore it. Although he felt that this matter was very strange and could be a trap, he still felt that it was a trap. But, so what? As a man, there were things he should do and things he shouldn't. If he didn't, he wouldn't be at ease. Chapter 77. Chapter 77, Chapter 77 Arrogant and Despotic. Looking at Lu Ming's back as he left, anxiety flashed across Hua Qi's face. He thought to himself, no, Lu Ming will definitely be at a disadvantage if he goes like this. I heard that the Star Moon Tower is backed by Yao Tianyu, a genius on the bronze ranking. No matter how strong Lu Ming is, he can't be a match for him. I'm going to look for Feng Wu. I'll ask her to look for Elder Mulan. Otherwise, Lu Ming will be in danger. Hua Qi warned the others before hurriedly leaving. Speaking of the Star Moon Tower, there was probably no one in the entire trading district who did not know of it. It was extremely famous. This was because the Star Moon Tower had the support of Yao Tianyu, a genius on the bronze ranking. Therefore, the Star Moon Tower's strength was one of the top in the entire trading district. This was because silver disciples would not interfere with such ordinary trading places. They had a higher class venue. The Star Moon Tower was a 3-story building that occupied a large area. Lu Wei was a small leader in the Star Moon Tower. He had joined the Star Moon Tower for more than a year. Due to his quick-witted mind, good management skills, and ruthless methods, he had become a small leader in just over a year. At this moment, he was lazily sitting on an armchair in front of the Star Moon Tower's main entrance and looking forward. This was because there were still some people surrounding the front of the Star Moon Tower. These people were the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Hall. These people were the same as Pang Shi and the others. They had all been scammed by the Star Moon Tower. At that moment, they were all glaring at Lu Wei, but they did not dare to say anything. This was because they had just seen with their own eyes how one of the disciples had been beaten up by the members of the Star Moon Alliance. He had almost been beaten to death. Lu Wei held a cup of tea and sipped it slowly. Looking at the newbies below, who were angry but dared not say anything, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Damn it, my materials are worth 3,000 taels of silver, and they only gave me 3 taels of silver. What's the difference between this and robbery? The disciples clenched their fists tightly and roared in their hearts. What are you all looking at? Asking for a beating, right? Hurry up and get lost. Lu Wei chided him from above. I'll leave if you return the materials to me. Finally, a thin teenager around the age of 15 could not help but call out. Oh, you still dare to ask for the materials back? Are you dreaming? Get this straight, we've already bought your materials, and we've already given you the silver. This is a fair trade, understand? Before Lu Wei could say anything, a lackey with a big mouth jumped out next to him and shouted. After scolding him, he sneaked a glance at Lu Wei and saw Lu Wei nodding his head secretly. He was overjoyed. It seemed that Lu Wei was very satisfied with his performance. Below, the thin young man's face was red. He clenched his fist and said, Fair? My materials are worth more than 5,000 taels of silver, and you're only giving me 5 taels of silver. I risked my life to get them, you can't do this. Oh. You still dare to talk back? I think your bones are itching. Do you want to be like that big guy from before and have all your bones broken? Our alliance master personally dealt with that one, so it'll be the same if I do it now. The minion with a big mouth sneered and walked down step by step. The skinny young man gritted his teeth and shouted, What you're doing is against the sex rules. I'm going to lodge a complaint against you at the Law Enforcement Hall. Oh, you still want to complain about us to the Law Enforcement Hall? I think your bones are really itching. The big-mouthed minion's face was gloomy as he walked towards the thin youth. The skinny boy's face turned pale. The other New Vermilion Bird Hall disciples gritted their teeth, but none of them dared to say a word. In the distance, many disciples from other courtyards were watching the show. They were all very interested as if they were watching a good show. Don't come over. The skinny youth roared and struck out with his palm. However, he was only in the 9th grade warrior realm, while the big-mouthed lackey was an old disciple who had already reached the 3rd grade master realm. He was no match for him. With one move, the skinny young man was hit and spat out blood. He retreated continuously, but the big-mouthed minion quickly caught up and grabbed the skinny young man's neck. You still dare to attack? You're looking for a beating. The big-mouthed minion shouted coldly, then raised his other hand high and slapped the thin youth's face. He's in trouble. The New Vermilion Bird Hall disciple sighed and closed his eyes. However, the expected slap didn't sound out. The crowd fell into silence. They opened their eyes in curiosity and saw that the big-mouthed lackey's arm was being held by someone. It was a youth of about 15 years old, about the same age as them, but he was dressed in a blue robe and had a slender figure. Just by standing there, he gave off the feeling of being as unmoving as a mountain. The thin teenager was prepared to be beaten up, but he suddenly realized that the big-mouthed minion's arm was held by someone. He turned his head and saw a delicate and pretty face. However, this face was extremely cold. Lu's senior brother Lu Ming. The thin teenager could not help but think. Who are you? You dare to block me, are you looking for death? The minion with the big mouth shouted. Me. She's just a new disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming said indifferently. A new disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall. When he heard that Lu Ming was just a new disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall, the big-mouthed lackey's courage was boosted. He shouted, You're just a new disciple, and you dare to grab my hand. If you don't let go, then kneel down and admit your mistake, I might spare you. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Trash like you, what are you still doing here? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming exerted force in his palm. The sound of bones cracking was heard. Then, there was the shrill scream of the big-mouthed minion. My hand is broken, let go of my hand. The big-mouthed minion cried out in pain. He loosened his grip on the skinny teenager and desperately tried to break Lu Ming's arm. I can let you go. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he raised his arm high and slapped it down hard. Pa! It was an extremely loud slap. With the sound of the slap, The big-mouthed young man's body was like a broken garbage bag being rolled up by the wind. He flew out with a whoosh, sticking to the ground. Everyone could also see that as he flew out, teeth mixed with blood spurted out of his mouth. The big-mouthed face collapsed and deformed. The big-mouthed minion fell heavily on the wall beside the stairs. He screamed and fainted. Cool. It felt so good. The Vermilion Bird Hall's new apprentices roared in their hearts. This slap was simply too satisfying, too satisfying. The big-mouthed minions were arrogant and despotic just now, but now they were slapped so badly. It was so satisfying that it seeped into their bones. They wished that they could transform into Lu Ming and give the big-mouthed young man a few tight slaps. At that moment, Lu Wei and the other members of the Star Moon Alliance, who were standing at the entrance of the Star Moon Tower, had their faces turned gloomy. Chapter 78. Chapter 78, Slapping His Big Mouth. Where did this piece of **T come from? Did you eat the guts of a leopard? How dare you hit the people of the Star and Moon Alliance? If I don't cripple you today, I'll change my surname to yours. A dark-skinned young man walked out. He had a majestic figure with bulging muscles like black iron. His eyes were cold as he glared at Lu Ming with a murderous look. He suddenly leaped from the top of the stairs. While he was in the air, his body glowed with blood-red light and a huge black bear appeared. There were 2 blood-red chakras on the black bear. With his 4th-grade Master Realm cultivation and the black bear bloodline, the burly young man's aura grew even stronger. Like a mountain, he pressed down on Lu Ming. This burly young man was several times stronger than the big-mouthed young man from before. Above, Lu Wei and the rest sneered. They believed that the burly young man would definitely be able to make Lu Ming suffer a great loss. How strong could a new disciple be? However, the next moment, the smiles on their faces froze. It was still a loud slap. Then, everyone saw the strong young man with an imposing manner fly back at a speed faster than when he had pounced forward. His face was deformed, and blood mixed with teeth flew everywhere. His body fell heavily to the ground, and with a scream, he followed in the footsteps of the big-mouthed young man and fainted. CSI. Lu Wei and the other members of the Star Moon Alliance could not help but gasp. No matter how arrogant they were, they could tell that Lu Ming was an expert. However, since when was there such a powerful master among the new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples? Could it be? Lu Wei's expression changed. He slowly stood up from his chair and asked, "Speak, who are you?" "Senior brother Lu Ming, well done." At that moment, the skinny youth shouted in excitement. Although the new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples had seen Lu Ming earlier, everything had happened so quickly that they did not even have the time to call out his name. Lu Ming. The newcomer king, Lu Ming. On the steps, the expressions of the other members of the Star Moon Alliance changed slightly. To some people, the newcomer king still had some weight, especially 2 months ago when Lu Ming had defeated Ning Feng. So it was him. Not far away, the other senior disciples of the 4 courtyards suddenly understood. It was no wonder that among this year's newcomers, only Lu Ming had the ability and the guts to send 2 members of the Star and Moon Alliance flying in front of the door. Lu Ming, it's really you. But let me tell you, even though you're the newcomer king, you're still too young to cause trouble in the Star Moon Alliance. Lu Wei's eyes flashed as he said coldly. A cold smile hung on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. Step by step, he ascended the steps and walked towards Lu Wei and the rest. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? Do you really dare to go against the Star Moon Alliance? You have to think carefully. The leader of the Star Moon Alliance, Chen Yuesheng, is a master on the verge of reaching the 9th grade. I might as well tell you that behind her is senior brother Yao Tianyu, who is on the bronze ranking. If you dare to act rashly, you'll be doomed eternally. Lu Wei shouted with an ugly expression. Lu Ming's figure paused and he stopped in his tracks. Yao Tianyu, it's Yao Tianyu. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a shocking murderous intent. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the Star Moon Tower, a few young men were observing the situation below. One of them was wearing a long robe with stars and moon emblazoned on it. This person was the leader of the Star Moon Alliance, Chen Yuesheng. Alliance Master, aren't you going to make a move now? One of the young men asked. There's no need for us to do anything. Just let Lu Ming do whatever he wants. It's worth it for trash like Lu Wei and the others to be beaten up. Senior brother Yao Tianyu and the people from the Tribunal Council will be here soon. At that time, we can seize the opportunity to take down Lu Ming. Chen Yueshing smiled faintly. In his eyes, Lu Wei and the others were just pawns that he could use. Alliance Master is wise. The other young men took the opportunity to flatter him. Below, Lu Wei saw that Lu Ming had stopped. He thought that Lu Ming was afraid of Yao Tianyu's reputation. He immediately looked smug and shouted, "Lu Ming, you've slapped 2 members of the Star Moon Alliance. This is equivalent to smashing the Star Moon Alliance's reputation. It's a serious crime. How about this? Take out 2,000 contribution points, no, 5,000 contribution points as medical expenses and apologize in public. I'll consider sparing you." "Oh, really? You sure are confident." Lu Ming continued to walk forward, step by step. Lu Wei's expression changed again as he shouted, "Lu Ming, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, stop right now." However, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He continued to walk toward Lu Wei step by step. Cold sweat began to form on Lu Wei's face. He suddenly shouted, "Go, all together, cripple him." Immediately, more than a dozen young men behind Lu Wei rushed forward. Beams of blood-red light flashed. These young men chose to activate their bloodline without hesitation. "Get back to where you came from." Lu Ming waved his hand and slapped it. A series of loud slaps resounded in the air. The Star Moon Alliance members who had rushed over were sent flying back at a speed faster than when they had come. All of them fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Blood and teeth were spurted all over the ground. From the beginning to the end, Lu Ming only waved his hand, as if he was swatting flies, and the members of the Star Moon Alliance were sent flying. A series of gasps could be heard. The disciples of the 4 courtyards were all dumbfounded. The new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were especially excited. They were all trembling. So strong. Lu Ming has become stronger again. This is a genius, a true super genius. Xianjian sect, you only see him once in a few years. Some of the senior disciples said with complicated expressions. All of a sudden, Lu Wei was the only one left at the gate of the Star Moon Tower. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. He stared at Lu Ming, his body trembling. "Lu Ming, I am warning you, don't do anything rash." Lu Wei's voice trembled. However, Lu Ming did not look at him. Instead, he lifted his head to look at the entire Star Moon Tower and mumbled, "The Star Moon Tower no longer needs to exist." Then, Lu Ming threw a punch at a pillar at the side. The pillar was made of extremely hard black ironwood. However, under Lu Ming's punch, it exploded into pieces, sending wood chips flying in all directions. After that, Lu Ming moved and blasted another pillar. With the same boom, the pillar was smashed into pieces. Ka-ka. After 2 pillars were broken, the entire Star Moon Tower started to shake and made cracking sounds. Lu Ming, you're crazy. What are you doing? Stop it, stop it." Lu Wei's face turned deathly pale, and he started to scream madly. On the 3rd floor, Chen Yueshing could no longer remain calm. She shouted madly, damn it, what is this guy trying to do?" However, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. The sound of a sword rang out as he unsheathed his long sword. He continuously slashed out a few sword chis towards the pillars at the side of the Star Moon Tower. The sword chi whistled and was extremely sharp. It directly cut down 4 pillars on the left and right. Chapter 79. Chapter 79, tearing down the Star Moon Tower. The Star Moon Tower had used a total of 8 pillars. Lu Ming had broken 6 of them consecutively, leaving only the last 2 pillars. Even with the support of the 2 walls, the Star Moon Tower started to shake violently, making cracking sounds. "Lu Ming, you should die. You should die." A furious roar came from the 3rd floor, and then a few figures jumped down. It's Chen Yueshing. The leader of the Star Moon Alliance, Chen Yueshing, has finally come out. Someone shouted. At this moment, Chen Yueshing's face was twisted. She glared at Lu Ming and shouted, "Lu Ming, how dare you destroy the Star Moon Tower? Today, I will break every bone in your body and break every vein in your body." I will turn you into a useless person who is worse than a pig or a dog. Lu Ming's means were completely beyond his expectations. He had thought that no matter how strong Lu Ming was, it would take some effort for him to beat Lu Wei and the rest. By then, Yao Qianyu had already arrived with the people from the law enforcement hall. However, he had never expected that Lu Ming's combat strength had far exceeded his expectations. At the same time, his ruthlessness and boldness had completely exceeded his expectations. Lu Ming actually wanted to tear down the Star Moon Tower. This was his blood, sweat, and tears, so he had no choice but to show himself. Lu Ming did not say a word. He only looked at Qin Yuesheng coldly. Lu Ming, I don't mind telling you this. I was the one who broke all the bones in your friend's body. Now, I'm going to let you go and accompany your friend. Qin Yuesheng's face was twisted with killing intent. The aura from her body was as heavy as a mountain. Late 8th grade Master Realm. This was Qin Yuesheng's strength. She was extremely powerful, much more powerful than Ning Feng. Otherwise, she would not have been able to open the Star Moon Tower and control the Star Moon Alliance. At the bottom of the stairs, the Vermilion Bird Hall's new apprentices were suppressed by this aura. Their faces turned pale and they retreated. Lu Ming, I admit that you're very powerful. However, it's still too early for you to challenge me. Today, I'll teach you how to be a human for free. You must keep a low profile. When you meet someone you can't defeat, you must tuck your tail between your legs and behave. As she spoke, Qin Yuesheng's aura grew even stronger. Qin Yuesheng's bloodline was at the 4th level. At this moment, Qin Yuesheng's strength had reached the peak of the 8th grade Master Realm. Lightning Claw. Qin Yuesheng took a step forward and with a swoosh, she was in front of Lu Ming. The claws that were as sharp as knives clawed at Lu Ming wildly. In an instant, he had struck out at least 20 times. However, Lu Ming was faster. The sound of a sword rang out. In an instant, dozens of sword lights bloomed from Lu Ming's hands. It was extremely dazzling. The sword chi whistled, the claw force crossed, and a strong wind gushed out in all directions. The new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples nearby kept retreating. Some of the chi flew out and hit the walls of the Star Moon Tower, causing the Star Moon Tower to shake even more. Suddenly, there was a scream and a figure retreated. It was Qin Yuesheng. A deep sword gash appeared on his shoulder, almost cutting off one of his arms. The surrounding spectators were all shocked. In less than 10 moves, Qin Yuesheng had been defeated and forced to retreat with heavy injuries. Qin Yuesheng roared. His heart was twitching in fear. The few young men who were with him rushed toward Lu Ming. As for Qin Yuesheng, she was actually running away. He wanted to escape. Qin Yuesheng, don't even think about running. Die. Lu Ming roared. His sword glowed brightly and it was extremely sharp. The few young men were instantly sent flying. They flew far away and crashed heavily into the wall of the Star Moon Tower. This time, the Star Moon Tower could no longer hold on and collapsed. Quickly retreat. Some of the disciples of the 4 courtyards who were close to him turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. The entire Star Moon Tower collapsed, stirring up dust. Lu Ming's body was as fast as lightning as he dashed toward Qin Yuesheng. Qin Yuesheng was severely injured and her speed was greatly reduced. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had caught up to her. Lu Ming, wait a minute. We can discuss this further. What do you want? I can give you anything. Seeing that she could not escape, Qin Yuesheng stopped and started to plead. At the same time, she wanted to use her benefits to stabilize Lu Ming. At the same time, he kept thinking, soon, soon. Senior brother Yao Qianyu and the others will be here soon. When they arrive, Lu Ming, I'll see how you die. I want revenge 10 times, 100 times more. What do I want? The cold smile on Lu Ming's lips grew wider. What I want is very simple. I just want you to use twice the amount of what you have used on my brother, Pang Shi. He threw a punch at Qin Yuesheng's stomach. With a crack, a few of her ribs were broken. She was sent flying and coughed up blood. Next, it's your 4 limbs. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he walked to Qin Yuesheng's side. No, don't. Qin Yuesheng shouted. Stop. At this time, a furious roar suddenly came from the distance. At the same time, one figure after another rushed over. The enforcement palace, it's the people from the enforcement palace. The leader is Yao Tianyu. It's over. This time, Lu Ming is finished. The surrounding senior disciples cried out in surprise when they saw these people rushing over. Of course, some people were surprised, a few were worried, but most of them were gloating. The tribunal council was established by the 4 great halls. Each hall would select a few people to join the tribunal council to maintain the order of the mystical sword sect. Senior brother Lu Ming, the enforcement hall is here. Let's go. The skinny teenager who was saved by Lu Ming earlier shouted. Ha ha ha, the people from the tribunal council are here. Senior brother Yao Tianyu is here. Lu Ming, you're finished. How dare you break my ribs? I'll make you pay 10 times or 100 times more. Chen Yuexing's arrogance was completely restored as soon as the people from the tribunal council arrived. She called out coldly. Law Enforcement Hall. Hee hee, no one will be able to save you today. Lu Ming's eyes were still cold. He was unmoved. He raised his foot and stomped on Chen Yuexing's leg. The arrogance on Chen Yuexing's face disappeared and was replaced by endless fear. She wailed, "No, don't." Lu Ming stomped his foot heavily on Chen Yuexing's leg. The bone in her leg was broken into several pieces by Lu Ming's essential qi. My leg. Senior brother Yao, save me. Chen Yuexing wailed. Lu Ming's legs were as fast as lightning and he stomped 2 more times. These 2 feet were on Chen Yuexing's other leg and arm. Chen Yuexing's leg and hand bones broke into several pieces. At this moment, the people from the Law Enforcement Hall finally arrived and surrounded Lu Ming. Chapter 80. Chapter 80, What's there to be afraid of? I told you to stop, did you not hear me? The person in the lead was about 17 years old. In a casual battle, he was as unmoving as a mountain. His aura was oppressive, and his eyes were filled with killing intent, like a wolf or a tiger. It's really Yao Tianyu. He's here personally. Low exclamations spread out in the surroundings. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. So this teenager was Yao Tianyu. I heard you, but why should I stop? He said calmly, his face still calm. How dare you speak to senior brother Yao like that? Lu Ming, what's with your attitude? As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, a few youths from the Law Enforcement Hall shouted. Lu Ming pursed his lips and could not be bothered. Lu Ming, you attacked a fellow disciple for no reason. Your methods are vicious and vicious. You're simply insane. This is a serious violation of the sect rules. Now, you're going to chain yourself and follow us back to the Law Enforcement Hall to accept your punishment. A young man in a red robe walked out and shouted. Then, with a clang, he threw a thick chain in front of Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming, surrender and listen to the punishment. The other youths from the tribunal council also shouted. I broke the sect rules. Why don't you ask me why I made a move? Lu Ming sneered. You don't have to ask much about this. Anyway, we saw you attack and severely injure your fellow disciples. You even destroyed the Star Moon Tower. This is a serious crime. The red-robed youth concluded. Hee hee, let me tell you now that I am not guilty. I am only punishing the sect's vermin. The Star Moon Tower used an extremely low price to forcefully buy the materials of the new disciples. Once they refused, they would deal a heavy blow. One of my friends is still unconscious. Why don't you guys investigate this? Nonsense, he's slandering us. There's no such thing. Senior brother Yao, you have to help me. Chen Yuexing's cultivation level was high, so she didn't faint. She cried out loudly. Slander? Do you think the others are blind? Oh. The red-robed young man turned to the young men from the Vermilion Bird Hall and said, Who among you saw the Star Moon Tower forcefully buying materials? He even attacked and injured someone. But I'm warning you, you'd better think carefully before you speak. Don't talk nonsense, be careful of trouble coming from your mouth. A threat. This was an undisguised threat. The new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were about to tell the truth, but their expressions changed when they heard this. As for Yao Tianyu, he stood at the side. Although he did not say anything, his aura was overbearing. When he casually swept his gaze over the crowd, the disciples' faces turned even uglier. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Yao Tianyu's lips curled into a sneer. The other disciples of the tribunal council followed suit. The red-robed youth said, "Lu Ming, it seems like no one can testify for you. What else do you have to say now? Why aren't you surrendering?" Lu Ming sneered and swept his gaze across the new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples. When they saw Lu Ming's gaze, they blushed and lowered their heads in shame. But still, no one spoke. "Lu Ming, what are you looking at?" Was he trying to threaten them? With the tribunal council here, don't even think about it. Why don't you surrender? Was he trying to resist? Brothers, get ready to attack. The red-robed young man shouted, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. A few days ago, he went to summon Lu Ming and was thrown out of the door by Lu Ming. He regarded it as a great humiliation. Law Enforcement Hall. What bullsh** T Enforcement Hall, I've learned something today. If you want to make a move, then do it. It's impossible for me to surrender. I, Lu Ming, am not afraid of a battle. Lu Ming held the long sword in his hand and stood proudly. His slender figure was like a tall and straight mountain peak, full of unyielding and unswerving determination. Before he came here today, he had already thought that Yao Tianyu might be behind all this, even though he knew that he had almost no chance of winning against those on the bronze list with his current cultivation. But he still came and did it. This was his heart. He would do what he wanted to do and what he should do. At worst, they would just fight a bloody battle. Looking at Lu Ming's figure, the new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples felt even more ashamed. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a voice was heard. The skinny young man who was saved by Lu Ming earlier clenched his fists tightly. His face was flushed and his body was trembling. He strode out. I can be a witness. What senior brother Lu Ming said is true. The Star Moon Tower forcefully bought the materials of the Vermilion Bird Hall's new disciples. They only gave 1 tael of silver for the 1,000 taels worth of items. If they don't obey, they will give them a good beating. There was a senior who refused to obey. He argued with Qin Yueshing and Qin Yueshing broke his bones. He was seriously injured and fell unconscious. Senior brother Lu Ming only attacked because he stood up for us. He did not break any sect rules. Don't. The skinny youth shouted, his voice spreading far and wide. Shut up, how dare you? The red-robed young man suddenly shouted, interrupting the skinny young man's next words. He then stared coldly at the skinny youth and said in a deep voice, Brat, how dare you? I can tell that you're Lu Ming's accomplice. How dare you help Lu Ming to bring disaster to the sect? You even tried to deceive the Law Enforcement Hall. Your crime is unforgivable. Today, you're with Lu Ming, so you can't escape your punishment. The skinny young man's face turned pale and his voice trembled. No, you can't do this. I'm telling the truth. No need to talk nonsense, attack. At this moment, Yao Tianyu finally opened his mouth. He was decisive and direct. Junior brother, you should step back. Lu Ming waved his palm and essential qi gushed out. The thin teenager retreated into the crowd. Lu Ming was facing the Law Enforcement Hall alone. He didn't say anything, but the unyielding battle intent on his body explained everything. Fight to the end. Let's attack together and take down Lu Ming. It's fine as long as we don't kill him. The red-robed youth shouted. At that moment, more than 10 youths from the Law Enforcement Hall pounced on Lu Ming. The sword qi, palm wind, and fist force instantly enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. The disciples of the Tribunal Council were all very strong. Even the weakest of them was a 6th-grade master realm. The sound of the sword rang out, and the sword light burst forth. The sword qi burst out. Lu Ming charged into the crowd. The sounds of clashing and explosions rang out. Then, a few figures retreated. It was the disciples of the Tribunal Council. They had all been stabbed in the chest with a wound that went straight to their bones. They fell heavily to the ground and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The disciples of the 4 courtyards were shocked. Lu Ming was too domineering. Not only did he start a war with the people of the Law Enforcement Hall, but he also injured a few experts of the law enforcement hall in one move. Strong, he was too strong. One had to know that there were many 8th grade Master Realm experts in the Tribunal Council. Let's go together. The red-robed young man shouted from the side. More enforcement hall disciples rushed toward Lu Ming. This time, there were over 30 enforcement palace disciples. Lu Ming roared with an imposing manner. He had his eyes on the red-robed disciple and rushed in that direction. Chapter 81. Chapter 81, The Power of 8 Consecutive Wins. However, he was surrounded by nearly 30 enforcement palace disciples. In an instant, all kinds of attacks were launched at Lu Ming. There was no way to dodge. Bloodline explosion. Lu Ming did not hesitate and immediately activated his blood meridian. Lu Ming's blood meridian exploded and his combat strength increased by a large margin. He directly ignored most of the attacks. As long as he avoided the physical attacks of the long sword and the saber, he would be fine. Boom. 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 Streams of sword chi, saber chi, and fist force all landed on Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming's body only swayed slightly, and he continued to slash out with the star sword. The lustre sword technique was extremely fast, and he slashed dozens of times in an instant. Screams rang out continuously as 7 to 8 figures were sent flying. All of them were heavily injured and fell to the ground. Lu Ming was in a frenzy. The essential qi in his body was so condensed that it was almost tangible, and it burst out continuously. His blood meridian level was currently at level 4, and the time for his blood meridian to burst out was only 5 breaths. In these 5 breaths, he was extremely powerful. The heavenly star sword kept slashing out, and the screams continued. One figure after another kept flying out. The disciples of the Tribunal Council were like sandbags as they fell to the ground one after another. The surrounding disciples of the 4 courtyards were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. Monster, isn't Lu Ming too powerful? How long has he been in the sect? And did you guys see that? He actually ignored the attacks. He must have some kind of defensive treasure on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand so many attacks. That's right. There must be a defensive treasure. Lu Ming is actually not that powerful. He relied on the defensive treasure to catch the law enforcement hall off guard. Look, he's injured. The senior disciples of the 4 courtyards were in a heated discussion. Although they felt that Lu Ming must have relied on a defensive treasure, their eyes were still filled with shock. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. 5 breaths had passed, and more than 20 enforcement palace's disciples had been severely injured by him. They were no longer able to fight. However, he had taken so many attacks head-on. Even though he had devoured half of the attacks, he was still injured. He's injured, kill him. The remaining enforcement hall disciples roared and continued to pounce on Lu Ming. A tall and thin young man exchanged a blow with Lu Ming. Lu Ming trembled and could not help but take a step back. 9th grade Master Realm. Finally, a 9th grade Master Realm expert from the Tribunal Council made his move. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the rest of the people rushed forward. During this entire process, Yao Tianyu had no intention of making a move. He continued to stand at the side, watching coldly. It seemed that Lu Ming was not worthy of him to take action personally. Beside Yao Tianyu, there was another young man. He was as strong as an iron tower, but he did not make a move either. So what if you're a 9th grade Master Realm? Kill. Lu Ming attacked more than 10 times in a row, forcing the others to retreat. Then, he fought with the 9th grade Master Realm expert. In an instant, the two exchanged more than a dozen moves. Tang. Thump. After a dozen moves, the 9th grade Master Realm youth's expression changed drastically and he retreated a dozen steps. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the red-robed young man. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and murderous. The red-robed youth was scared out of his wits. So many Tribunal Council experts and they could not stop Lu Ming. How was this possible? Senior brother Yao, save me. He couldn't help but shout. Yao Tianyu frowned and said, He Tai, attack. The iron tower-like young man behind him responded, and then he stomped on the ground. The ground shook, and the hard floor cracked. The Iron Tower youth's body was shot out like a cannonball. Fast, extremely fast. He was even faster than Lu Ming when he used the dragon serpent steps. He was near Lu Ming in an instant. He threw a punch, and the violent fist force surged toward Lu Ming. So strong. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The Iron Tower young man's punch gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Without any hesitation, he used all his true chi and slashed at the Iron Tower young man. The Iron Tower young man's fist heavily hit the star sword. In that instant, Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. The force was unstoppable. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was sent flying. Lu Ming flew more than 10 meters before landing on the ground. Then, he took 8 steps back. With each step, the floor cracked and rumbled. After 8 steps, Lu Ming finally stopped and spat out a mouthful of blood. It's Hitai who made a move. Hitai is a genius expert who won 8 consecutive victories on the bronze platform. He's not far from the bronze ranking. With him, Lu Ming is doomed this time. That's right. Lu Ming and Hitai are too different. Seeing the Iron Tower youth's attack, someone cried out in shock. 8 consecutive wins on the bronze platform. It is indeed powerful. Lu Ming looked at Hitai, who was in front of him, with a grave expression. If the disciples of the mystical sword sect wanted to enter the bronze ranking, they had to go up to the bronze platform and accept challenges. Only those who won 10 consecutive rounds could be ranked on the bronze list. Hitai, on the other hand, had already won 8 matches in a row. He only needed to win 2 more times in a row before he could enter the bronze rank. Of course, it wasn't that easy, because the further one went, the more difficult it would be, and the stronger the people they would meet. But 8 consecutive wins, his strength was also very strong. It's not bad that you can take a punch from me, but I advise you to surrender. You and I are far apart. Hitai said indifferently. Haha, if you want to fight, then fight. You want me to surrender without putting up a fight? Impossible. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed. You're so stubborn. Hitai charged at Lu Ming and threw another punch. This punch was even more powerful than the previous one. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he used the dragon serpent steps and dodged to the side. You can't avoid it. Hitai stomped on the ground heavily, causing the floor to crack. He was like a wild beast, charging towards Lu Ming. He threw another punch. It was extremely fast. He could not avoid this punch. If he couldn't avoid it, then he would take it head-on. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique to the extreme. His essential chi surged wildly as he slashed out. The heavenly star sword and Hitai's fist collided once again. Lu Ming's sword aura was defeated in an instant. The difference was too great. They were not even on the same level. Hitai's combat strength was too strong. Although he was also a 9th grade master, ordinary 9th grade master realm cultivators were trash in front of him. He could defeat them with a single punch. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could definitely fight an ordinary 9th grade master realm expert without activating his blood meridian. However, he was still far from Hitai. Lu Ming was sent flying backward. He slid for dozens of meters before he stopped. Lu Ming spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale and his body was staggering as if he could fall down at any moment. Is this the strength of a true genius of the mystical sword sect? It's really powerful. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Chapter 82. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, Persistent Battle. During the newbie trial, he had defeated all the other geniuses and won the newbie king title. At that time, he thought that the other geniuses were only SOSO, but now that he thought about it, he was wrong. The other geniuses among the newcomers weren't too weak. They were just too young and immature. They just hadn't matured yet. Perhaps in a few years, some people would also grow to be very powerful. Capture him. Hitai waved his hand and said. Lu Ming was already seriously injured. He did not need to do anything. Let's see how you're going to resist now. The remaining dozen or so enforcement hall disciples walked toward Lu Ming with ferocious looks on their faces. Lu Ming had injured more than 20 of them. They were both fearful and hateful of Lu Ming. Lu Ming supported himself with his long sword. He scanned his surroundings and sneered. What are you laughing at? You'll get it when we get to the law enforcement palace. A skinny monkey-like young man laughed hideously and clawed at Lu Ming's head. He wanted to press Lu Ming's head to the ground and humiliate him. But dash. A sword light flashed, and a few streams of blood shot out. There were 5 fingers in the blood. Skinny Monkey looked at his bare palm in a daze, then let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah, my finger. Lu Ming, I want you to die. Of course, Lu Ming was the one who slashed her just now. Go, let's attack together. The others roared. There were 10 of them, including a 9th-grade Master Realm expert. One attack after another was directed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his essential chi with great effort and waved his sword to block the attack. After a few consecutive moves, Lu Ming's body kept retreating. With a swish, he was struck by a sword and blood immediately flowed out. Lu Ming, lie down and surrender. A young man from the tribunal council shouted. In your dreams. The only response they got was 2 simple words. Then I'll beat you until you lie down. Whoosh whoosh. The attacks continued to surge toward Lu Ming. These tribunal council disciples were all experts. At this time, Lu Ming was severely injured and it was difficult for him to withstand the attacks. After a few moves, a few more wounds appeared on his body and blood flowed out. Lu Ming's entire body was stained red with blood. His steps were light and he seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. However, he still stood tall and straight. His eyes were still firm and persistent. At this moment, the entire place was silent, and the air seemed to have frozen at this moment. No one spoke as they stared at the figure in a daze. Senior brother Lu Ming. The new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples clenched their fists and their eyes turned red. Their eyes were filled with guilt. They felt guilty for not standing up for them earlier. They all knew that the reason why Lu Ming came here and tore down the Star Moon Tower was to avenge Pang Shi. For his friends, for his brothers, to be able to do this, this was a true man, a true man. Compared to Lu Ming, they felt that they were too inferior. Stop, stop. The skinny youth roared and suddenly charged forward. The red-robed young man suddenly rushed out and slapped the thin young man, sending him flying. He said arrogantly, "Get lost, you'll get it later." Then, he looked at Lu Ming and laughed. Lu Ming, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why? Now I can't, I don't have any strength. Come and hit me, ha. As soon as the red-robed young man finished speaking, he was slapped hard on the face. This slap was extremely loud and extremely ruthless. The red-robed young man's body spun a few times before coming to a stop. One side of his face was almost smashed, and blood was spurting out of his teeth. He was so stunned that he even forgot to scream. He looked at the person who hit him in a daze. It was a woman, an extremely alluring and sexy woman with an extremely good figure. However, her expression was extremely cold. Mulan. A name flashed through the red-robed youth's mind. Mulan had finally arrived. No one could see how she had arrived. Since you're asking for a beating, I'll definitely fulfill your wish. Mulan's cold voice was heard. She then waved her hand. Another slap landed on the other side of the red-robed young man's face. Blood was still spurting out because all the teeth had been spat out. The red-robed young man did not fly out. He was pulled by a force and spun a dozen times on the spot before he stopped. It was clear how powerful the slap was. The moment he stopped, he saw Mulan's cold face again. His heart trembled and he almost peed his pants. He shouted, "Fu, not, shao, want, ah." His mouth was leaking air, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Mulan kicked the red-robed young man and sent him flying more than 10 meters. He screamed and fainted. Not far away, Yao Qianyu, who had been very calm all this while, was no longer calm. He looked at Mulan with a grave expression. The people from the law enforcement hall did not dare to make a move either. They looked at Mulan with a grave expression. Mulan did not even look at the others. She walked to Lu Ming's side and said with a concerned expression, "Are you all right?" "It's fine, I won't die yet. I owe you another favor this time. You can still smile. Quickly take this pill." Mulan took out a pill and passed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He took it and swallowed it in one mouthful. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into waves of energy that permeated Lu Ming's entire body. His wound quickly stopped bleeding. Such a strong medicinal effect. This healing medicinal pill's grade was definitely not low. At this moment, Mulan turned to Yao Tianyu and said coldly, "You're good, you dare to attack the Vermilion Bird Hall's disciples." Elder Mulan. Yao Tianyu's expression turned ugly. He cupped his fists and said, "Elder Mulan, we're enforcing the law impartially." Lu Ming relied on his high cultivation base to injure dozens of people from the Star Moon Tower for no reason. He even forcefully demolished the Star Moon Tower. Of course, the Law Enforcement Hall has to severely punish such an unruly and reckless disciple. But Lu Ming is insane. Not only did he resist arrest, but he also injured so many people from the Law Enforcement Hall. Elder Mulan, as the chief elder of the Vermilion Bird Hall, I hope you won't shield him. Nonsense. The skinny youth's face was swollen after being slapped by the red-robed youth. He walked out resolutely and said, "It's obvious that the Star Moon Tower forcefully bought the materials for the Vermilion Bird Hall's new apprentices. They even beat people up. Senior brother Lu Ming is fighting for us and seeking justice. How is this against the sect rules?" "That's right, senior brother Lu Ming is seeking justice for us." A few more new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples walked out. With Mulan's arrival, they were emboldened and couldn't hold it in any longer, so they told the truth. "You're talking nonsense. How could the Star Moon Tower do such a thing?" Yao Tianyu asked in a low voice. "If they did, the Tribunal Council would have punished them long ago. Moreover, you said that you only bought the Vermilion Bird Hall by force. That's even more ridiculous. Does the Star Moon Tower have any enmity with the Vermilion Bird Hall? I think it's obvious that the few of you are in cahoots with Lu Ming. You want to frame the Star Moon Tower." Chapter 83. Chapter 83, Chapter 83 Not Qualified. No, we're just telling the truth," the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples quickly explained. "All right, I'm done." Mulan waved her hand, then looked at Yao Tianyu and said, "Now, I'll tell you clearly. I don't care who Lu Ming hit or whose house he demolished. I don't care about all these. If I say that Lu Ming is innocent, he is innocent. If I say he's not guilty, he's not guilty." So domineering, so overbearing. This was Mulan. She was completely unreasonable when she was domineering. Instantly, Yao Tianyu's face turned red and he almost suffered internal injuries. Mulan didn't play by the rules at all, yet he couldn't do anything to her. "Elder Mulan, even though you're an elder of the Vermilion Bird Hall and the granddaughter of Dean Yen, you can't just use your power to bully others, can you? There are so many disciples here watching." After holding it in for a long time, Yao Tianyu finally managed to squeeze out this sentence. "I'm just bullying people, so what?" Mulan replied indifferently. Yao Tianyu trembled in anger. Good. If that's the case, I'll report this to the elders of the Tribunal Council. Let's go." Mulan's arrival was extremely domineering. Yao Tianyu knew that it was impossible to take down Lu Ming today. After leaving behind a harsh sentence, he turned around and left. "Who said you can leave?" Mulan's cold voice was heard. Yao Tianyu's figure paused. He looked at Mulan and gritted his teeth. "Elder Mulan, what's your order? You injured him and want to leave just like that, isn't that too easy? Leave behind the medical expenses. I think it will take at least 1 or 2 million taels of silver to fully recover from this kind of injury." Mulan's gaze wandered all over Lu Ming as she said slowly. "Medical expenses. 1 or 2 million taels." All around, the onlookers were stunned. Some of them dug their ears hard, thinking that they had heard wrong. Even Lu Ming was in a daze. Mulan was asking for an exorbitant price. As expected, Yao Tianyu couldn't hold it in any longer and roared, "Medical expenses. Mulan, don't go too far. Lu Ming injured so many of our people. I didn't even ask him for medical fees, and you're asking me for it. Impossible, I'm telling you, it's impossible. Injured your people. They deserve it. Let me tell you, if you don't pay for the medical expenses today, I don't mind breaking your bones one by one. Mulan said coldly. He was too domineering and overbearing. He did not give Yao Tianyu any face. At all. No, it was not that he did not give Yao Tianyu any face, but he did not put him in his eyes at all. Yao Tianyu's expression was extremely ugly. Although he was a genius on the bronze rank, he was only a bronze disciple. If he were to fight Mulan, he would definitely be killed with a single slap. His face turned green and white. If he were to give in today and pay for the medical expenses, he would really lose all his face. Haha, niece Mulan, in my opinion, let's just drop this matter. At this moment, a deep voice was heard. A figure descended from the sky. It was an old man in his 60s. He was wearing a silver robe and had a kind smile on his face. He was a silver-robed elder. Upon seeing the old man, Yao Tianyu was overjoyed and shouted, "Elder Ming, you must seek justice for this disciple. Elder Mulan has gone too far." This silver-robed elder was from the Azure Dragon Hall. Mulan's expression darkened as well. She said, "Old man Ming, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." The people in the surroundings were dumbfounded again. Mulan was too awesome, wasn't she? She called a silver-robed elder an old man. However, Elder Ming did not show any signs of anger. He still smiled and said, "I have already heard about the entire incident. I think that there is a huge misunderstanding. According to my speculation, the Star Moon Tower is the one who is in the wrong. The Star Moon Tower forcefully bought their disciples' materials. Lu Ming fought for justice and injured their disciples. As members of the enforcement hall, Yao Tianyu and the rest naturally had to question Lu Ming when they saw him injuring someone. This caused a fight. This is a complete misunderstanding. Since both parties have people injured, I think we should just let this matter go." Lu Ming's heart trembled. Elder Ming was sacrificing the war chariot to protect the general. This Elder Ming looked kind, but in fact, he was a cunning old fox. He pushed all the blame to the Star Moon Tower with just one sentence. In this way, Yao Tianyu would not have to pay for the medical expenses, and Yao Tianyu and the others would have nothing to say to the elder of the tribunal council. Yao Tianyu's face darkened, but he did not say anything. If this matter was really investigated, it would be impossible to hide the fact that the Star Moon Tower had forcefully bought the materials for the Vermilion Bird Hall's new disciples. Therefore, it would be good if they could push the blame on the Star Moon Tower. Mulan's eyes flickered. This Elder Ming was a silver-robed elder. If he was bent on protecting Yao Tianyu, she would be helpless. Oh. Since it's the Star Moon Tower's fault, they must be severely punished. Otherwise, the disciples of the four courtyards will not be convinced. Mulan's eyes flickered before she smiled. Of course. The Star Moon Tower will definitely punish them severely. All the materials will also be returned. Elder Ming smiled, then said to Yao Tianyu, "Tianyu, why haven't you brought the disciples of the Tribunal Council back to recuperate yet?" Yao Tianyu cupped his fists and ordered the uninjured disciples to help the injured disciples back to their rooms. Then, Yao Tianyu cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, turned around, and left. "Yao Tianyu!" Lu Ming suddenly called out. Yao Tianyu stopped in his tracks. He turned around and glared at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming's eyes glowed as he stared at Yao Tianyu. "Yao Tianyu, what kind of skill do you have to call these minions to attack me? I'm challenging you right now. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" As soon as he said that, the entire place fell into silence. Lu Ming actually challenged Yao Tianyu. How was that possible? How could he be a match for Yao Tianyu? "You want to challenge me?" Yao Tianyu retorted. "Not bad, yes." Lu Ming replied firmly. "Yao." Tianyu's lips curled into a mocking smile as he said disdainfully, "Lu Ming, I'm a disciple on the bronze ranking. What right do you have to challenge me? You can challenge me after you've made it to the bronze rank. You're not qualified to do so now." Yao Tianyu's eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain. With that, he turned around and left. "Are you disdainful to accept my challenge?" Lu Ming could not help but clench his fists. "Lu Ming, don't think too much about it. This is the rule of the mystical sword sect. If you want to challenge a disciple on the bronze list, you must be on the bronze list as well. Only then will you be qualified. Otherwise, you don't have the right to challenge them. Seeing this, Mulan started explaining to Lu Ming. I see. Lu Ming muttered. However, Yao Tianyu's condescending and disdainful look just now could not be removed from Lu Ming's mind. The bronze ranking. I'll get there soon. Yao Tianyu, just you wait. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with determination. Lu Ming, are you all right? Lu Ming, how are you? Only then did Feng Wu and Hua Qi arrive, panting. Chapter 84. Chapter 84, Healing. I'm fine. However, the two of them still looked at Lu Ming in shock. This was because Lu Ming was completely drenched in blood. He looked like a man made of blood. Hua Qi, in particular, had a complicated look in his eyes besides shock. He was touched and admired. By the way, how's Pang Shi? Lu Ming asked with some worry. He's fine. The alchemist has already set his bones back and fed him some healing pills. He should be fine. Hua Qi said. That's good. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Suddenly, his body swayed and his face turned pale. Lu Ming, what's wrong? Mulan, Feng Wu, and Hua Qi were all shocked. It seems that I have to recuperate on the spot, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Lu Ming immediately sat cross-legged and circulated the true war dragon technique to begin healing. Detestable. Hua Qi growled. Lu Ming could not even go back to recuperate, which showed the severity of his injuries. After that, Hua Qi, Feng Wu, and Mulan all stood close to Lu Ming to protect him. The surrounding onlookers watched for a while before leaving. The news of this battle spread like wildfire throughout the entire mystical sword sect. After hearing this news, everyone had different reactions. Some people scoffed and thought that Lu Ming was a reckless man who did things impulsively and did not care about the consequences. It was unwise to fight even though he knew that he was no match. However, some people were full of praise for Lu Ming. They felt that Lu Ming was loyal, had a firm path of martial arts, and had an indomitable will to advance bravely. On the path of martial arts, one should be fearless and attack when needed. If one had to look around, even be afraid of the slightest thing, and swallow one's anger, then what was the point of practicing martial arts and cultivation? Anyway, there were all kinds of theories. Of course, Lu Ming was unaware of this. He was fully focused on healing his injuries. The healing process took 6 hours. When Lu Ming opened his eyes, it was already evening. Lu Ming, are you feeling better? Mulan was the first to notice that Lu Ming had woken up. She asked hurriedly. Much better. After 12 hours of healing, his injuries had basically stabilized. As long as he could hold on for a while, he would be completely healed. Feng Wu and Hua Qi hurried to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming's heart was filled with warmth. He knew that while he was recuperating, the few of them had been by his side. However, there was a skinny youth who didn't leave either. He was watching from a distance. Let's go back. Then, he walked to the skinny youth and asked, what's your name? Lu, senior brother Lu, I'm Li Yi. The skinny youth said excitedly. Li Yi. Thank you for this. No, senior brother Lu Ming, I should be the one thanking you. Li Yi said hurriedly. Let's go back to the Vermilion Bird Hall together. The few of them headed toward the Vermilion Bird Hall. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest had returned to the dormitory. After Lu Ming returned, he did not return to his room. Instead, he walked into Pang Shi's room. Pang Shi was lying on the bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages. His legs and arms were also in casts. At this moment, Pang Shi had already woken up. When he saw Lu Ming entering, he struggled to get up and shouted, Senior brother Lu Ming, are you all right? Don't move, just lie down and rest. Lu Ming hurriedly stopped Pang Shi from moving and smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. Senior brother Lu Ming, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you're so badly injured. Pang Shi said with tears in his eyes. He had heard about Lu Ming's battle. After all, it had been more than 6 hours. I should be the one saying sorry. Yao Tianyu and the others' target is me, but they implicated you. No, it's not Senior Lu Ming's fault. It's all my fault for being too weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have implicated you, Senior Lu Ming. Pang Shi said. His eyes were filled with self-blame and determination. All right, Big Rock, don't think too much. Have a good rest. Lu Ming smiled and patted Pang Shi. He then walked out of Pang Shi's room. After returning to his room, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine. The armor of the red-scaled snake is so broken. He took off all his clothes and looked at the tattered red-scaled snake armor in his hands. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This time, if he didn't have the red-scaled snake armor as a layer of protection, he would have been more seriously injured. After changing into a new set of clothes, Lu Ming went out to fetch some water to wash his body clean. He then returned to the Supreme Shrine and continued to channel his energy to heal his injuries. Time flew by, and 7 days quickly passed. 7 days later, Lu Ming practiced a set of fist techniques in the courtyard and exercised his muscles and bones. After 7 days, my injuries have healed. Lu Ming sensed it and thought to himself. His eyes flashed with joy. He realized that the true chi cultivated from the true war dragon technique was not only rich and condensed, but it also had a very good healing effect. An ordinary person would need at least a month to recover from such an injury. However, he only used 7 days. A god-grade cultivation technique was indeed very useful. Just then, the door was pushed open and Feng Wu walked in. Lu Ming, how's your recovery? I've brought you some medicinal wine, do you want to try it? Feng Wu smiled brightly. I've already recovered. Ah. The smile froze on Feng Wu's face. She looked at Lu Ming as if he was a monster. It's only been 7 days, and you've already recovered. Yeah, what's so strange about that? Don't you know that I'm a genius? Lu Ming waved his hand, and it cut through the air with a loud whistling sound. He then looked at Feng Wu with a smug face. Genius? How can a genius be beaten up like this? Feng Wu pursed her lips in disdain, but there was still shock in her eyes. He recovered in 7 days, what a monster. By the way, Feng Wu, can you tell me more about the bronze list? How strong are the geniuses on the bronze list? The bronze ranking. He's very strong. Feng Wu's face turned grim at the mention of the bronze list. As you know, you have to win 10 matches in a row on the bronze platform before you can be ranked on the bronze list. It's not easy to win 10 matches in a row. The higher you go, the more difficult it will be. For example, after you win 8 matches in a row, you will have to face an opponent who has also won 8 matches in a row in the 9th match. After winning 9 matches in a row, you will have to face an opponent who has also won 9 matches in a row. Therefore, it is really difficult to win 10 matches in a row. That's why the geniuses on the bronze list are all extremely powerful. They can defeat warriors of the same level with one move as easily as eating and drinking. I heard that most of the geniuses on the bronze list have successfully cultivated at least one black-level low-rank martial technique. Even if they didn't successfully cultivate a black-level martial arts technique, they would have mastered some secret technique, and some might even have cultivated the path of body refinement. Feng Wu explained in detail. Chapter 85. Chapter 85, Practicing the Spear with the Waterfall. How many people are on the bronze list? 56 people, excluding the Qilin Hall. There are a total of 56 geniuses from the 4 halls who have made it onto the bronze list. Feng Wu said. Only 56 people. The mystical sword sect would recruit a batch of disciples every year, and as long as they were not over 30 years old, they would be considered as disciples. After so many years, the mystical sword sect had more than 50,000 bronze disciples. There were more than 50,000 people, but only 56 of them were geniuses on the bronze list. One had to know that those who could join the mystical sword sect had to go through a series of examinations. It was a sign of talent and 1 in 100 was chosen. It was obvious how talented the geniuses on the bronze list were. What's Yao Tianyu's ranking? 51st. Feng Wu's eyes flickered as she scrutinized Lu Ming. You're not really thinking of challenging Yao Tianyu, are you? He joined the mystical sword sect 2 years ago, and I heard that he was a strong contender for the newcomer king during the newcomer's trial. Although he failed, his talent cannot be underestimated. Although he's ranked 51st, his abilities have improved very quickly. I believe that he'll continue to rise. Lu Ming, it won't be a problem for you to defeat him in another year. But it's still too early this year. Fengwu, since you don't trust me that much, how about we make a bet? I'll bet on whether I can defeat Yao Tianyu in 4 months. Oh. What are we betting on? Fengwu said. What are we betting on? Let me think. Lu Ming touched his chin. Then, his eyes wandered all over Fengwu's body. From time to time, he would even let out a sigh. Fengwu's pretty face turned red. She glared at Lu Ming and shouted, Lu Ming, you're shameless, don't even think about it. Fengwu, why are you scolding me? I just wanted to bet on a big meal to see if you have that much money. You see, my thoughts are not pure, right? Lu Ming looked surprised. Fengwu's face turned even redder, all the way to her ears. She glared at Lu Ming and said fiercely, fine, I'll take the bet. If I don't rip you off, my name isn't Fengwu. Having said that, he threw a jar of medicinal wine at Lu Ming and left in a huff. Lu Ming laughed heartily. It was quite interesting to tease the beauty Fengwu occasionally. He opened the wine jar and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Lu Ming began to consider his future cultivation path. It's too slow to cultivate the basic gun technique like this. If this continues, I don't know when I'll be able to cultivate the fire-controlling gun technique. I need to use external forces to speed up the cultivation of the basic gun technique. If one wanted to be on the bronze list, he had to master a profound-level martial arts technique. There it is. Lu Ming was deep in thought when his eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately, he gulped down the entire jar of medicinal wine. It's really good wine, but it's a pity that it has a medicinal smell and lacks a lot of flavor. Lu Ming clicked his tongue and walked out. The first place he went to was the contribution hall. He exchanged the 2 million taels of silver for contribution points, so he had a total of 20,000 contribution points. He only had a few 100,000 silver on him. In addition to his previous contribution points, he had a total of 25,500 contribution points. Then, he started to exchange for the demonic beast blood essence. He was going to exchange for the blood essence of a Class 8 LV2 demonic beast. A portion of 8th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence was worth 800 contribution points. Lu Ming exchanged for 20 sets, which cost him 16,000 contribution points. It was too expensive. Lu Ming's heart twitched a few times. He had wanted to exchange for some Class 9 LV2 demonic beast blood essence, but it cost 1,600 contribution points per portion. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He could only put it aside for the time being. After exchanging for the demonic beast blood essence, Lu Ming left the mystical sword sect and headed east. The layout of the mystical sword sect was rather peculiar. The 4 halls occupied the 4 most majestic mountains in the north, south, east, and west. The central region was an even wider region. In this area, there was not only Qilin Hall, but also the Hall of Mission, the Hall of Contribution, the Bronze Platform, and other important places in the mystical sword sect. Further north of the Onyx Tortoise Hall was the core area of the mystical sword sect. The sect leader, golden-robed elders, golden-ranked disciples, and a portion of silver-robed elders were all cultivating in this area. It was the core of the mystical sword sect's power. The east side of the Azure Dragon Hall was connected to a vast mountain range. This mountain range was known as the Coastal Mountain Range. It was vast and boundless, and countless demonic beasts lived in it. It was said that beyond the mountain range by the sea was the Endless Sea. It could be said that the Blazing Sun Empire was at the easternmost part of the entire Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming wanted to go to the mountain range by the sea. He wanted to look for an advantageous position to cultivate his spear technique. It was impossible for Lu Ming to go deep into the mountain range along the coast. He was only at the periphery. 2 days later, Lu Ming was about 200 miles deep. A waterfall rumbled. The water fell from a height of more than 1,000 meters, forming a huge impact that shook everything within a few hundred meters. This is the place. I'll use this waterfall to cultivate. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, Lu Ming took out his fire-patterned gun and walked slowly toward the waterfall from the side. The silver water column fell from a height of over 1,000 meters, and its momentum was extremely shocking. The closer they got, the more they could feel the majestic power. To practice the spear, the first step is to practice spear wielding. Only when you hold the spear steadily will you be able to grasp the other basic spear techniques. Then, Lu Ming grabbed the end of the spear with one hand, stretched his hand straight, and extended the body of the spear into the waterfall. The moment the body of the spear was washed by the water from the waterfall, Lu Ming felt an extremely strong pressure pressing on the body of the spear. He bent his wrist and threw the long spear down. With a burst of true qi, he pulled the spear back with great force. What a strong force! It's not stable at all. However, this is also a good place to cultivate. Continue. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and determined. He continued to extend the spear, and true energy continued to flow into the spear. This time, he managed to hold on for 2 more breaths before the spear was thrown down by the waterfall. Continue. Lu Ming was not discouraged. He started to cultivate again and again. Lu Ming realized that cultivating the way he held the spear consumed a terrifying amount of essential qi. Every once in a while, Lu Ming would have to stand aside and circulate the true war dragon technique to recover his essential qi. Of course, there were also benefits to this. Every time his genuine qi was squeezed dry, he would cultivate and replenish it. This would make his genuine qi more condensed and his foundation more stable. During this period, Lu Ming would occasionally devour and refine a portion of demonic beast blood essence. His cultivation level was rapidly improving. 7 days later, Lu Ming could already hold the spear for more than 10 minutes in the waterfall. However, it was very unstable and the long spear swayed back and forth in the water. However, this was already a huge improvement. For another 7 days, the long spear in the waterfall was stable. No matter how the water of the waterfall hit it, the long spear did not move at all. Chapter 86. Chapter 86, Southern Ridge Fire Field. At this stage, Lu Ming cultivated the basic spear technique and made rapid progress. His thrust was as steady as a mountain, and he could even stab a fly in the air. On the third 7 days, Lu Ming even tied a stone weighing 100 catties to the tip of the spear. Carrying the 100-pound stone, Lu Ming practiced spear-wielding in the waterfall. Just like that, a month passed. After a month of hard work, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the basic spear technique to an extremely profound level. He held the spear in his hand and stood still like a mountain. After a month of excruciating cultivation and refining all 20 portions of demonic beast blood essence, Lu Ming's cultivation level had improved at an amazing speed. He had already reached the peak of the 7th grade master realm, and he wasn't far from the 8th grade master realm. As the 20 portions of blood essence were devoured and refined in a month, Lu Ming's cultivation level was very stable. Now, I can start to practice the fire gun art. Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine, took out the fire gun controlling art, and began to read it carefully. The fire gun skill was a fire attribute gun skill and was divided into 6 moves. Fire dance of the fire gun art, broken armor, moon pull, lightning chase, landslide, explosion. Of the 6 moves, other than the move of explosion, the other 5 moves did not have any difference in strength. The only difference was in the way the spear was used. The only difference was in the degree of maturity and comprehension. After observing it carefully, Lu Ming began to cultivate. At the end of the stairs, there was a faintly discernible palace. The sound of chanting continuously rang out, clearing Lu Ming's mind. He quickly comprehended the martial arts technique. Buzz. The sound of the spear piercing through the air, as well as the vibration of the spear itself, resounded throughout the Supreme Shrine. He cultivated like this for half a month. In the forest, Lu Ming's figure moved unhindered. The fire-patterned spear danced in his hands, like a fire dragon rolling. Woo 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 woo. Lu Ming suddenly thrust his spear. Fire gun art broken armor. The long spear pierced through the air with unparalleled speed, like a bolt of lightning, stabbing towards a 2-meter-tall boulder. At the tip of the spear, a spinning cutting force was produced. The huge rock was pierced through by the fire-patterned spear like it was tofu. Fire gun art mountain crash. Suddenly, the fire-patterned spear shook, and the body of the spear flickered, creating a vibrating force. The huge rock exploded right in the middle, sending debris flying. I've finally reached the first level of the fire gun art. I've just gotten a glimpse of it. Lu Ming's face was filled with joy. As expected of a black-grade low-level martial arts technique, it was extremely powerful. Lu Ming felt that its power had already surpassed the lustrous sword technique even though he had only cultivated the first stage. After all, the lustre sword technique had been stuck at the 5th level, and it was difficult to break through. The first level of the fire gun technique was equivalent to the 6th level of the lustre sword technique. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to successfully cultivate a black-level martial skill without the cultivation of a great martial master. For example, the Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Bing, had only managed to cultivate to the 1st level after decades of cultivation. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had cultivated to the 1st level in just half a month. This was inseparable from the effect of the chanting. Of course, without Lu Ming's hard work in cultivating the basic gun technique a month ago, it would be impossible for him to master the fire gun control technique so quickly. Then, he continued to cultivate. 7 days later, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a green rock, frowning in deep thought. It's still lacking a little. It doesn't feel very smooth. After this period of cultivation, he realized that he was still a little bit short of comprehending the essence of the fire gun controlling art. If he cultivated in this way, even with the help of the chanting, the cultivation progress would not reach the level that Lu Ming was satisfied with. Maybe it's because of the environment. The fire gun art belongs to the fire attribute. I should go to a place full of fire attribute spiritual chi to cultivate, then I can be like a fish in water. That way, combined with the chanting sound, I can improve faster. Where's the fire attributed spiritual chi? Oh, right, the Southern Ridge fire field. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought of a place. The Southern Ridge fire field was in the southwest of the mystical sword sect. It was an area where volcanoes erupted. The volcanoes covered a radius of 1,000 miles, and it was filled with flames and fire-type spiritual chi. It was perfect for him to practice the fire gun controlling art there. The key was that area not only had a large number of fire attribute demonic beasts, but it also produced a spiritual herb called flame crystal grass. Flame crystal grass was one of the precious materials required to cultivate the 3rd stage of the true war dragon technique. This was a material that was more precious than the spirit condensing fruit and the blood mist rock. If he were to exchange for it at the mystical sword sect, Lu Ming estimated that it would cost at least 10 to 20,000 contribution points. Going to the Southridge fire field was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Ming immediately returned to the mystical sword sect to visit Pang Shi. After such a long time, Pang Shi had already recovered and was even more diligent in his cultivation. Seeing that Pang Shi was fine, Lu Ming was relieved. He then exchanged some detox pills and essential chi recovery pills with his contribution points and headed to the Southridge fire field. On the way, Lu Ming caught a 4th grade 2nd level gale lion. The speed of the wind travel lion was extremely fast, much faster than the green scale horse. 5 days later, Lu Ming arrived at the Lingnan fire field. They could already feel waves of hot air blowing against their faces before they even entered the Southern Ridge fire field. After releasing the wind-walking lion, Lu Ming walked into the Southridge fire field. There were no volcanoes in the periphery of the Lingnan fire field. The ground was pitch black, like burnt rocks. Hot air was rising from the ground. Sometimes, a gas would rush out of the ground. It was extremely hot, and ordinary people would be scalded if they touched it. Not long after Lu Ming entered, he would occasionally see some figures. These people had a name: stone hunters. There were many volcanoes in the center of the Southern Ridge fire field. When these volcanoes erupted, they would spew out a type of ore called inferno stone. Inferno stone could be refined into inferno iron, and it was the best material for forging spirit weapons. However, those who would come here to pick up stones were usually itinerant cultivators with low cultivation, and there were even ordinary people. The Lingnan fire field was full of danger. The ground would spew out hot gases, lava, and flames from time to time. Even a martial arts master would be severely injured or even killed if he was hit by the flames. As for inferno ore, it was just an ore and wasn't expensive. Therefore, those with high cultivation rarely came here. Lu Ming did not stay long in the outer area. He wanted to go to the central region, where there were many fire-type demonic beasts and the fire-type spiritual chi was stronger. That was the place for cultivation. Very soon, Lu Ming passed through the outer area and arrived at the central area. In the central region, the air was even hotter, as if they were in a big steamer. The stones on the ground were all fiery red, and one could even hear a pop sound. Lu Ming looked around and could occasionally see lava gushing out of the ground. This area was even more dangerous, and almost no one came here. Lu Ming circulated his essential qi throughout his body to resist the heat from the outside world. At the same time, he was fully focused on observing the situation on the ground. This was to prevent them from being hit by the lava. Chapter 87. Chapter 87, Disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School. He then walked in. After walking for about 10 miles, Lu Ming stopped. This was because a fierce tiger with red flames all over its body had appeared in front of him. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger was a Class 8 second-level demonic beast. It was a fire element demonic beast and usually lived in places with rich fire element spiritual qi. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger suddenly roared and opened its mouth. A pillar of fire spewed out of its mouth and blasted toward Lu Ming. Good. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed and he took out his fire-patterned gun. With a thrust of the spear, the spinning cutting force burst out and destroyed the pillar of fire spat out by the Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger. Then, Lu Ming charged at the Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger and smashed his spear at it. The long spear pressed down, emitting a violent whistling sound. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger seemed to sense danger. The fiery red fur on its body stood on end, and on its fur, there were scorching flames. These flames condensed into a huge fireball in the air and shot towards the fire-patterned spear, trying to block the attack. However, it was all in vain. The fire-patterned spear was unstoppable. With a slight shake, the fireball collapsed, and the fire-patterned spear continued to smash down. The spear hit the Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger's head, making a cracking sound. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger's forehead caved in. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger's huge body rolled back dozens of meters before it stopped. It was no longer breathing. Lu Ming walked over and controlled his blood meridian to suck out the Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger's blood essence. Lu Ming would not miss the chance to obtain the blood essence of an 8th grade second-level demonic beast. In the mystical sword sect, it cost 800 contribution points. Circulating his spirit-devouring bloodline, it did not take long for him to devour and refine the Scarlet Flame Demon Tiger's blood essence. Lu Ming's cultivation had improved once again, but he was still a little lacking to break through to the 8th grade master realm. This place is rich in flame qi, I'll cultivate the fire lance technique here. Immediately, Lu Ming's mind sank into the fire gun control art and he began to cultivate. Shadows of the spear were everywhere, and the energy was surging. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation was extremely smooth. There was no obstruction when he circulated the spear technique. It was as if he was one with the surrounding environment. As expected, the environment had a great influence on the cultivation of battle techniques. Smooth, it's too smooth. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was immersed in this feeling. Lu Ming only stopped after 6 hours of cultivation. Lu Ming panted heavily. Cultivating here required him to circulate his essential qi to protect his body at all times. He also had to observe his surroundings to see if there was any magma or flames rushing out. It was very taxing on his essential qi and mind. However, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. He had only cultivated for 6 hours and Lu Ming could feel that he had made great progress in the fire gun art. Lu Ming immediately retreated to the outer area to recover his essential qi. After his essential qi had recovered, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine again. With the help of the chanting, he continued to comprehend the feeling of cultivating in the central region. Sure enough, with the chanting, the feeling of cultivation just now became clearer, and his understanding of the fire gun art was one step closer. A few hours later, Lu Ming entered the central region again to cultivate the firearms control art. Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated in the central area. When his essential qi was exhausted, he returned to the outer area to recover. Then, he combined it with the chanting of sutras to comprehend the fire gun art. Lu Ming's comprehension of the fire gun control art was rapidly improving. In just half a month, Lu Ming's fire gun controlling art had a breakthrough and entered the second level, which was a small success. In addition, Lu Ming had killed no less than 10 fire attribute demonic beasts in the past half a month. 5 of them were at the 8th grade of second level, and 1 was even at the 9th grade of second level. The others were all below 8th grade second level. After devouring and refining the demonic beast's blood essence, coupled with half a month's hard work, Lu Ming's cultivation finally broke through again, reaching the 8th grade master realm. Such a cultivation base was already considered extremely high among the bronze disciples of the mystical sword sect. Once again, Lu Ming exhausted his essential qi and retreated to the outer area. He meditated in a secluded pile of rocks to recover. When Lu Ming's essential qi had recovered by about half, he suddenly heard a commotion not far away. "No, why did you catch me? I'm just an ordinary person without any cultivation. I can't help you. I'm only at 3rd grade warrior realm, so I can't help you. Please let me go." Sounds of begging for mercy could be heard. "Shut up, what's with all the noise? If I say you can help, then you can help. It's your 8 lifetimes of good fortune to be able to help the disciples of my 10 Directions Sword School." A cold shout rang out. From the voice, it was a young man. "Young heroes of the 10 Directions Sword School, if I can help you, I will definitely help. But you want us to enter the central region, and even get close to the inner region. It's very dangerous there. With my cultivation, if I'm not careful, I will be burned to death. Please, young heroes, spare me." Some people begged for mercy. Immediately, the sound of a slap rang out. The young voice continued, "What are you talking about? What did I call you for? What are you doing? If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll cut you into pieces." The other side of the phone calmed down. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a figure appeared on the pile of rubble. It was a young man who was about 17 or 18 years old. He saw Lu Ming at a glance. "Haha, senior brother, there's one more person here." The young man laughed and looked at Lu Ming. "You really know how to hide, but do you think that hiding here is useful? Hurry up and come out and help us scout the way to the central region." Lu Ming frowned. He stopped the essential qi that he had recovered halfway and stood up. "Kid, hurry up and come out. Don't dawdle, I don't have time to waste with you." As the young man spoke, he swiped his claw at Lu Ming's throat. It was obvious that he wanted to grab Lu Ming and throw him out like a chicken. However, he was disappointed. Not only was he disappointed, but he was also shocked. This was because Lu Ming had also extended a hand and clawed at him. He was faster and more accurate than him as he grabbed his wrist. The strong force penetrated the bones of the young man's wrist, and the heart-piercing pain made the young man scream. "Arg! Little bastard, you dare to hurt me. You're courting death." The young man's other hand was about to slap Lu Ming. Lu Ming shouted coldly and his essential qi burst out. He swung the arm that was holding the young man's wrist. The young man's arm made a kacha-kacha sound and the bones in one of his arms broke into several pieces. He let out a blood-curdling scream and flew more than 10 meters away, falling heavily on the ground. "Arg! Ah! You little bastard, you're dead. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?" The young man struggled to get up, hugging his arms and crying out in a heart-wrenching voice. "Aren't you just a disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School? Is it that amazing?" Lu Ming pursed his lips. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Chapter 88 Spear Technique shows its might. "Since you know that I'm a disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School, why don't you kneel down and apologize?" The young man shouted. What an idiot. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. Could it be that everyone in the omnidirectional sword sect was like this? Since Lu Ming knew that he was a disciple of the omnidirectional sword sect and still dared to attack him, it was obvious that he was not afraid of the omnidirectional sword sect. He even asked Lu Ming to kneel down and apologize. If he was not an idiot, what was he? With a sway of his body, Lu Ming left the pile of rubble. At this moment, a few figures rushed over. They were all young people. Further away, there were 5 young men who surrounded more than a dozen secret practitioners and ordinary people who were picking up firestones. "Junior brother Zhao, what's going on?" One of the men who was running over asked. "Senior brother, this little bastard, he actually dared to sneak attack me. If you move, you have to cripple him for me." The young men from before shouted. "Brat, how dare you hurt a disciple of my 10 Directions Sword School? Now, I'll cripple your cultivation and then obediently help us scout the way inside. Perhaps we can still keep our lives." One of the chubby disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School said. He looked at Lu Ming coldly with an arrogant expression. Lu Ming touched his nose speechlessly. This was a disciple of the omnipresent sword sect. Why did they all have the same behavior and look like they were superior? The 10-direction sword school was indeed the #1 sect in the Burning Sun Empire, but there was no need for everyone to put on such a high and mighty expression, right? Kid, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The chubby young man shouted coldly. You asked me to scout the way in and even captured so many ordinary people. What do you want? Lu Ming did not answer. Instead, he asked curiously. Nonsense, is this something you can ask? Obediently go and scout the way. The chubby young man said coldly, then he threw a punch at Lu Ming's dantian. The chubby young man had the cultivation of a 7th-grade master realm. His punch was extremely powerful. If it landed, it would definitely destroy Lu Ming's cyclone and cripple his cultivation. This was the Shifang sword sect, extremely domineering. If they didn't agree, they would destroy your cultivation. The 10-direction sword school, hee. We'll have to fight them sooner or later, so I'll collect some interest first. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. Lu Yuntian might have fallen into the hands of the 10-direction sword sect. Lu Ming did not have a good impression of the 10-direction sword sect. Now, it was even worse. Lu Ming's flame dragon fist blasted out, and his fist force was faster and more ruthless. A punch accurately hit the fat young man's stomach. The fat young man's eyes instantly bulged out. Immediately, he let out a shrill scream. His fat body flew out like a ball, flying nearly 20 meters away before falling to the ground. He rolled a few times before stopping. You destroyed my cultivation. You actually destroyed my cultivation, bastard, bastard. The chubby young man let out a shrill scream. You're the only one allowed to cripple my cultivation, but I'm not allowed to cripple yours. The remaining 2 young men roared and unsheathed their long swords. 2 sharp sword lights burst out and attacked Lu Ming. The 2 of them were both 7th-grade master realm. With a move of his hand, the fire vein spear appeared. He swept the spear across. In the sky, a fiery red light flashed like a moon. The 2 young men from the 10-direction sword sect were unable to resist at all. They were sent flying by the long spear, and they vomited blood in the air. When they fell, they were no longer breathing. Lu Ming's shot had already broken their bones and their internal organs were shattered. The chubby young man and the young men from before were stunned. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the young man with the broken hand. Don't kill me. The young man with the broken hand shouted in fear. However, Lu Ming was unmoved. He raised his long spear. At this moment, the 5 disciples of the 10-direction sword school who had surrounded the stone pickers all rushed over. One of them let out a loud roar and revealed his powerful cultivation at the peak of the 8th-grade master realm. The young man with the broken hand cried out in fear and ran for his life toward the 5 disciples of the 10-direction sword school. However, Lu Ming swung the long spear in his hand and it shot out like lightning. It caught up with the young man with the broken hand in an instant and pierced through his chest from the back, nailing him to the ground. Die. Die. Little bastard, not only will you die, but your family and friends will also die. The peak 8th-grade master realm disciple let out an angry roar and rushed toward Lu Ming. Let's see who dies first. Using the dragon serpent steps, Lu Ming turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards the 5 men from the omnidirectional sword sect. When he passed by the one-armed young man, he pulled out his fire-patterned spear. Both parties were rapidly approaching. Wild wave slash. The 8th-grade master realm disciple roared. He held a huge sword that was as wide as a palm with both hands, and the sword light was like a storm, slashing toward Lu Ming. The fire vein spear shook and swept forward. The spear and the sword clashed, sending sparks flying in all directions and creating a massive boom. The disciple from the omnipresent sword sect trembled and took a dozen steps back, while Lu Ming's body trembled and swayed slightly. The next moment, the other 4 disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect slashed their swords at Lu Ming. Out of the 5 major sects of the Blazing Sun Empire, only the 10-direction sword school and the mystical sword school specialized in sword techniques, and the sword techniques they specialized in were slightly different. The sword techniques cultivated by the 10-direction sword school leaned towards being firm and fierce. they were bold and powerful. The 4 disciples from the omnipresent sword school, 2 8th grade and 2 7th grade master realm, joined forces. Their sword chi was like a raging wave, sweeping toward Lu Ming. As he attacked, he also used bloodline explosion, which was much more powerful. However, they were facing Lu Ming, who had already cultivated the black level low-level martial arts technique to the 2nd level. Lan Yu. Lu Ming's eyes were bright. The essential chi in his entire body burst out and he swept his spear. Boom. 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 There were 4 consecutive explosions, and at the same time, 4 screams. The 2 7th grade Master Realm disciples were instantly killed and sent flying far away. The 2 8th grade Master Realm young men weren't any better off. They were sent flying for more than 10 meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. They coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and were also severely injured. 1 spear strike had killed 2 and injured 2, shocking the peak 8th grade Master Realm disciple. However, Lu Ming would not give him any chance to catch his breath. He rushed forward a few steps and then jumped high up, smashing the fire-patterned gun down. Landslide. The long spear smashed down with a shrill whistling sound. The disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School turned pale. He exploded with all his strength and circulated the power of his bloodline to the extreme. His combat sword slashed upwards. The spear hit the combat sword, and the force whistled out, forming a gust of wind that swept in all directions. The stone under the disciple's feet exploded. He couldn't stand still and knelt down. The stone on his knee exploded. Chapter 89. Chapter 89, Chapter 89 Extinct Volcano. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground like a pool of mud. The spear had shattered both his arms, and the powerful impact had also shattered his internal organs. He was dead for sure. The power of the black-grade low-level martial arts technique was finally on display. Lu Ming had only cultivated it to the 2nd level, but its power was double that of the yellow-grade high-level martial arts technique's 6th level. How could he be so strong? Who are they? The disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School asked unwillingly as he coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. With his cultivation at the peak of the 8th grade Master Realm, he was actually defeated in one move. The cultivation that Lu Ming revealed was clearly only at the 8th grade Master Realm. Lu Ming of the mystical sword sect. The young man murmured. His eyes then became unfocused and his vitality completely disappeared. At the same time, the other 2 8th grade Master Realm experts had also died. Their internal organs were also crushed by Lu Ming. Although the spear technique was not as varied as the sword technique, it was more violent, more direct, and more overbearing. The chubby young man was the only one left. At this moment, the chubby young man's face was deathly pale. His body was constantly trembling, and cold sweat was flowing down his face. Lu Ming walked towards the fat young man step by step. The chubby young man shouted in shock. Tell me, what does the 10 Directions Sword sect want by capturing so many ordinary stone hunters? Lu Ming asked coldly. I can say it, but you have to promise not to kill me. The chubby young man rolled his eyes and shouted. Oh. You don't want to say it? Then you can go to hell. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he raised the long spear in his hand. The chubby young man was so scared that his soul almost scattered. He shouted, I'll talk, I'll talk, I'll talk. Lu Ming looked at him coldly, waiting for him to continue. We came with senior brother Zheng. He said he would bring us here to search for treasures, so we came. Senior brother Zheng said that he had read about an extinct volcano near the inner area of the Southridge fire field in the ancient books. Recorded by his ancestors. There are treasures inside. The chubby young man hurriedly explained. Then why did you catch so many ordinary stone hunters? Lu Ming asked. Because the area around the extinct volcano is very unstable. Lava and flames will burst out from time to time. The ground will even sink in. We need someone to find a safe way to enter the extinct volcano. The chubby young man was scared to death and spoke in full detail. Lu Ming frowned. It was obvious that they wanted to use the stone hunters' lives to find a way for them. This was what martial arts powerhouses were like. In their eyes, the lives of ordinary people were like ants. Lu Ming would never show mercy to his enemies. However, he could not disregard the lives of others for his own selfish reasons. What treasures are there in that extinct volcano? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and asked. I don't know about that. Senior Brother Zheng didn't tell us. I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? The chubby young man begged, but he was thinking about how to ask Senior Brother Zheng to kill Lu Ming after he escaped. Wait a minute, I have another question. What's your Senior Brother Zheng's cultivation? Is there anyone who is stronger than him? The chubby young man answered honestly, Senior Brother Zheng is a famous genius of our 10-direction sword school. He has already won 8 consecutive victories on the bronze platform. He's not much weaker than the geniuses on the bronze ranking. Among the senior and junior brothers who came this time, Senior Brother Zheng is the strongest. 8 consecutive wins on the bronze list. The division of ranks among the disciples of the 5 major sects of the Blazing Sun Empire was similar. They were all divided into 3 ranks, bronze, silver, and gold. Similarly, there were bronze and silver lists in every sect. The rules were exactly the same. All right, I've said what you wanted me to say. Can you let me go now? The chubby young man said. Let you go? When did I say I would let you go? Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he thrust the long spear and pierced the fat young man's heart. 8 consecutive wins on the bronze platform. I wonder how powerful the 8 consecutive wins on the bronze platform of the 10-direction sword sect are. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Back then, he had vomited blood from He Tai's punch. He Tai had won 8 consecutive victories on the bronze platform of the mystical sword sect. They both had 8 consecutive wins on the bronze platform, but they belonged to 2 different sections. Their abilities might not be the same, but the difference would not be too great. Lu Ming's combat strength had improved greatly during this period of time. It was a good time to test the results. Following that, Lu Ming devoured all the blood essence of the omnidirectional sword sect disciples and found a place to refine them. As for the stone hunters, they had already fled like a swarm of bees when the Shifang sword sect disciples were killed. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's essential qi had fully recovered and he had reached his peak. Then, Lu Ming ran in the direction of the extinct volcano that the chubby young man had mentioned. In the southern ridge fire field, in the depths of the central area, near the inner area, there was a tall, dead volcano. It was unknown when this volcano had stopped erupting, but the temperature around it was still astonishingly high. The ground was red. A few thousand meters away from the extinct volcano, there were more than 20 young men. Needless to say, they were all disciples of the 10-direction sword school. More than 20 disciples of the 10-direction sword school surrounded more than 30 stone hunters. More than 30 stone hunters gathered together, their faces terrified and trembling. Young heroes of the 10-direction sword school, I beg you. It's really dangerous there. If you let us explore the way, we'll be sending ourselves to our deaths. I have old and young people to take care of. I beg you, please let me go back. A burly man in his 50s kept bowing and begging. With a flash of sword light, the burly man's head flew high into the air. So noisy. You want to leave? I'll send you on your way now. A disciple from the 10-direction sword school sheathed his sword and said coldly. The other stone hunters suddenly kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to speak again. However, the look of despair on their faces became even more intense. You, hurry up and scout the way. If you're lucky enough to walk past, you can still keep your dog life. A disciple from the 10-direction sword sect pointed at a dark-skinned man. The burly man's eyes were filled with despair, and his body trembled. If you don't want to go, then die now. The disciple from the 10-direction sword school said coldly. I'll go, I'll go. The burly man said in a trembling voice. Then, he walked out while trembling. If they went out to explore, they might still have a way out. If they didn't go, they would die. This burly man must have cultivated martial arts, but he had not awakened his bloodline. He was only at the first-grade warrior realm. He walked forward carefully, and soon, he had walked more than 200 meters. Suddenly, a stream of lava rushed out from the ground and directly submerged the burly man. Arg! The burly man screamed and turned into a ball of fire. In a few breaths, he was turned into a pile of charcoal. The temperature of the lava was terrifyingly high. Chapter 90. Chapter 90, The Weak Are Like Ants. A living person was instantly turned into charcoal. This scene was truly terrifying. When the other stone hunters saw this, they were so scared that they couldn't stop trembling. However, the disciples of the 10-direction sword school were very calm, even cold. Mark the places you just passed. Among the 10-direction sword sect disciples, a dark-skinned young man with a cold expression ordered. This cold-looking young man was the Shifang sword sect's senior brother Zheng Ko. He didn't even look at the stone hunters. In his eyes, these stone hunters were just ants, tools to be used. His eyes were fixed on the extinct volcano in front of him. According to the records left by our ancestors, this is the place. I must get the fire spirit milk. As long as I get the fire spirit milk, my physical body will definitely be able to cultivate to the 2nd grade. In that case, my strength will increase greatly, and I will definitely be able to win 10 consecutive battles on the bronze platform and enter the bronze list. It's not just breaking through to the 2nd grade, it's even going to reach a higher level. 300 years ago, our ancestor got the fire spirit milk here. Now that 300 years have passed, there must be a lot of fire spirit milk. If there is enough, it's not entirely impossible to break through to the 3rd grade. Haha, in that case, how much can my combat strength improve? Zheng Qian thought fanatically. Yes, senior brother Zheng. Yes. The Shifang sword sect disciple replied. Then, he threw out balls of white powder and scattered them on the spot where the burly men had just passed, forming a safe path. Now, you, go and scout the path. The disciple from the 10-direction sword school pointed at a young man in his 20s. The young man's face instantly turned pale. His face was filled with despair and cold sweat. He cried out, I beg you, please let me go. I beg you. Ahai, young heroes, I beg you to let Ahai go. Let me take his place. He's still young. A white-haired old man walked out and knelt on the ground, kowtowing non-stop. Grandpa, don't. You can't go. Let me do it, let me do it. I beg you to let Ahai go. He's still young. The old man didn't seem to hear the young man's words and continued to kowtow. Oh. What a loving grandfather-grandson pair. All right, this young master will be lenient. Old man, you go scout the way. A flat-nosed disciple from the 10-direction sword sect waved his hand and said. Grandpa, Grandpa, don't go. The young man's tears flowed down as he shouted. Ahai, I'm already old. It doesn't matter anymore, but you must live on. The old man warned the young man, and then walked forward without looking back. The young man looked on in despair. The burly men from before had passed through the first 200 meters. It was very safe, and the old man had passed through smoothly. At this point, the old man carefully avoided the place where the lava had spurted out and continued forward. However, before he had even walked 100 meters, the ground suddenly split open when the old man stomped his foot. The old man fell straight down. Then, there was a shrill scream, and after a few breaths, there was no sound. Grandpa. The young man let out a desperate roar. The other stone hunters were even more flustered, their faces pale. Make a mark. Zheng continued to order. Balls of white powder were thrown out, marking the safe routes and the dangerous places. You, it's your turn, go up. The flat-nosed disciple pointed at the young man from before. The young man's expression changed drastically. Just now, he cried out. My grandfather has already taken my place. Why are you still asking me to go? Replace you. I never said that he was going in your place. He was the one who requested to go first, so of course I have to satisfy him. Now it's your turn. The flat-nosed disciple from the 10-direction sword sect said coldly with a playful expression on his face. The other disciples of the 10-direction sword sect looked on indifferently. No, you can't do this, I won't go. The young man kept shaking his head and shouting. The other stone hunters kept quiet out of fear. They did not dare to say a word for fear of being noticed by the disciples of the 10-direction sword school. You're not. The flat-nosed disciple's face turned cold, and he grinned hideously. You don't want to go, right? If you don't want to go, I'll send you on your way now to accompany your dead grandpa. He waved his sword and a cold killing intent enveloped the young man's body. The young man's eyes were filled with fear. In the end, he still trembled and moved forward. After the young man walked a few dozen meters forward, he suddenly started to escape to the side. You want to escape? You're looking for death. The flat-nosed disciple shouted and exhaled. He held his sword with both hands and slashed down at the young man who had escaped. A beam of sword chi shot out and instantly crossed dozens of meters, cutting the young man in half. I've said it before. If you obediently go and explore the path, you might still have a chance to live. If you want to escape, the only path is death. The flat-nosed disciple of the 10 Directions sword sect sneered. He then pointed and said, "You, go scout the path." Those who were pointed at walked out in despair, trembling as they moved forward, hoping that they were lucky enough to reach the end. But the result was still death. Just like that, one by one, they picked up the stones and went forward to explore the way. One by one, they died in the fire and lava. However, the safe route was slowly being discovered. The closer one got to the extinct volcano, the more dangerous it was, and the more unstable the underground was. More than a dozen of the 30 stone hunters had died in the blink of an eye. At this moment, they were still about 100 meters away from the extinct volcano. He called a few more people to investigate, and finally, a complete and safe path appeared. "Young heroes, can we go now?" One of the remaining stone hunters asked in a low voice. "Leave. Where to?" "The information here cannot be leaked out." Zheng, who hadn't spoken the entire time, spoke. What? What's the meaning of this?" The stone hunter's face changed. "What do you mean?" "All of you will die." The flat-nosed disciple of the 10 Directions sword sect laughed sinisterly. No, you said that as long as you found a safe path, you would let us go. You can't do this. You are disciples of the 10 Directions sword school. You can't go back on your word. I'm begging you. No, I don't want to die. I curse you to die a horrible death. More than 10 stone hunters had already had hope, but at this time, their faces were filled with despair and they started to shout crazily. Curse us. You all know that we are disciples of the 10 Directions sword school. Who would dare to kill us? The flat-nosed disciple of the 10 Directions sword sect sneered. Eh? There's a person there, walking towards us. Suddenly, a disciple of the 10 Directions sword school shouted. The rest of the people couldn't help but look over. From the right, a young figure was walking towards them. The figure was about 15 or 16 years old. He had a slender figure and a delicate face. However, his eyes were extremely cold, so cold that it was terrifying. This young man was Lu Ming. Chapter 91. Chapter 91 Destruction. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the entire scene. He could roughly guess what had happened when he saw the charred bodies. In his heart, a cold and sharp killing intent burst out. Although warriors had great power, they had their own rules and pride. Ordinary warriors would not kill ordinary people. However, these disciples of the 10 Directions sword school had already lost their bottom line. In order to achieve their goals, they would do anything. Lu Ming's killing intent had never been so strong. Sensing the killing intent from Lu Ming, the eyes of the disciples from the omnidirectional sword sect narrowed. Zheng frowned. He remembered that he had sent 9 people in that direction, but not only had no one come, but an unfamiliar teenager had also come. Something was wrong. Zheng's expression changed. Lu Ming took one step at a time. It seemed slow, but he was actually very fast. In a few breaths, he was in front of the disciple from the omnipresent sword sect. Kid, how did you get here? And where are the disciples of my 10 Directions sword school? Did you see it? A disciple of the 10 Directions sword school asked loudly. I did, but they're all dead. Lu Ming responded indifferently. The 20 or so disciples of the 10 Directions sword school all had a change in expression. Someone shouted, Tell me, how did you die? Lu Ming smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, the fire-patterned spear appeared. A powerful aura burst out. Of course I killed them. Now, I'll send you down to accompany them. You killed him. Brat, you're quite bold. Little bastard, how dare you kill the disciples of my 10 Directions Sword School? You're dead. Not only you, but your family will also be dead. Tell me, what method did you use to sneak attack? You still want to kill us? You're overestimating yourself. I'll kill you. Lu Ming's words caused a commotion. A burly young man strode out with a huge sword in his hand and slashed at Lu Ming's head. If this sword hit, it would definitely split Lu Ming into two. A bolt of lightning flashed and the burly young man's body suddenly stiffened. With a clang, his sword fell to the ground. Then, he clenched his throat with both hands. His eyes were wide open like a dead fish, revealing a look of disbelief. There was a bloody hole in his throat, and blood was flowing out. Lightning pursuit of the fire gun art was the fastest move in the fire gun art. The surrounding disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect did not even see how Lu Ming had attacked. Those who kill will always be killed. If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. The burly young man fell to the ground and struggled a few times before he stopped breathing. Good kill. More than 10 stone hunters shouted in their hearts. Although they did not dare to shout it out, they were very happy in their hearts. Zheng's eyes narrowed. What a fast speed. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Go to hell. At once, more than a dozen disciples from the omnidirectional sword school roared and leaped high into the air, slashing out sharp sword chi at Lu Ming from the front. The weakest of the disciples was at the 6th grade master realm, while the strongest was at the 8th grade master realm. The combined power of the dozen of them was extremely terrifying. Even a 9th grade master realm expert would be chopped to death by the swords. However, Lu Ming did not move at all. He did not even blink. Fire gun art fire dance. All of a sudden, Lu Ming held the end of the spear in his hand. The long spear swayed and pierced forward. The sound of the long spear vibrating could be heard. Then, fiery red flames suddenly appeared in the sky. These flames were scarlet red, poignant, and beautiful. They were like flowers of flames, and they also seemed to be dancing. When the flower of flames bloomed, the scene suddenly rang out with a series of miserable screams. The 10 or so disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect retreated in unison. Fresh blood scattered in the air, and it was extremely tragic. There was a bloody hole in each of the 10 or so disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School, either in their throats or hearts. In one move, 13 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School were killed. However, Lu Ming did not stop at all. He strode forward and swept his long spear horizontally. Bang bang. A series of bone-cracking sounds were heard, and the 8 young men from the 10 Directions Sword School were sent flying far away. He fell to the ground and stopped breathing. It was a complete sweep. This was Lu Ming's current combat strength. With his black-grade low-level martial skill, fire gun scripture, cultivated to the 2nd stage and his cultivation breaking through to the early 8th grade master realm, his battle prowess had increased to a terrifying level. There were only 3 disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School left. One was Zheng, and the other was a 9th grade master realm expert. The other one was the flat-nosed young man. As he was standing close to the stone hunters, Lu Ming's attack did not affect him. At this moment, the flat-nosed young man's expression changed drastically, and his legs and stomach trembled. Zheng's expression also became extremely grave. Your combat power is very strong, but you've killed so many of our 10 Directions Sword School's disciples. From now on, no one will be able to save you, no matter whether you're in heaven or in hell. Zheng's voice was cold. As long as I kill all of you, who will know that I did it? Lu Ming smiled indifferently. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me. I admit that you're very strong, and I'm not sure if I can kill you. But you want to kill me? I'll let you know how laughable your words are. Zheng Qian pointed his sword at Lu Ming, and a powerful red sword aura flickered. Brother Zhao, let's kill him together. Die. Zheng Jiao suddenly shouted. He leaped up and slashed his sword at Lu Ming. The combat sword cut through the air, producing an ear-piercing sonic boom. At the same time, on the other side, the 9th grade Master Realm disciple from the Omnipresent Sword School also burst out and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming lifted it upwards. The spear and the 2 swords clashed, causing a violent vibration. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly and he took 3 steps back. Zheng was also thrown back a few meters, landing on the ground. As for the 9th grade Master Realm young man, he was thrown back a dozen meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. This Xingjia is so powerful. Although they had only exchanged one move, Lu Ming could sense that the power that Jing Qian's combat sword was spreading out was extremely powerful. It was like a raging wave that was continuous. The other 9th grade Master Realm youngman was trash compared to him. He was definitely not weaker than Yi Tai. The reason why Lu Ming retreated was basically because of Zheng. At this moment, Zheng was also extremely shocked. Lu Ming's strength had also exceeded his expectations. He was not weaker than him. In fact, he was even stronger. There was nothing much to say. The two sides were already mortal enemies, and it would only end when one side fell. The two sides fought again. The two of them erupted with their bloodlines. This time, Jing was the main attacker, while the other 9th grade Master Realm youth sneaked an attack from the side. For a moment, Lu Ming was somewhat passive. As for the flat-nosed youngster, he couldn't do anything at all. He could only watch anxiously from the side. Chapter 92. Chapter 92, Killing Zheng. Cross-shaped killing sword. Zheng Jiao wielded a huge sword that was wider than his palm. His attack was extremely overbearing. As he slashed out, the sword radiance formed across and slashed down at Lu Ming. Its power was immense. Broken armor. Lu Ming's long spear trembled. The tip of the spear formed a spinning cutting force that collided with Zheng Jiao's sword gleam. There was a loud explosion. Lu Ming took 2 steps back while Zheng Jiao took 3 steps back. In a head-on confrontation, Lu Ming had the upper hand. This Zheng, how can his attack be so strong? The martial skill he used is clearly not a black-grade martial skill, but a yellow-grade upper-level martial skill. Although it has already been cultivated to an extremely high level, its attack power can't possibly be this strong. There was a flash of suspicion in Lu Ming's eyes. Although Zheng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th grade Master Realm and he had even activated a 5th level Blood Meridian, without a black level martial arts technique, it was impossible for his attack power to be so strong. He was actually only at a slight disadvantage when he fought Lu Ming head-on. Lu Ming's essential qi was 3 times more condensed than ordinary essential qi. In addition, he had already cultivated the flaming gun technique to the 2nd level. Lu Ming could defeat an ordinary 9th grade peak Master Realm martial artist in one move. Oh right, it's the body. This Xingjia's body is extremely strong. He should have cultivated the path of body refinement. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered that Jing Gan's muscles were bulging, and his skin was covered with a faint red glow. It must be his physical body. Jing had cultivated a body tempering technique. When his physical body was combined with essential qi, he could erupt with astonishing combat power. That was why he could fight against Lu Ming. At this moment, a sword light was rapidly piercing toward Lu Ming. How troublesome. Lu Ming frowned. He swung his long spear and it collided with a thin sword. A figure retreated far away. It was the 9th grade Master Realm disciple from the 10 Direction Sword School. Although the disciple's attack power was not strong, his body movement was not weak. He was slippery and sneaky. He took advantage of Lu Ming's flaws to launch a sneak attack. If I use my bloodline power, I can defeat them easily. However, I can't always rely on my bloodline power. It can only be used as a trump card and can't be used in regular battles. I'll just rely on my current state to finish them off. Lu Ming took a step forward and charged toward Jing Jian. The long spear came down from above and smashed down heavily. Zheng's eyes focused, and he used his sword to block. The rock under Zheng's feet shattered, and he retreated. He's only at the early stage of the 8th grade Master Realm. Even though he's cultivated a black grade martial skill, how can he be so powerful? My physical body has already been cultivated to complete grade 1, but I'm still no match for him. Zheng Qian's shock could not be any greater. It was normal to suppress him if they were of the same level. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 8th grade Master Realm. How did he do it? Lu Ming's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He continuously attacked Zheng, using Zheng to practice his spear technique. The surging dragon-shaped vital energy was continuously infused into the long spear. It was extremely smooth. One spear after another, Lu Ming was like an invincible general who was galloping on the battlefield. Zheng was completely suppressed. At this moment, a sword light suddenly stabbed toward Lu Ming's back. "I'm just waiting for you to make your move." A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He swept his long spear across without turning his head. A ray of red moonlight flashed, and the 9th grade Master Realm disciple was shocked. He used his movement technique to retreat. But it was too late. The spear was 8 feet long, and with the arm ruler, the 3-meter distance was completely covered. "Block it." The 9th grade Master Realm Shifang Sword School disciple turned pale with fright and used his long sword to block in front of him. However, his long sword was thin, so it couldn't be blocked at the root. Lu Ming's long spear struck his long sword. A violent force exploded and the long sword bent. The body of the sword and the body of the spear struck his chest heavily. The Shifang Sword School disciple's body was sent flying like a sandbag. His body was stuck to the ground and slid for dozens of meters, creating a deep ditch on the hard ground. By the time he stopped, he was no longer breathing. A 9th grade Master Realm expert was killed by Lu Ming's spear. After sending the 9th grade Master Realm disciple flying, Lu Ming's long spear did not stop. It continued to move forward and clashed with Zheng Jiao's attack. "Now, there's no one to disturb me. I can finish you off." Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. He took a step forward and his long spear struck out like lightning. Zheng did his best to block. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 10 moves. The more Lu Ming fought, the more courageous he became. His understanding of the fire gun art became deeper and his power became greater. Zheng was completely outmatched and was forced to retreat. Not far away, the flat-nosed young man's face turned pale. He suddenly shouted, "Senior brother Zheng, hold on for now. I'll return to the sect first and report to the elders to avenge you." Then, he ran away. "Damn it!" Zheng roared. "He does deserve to die. Don't worry, after I'm done with you, I'll kill him for you." The spear struck Zheng's sword, causing him to retreat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The repeated battles had caused his muscles to tremble non-stop. The web between his thumb and forefinger had split open, and blood was seeping out. If it was not for his strong physical body that allowed him to unleash his essential chi without thinking of the consequences, he would have been killed by Lu Ming. Even so, he was severely injured. True chi. His true chi is too powerful. It's unstoppable. Zheng's eyes were filled with fear. "Wait a minute. As long as you let me go, I can forget about the fact that you killed so many of my 10 Direction Sword School's disciples. I won't pursue this matter. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the anger of the 10 Direction Sword School." Zheng Qian shouted timidly. "You're still threatening me at a time like this? What an idiot." Lu Ming said indifferently. The long spear did not stop and it was aimed at Zheng Jiao. Tang, tang, tang. Zheng Qian retreated 7 or 8 steps, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries had worsened. "Stop, stop, treasure. There are treasures in that extinct volcano. As long as you spare me, I can give you half, yes, half." Zheng shouted. "No need. As long as I kill you, everything will be mine. I'm not going to play with you anymore. That junior brother of yours has already run far away. If you continue playing, he might really get away." Lu Ming's lips twitched and his body suddenly flashed red. He had tested enough, so there was no need to keep it. The spear turned into a bolt of lightning, much faster than before. Zheng couldn't block it at all. No. Buffed. The long spear pierced through his heart. Zheng's hands tightly gripped the spear, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth as he hoarsely shouted, "You who the hell are you?" Lu Ming pulled out his long spear and stomped on the ground. He chased after the flat-nosed young man like a bolt of lightning. Then, his voice came from afar, "Lu Ming of the mystical sword sect." Lu Ming's figure had already disappeared. Zheng muttered, the life in his eyes quickly dissipating. Chapter 93. Chapter 93 Counting the Harvest. Lu Ming's body was like the wind, extremely fast. He used the dragon serpent steps to its maximum. Although it was only a yellow rank lower level movement technique, Lu Ming's speed was still extremely fast under the explosion of his powerful essential qi. In just a few minutes, he saw the flat-nosed young man's figure. Hearing the sound of the wind, the flat-nosed young man turned around and was almost scared out of his wits. How could he be so fast? Could Zheng have been killed? He had originally thought that Zheng could at least block another 100 moves. Arg. Ah. Don't come over. The flat-nosed youngster ran frantically, shouting wildly. However, the distance between him and Lu Ming continued to close. The flat-nosed youngster simply couldn't escape. Plop. At this time, the flat-nosed young man suddenly stopped, turned around, and knelt down with a plop. His actions were done in one go. Please, please, please don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I won't say a word about what happened today. The flat-nosed young man kept kowtowing and shouting. Why should I believe you? Lu Ming said with a cold smile. I can swear, I swear, I will never tell anyone. If I tell anyone, I will die a horrible death. The flat-nosed young man pointed to the sky and swore. Sure, I can give you a chance. Lu Ming suddenly smiled coldly and kicked him. This kick landed directly on the flat-nosed young man's dantian, scattering his qi current. Arg. Didn't you say that you would give me a chance after you destroyed my cultivation? The flat-nosed young man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Don't worry, I'll give you a chance. Lu Ming grabbed the flat-nosed young man's neck and walked toward the extinct volcano as if he was carrying a little chick. Soon, they arrived at the place where the battle had taken place. At that moment, the stone hunters had all escaped. What are you trying to do? The flat-nosed young man asked in a trembling voice. It's very simple. Walk forward and explore the path. However, you're not allowed to take the path that has already been explored. Walk on the other side. Lu Ming pointed in the direction of the extinct volcano and said indifferently. In an instant, the flat-nosed young man's face turned pale. His voice trembled as he said, Haven't we already found the path to the extinct volcano? Why do you still want me to scout the way? No, I'm not going. Don't. You like to ask others to help you find the way. Now, I want you to try it yourself. It's fine if you don't want to go, but I'll send you to reunite with your senior and junior brothers now. Lu Ming waved his long spear. The spear glowed and a cold killing intent enveloped the flat-nosed young man. No, no, you can't do this to me. There are dangers everywhere. I'll die if I go. I'm begging you, let me go. The flat-nosed young man was covered in cold sweat and his body was trembling non-stop. Especially when he thought of how the stone hunters had been burned to death, he shuddered. Before, when he had watched others go to explore the way, he had gloated and acted arrogantly, as if he was watching ants struggling on their deathbeds. He had no pity at all. But now, when it was his turn, he was more afraid than anyone. This is your only chance. My patience is limited. I'll count to 3. If you don't go after 3, then you don't have to go. To deal with such a person, what could be more satisfying than giving him a taste of his own medicine? 1. 2. When Lu Ming was about to say 3, the flat-nosed young man finally could not take the pressure and shouted. Then, his body trembled and he walked forward step by step. The further he walked, the more his body trembled. When he had walked more than 100 meters, a foul smell came out, and he was so scared that he peed himself. Suddenly, a gas burst out from under his feet. The flat-nosed young man was so frightened that his soul flew out of his body. He screamed and fell straight down. Lu Ming frowned. He walked up to take a look and was instantly speechless. The flat-nosed young man's face was ashen. He was not breathing at all. He was actually scared to death by a stream of hot air. Lu Ming shook his head and walked back to collect his spoils. These were the disciples of the omnipresent sword school. They must have many valuable things on them. Lu Ming would not miss this opportunity. As he searched for the spoils of war, he devoured their blood essence one by one. After the search, Lu Ming left the place and returned to the outer area. He then entered the supreme shrine and began to refine the blood essence. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 8th grade master realm, the blood essence of martial artists below the 8th grade master realm was of little use to him. Only those above the 8th grade master realm would be of some help. After refining all the blood essence of the omnidirectional sword school disciple, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved to a certain extent. However, it was not by much. He was still a distance away from the middle 8th grade master realm. After refining the blood essence, Lu Ming began to check his spoils of war. With a wave of his hand, 2 storage rings appeared. It was a pleasant surprise that 2 of the disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School had storage rings. One was from Jingjia, and the other was from the 9th grade Master Realm youth. Then, with a thought, a pile of items appeared in the Supreme Shrine. Lu Ming started to count the silver notes. Why is there only so little? After counting, Lu Ming frowned slightly. The silver notes of the 20 or so disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School only added up to 4 million taels. More than 4 million taels of silver seemed like a lot, but it depended on where he had gotten it. The 10 or so disciples of the Shifang Sword School were at least at the 6th grade Master Realm. On average, each of them only had less than 200,000 taels of silver. This was considered very little. On second thought, Lu Ming felt at ease. It was very normal. Just like him, the extra silver was exchanged for contribution points, which were then used to exchange for resources that were useful to him to improve his strength. Most of the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School were the same. They kept some silver on them and exchanged the rest. After keeping the silver notes, Lu Ming looked at the other items. There were some scattered pills that were not worth much money. Lu Ming put them aside. In the end, his gaze fell on a few books. Wild Wave Slash, a yellow-grade low-level sword technique. Soaring Cloud Steps, a yellow-grade high-level movement technique. Huan Yuan Technique, a yellow-grade upper-level cultivation skill. Lu Ming was overjoyed to learn 3 cultivation methods and martial arts techniques in a row. Generally speaking, sect disciples like them would rarely have cultivation methods and martial skill secret books on them, because most cultivation methods and martial skill secret books were rented from the sect's library hall to cultivate. There was a time limit, and when the time was up, they would have to return it. Of course, there were also exceptions. Some people had a fortuitous encounter and obtained some cultivation methods and martial skill secret books. These cultivation methods and secret books were for their own private use. For example, these books were mostly privately owned by the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. He had obtained the cloud treading steps from the 9th grade Master Realm youth. If he were to sell these 3 cultivation methods and martial skill manuals, they would be worth at least 5 to 6 million silver. He had really profited. However, when Lu Ming's gaze landed on the 4th book, he was greatly shocked. Flaming Vajra Arts, a body tempering technique. Chapter 94. Chapter 94, 9th grade physical body. This was actually a body tempering cultivation technique. It seemed that Zheng was cultivating this flaming Vajra arts. Body tempering cultivation techniques were extremely rare in the Divine Wilderness continent. Furthermore, body tempering cultivation techniques were known for being difficult and slow to cultivate. By cultivating a body tempering technique, one's body would constantly become stronger and possess all sorts of unbelievable abilities. According to the strength of the body was divided into 9 grades. Rank 1 was the weakest and rank 9 was the strongest. There were 3 levels: lower tier, upper tier, and peak tier. However, the path of body refinement wasn't a single path. It was a type of martial Dao, a supplementary type. Just like the path of inscription, it supplemented the martial Dao. This was because if one's physical body wasn't combined with martial arts, one wouldn't be able to unleash the power it should have. For example, the 1st grade physical body was not corresponding to the martial warrior realm. Without genuine qi and all kinds of martial arts techniques, the body alone was just an empty force. A grade 1 body was no match for a warrior realm martial artist. Even if he had a 2nd grade body, he was no match for a martial warrior. However, this did not mean that one's body was weak and cultivation was useless. Body refinement was an auxiliary to martial arts. Once a strong body, genuine qi, and various martial arts techniques were combined, an unimaginable power would burst out. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but it was an exponential increase. For example, the stronger one's physical body was, the more true energy one could unleash without any restraint, without having to worry about harming one's body. Some powerful martial skills and even secret skills were very harmful to the body. Without a strong body, one could not withstand them. Furthermore, the stronger one's physical body was, the more incredible one's abilities would be. The stronger one's physical body was, the stronger one's vitality and recovery rate would be. Even if one was injured, one would be able to recover very quickly. It was said that when one's physical body was strong enough, one could control the muscles, bones, and bones of the entire body. They could control every single strand of muscle, and they could instantly seal the wound when they were injured. He could also control his muscles and bones to change his shape and appearance. It was extremely wonderful. If he was stronger, he could even regrow a severed limb or even regrow a drop of blood. Of course, these were just legends. Therefore, the path of body refinement existed to support the path of martial arts. When combined with martial arts, it could produce a powerful force. Zheng Jia was a good example. He did not cultivate black-level martial arts techniques, but his physical body was much stronger than Lu Ming's. With a yellow-level upper-level martial arts technique, he could burst out with strength that could compete with Lu Ming. This was especially true for some close combat martial artists who cultivated palm, fist, and claw techniques. If they combined it with a strong body, their strength would increase to a terrifying level. Lu Ming hurriedly opened the Flaming Vajra art and read it. After watching it, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. The Blaze Titan art can at most allow one to cultivate a third-grade body. From the looks of it, Zheng should have only cultivated to the great circle of first grade, not second grade. That's enough. If I can cultivate a third-grade body, my strength will increase by at least a few times. Lu Ming's eyes gradually lit up. This wasn't just for show. As a martial artist's cultivation level increased, their true qi would also slowly temper their physical body, making it stronger. However, the process was too slow. It was said that once one reached the martial arts grandmaster realm, one's physical body would naturally improve to the first grade. However, that was not enough to satisfy the needs of a martial artist. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger and more condensed one's genuine qi would be. The pressure on one's meridians and physical body would also be stronger. Therefore, when a martial artist fought, he would subconsciously retain a part of his genuine qi to protect his meridians and physical body. Usually, one could unleash 100% of one's strength, but in the true sense, one couldn't even unleash 100% of one's strength. It was already good enough to unleash 80%. However, only after his body became strong could he not have any worries and be able to unleash all his true qi. This was especially true for Lu Ming. His essential qi was too strong and condensed. Hence, he subconsciously left more essential qi to protect his meridians and physical body. Therefore, to Lu Ming, this Flaming Vajra art was more important than the black-level martial arts technique. Lu Ming put down the book after carefully studying the cultivation method of the Flaming Vajra art. He looked at the fifth and last book. This book was not a cultivation technique or a battle technique, but a notebook. It was found in Zheng's storage ring. After flipping through it, the first few pages were of no importance to Lu Ming. He skipped through them and flipped through more than 10 pages. He found a few pages that had been marked before he saw the one that Lu Ming was interested in. These were the records of the extinct volcano. So that dormant volcano contains fire spirit milk, which is extremely useful for training the Flaming Vajra arts. So the treasure Zheng is looking for is fire spirit milk. Lu Ming's eyes lit up after reading it. Initially, the progress of the body tempering technique was extremely slow. Lu Ming did not expect to cultivate the Flaming Vajra arts to a profound level in a short period of time. It would not be of much use in a short period of time. However, it would be different if he had the fire spirit milk. He might be able to master the raging flame Vajra arts in a short time. He did not need much. As long as he could cultivate a first-grade body, it would be of great help to Lu Ming's combat strength. Let's go. Since we know, we can't miss this. After tidying up his things, Lu Ming had an idea. He left the Supreme Shrine and headed towards the central region. Back to the vicinity of the extinct volcano. The roars of demonic beasts rang out. 5 or 6 demonic beasts held the corpses of the 10 Direction Sword sect disciples in their mouths and ran away. It must have been the smell of blood that attracted the demonic beasts. Lu Ming ignored him and went to the path that the stone hunters, the disciples of the omnipresent sword sect, had asked to explore. There was a white powder mark here, and the outline of the road could be clearly seen. Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment and then stepped forward. He didn't walk very quickly. He circulated his true qi throughout his body and observed the ground with all his attention. The terrain in this area was constantly changing. Just because it was fine before didn't mean it was fine now. Fortunately, there were no accidents along the way. Lu Ming successfully passed this section of the road. After walking through this path, they would reach the foot of the dead volcano. There were thick piles of black rocks here, and they were very stable, so there was no need to worry about any flames or lava spurting out. Lu Ming climbed up. The extinct volcano was not tall, only a few hundred meters. Very soon, Lu Ming reached the top. In the middle of the mountain peak was a huge hole that was hundreds of meters deep. Below it was a black crystal that was as black as ink. According to the Jing family's ancient records, the fire spirit milk was right below this volcano. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming climbed down slowly along the walls. Soon, he climbed down the extinct volcano and reached the bottom. The black crystals below were extremely hard, and inside the wall of the extinct volcano, there was a deep pit. In the pit, Lu Ming saw a spiritual herb at a glance. This spiritual herb was fiery red and emitted a crystal-like luster. Flame crystal grass. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see the spiritual herb. This was one of the materials needed to cultivate the third level of the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming had come to the Lingnan fire field with the intention of finding the flame crystal grass. It was a pity that he had never found it, but he did not expect to find it here. Chapter 95. Chapter 95, Chapter 95 Refining the Body. Not only that, when Lu Ming walked closer to take a look, there was a pool of liquid at the root of the flame crystal grass. There was not much of it, but it was fiery red and had a crystal-like feeling, like it was formed by melting fire jade. Fire spirit milk, this is the fire spirit milk. There was indeed fire spirit milk here. No wonder the flame crystal grass could grow here. The fire spirit milk was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It could only be formed in places with extremely rich fire-type spiritual qi, and it contained rich fire-type essence. Lu Ming stepped forward and with a wave of his hand, a jade box and a jade bottle appeared. The jade box was made of ordinary white jade. Lu Ming had prepared it himself to store the spiritual herbs. The jade bottle was found in Zheng's storage ring. It was made of fire jade, and was perfect for storing the fire spiritual milk. He took out a sword, carefully dug out the flame crystal grass, and placed it into a jade box. Then, he circulated his true qi and sucked the fire spirit milk into the jade bottle. It's quite a lot, at least 2 caddies. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had thought that it would be a great opportunity to have 1 caddy. He did not expect to have 2 caddies. If I refine all of this fire spirit milk, how strong will my physical body be? At the very least, I can cultivate to upper rank 1, right? Lu Ming pondered in his heart and kept the things. He did not stop and went up along the stone wall. It was a smooth journey and he did not encounter any threats. Very soon, Lu Ming walked out of the central area and returned to the outer area. After returning to the outer area, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine directly. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Ming took out the flaming Vajra art and studied it in detail. Then, he took out the jade bottle that contained the fire spirit milk. Now, use the fire spirit milk to practice the raging flame Vajra art. Lu Ming opened the bottle and pondered for a moment. Then, he took a small sip. He swallowed a small mouthful of the fire spirit milk and it immediately erupted like a volcano. It emitted a scorching aura and violent energy that filled Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming's body was like a fireball. Nest, the energy of this fire spirit milk is too terrifying. It has exceeded my imagination. It's so hot and so painful. The energy of the fire spirit milk was extremely hot, burning Lu Ming's muscles, bones, and bones. In this situation, it was as if Lu Ming was being roasted in a raging fire. One could imagine the pain. I have to endure it. The reason why it hurts so much is because my body is too weak. I've never cultivated the path of body refinement before. I've only tempered it slowly with my true chi. After the first time, my body has improved, and the next time, it won't hurt so much. Lu Ming's mind whirred. He gritted his teeth and activated the flaming Vajra art. He started to absorb and refine this scorching energy. It was as if his body was a piece of iron that was being burned and forged in the raging flames. Lu Ming could even hear the sound of his body burning. This process lasted for a full 2 hours before the fire spirit milk's energy was completely refined. At this moment, the pain completely disappeared, and an extremely comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. My physical strength has indeed improved a lot. Lu Ming felt the changes in his body carefully. He discovered that although his body didn't become much stronger, his muscles were much tougher, and his entire body was filled with strength. His blood and qi surged in his veins, full of vitality. His body's functions were stronger than before. The raging inferno Vajra art and the fire spirit milk are a perfect match. I only refined a small mouthful of it, and it has such an improvement. Although I haven't reached the first grade physical body, I believe that I will soon reach it if this continues. Now, continue. Following that, Lu Ming took a small mouthful of fire spirit milk and continued to cultivate the raging flames Vajra arts. Just like before, when the fire spirit milk entered his body, it exploded with an intense fire attribute essence that was incomparably scorching. I wonder if the spirit-devouring bloodline is useful for the fire spirit milk. Lu Ming suddenly had an idea. Even before his bloodline had completely regrown, he was already able to quickly refine the power of elixirs. Then, could he quickly refine the power of the fire spirit milk now? He would know once he tried. Immediately, Lu Ming controlled his blood meridian and a powerful devouring force was produced at his spine. Immediately, the fire spirit milk's energy in his body was completely absorbed by his bloodline. Not long after, waves of gentler and purer energy gushed into Lu Ming's body. He circulated the flaming Vajra arts and absorbed all the energy into his body to improve his physical strength. It was different from devouring blood essence. When devouring blood essence, the blood meridian would absorb half of the energy and use it to strengthen itself. Only half of the essence would flow into Lu Ming's body. The fire spirit milk was different. All the energy surged into Lu Ming's body. Under the circulation of the flaming Vajra arts, the strength of Lu Ming's body was rapidly increasing. In just about 10 minutes, that small mouthful of fire spirit milk was completely refined, and he felt that his body had become stronger. Again. Moreover, he didn't feel any pain at all. If I had known earlier, I would have controlled my bloodline from the first bite. I wouldn't have to suffer so much. Lu Ming was full of regret. After resting for a while, he continued to refine the fire-transforming spiritual milk. A day later, about 2 to 3 tails of fire spirit milk had been refined. Lu Ming's physical body had broken through in one fell swoop and reached the first-grade physical body, reaching the initial success of the first-grade physical body. Boom. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique. The dragon-shaped essential qi was like the water of a river, surging in Lu Ming's meridians without restraint. With genuine qi attached to his fist, he punched out. His fist passed through the air, creating a sonic boom. A transparent air wave rushed out. Strong, my body's quality is more than 10 times stronger than before. Whether it's my muscles, bones, meridians, or internal organs, they've all been strengthened by many times. The last time he was besieged by Yao Tianyu and his men, he was severely injured and took 7 to 8 days to recover. But now, Lu Ming believed that he would be fully recovered in 3 days. This was the benefit of having a strong body. Moreover, the combination of his physical body and Lu Ming's cultivation base had increased his combat strength by a large margin. Of course, if Lu Ming did not use his essential qi or martial arts techniques, a third-grade warrior would be able to defeat him easily if he fought with his physical body. The path of the physical body was not used as the main battle, but to support martial arts. I can't just focus on refining the fire spirit milk to improve my physical body. Otherwise, I won't be able to adapt to it all at once. I should go out and cultivate my spear arts now to get my physical body and martial arts in sync. I'll continue to cultivate my physical body after my physical body, true qi, and martial arts have perfectly integrated. Lu Ming then left the Supreme Shrine and returned to the central area to cultivate the fire-controlling spear technique. Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated his spear technique for a few days and refined some fire spiritual milk. As time passed, Lu Ming's spear technique and physical body were improving rapidly. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. On the 23rd day, Lu Ming had refined the 2 caddies of fire spirit milk. His physical body was improving at a rapid pace. He advanced from upper first grade to complete first grade and reached lower second grade. This had already surpassed the previous Zheng. Chapter 96. Chapter 96, The Momentum of Heaven and Earth. Compared to the substantial improvement of his physical body, the improvement of the fire gun technique was slower. It was still 1 step away from the 3rd level. After all, it was a black-grade martial arts technique, and the difficulty of cultivating it was much more difficult than yellow-grade martial arts techniques. Lu Ming's cultivation had not improved much either. He had not been deliberately killing demonic beasts or devouring their blood essence these days. Therefore, his cultivation had only reached the peak of the early 8th grade master realm. He was still 1 step away from the middle 8th grade master realm. Lu Ming was practicing his spear techniques in the middle of the Southridge fire field. He waved his long spear like a dancing dragon, bringing with it the sound of air explosions. It was as if a hurricane was blowing within a 10-meter radius. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming felt that he was very close to the 3rd level. However, he was still lacking a little. It was like a layer of paper that he could not break through. Lu Ming's mind was immersed in the fire gun execution, trying his best to find the aura of a breakthrough. Right at this moment, a dull boom suddenly sounded. Lu Ming was shocked. And stopped cultivating. The rumbling sounds continued, and it was even more intense than before. Even the ground started to shake. The roars of the demonic beasts were heard. Then, Lu Ming saw that the demonic beasts seemed to have encountered something terrifying and were running for their lives. The shaking got louder, and the ground shook violently. Not good, could it be a volcanic eruption? Let's go. Lu Ming's heart suddenly moved. Then, he was greatly shocked. He turned around and ran outside. Along the way, he saw at least a few hundred demon beasts running from the depths to the periphery. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Ming ran to the outer area and stopped to look at the inner area. At this moment, an earth-shattering boom was heard and the ground shook violently. Then, Lu Ming saw an unforgettable scene. A fiery red pillar of fire shot out from a mountain peak like a fire dragon, as if it was about to soar into the sky. The pillar of fire shot up into the sky and then dispersed like an extremely beautiful firework. Thick smoke billowed and pillars of fire shot into the sky, dyeing the horizon red. Is this the power of a volcanic eruption? They were simply too powerful. All of them gathered together and exploded at once. Their might could break the heavens and earth. This kind of might was simply too shocking. Was this the power of nature? Can human strength contend against it? Lu Ming looked at the scene of the volcano erupting in the distance in a daze. Fire. Gather. Burst. Might. Lu Ming seemed to be in a daze. His eyes were staring straight at the volcano in front of him as he mumbled to himself. Then, he couldn't help but take a step forward toward the central region. The volcano seemed to have accumulated too much energy and was constantly erupting. Fiery red lava was constantly spewing out. The more Lu Ming walked towards the central region, the clearer he could see. The might was also clearer. When Lu Ming reached the central area, he could not help but wave his long spear and cultivate the fire gun controlling art. Fire, magma explosion. Exploded. He remembered the 6th move of the fire gun controlling art. The 6th move was called explosion. This move was extremely powerful, but he had never succeeded in cultivating it. At this moment, he suddenly understood it. The long spear suddenly stabbed into the ground. At the same time, the true chi in his body madly gathered at the tip of the spear. It condensed and did not dissipate. When the long spear stabbed into the ground, all the true chi suddenly burst out. A huge crater over 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep was created on the ground. What a powerful force! Was this the explosion? Moreover, the fire gun art has finally advanced to the 3rd level. Lu Ming's face revealed a happy smile. Just now, not only did he successfully display the explosion, but his fire gun art also reached the 3rd level. However, the amount of true chi consumed by this move is too terrifying. Lu Ming smiled helplessly. The explosion technique he had just used had directly consumed a 1/3 of his true chi. It seemed that he couldn't use this move too often and could only use it as a trump card. Following that, Lu Ming started to cultivate the fire gun controlling art. However, he stopped after 2 minutes. No, it doesn't feel right. Compared to a volcano, what I've comprehended is only its form and not its soul or its power. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. The volcano was still erupting with a terrifying might. Just by looking at it, one would feel a sense of fear. Right, this kind of might. I don't have this kind of might. Lu Ming's mind kept on thinking. His eyes were fixed on the erupting volcano in the distance, as if he was stunned. After an unknown amount of time, the volcanic eruption had stopped. However, he still stood there and pondered. In his mind, it was as if a volcano had appeared and was constantly erupting. Unknowingly, the long spear in Lu Ming's hands began to dance according to the moves of the fire gun controlling art. The spear's radiance whistled and the long spear pierced through the air. Lu Ming cultivated tirelessly. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up. That's right, the force of a volcano, the force of fire, is the force of control. Lu Ming suddenly thrust his spear. It was just an ordinary spear and not any of the moves in the fire gun technique. However, there was a mysterious power contained in it. This move stabbed into the ground. The ground suddenly exploded, sending gravel flying, and a large pit appeared. This huge pit was not the slightest bit smaller than the one he had created with the explosion move. Force. This is the energy of the fire. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. He could not suppress the joy in his heart. This time, he had gained a lot from watching the volcanic eruption. Not only did he have a breakthrough in the fire gun control technique, but he also comprehended control force. Everything in the world had its own power. A mountain, with the momentum of a mountain, was majestic and vast. Water had the momentum of water. It could stir up huge waves and could also nurture life. The wind also had the momentum of the wind, which could destroy everything and change into nothing. Fire, of course, had its own momentum. It was scorching, violent, and destructive. Everything in the world had momentum. If a martial artist could comprehend it and use it, he could burst out with incredible power. Just now, Lu Ming's casual shot was actually as powerful as the explosion move. Then what if he added control force when he used the explosion? How powerful would it be? Lu Ming was extremely excited. He had never expected that he could actually comprehend the energy of control, the energy of fire. Force wasn't something that just anyone could comprehend. Only a small portion of extremely talented geniuses could comprehend it, and the number was astonishingly small. It was even rarer to be able to comprehend control force at the master realm. Since the establishment of the mystical sword sect, not many people had been able to do so. Chapter 97. Chapter 97, The Newcomer King from a year ago. Thereafter, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. He only stopped after 3 days. I've completely mastered the force of fire, but the level of fire is still very low. I've only just started. In the future, I'll need to continue cultivating and comprehending it. It's time to go back. I've been in the southern fire field for more than 40 days, and there's less than a month left before the 4-month deadline I promised Feng Wu. I can't go back on my word. Yao Qianyu, just you wait. Out of habit, Lu Ming searched the surroundings and caught a demonic beast. He rode the demonic beast and quickly headed back to the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming returned to the mystical sword sect 5 days later. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're back. As soon as he entered the dormitory, he ran into Pang Shi and Hua Qi, who were walking out together. When Pang Shi saw Lu Ming, he smiled happily. Big Rock, where are you guys going? Lu Ming asked curiously. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're back just in time. There's going to be a show to watch. Feng Fenglie from the Onyx Tortoise Hall is going to fight his 10th battle on the bronze platform today. If he wins this battle, there'll be one more person on the bronze ranking. Pang Shi said excitedly. Feng Xinglie. Who is Feng Xinglie? Lu Ming had a puzzled look. No way. Lu Ming, you don't even know Feng Xinglie. Hua Qi looked at Lu Ming in disdain. Lu Ming touched his nose with a bitter smile and nodded. All right, I lose to you. Hua Qi was speechless. He pouted and said, Feng Xinglie was the rookie king a year ago. Haven't you heard of him? The rookie king from a year ago. Lu Ming's interest was immediately piqued. That's right. He was the newcomer king from last year. Therefore, this battle is very meaningful. Among the two batches of disciples, the first one started to enter the bronze rank. The others haven't grown up yet, so it has attracted a lot of attention. Hua Qi explained. After what had happened last time, Hua Qi's attitude towards him had completely changed. He no longer had a stinky face all day long, shouting that he would defeat him in the future. Interesting. Let's go together. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. How strong was the newcomer king from a year ago? Moreover, he was originally going to the bronze platform. The three of them immediately rushed towards the bronze platform. The bronze platform was located in the middle of the four great academies. It was a battle platform. The bronze platform was surrounded by four huge stands that could accommodate 100,000 people. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, the grandstand around the bronze platform was already packed with people. At a rough glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. It's too lively. So many people have come. Pang Shi's eyes widened as he looked around. Lu Ming was also secretly amazed. There were only about 50,000 bronze disciples from the four great academies. This time, no less than 30,000 of them had come. It was clear how sensational this was. Other than a few who were out on missions or in seclusion, most of the people who knew about the news came. The three of them found a place to sit down, and the surrounding people began to discuss. Do you think Feng Xinglie will succeed in his challenge? The opponent is also a ruthless person with 9 consecutive victories. In my opinion, Feng Xinglie will definitely win. He was the new disciple king last year. He's terrifyingly talented. As the first disciple to enter the bronze rank in the last 2 batches, he must be very confident. I also think that Feng Xinglie will win. Didn't you see that Feng Xinglie had 9 consecutive battles yesterday? He won all 9 of them. His combat strength is terrifying. I don't think he has even used his full strength. 10 consecutive wins will definitely not be a problem. What I am more concerned about is whether Feng Xinglie will continue to challenge after he wins. Continue the challenge? Then I'll have to challenge the geniuses on the bronze rank. If that's the case, I'll have a good look today. Not only in this area, but the people around the bronze platform were also discussing this. Feng Xinglie was the first one to make it to the bronze rank, so he naturally attracted a lot of attention. Previously, the bronze ranking was filled with genius disciples who had joined the mystical sword sect 2 years ago. For example, Yao Tianyu had joined 2 years ago. Feng Xinglie is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Following that, the entire place fell silent. A young man in a yellow shirt was walking toward them from the northern entrance of the bronze platform. The young man had an ordinary appearance, but he was very young. He looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. With a long sword on his back, he slowly ascended the bronze platform. Then, he stood there quietly. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked up to the bronze platform. This middle-aged man was the elder in charge of managing and presiding over the bronze platform. He was also the judge. He would sort out the situation of the duels on the bronze platform and report it to the sect. Feng Xinglie, your opponent today is Sun Guang. Sun Guang, please come up the stage. The middle-aged judge announced loudly, his voice reverberating throughout the entire court. As soon as the judge finished speaking, the sound of air being torn could be heard. A young man of about 18 or 19 years old leaped up a few times and moved as fast as lightning. He was much faster than Lu Ming when he used the dragon serpent steps at full force. He landed on the bronze platform in an instant, displaying his extremely brilliant movement technique. So fast. With this kind of movement technique, I wouldn't even be able to react in time if I were to fight him. Many people sighed. Sun Guang leaped onto the bronze platform and stood opposite Feng Xinglie. Feng Xinglie, I didn't expect it to be a battle between the two of us. Haha, that's good. As long as I defeat you, I will be able to enter the bronze rank. Although you were the new generation king a year ago and have extraordinary talent, you are still too young. It's still too early for you to fight me. Sun Guang laughed. Someone said the same thing yesterday, but he couldn't block my sword. Feng Xinglia's calm voice came out of his mouth. He seemed very confident. Sun Guang's face suddenly darkened. I believe that everyone is aware of the rules of the bronze platform. However, I would like to re-explain the rules here. On the bronze platform, one is responsible for one's own life and death. However, as long as one person admits defeat, the battle will end. The other person is not allowed to continue attacking. If one violates this rule, all results will be cancelled. Also, you can use any means except for pills and other drugs to increase your combat strength. Now, the battle begins. The middle-aged judge announced loudly and then stepped aside. As soon as the judge finished speaking, Sun Guang's body flashed and he charged towards Feng Xinglia. He was even faster than when he was on the stage. Moon Shadow Light Splitting Sword, slash. When he was 10 meters away from Feng Xinglia, Sun Guang jumped up high and swung his sword. A dense, crescent-shaped sword chi slashed towards Feng Xinglia. What a powerful sword technique. This is definitely the 6th level of a yellow-grade upper-level martial arts technique. Someone near Lu Ming could not help but cheer. Lu Ming's gaze flickered slightly. He could tell that Sun Guang had not only cultivated the yellow-level upper-class sword technique to the 6th level, but his body technique was also at the 6th level of the yellow-level upper-class body technique. Furthermore, his cultivation was at the peak of the 9th grade master realm. With the addition of his bloodline, his combat strength could not be said to be weak. An existence that could obtain 9 consecutive victories was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 98. Chapter 98, A New Genius on the Bronze List. At this moment, Feng Xinglia moved. With a sword cry, he unsheathed his sword. Not many people clearly saw how he pulled out the sword. Most people only heard the sound of the sword, and then saw a white sword light flash in the air. Then, everyone saw the dense sword chi that Sun Guang had slashed out disappear without a trace. Then, Sun Guang grunted and his body flew far away, falling on the fighting ring. What was going on? Many people looked at each other, not knowing what had happened, because it had happened too quickly. Many people only saw Sun Guang launch an attack, and then saw a flash of sword light, and Sun Guang flew out. This what was happening. Did Sun Guang lose? On the side, Pang Shi was tongue-tied. Hua Qi was also puzzled. That's right, Sun Guang lost. He was defeated by Feng Xinglia with one strike. Look at Sun Guang's chest, there's a wound. Lu Ming answered. The person beside Lu Ming quickly looked over. Indeed, he saw a deep sword wound on Sun Guang's chest. Blood was flowing out continuously. Others might not have seen it clearly, but Lu Ming saw it clearly. Just now, Feng Xinglia pulled out his sword and attacked. With one strike, he destroyed all of Sun Guang's attacks and left a wound on Sun Guang's chest. What a fast sword, and what a powerful attack. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he was somewhat amazed. He concluded that the sword technique that Feng Xinglia used was definitely a black-grade martial skill. In the fighting ring, Sun Guang struggled to get up. His face was still filled with shock. He cupped his fists and said, I've lost. Thank you for showing mercy, junior brother Feng. He knew that if Feng Xinglia didn't retract a part of his power, he would have been dead. Thanks for letting me win. Feng Xinglia cupped his fists. Sun Guang did not say anything more. He turned around and left the fighting ring, disappearing without a trace. If he was defeated, his past achievements would be cancelled and he would have to accumulate them again. The middle-aged judge stepped forward and announced, Feng Xinglia is the winner of this battle. He's on the bronze list. Following the referee's announcement, the entire venue erupted into an uproar. He did it. Feng Xinglia did it. As a new disciple in the last 2 years, he was the first one to make it to the bronze rank. He's the representative of all the new disciples in the last 2 years. Amazing. Feng Xinglia is so amazing. He has entered the bronze rank in less than 2 years. He is indeed the king of the new disciples. Other than him, the others who have entered the sect in the past 2 years will need at least half a year to enter the bronze rank. That's right, the previous new generation king, Feng Xinglie, is considered extremely powerful. Do you guys think he'll continue to challenge? I really hope he continues to challenge. Did you see that more than half of the geniuses ranked below 30th on the bronze rank are here? Gasps of admiration could be heard all around. Pang Shi, who was standing beside Lu Ming, was also very excited. One day, I'll also be on the bronze list. Hua Qi clenched his fists and said confidently. Love-struck fool, I believe you can do it. Both you and senior brother Lu will be fine. I don't know if I will have a chance in this life. Pang Shi said longingly. Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder and said with a smile, Big Rock, you're working so hard. You can definitely do it. When Pang Shi had first joined the sect, he had been in the 9th grade warrior realm. After half a year of cultivation, he had broken through to the peak of the 1st grade master realm. Although his cultivation speed was not fast, he took it one step at a time and his foundation was very solid. Feng Xinglie, you are now ranked 57th on the bronze list. You are qualified to challenge the geniuses on the bronze list. Do you still want to challenge them? The middle-aged judge asked. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Feng Xinglie. They were all very curious. Would he continue to challenge? Feng Xinglie didn't reply. He seemed to be thinking. Who do you think Feng Xinglie will challenge if he continues? It's hard to say, but he'll definitely challenge those who are ranked 45th and above on the bronze rank, because they're in the same class. That's right. If he wants to fight today, he can only challenge the geniuses on the bronze list. Look, Duanmu Hu, who is ranked 55th, Yao Tianyu, who is ranked 51st, Yan Su, who is ranked 50th, and Ji Dong, who is ranked 48th, are all here. He is most likely to challenge them. Sounds of discussion and speculation rang out in the surroundings. Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He followed the others' gazes and saw Yao Tianyu on the eastern grandstand. Yao Tianyu crossed his arms and sat there calmly. Beside him, there were more than a dozen minions. He Tai, the red-robed youth, and the others were all familiar faces. Senior brother Yao, do you think Feng Xinglie will challenge you? A young man asked. I don't know. Yao Tianyu replied indifferently. Then, if Feng Xinglie challenges you, are you confident? The young man asked again. Although Feng Xinglie's sword of essence restoring is powerful, it's not enough to challenge me. Yao Tianyu replied confidently. That's for sure. How can this Feng Xinglie be a match for senior brother Yao? If he overestimates himself and challenges senior brother Yao, he's just looking for trouble. The red-robed young man immediately began to flatter him. Yao Tianyu smiled as he looked down at the fighting ring. On the fighting ring, Feng Xinglie pondered for a while and replied, I choose to continue the challenge. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the hall exploded. Everyone stared at Feng Xinglie, waiting to see who he would challenge. Feng Xinglie's eyes scanned the stands and then landed on the west side. Duanmu Hu, come down and fight. Feng Xinglie said loudly. On the west side of the stands, a burly young man stood up with a gloomy expression. Feng Xinglie, are you sure you want to challenge me? Of course. Feng Xinglie said. Haha, good. Feng Xinglie, I will make you regret your choice. Duanmu Hu laughed in anger. It was not a glorious thing to be challenged by someone who had just entered the bronze rank. On the contrary, it was an embarrassing thing. It was simple. Being challenged meant that you were weak and looked down on. Bzzz. Duanmu Hu jumped down from the stands. With a few leaps, he crossed a distance of more than 100 meters and arrived on the fighting ring. The speed of his movement technique was no weaker than Sun Guang's. The two of them stood facing each other. I didn't expect Feng Xinglie to challenge Duanmu Hu. This is going to be interesting, said an old disciple in his 20s not far from Lu Ming. Oh. How is it interesting? The others asked. Even Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and the others looked at him. The senior disciple felt proud that he had attracted so many people all of a sudden. Letting out a dry cough, he said, you guys should have seen it just now. Feng Xinglie's sword technique is extremely fast, and the power that burst out in an instant is extremely powerful. This sword technique is a black-grade low-level martial skill, origin sword. This sword technique is extremely powerful, but it has a weakness. It consumes a lot of true chi. If I can't defeat the enemy with one strike, I'll be in danger. Lu Ming nodded in his heart. This sword of returning to origin was quite similar to the explosion of the fire gun technique. Chapter 99. Chapter 99, My battle has only just begun. The senior disciple continued to explain, however, the martial skill that Duanmu practices is the exact opposite of Feng Xinglie's. Duanmu practices a defensive black-grade low-level martial skill, Heavenly Tiger Body Protection Technique. One is for defense, and the other is for attack. Isn't this very interesting? Everyone came to a realization. Feng Xinglie and Duanmu were like a spear and a shield. They were the exact opposite. This battle would determine whether Feng Xinglie's spear attack was stronger or Duanmu's shield defense was stronger. Whoever was stronger would win. This situation was not only happening here, it was happening everywhere. Many senior disciples had been in the sect for 5 to 8 years. Their cultivation might not be high, but they had sharp eyes and knew a lot of information. Many people were even more interested now that they knew the martial techniques that the two were good at. Now, let the battle begin. The judge announced and retreated to the side. Instantly, Feng Xinglie and Duanmu's bodies exploded with powerful auras. Their auras collided in the air. At this moment, Feng Xinglie moved. He unsheathed his long sword and the sword light was like a bolt of lightning. It pierced through the air and stabbed towards Duanmu. One sword of essence restoring. This sword was even stronger than the previous one. That was because Feng Xinglie had activated his bloodline. 6 chakras meant a level 6 bloodline. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen a martial artist with level 6 blood meridian. This sword was extremely stunning. Everyone's eyes could not help but stare at it. Duanmu took a heavy step forward, followed by a tiger's roar. Around his body, 2 fierce tigers condensed from genuine chi appeared. The 2 ferocious tigers leaped and roared around Duanmu's body, surrounding him so tightly that not even water could escape. Feng Xinglie, let's see how you're going to break my defense. Duanmu roared. In an instant, Feng Xinglie's long sword pierced through Duanmu. Roar. The 2 tigers roared and blocked Duanmu's way, clashing with Feng Xinglie's sword. The point where the long sword and the fierce tiger met glowed with a piercing light. However, everyone was staring at the fighting ring and did not dare to look away, for fear of missing the exciting moment. This was definitely a battle that could be decided in one move. If Feng Xinglie could break through Duanmu's defense, then Feng Xinglie would definitely win. On the other hand, Duanmu would win. Would Feng Xinglie be able to break through Duanmu's defense? All of a sudden, a loud boom could be heard as Feng Xinglie and Duanmu crossed each other. Who won? Suddenly, Duanmu's body fell to his knees and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone could see that there was a deep gash on his chest, just like Sun Guang's. I've lost. Duanmu stood up and left without looking back. Duanmu was defeated, and the whole place was in an uproar. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Although it was only one move, it was the peak confrontation of attack and defense. Not bad, today's trip was not in vain. Do you guys think Feng Xinglie will continue to challenge? I don't think so. His bloodline has exploded. It's hard for him to recover in a short time. That's true. At the same time, the judge on the fighting ring announced Feng Xinglie's victory. Under the admiring and envious gazes of the audience, Feng Xinglie slowly walked down the fighting ring. Amazing, that's amazing. Senior brother Lu Ming, love-struck fool, let's go back. I must work harder in my cultivation and strive to be on the bronze ranking in the future. Pang Shi said with determination. Go back. The battle isn't over yet, why should we go back? The battle isn't over yet. Beside Lu Ming, Pang Shi, Hua Qi, and the others were all stunned. Wasn't the duel over? Lu Ming had not finished yet. Feng Xinglie's battle has ended, but mine has just begun. Lu Ming smiled, then got up and leaped down from the fighting ring. In a few breaths, Lu Ming floated up to the bronze platform. Lu, what is senior brother Lu Ming doing? Pang Shi said in a daze. The others were also stunned. It seems that Lu Ming wants to challenge the bronze platform today. At this moment, Hua Qi's eyes were extremely bright and shining. At the same time, he was also slightly shocked. What? Senior brother Lu Ming wants to challenge the bronze platform. Pang Shi was extremely shocked. The other people nearby were also shocked. The disciples of the 4 courtyards around the bronze platform were ready to leave the arena. They were all stunned when they saw a figure suddenly fly up the platform. Who is that? What are you doing on the bronze platform now? Eh? Wasn't that Lu Ming? This year's newcomer king, Lu Ming. So he is Lu Ming. What does he want to do? Is he going to challenge the bronze platform? That's impossible, right? Even if he's the newcomer king, he's only this year's newcomer king. It's still too early for him to challenge the bronze stage. There was a burst of discussion in the surroundings, but those who had wanted to leave sat back down. On the fighting ring, the middle-aged judge, who was about to leave, and Feng Xinglie, who had already walked to the edge of the fighting ring, both stopped. Lu Ming, what do you want to do on stage? The middle-aged judge asked with a smile. Elder, Lu Ming requests to challenge the bronze platform. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. As soon as he said that, the crowd instantly boiled over. Whoa, you really want to challenge the bronze platform? He's too arrogant and too anxious. Lu Ming is only the newcomer king this year and he wants to challenge the bronze platform. You're too anxious. He's just a kid. From what I can see, he's just envious of Feng Xinglie's consecutive victories. That's why he's charging at Feng Xinglie. There's almost no chance of him winning if he challenges Feng Xinglie now. That's not necessarily true. I heard that 3 months ago, during the battle when he demolished the Star Moon Tower, he revealed that his combat strength was not weaker than a 9th-grade Master Realm martial artist. So what? What was the use of a 9th-grade master on the bronze platform? Which of the people on the bronze platform had combat strength lower than 9th-grade Master Realm? I acknowledge Lu Ming's talent. However, he just joined the sect this year. In another year, I don't deny that he will be able to enter the bronze rank like Feng Xinglie. But now, it's almost impossible. Cultivation isn't enough to challenge the bronze platform. Cultivation can be improved quickly if you have some natural treasures, but martial arts and secret skills take time to comprehend. Those on the bronze list who can cultivate profound-level martial arts techniques are all talented and spend a lot of time to comprehend them. Maybe he just wants to win a few more times before he stops. You'll stop after a few consecutive wins. He's the newcomer king, not an ordinary disciple. If he's going to give up after winning a few rounds, then he'd rather not go up the stage. That would be even more embarrassing. There was a clamor at the scene, but the discussion was almost one-sided. Everyone felt that Lu Ming was too impulsive and should not challenge now. He should lie low like Feng Xinglie and wait for his combat strength to reach a certain level before he exploded and shocked the world. In the southern stands, Pang Shi and the others were still in a daze. Hua Qi, how many consecutive wins do you think senior brother Lu Ming can achieve? Can you get on the bronze list? Pang Shi asked in a daze. Lu Ming, I really can't see through him anymore. However, he's not an impulsive person. Since he went up, he must have some confidence. Even though he said this, shock still remained in Hua Qi's eyes. That's true. I also believe in senior brother Lu Ming. Pang Shi scratched his head. Nearby, the others heard this and looked at them with disdain. They felt that the two of them were too blind. Chapter 100. Chapter 100, Chapter 100 settled with one sword. On the East Grandstand. Lu Ming, it's that little bastard Lu Ming. He's really overestimating himself. He really came to challenge the bronze platform. The red-robed youth beside Yao Tianyu shouted. He is indeed overestimating himself, but it's just as well. We can send people to kill him. Senior brother Yao, what do you think? The other young man said coldly, then looked at Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu looked at Lu Ming on the platform and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Sure. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming had come up to the bronze platform on his own, he would not let this opportunity go. In the stands in other directions, some geniuses on the bronze ranking also looked at Lu Ming with curious expressions. On the bronze platform. Lu Ming, are you really going to challenge the bronze platform? The middle-aged judge asked in surprise. Lu Ming nodded again. All right, since you've decided, I won't stop you. Let the challenge begin. The middle-aged judge announced in a straightforward manner. At the side of the fighting ring, Feng Xinglia cast a curious glance at Lu Ming. His eyes glimmered and he flew to the northern stands to watch with great interest. At this moment, the judge had already made the announcement, and the entire venue quieted down instead. Everyone began to watch seriously. The last newcomer king had just made it to the bronze rank, and now this year's newcomer king was challenging him again. It was really interesting. This had never happened before in the history of the mystical sword sect. How far could Lu Ming go? Many people were curious. Who wants to fight me first? Lu Ming looked around and said in a clear voice. The first 5 matches on the bronze stage were more casual, and anyone could go up and challenge them. However, after 5 rounds, it would be necessary for people with the same winning streak to fight each other. Otherwise, it would not be able to show their strength at all. The people below the 9th grade master realm fell silent. Although they felt that Lu Ming could not win more than a few rounds, Lu Ming's abilities were still there. A few months ago, he already had the combat strength of a 9th grade master. I'll fight you. A figure quickly jumped onto the fighting ring. It's Duanmu Jinming from the White Tiger Hall. It's said that his cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of the 9th grade master realm. As soon as this person went up the stage, there were cries around him. Duanmu Jinming was in his 20s. His face was pale and his eyes were malicious. He stared at Lu Ming and sneered. Lu Ming, you really don't know how to hold back. You actually came to challenge the bronze platform now. Haha, I'll make you stop in the first round. The newcomer king is going to challenge the bronze platform and stop in the first round. This will definitely create a record in the mystical sword sect and will be remembered for centuries. Duanmu Jinming's tone was filled with mockery and mockery. Your Duanmu family is indeed the first to come. However, I've discovered that your Duanmu family has a common trait. You have no skills at all, but you're very good at boasting. The Duanmu family members were furious. Damn it, how dare you look down on my Duanmu family? Duanmu Jinming, cripple him. Let him know the power of the Duanmu family. Cripple him. Duanmu Jinming's eyes were also extremely gloomy. He said coldly, Lu Ming, you'll pay a painful price for what you said. Duanmu Jinming unsheathed his long sword, and a white sword light shot out from it. It was extremely sharp. Lu Ming waved his hand and a huge sword that was as wide as a palm and 1.5 meters long appeared in his hand. Zheng had left this great sword behind. There was no need to use the fire-patterned gun to deal with such a small fry. Moreover, Lu Ming wanted to test if he could exert the power of the lustrous sword technique with such a huge sword after his physical body had improved. All right, I don't need to say more about the rules. Let the battle begin. The middle-aged judge announced. Hurry up, I don't have that much time. There are still more than 10 matches to go. Lu Ming said calmly. His tone was full of disdain, as if he didn't take Duanmu Jinming seriously at all. He even said that there were more than 10 matches to go, as if he could really win 10 times in a row. Nest, you're really arrogant. That's right. He's too arrogant. However, the more arrogant he is, the more embarrassed he will be when he is defeated later. The surroundings were filled with discussions. Damn it, I'll cripple you. Duanmu Jinming roared in anger. He moved and continued to charge toward Lu Ming. Fierce tiger sword technique. Duanmu Jinming let out a long howl and swung his combat sword. The illusionary image of a ferocious tiger could be vaguely seen on the combat sword. It was extremely ferocious as it slashed toward Lu Ming. A middle 9th grade master realm cultivator only has this much strength. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly and he swung his sword. This strike was very direct. It was not a sword technique, but a casual slash. It was completely a brute force slash. This sword directly hit Duanmu Jinming's combat sword. Then, everyone saw that Duanmu Jinming's combat sword was bent and deformed, and the blade heavily hit Duanmu Jinming's own chest. Duanmu Jinming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. With a loud boom, Duanmu Jinming's body flew backward like a cannonball. He flew more than 20 meters and then slid more than 10 meters on the fighting ring before falling off. The entire place suddenly fell into a deathly silence, and the atmosphere seemed to have frozen at this moment. Many people were even loudly criticizing Lu Ming's arrogant words. However, at this moment, their expressions froze. One sword. He had only used one sword. It was an ordinary sword, but Duanmu Jinming had been blown out of the fighting ring. Wasn't he too strong? Wasn't the difference too great? All right, senior brother Lu Ming is the best. Pang Shi reacted and shouted in excitement. At this moment, the others also reacted. Isn't he too powerful? Finishing Duanmu Jinming with one move. Indeed. It seems like I've underestimated Lu Ming. In my opinion, Lu Ming should be at the late stage of the 9th grade Master Realm, or even the peak of the 9th grade Master Realm. With this strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to win 5 times in a row. The newcomer king is the newcomer king. We've underestimated him. Many people's faces turned grave. Those who had belittled Lu Ming earlier felt their faces turn red. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and fight? Lu Ming did not even look at Duanmu Jinming, who had just left the fighting ring. He continued to look around. I'll do it. Then, a young man jumped onto the fighting ring. Junior brother Lu Ming, please guide me along. The young man was at the late 9th grade Master Realm, but he did not dare to look down on Lu Ming anymore. He cupped his fists and said politely. Sure, please. This young man was using an iron rod, and when he waved it, it whistled through the air with extraordinary power. Lu Ming was slightly more polite to this young man. He used 10 moves before he blasted him off the fighting ring. 2 consecutive wins. Chapter 101. Chapter 101, Chapter 101 sweeping all the way. On the eastern stands, Yao Tianyu's face darkened. The rest of the people's faces were also extremely ugly. Damn it. Lu Ming's cultivation has improved so much in just a few months. Senior brother Yao, you must kill him. Otherwise, he might really make it to the bronze rank after some time. The red-robed young man said. Why don't we let Jiang Hao go? A young man suggested. Yao Tianyu nodded and instructed. Jiang Hao, you go up. Don't hold back. Don't give Lu Ming a chance to admit defeat. On the side, a thin youth laughed coldly and said, Senior brother Yao, don't worry. I won't give him the chance to say the words, I admit defeat. Then, like a ghost, his body flickered a few times and appeared on the fighting ring. Isn't this Jiang Hao? Jiang Hao from the Azure Dragon Hall. Yes, that's him. Why did he make a move? Lu Ming is in danger. A year ago, Jiang Hao had achieved 5 consecutive victories. However, for some reason, he has not participated in the Bronze Platform Challenge this year. Hence, his results were automatically cancelled. However, his ability is definitely above 5 consecutive victories. It seems like Yao Tianyu has made a move. Lu Ming has once offended Yao Tianyu. Let's see how Lu Ming will deal with this. As soon as Jiang Hao went on stage, there was a heated discussion. Did Yao Tianyu ask you to come up? Lu Ming looked at Jiang Hao. Just now, he had seen Jiang Hao's figure beside Yao Tianyu. Hee. Lu Ming, I wasn't around when we were at the Star Moon Tower the last time. Otherwise, you would have been a corpse by now. But it's not too late now. If you want to admit defeat, do it now. Wait a moment. I won't give you any chance. Jiang Hao laughed coldly. This sentence is exactly what I wanted to say to you. At that moment, the judge announced the start of the match. As soon as the judge finished speaking, Jiang Hao's figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already more than 20 meters away. Then, in a flash, he was in front of Lu Ming. His figure was as fast as a ghost. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly drew a long sword from his waist. This was a soft sword, one wrapped around Jiang Hao's waist. At this moment, it was suddenly pulled out, making it impossible to guard against. In addition, Jiang Hao's movement technique was extremely fast. He was like an assassin walking in the dark. Generally, even if one's cultivation was higher than his, they would still fall for his tricks. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was not an ordinary person. Lu Ming used the huge sword to perform the fastest move of the lustrous sword technique. In the past, he had used a thin sword to perform the lustrous sword technique, and the sword whistle was sharp and dense. Now, he used a giant sword. The speed was equally fast, but the sword whistle was like thunder. A head flew high into the air and then rolled down the fighting ring, leaving a headless corpse on the fighting ring. Blood splattered everywhere. One move after another, Jiang Hao, who had won 5 consecutive victories, was killed on the fighting ring. This time, even some geniuses on the bronze list looked serious. What a fast swordsmanship, and what powerful strength. This Lu Ming's swordsmanship cultivation is actually average. However, his explosive power is too strong, causing the speed of his swordsmanship to increase by a large margin. He killed Jiang Hao with a single slash. Could he have cultivated the body-tempering Dao? The geniuses on the bronze list murmured to themselves. Lu Ming wins. The middle-aged judge announced. Then, he called for people to clean up the fighting ring and carry Jiang Hao's body away. On the eastern stands, Yao Qianyu slammed the armrest of his seat. True energy gushed out and shattered the armrest. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Ming should have cultivated the body-tempering path. He Tai said. That's right. He must have cultivated the body-tempering path. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such explosive power. However, he didn't cultivate the body-tempering path last time. In just 3 months, his body can't be that strong. He Tai, if Lu Ming wins 8 matches in a row, go up and finish him off. Yao Qianyu ordered. He Tai nodded. At this moment, Lu Ming cast his gaze toward the east grandstand. Yao Qianyu, why did you send your men to their deaths? Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. Lu Ming said in a clear voice. Provocation. This was a blatant provocation. Everyone's gaze shifted from Lu Ming to Yao Qianyu. They could not help but recall the grudge between Lu Ming and Yao Qianyu more than 3 months ago. This is getting interesting. Many people revealed looks of anticipation. This year's newcomer king was too domineering. He actually dared to speak to Yao Qianyu like that. Who knew what the consequences would be? Yao Qianyu laughed out of anger, the killing intent in his eyes unconcealed. He sneered, Lu Ming, I really hope that you can win 10 matches in a row and challenge me on the bronze rank. Then, I'll let you know what despair is. Yao Qianyu, you and your dog are really the same. Just now, Jiang Hao told me to admit defeat as soon as possible, otherwise I wouldn't have a chance. In the end, the facts have proven that he is just a useless person with a mouth full of nonsense. Now, you are the same. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Humph. Lu Ming, let's see who's the one spouting nonsense. Yao Qianyu snorted coldly. His face darkened, but he did not say anything more. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked around. Now, who is going to fight me? The scene fell silent. They looked at each other, and for a moment, no one went up. Lu Ming's combat strength was also revealed just now. Jiang Hao was killed by a single sword. He definitely had the strength to win 7 or even 8 times in a row. Who would go up and look for a beating? After a long while, a young man jumped onto the fighting ring. However, the young man was very polite. He cupped his fists and said, Junior brother Lu Ming is a dragon among men. I know that I'm no match for you, but I can't help but want to spar with you. I hope that you'll show mercy. As the saying went, one should not slap a smiling face. Since he was being polite, Lu Ming smiled and said, You're welcome. Let's have a spar then. The young man was not weak either. After the start of the competition, Lu Ming deliberately went easy on him. After exchanging more than 10 moves with him, the young man admitted defeat. Following that, there were no obstacles at all. 5 wins, 6 wins, 7 wins. In the end, he won 8 times in a row. The people behind him had no grudges with Lu Ming and were very polite to him. Therefore, Lu Ming did not unleash much of his strength and only won by a slight advantage. In particular, in the 8th battle, he fought against a young expert who had won 7 times in a row. Lu Ming even suppressed his cultivation and exchanged more than 30 moves with him before he won by a slight margin. This made many people think that Lu Ming's combat strength should be around 8 consecutive wins. Lu Ming smiled faintly. If he did not do this, how could he catch a big fish? He Tai, I have a rough idea of Lu Ming's abilities. You can make your move. Don't worry, senior brother Yao. I'll break all the bones in his body. He Tai smiled cruelly and went up the fighting ring. Chapter 102. Chapter 102, Fighting He Tai Empty-Handed. He Tai has made his move. It's really him. This is going to be interesting. He Tai's body is extremely tough and his close combat ability is extremely strong. Lu Ming seems to have cultivated the body tempering path as well. Between the two of them, who do you think will win? It's hard to say. It's been a few months since He Tai won 8 consecutive victories. He must be stronger now. However, Lu Ming, this year's newcomer king, has risen too quickly. It's really shocking. No one knows if he has any trump cards. Therefore, it's hard to say for sure what will happen in this battle. Yup. I didn't come here in vain. Everyone was staring at the fighting ring with great interest. Lu Ming had exceeded everyone's expectations. He was just a new disciple this year, but he had won 8 consecutive battles. As long as he won 2 more matches, he would be able to enter the bronze ranking. This was a rare sight in the history of the mystical sword sect. What everyone was concerned about was whether he could win or not. Would He Tai be able to stop him? On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and He Tai stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, you were saved by Mulan last time. Let's see who can save you this time. He Tai revealed a cruel smile. Lu Ming touched his forehead speechlessly and said, Look, here you go again. I said birds of a feather flock together. Did Yao Tianyu teach you this? Let me teach you. It's the right of the strong to say such words. The weak have no right to say such things. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter from the surroundings. Lu Ming's words were obviously mocking Yao Tianyu. This was too interesting. You'll soon understand who's the strong one. He Tai's expression was extremely dark as he spoke. Oh, really? What you're good at is nothing more than your body and your fists. Then I'll use my fists to compete with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, he waved his hand and the giant sword disappeared. He was facing He Tai with his bare hands. This action caused the scene to fall into a clamor again. What? Lu Ming isn't using any weapons. He wants to fight He Tai with his fists. That's not wise. That's not wise. Lu Ming has underestimated his enemy. Isn't he using his own weakness against the enemy's strength? He's still young, so he's still too careless. I don't think so. Lu Ming doesn't seem like an unwise person. Haha, Lu Ming is really courting death. I didn't expect him to be so stupid to compete with He Tai in fist combat. Stupid, I thought he was a big shot. Beside Yao Tianyu, the red-robed young man and the others laughed mockingly. Yao Tianyu's eyes flickered, and his brows furrowed slightly, but he did not say anything. On the fighting ring, He Tai was ecstatic when he saw that Lu Ming had put away his sword. He shouted, Lu Ming, you said it yourself. Don't go back on your word later. Initially, he was only 60 to 70% confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. However, now that Lu Ming had abandoned his combat sword, he immediately felt that he had 100% confidence that he could kill Lu Ming. How could he not be happy? Lu Ming, this was the typical rhythm of seeking death. Don't worry. I, Lu Ming, never go back on my word. But don't admit defeat later. Lu Ming said with an inexplicable smile on his lips. Don't worry. If I admit defeat today, I'll roll down from here. He Tai said immediately, as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his words. However, in the stands, Yao Tianyu's brows furrowed even more. He did not know why, but when he saw Lu Ming's calm and composed expression, the bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. The judge announced the start of the match. Haha, take this. He Tai roared, his muscles bulging. There was a layer of faint black light on his skin, making his muscles look like pieces of black iron. He Tai looked like a steel monster. He Tai strode forward, each step covering a distance of 10 meters. Every step he took on the fighting ring made a violent boom. Within a few breaths, Hitai was in front of Lu Ming. His huge fist was aimed at Lu Ming's head, and a cold smile hung on his face. At this moment, Lu Ming threw a punch at Hitai's fist. Their fists collided with each other, creating a loud boom. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they stared at the two of them. Can Lu Ming withstand it? However, they immediately knew the answer. A muscular figure was forced back 5 to 6 steps before he could stabilize himself. The figure was Hitai, while Lu Ming's body did not even shake. Hiss hiss hiss. Gasps of shock could be heard. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. Almost everyone's mouths were wide open, big enough to stuff a duck egg in. Their eyes were so wide that they almost burst. This was too unbelievable. Lu Ming had abandoned his weapon and used his fist against Hitai's fist. He had actually forced Hitai to retreat 5 to 6 steps with one punch. Could it be that Lu Ming also cultivated fist techniques? Could it be that Lu Ming's physical body was stronger than Hitai's? However, that was impossible. He had never heard of Lu Ming cultivating the path of body tempering. Otherwise, he would not have been in such a sorry state more than 3 months ago. However, how could his physical body be cultivated to such a level in just over 3 months? Unless they had obtained some heavenly treasure. Arg. Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you. Hitai was knocked back by Lu Ming's punch. Looking at the shocked gazes around him, he felt extremely humiliated and hated Lu Ming to the core. He let out an angry roar, put his hands on his waist, and put on a pair of metal boxing gloves. Then, he rushed toward Lu Ming. In the process of charging out, his bloodline burst out. The level 4 giant bear bloodline had increased his strength by another 40%. Then I'll play with you. The corners of Lu Ming's lips had been curled into an apathetic smile the entire time. With a single thought, his strength increased by a few points and he threw a punch at Hitai. Using his bare hands against Hitai's spirit weapon gloves. Their fists collided for the second time. An even more violent explosion was heard. Then, a powerful force burst out from the place where the two fists hit. The force was like a gale, sweeping in all directions. Some of the disciples who were closer were almost swept up by the wind. Be careful. It was noisy. The disciples all used their cultivation to block the wind. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and Hitai's body swayed slightly. They were equally matched. He blocked it. Lu Ming blocked it again. Unbelievable. Lu Ming didn't even activate his blood meridian and he's empty-handed, while Hitai has already activated his blood meridian and is wearing a spirit weapon glove. He's too powerful. Lu Ming is too powerful. As long as he can hold on for 2 minutes and wait for Hitai's blood meridian power to be exhausted, he'll definitely win. Not bad, let's do it again. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Violent bear fist, go to hell. Hitai roared and punched out again. The shock in his heart was stronger than anyone else's. He knew that he had to end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really be defeated in 2 minutes. Hitai exploded with all his strength. Lu Ming threw another punch. This time, he used another portion of his strength. In the end, Tiechan staggered backward. Chapter 103. Chapter 103, 10 consecutive wins. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th grade master realm. In addition to the power of the true war dragon technique, his true chi cultivation had already surpassed that of a peak 9th grade master. On the other hand, Lu Ming's physical body had reached lower tier rank 2, while Hitai's was only at complete rank 1. Lu Ming had surpassed Hitai in both aspects. Therefore, Lu Ming did not even use his full strength and he could easily suppress Hitai. Hitai, with your strength, you still have the nerve to call yourself an expert. I've said it before, you and Jiang Hao are no different. Lu Ming's voice rang out, causing Hitai to roar even more furiously. He charged at Lu Ming with all his might. I'm done playing with you, it's almost time to end. Lu Ming said softly and then increased his strength by a few points. Lu Ming kept casting the flame dragon fist. His fists were wrapped in a ball of red essential chi. With every punch, a faint dragon's roar could be heard. Hitai could not block it at all, and his figure kept retreating. After a dozen or so punches, Hitai felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hitai was going to be defeated. Everyone in the audience watched this scene in silence. They knew that Hitai's defeat was already set in stone and there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. After a few more punches, Hitai's body trembled continuously, and blood flowed out of his body. At this moment, he really wanted to admit defeat, but when he thought of what he had just said, he forced himself to swallow the words, admit defeat. Lu Ming sneered and suddenly added another force. Gotcha. The sound of bones breaking came from Hitai's arm as he retreated. Lu Ming rushed forward and punched Hitai in the stomach. Hitai let out a blood-curdling screech as his sturdy body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He fell heavily on the fighting ring, causing it to shake violently. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to Hitai's side. He looked down at Hitai and smiled faintly. Did you just say that you want to break my bone armor? I'm not. No, there's no such thing as Zhang. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Hitai looked at Lu Ming's cold gaze and felt a chill in his heart. He was so shocked that he quickly shouted, I admit defeat. He knew that if he did not admit defeat, Lu Ming would really break his bones. Oh. He admitted defeat. Then get off the stage, you said it yourself, if you break the contract, I don't mind breaking it too. Lu Ming sneered. Hitai's expression was extremely unsightly. He had indeed said that if he admitted defeat, he would roll down the fighting ring. But at that time, he thought that he would definitely win. He had never thought that he would lose, so he said that. Now that he had really lost, how could he tell him to get out of the fighting stage in front of so many people? However, if he did not do it, Lu Ming could totally use this as an excuse to continue attacking him. Lu Ming, don't go too far. It's better to leave some room for others. In the stands, Yao Qianyu stood up and said coldly. Leave a way out. Yao Qianyu, why haven't I seen you show mercy in the past? Now, your people are lying at my feet like dogs, and I'm standing up and saying that you should leave a way out. What kind of bullshit*T logic are you talking about? Lu Ming glanced at Yao Qianyu and shouted. Yao Qianyu's face instantly turned extremely ugly and gloomy. Yao Qianyu, you don't have to waste your breath. It's your turn soon. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he turned his gaze away from Yao Qianyu and continued to look at Hitai. Are you going to get lost or not? If you don't, I'll personally make you get lost. After saying that, he raised his foot and was about to step on Hitai. The middle-aged judge didn't say a word during the process. He had to uphold any agreement made on the fighting stage. Wait, I'll get lost. I'll get lost. Hitai suddenly shouted. Compared to having all the bones in his body broken by Lu Ming, he ultimately chose to roll. Immediately, he rolled around on the fighting ring in humiliation. His movements were clumsy and ridiculous. He rolled dozens of times before falling off the fighting ring with a plop. Everyone present was dumbfounded. After a long while, they burst into laughter. Hitai's face was completely red, and he was so embarrassed that he could no longer stay there. He ran out of the bronze platform. After today, Hitai would become a laughingstock. On the grandstand, Yao Qianyu's killing intent was so thick that it could not be dispersed. Hitai was his man. If Hitai lost face, he would lose face as well. Lu Ming, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. Yao Qianyu roared in his heart, his killing intent incomparably sharp. At that moment, the judge announced that Lu Ming had won 9 consecutive wins. Lu Ming had already achieved 9 consecutive wins and was only one step away from 10 consecutive wins. Countless people revealed looks of anticipation. In the history of the mystical sword sect, there were not many people who could enter the bronze ranking in their first year. In the past 10 years, there was only one. He was one of the gold disciples of the mystical sword sect, the strongest among all the disciples, one of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes, Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji was a true peerless genius. Could Lu Ming achieve that? In the next round, Lu Ming will be fighting against an expert with 9 consecutive wins. Who among you with 9 consecutive wins will come up for a fight? For a long time, no one spoke. 9 consecutive wins was only one match away from 10 consecutive wins. Of course, he had to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain if he lost. Lu Ming's abilities were unfathomable. The disciples who had won 9 times in a row would not go up easily if they were not confident. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one came forward, the judge said, "All right, since no one has taken the initiative to come up, I'll draw lots. Whoever I draw will have to come up." This was also one of the rules of the bronze platform, which was to force people to fight. Otherwise, if some people were too strong to fight, they wouldn't be able to enter the bronze ranking. After the judge finished speaking, someone immediately went up the stage and handed him a box. Inside the box were the names of all the disciples who had won 9 consecutive victories. The judge fumbled around randomly. After a while, he took out a bamboo stick with a name on it. "Wu Hao, you go up and fight." The judge's voice echoed throughout the entire arena. On the west side of the stands, a young man stood up with a helpless look on his face. Since he had been chosen, he could only fight. With a few leaps, Wu Hao reached the fighting ring. "Junior brother Lu, please." Wu Hao cupped his fists, his expression extremely solemn. Lu Ming could easily suppress heat and this made him feel very pressured. "Please," Lu Ming said. When the judge announced the start of the match, the two of them began to fight. For Wu Hao to be able to obtain 9 consecutive wins, he naturally had real ability. His movement technique and sword technique were both of the upper yellow level, and he had already cultivated them to the 6th level. His talent could not be said to be lacking. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lu Ming and was destined to lose. Lu Ming did not use his full strength. He used the huge sword in his hand to display the lustrous sword technique. He fought with Wu Hao for dozens of moves before he defeated him. 10 consecutive wins. After defeating Wu Hao, it meant 10 consecutive wins. 10 consecutive wins meant that one would be on the bronze list. The crowd was boiling. Chapter 104. Chapter 104, Get Down Here. The entire bronze platform was in an uproar. Lu Ming had really made it onto the bronze ranking. Today, 2 new students had made it to the bronze rank. One was from the previous batch, and the other was from this batch. This had never happened in the history of the mystical sword sect. Many people cheered that they had not come in vain. They had come today to see if Feng Xinglia could make it onto the bronze rank. In the end, Feng Xinglia lived up to expectations and successfully made it onto the bronze rank. He even defeated Duanmu Hu, who was ranked 55th. Originally, they had thought that it would end like this. However, the truth was that it had not ended. It was because Lu Ming had stepped onto the fighting ring. In the beginning, no one was optimistic about Lu Ming's chances. They thought that Lu Ming had stepped onto the fighting ring on impulse after seeing Feng Xinglia's glory. However, it turned out that they were all wrong. Lu Ming had displayed his superb combat abilities and swept through the crowd. He had made it to the bronze rank directly, shocking everyone. Many of them had said with certainty that Lu Ming was arrogant, overconfident, and that it was impossible for him to succeed. Now, they had been slapped in the face by the facts. However, they did not care anymore. They were all excitedly releasing the excitement in their hearts. Whoa, this is too strong. He managed to enter the bronze ranking in his first year. In the past 10 years, only senior brother Feng Wuji has managed to do it. Who is senior brother Feng Wuji? He's a peerless genius, one of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun sect. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to do it. Could he be a genius on the same level as senior brother Feng Wuji? That's not necessarily true. Some people are powerful in the early stages but may not have such strong potential in the later stages. However, Lu Ming's current performance is indeed very strong. Actually, other than senior brother Feng Wuji, Duanmu Lin from the White Tiger Hall can do it as well. However, his bloodline was awakened too early and he was promoted to a silver disciple. That's why he didn't try for the bronze rank. Oh, I've heard of this before. As the newcomer king this year, Lu Ming had won 10 consecutive matches. Many disciples had already begun to compare him with the strongest geniuses in the past. Senior brother Lu Ming is mighty. He's invincible. In the southern grandstand, Pang Shi roared excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. Brother, do you know senior brother Lu Ming? Someone nearby asked Pang Shi. When he addressed Lu Ming, he had already added the word, senior brother. Of course. Senior brother Lu Ming and I live in the same courtyard. We're roommates. Pang Shi said proudly. He's actually senior brother Lu Ming's roommate. Junior brother Pang, if there's a chance in the future, please introduce us to senior brother Lu Ming. The other disciples said immediately. In the mystical sword sect, many things would be much easier if he had a backer. Lu Ming, a disciple who had just joined the sect this year, had displayed shocking talent. Given time, no one knew what level he would reach. Many smart people were already thinking of ways to get closer to Lu Ming. Haha, I can try, but I can't guarantee that senior Lu Ming won't have the time. Pang Shi said as he touched his head. That's for sure. The others chimed in. Beside Pang Shi, Hua Qi's eyes were also filled with shock. At the same time, there was also a deep admiration. The geniuses on the bronze ranking all had different expressions on their faces. For example, Yan Su, who was ranked 50th, and Jidong, who was ranked 48th, both had extremely serious expressions. On the other hand, Feng Xinglia's eyes were glistening as he looked at Lu Ming with surprise and admiration, as well as a strong desire to fight. As for Yao Tianyu, his face was extremely gloomy, and at the same time, killing intent flashed in his eyes. As for the geniuses who were ranked higher on the bronze list, their eyes lit up. No one knew what they were thinking. Do you think Lu Ming will continue to challenge? I think so. Didn't you see? He had previously provoked Yao Tianyu by name. I guess he will definitely challenge Yao Tianyu. If he really challenges Yao Tianyu, that would be interesting. Actually, I think it would be more interesting if he were to challenge Feng Xinglia. Both of them would be the new generation king. Yes. Around them, the disciples of the four courtyards began to guess whether Lu Ming would continue to challenge them. The middle-aged judge announced, Lu Ming, you've won 10 battles in a row and have made it onto the bronze ranking. According to the rules, you're now ranked 58. I'll report this to the sect. Now, do you still want to continue the challenge? The middle-aged judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. His eyes were filled with surprise. He had hosted the bronze platform for many years and had seen all kinds of geniuses. However, people like Lu Ming were extremely rare. Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. They wanted to know who Lu Ming would challenge. Could it be Yao Tianyu? As expected, Lu Ming's gaze turned to Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu looked at Lu Ming coldly. Yao Tianyu, 3 months ago, I said that I wanted to fight you. However, at that time, you were high and mighty, saying that I was not qualified to fight you. Now, do I have the right? Lu Ming looked at Yao Tianyu and said word by word. Lu Ming, I admit that you're quite talented. You're indeed qualified to challenge me now. But do you think, Yao Tianyu said in a deep voice. Then why are you still talking nonsense? Come down and fight me. Lu Ming interrupted Yao Tianyu's words and shouted loudly in an overbearing manner. Giggle. When had Yao Tianyu ever enjoyed such treatment? He was interrupted by Lu Ming halfway through his sentence and was even told to get lost for a fight. He felt a towering anger suffocating his chest and almost caused internal injuries. He clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. Lu Ming, do you dare to fight to the death? Yao Tianyu let out a furious roar. Just what I want, get down. Lu Ming's fighting spirit was strong and he was not afraid at all. Yao Tianyu's figure flickered and he appeared on the fighting ring, standing opposite Lu Ming. Do you really want to have a life and death battle? The middle-aged judge asked. Lu Ming said firmly. I'll kill Lu Ming in a battle of life and death. Yao Tianyu said coldly. All right, then let's have a life and death battle. We won't stop until one of us is dead. In a life and death battle, one person would definitely die. No matter who died, it would be a great loss to the mystical sword sect. However, the path of martial arts was full of thorns and difficulties. Every peak expert was tempered through life and death. The middle-aged judge and the higher-ups of the mystical sword sect knew this very well, so they would not stop the death duel between the disciples. No matter how much of a genius he was, as long as it was a fair fight, they would not stop him. If 10 geniuses died in battle and a peerless expert was born, it would be worth it. As the judge's voice fell, the atmosphere in the stadium was once again ignited and boiling. Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu were going to have a life-and-death battle. This meant that only one of them could leave the fighting ring today. Between the two of them, who would win? Yao Tianyu himself was a super genius. 2 years ago in the newcomer's trial, he was one of the popular candidates to compete for the newcomer king. Now, he was only 17 years old, but he had already reached this level of cultivation, which was extremely rare. As for Lu Ming, he was a super genius among super geniuses. He was this year's newcomer king. In his first year, he had already made it to the bronze rank. In the clash between the two, who would have the last laugh? Chapter 105. Chapter 105, The Great Battle with Yao Tianyu. Love-struck fool, do you think senior brother Lu Ming can win? In the southern grandstand, Pang Shi could not help but worry for Lu Ming. Hua Qi shook his head. It's been a long time since Yao Tianyu fought. Although he's only ranked 51st, no one knows if he has any trump cards. But I guess that even if he does, he won't be much stronger than Lu Ming. Why? Pang Shi asked. Because Yao Tianyu was afraid. Are you afraid? He's going to have a life-and-death battle with Lu Ming. Why would he be afraid? Pang Shi asked in surprise. It's precisely because he wants to have a life-and-death battle that he is afraid. Lu Ming is too talented. Yao Tianyu knows that if he doesn't get rid of Lu Ming now, he will not have a chance in the future. He is afraid of Lu Ming's talent. That's why he wants to get rid of Lu Ming now. Hua Qi analyzed. Isn't Lu Ming in danger? Pang Shi's expression changed. Not necessarily, Lu Ming. I've seen through him from the beginning. Just then, a few graceful figures appeared in the southern stands. It was Mulan, Feng Wu, and the others. It was obvious that they had rushed over after receiving the news that Lu Ming was challenging the bronze platform. Elder Mulan, senior sister Feng Wu. Pang Shi immediately greeted him when he saw him. Mulan. Feng Wu, and the others went up to Pang Shi and the others made way for them. Lu Ming has really made it onto the bronze ranking. But isn't it a little too hasty to have a life-and-death battle with Yao Tianyu now? Feng Wu was both amazed and worried. Don't worry. Lu Ming is very meticulous and not so impulsive. Moreover, since the first day I met him, he has repeatedly exceeded my understanding. I believe that he will not disappoint me today. Mulan smiled. Her smile was incomparably charming, causing some of the hot-blooded male disciples to stare with their mouths agape. Some of them even drooled. It was too alluring. At this moment, not only Mulan and the others, but some other people had also come to the stands. Even a few more geniuses on the bronze rank had come. Clearly, they had all rushed over after hearing the news. At that moment, on the fighting ring, Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu both released a powerful aura. Their auras collided in the air, forming a strong wind that swept through the surroundings. Lu Ming, I'll let you see my true abilities now. Yao Tianyu howled and a saber appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and slashed at Lu Ming. A ray of saber radiance burst out. The pale white saber radiance was more than 10 meters long. It cut through the air and the space, slashing toward Lu Ming's head with a terrifying aura. The martial technique that made Yao Tianyu famous, black-grade low-level saber technique, wind-breaking 8 slashes. As soon as Yao Tianyu made his move, someone cried out in surprise. As expected, I've successfully cultivated a profound rank martial skill. Let me test its power. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He stomped on the ground heavily and shot forward, his sword slashing at Yao Tianyu's saber. For the time being, he didn't need to use his spear technique. Lu Ming was extremely strong. The huge sword in his hand was as light as a feather. The giant sword slashed out and destroyed Yao Tianyu's blade light. The giant sword then heavily hit Yao Tianyu's saber. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. The two of them quickly retreated at the same time. The first move was a tie. He blocked it. Lu Ming actually blocked Yao Tianyu's black-level saber technique. Lu Ming must have cultivated the path of body tempering. With his strong physical body and the integration of martial arts, he was able to unleash a powerful combat power. That's how he managed to block Yao Tianyu's black-level saber technique. Physical body against black-level saber techniques. Who is stronger? The disciples of the Four Halls were all staring at the scene. Lu Ming, let's see how many of my attacks you can block. Yao Tianyu let out a long howl and attacked like a tidal wave. Saber radiance burst forth and tore through the air, aiming for Lu Ming once again. Lu Ming wielded his huge sword and engaged Yao Tianyu in a fierce battle. Violent collisions kept happening, and the sound of explosions continued. The powerful saber radiance and sword chi surged out, forming a powerful storm that swept in all directions. At the same time, sword chi and saber radiance slashed the fighting ring. However, the fighting stage was extremely hard, and there were even inscriptions on it. Even martial grandmasters couldn't break it. Sword chi and saber light didn't leave a mark on it. The battle was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 30 moves, and neither of them had a clear winner. Yao Tianyu, it seems that you've only cultivated the black-level saber technique to the second stage. If that's all you've got, then you should just die. Lu Ming let out a long howl as his essential chi surged. He exerted all his strength, and the strength of his essential chi and physical body exploded. Of course, Lu Ming did not display the blood meridian and the fire force. The combat sword cut through the void, making a terrifying buzzing sound. This sword was much stronger than the previous one. Lu Ming did not use his full strength just now. Someone exclaimed. Yao Tianyu's eyes narrowed. Then, a blood-red light flashed on his body, and a huge mantis with 5 blood-red chakras appeared. Then, the mantis burrowed itself into Yao Tianyu's body, and the aura on Yao Tianyu's body intensified. Yao Tianyu's bloodline was that of the dual-blade mantis, which greatly enhanced his blade techniques. With the activation of his bloodline, Yao Tianyu's blade techniques became even sharper and more powerful. There was another explosion, and the two of them retreated again. After Lu Ming took a step back, he stomped on the ground and charged forward again. Yao Tianyu did the same. The two of them were like two cannonballs, heavily crashing together. In just a few breaths, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. At the scene, everyone held their breath as they watched unblinkingly. It was too intense and exciting. With another move, the two of them trembled and slid back a dozen meters before they could stabilize themselves. Yao Tianyu, is this your full strength? I'm really disappointed. As soon as 2 minutes are up, your bloodline power will disappear, and you won't be able to fight me. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, the entire venue was filled with whispers. Lu Ming was right. Once the time for Yao Tianyu's blood meridian outbreak was over, how was he going to fight Lu Ming? How can this be? How can Lu Ming be so powerful? The few young men who followed Yao Tianyu shouted in disbelief. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I admit that you're very strong. It's not bad that you can force me to this point. Now, I'll show you my true strength. I was planning to use it in the great competition of the 4 courtyards in 2 months. It's your honor to use it on you. At this moment, Yao Tianyu was not afraid. Instead, he laughed out loud. Then, Yao Tianyu took a step forward, and the fighting ring rumbled. Yao Tianyu's muscles quickly bulged, and a faint black light appeared on his skin, making him look like a black iron. Chapter 106. Chapter 106, Chapter 106 Profound Level Martial Arts Technique, I know it too. Lu Ming, don't think that you're the only one who has cultivated the body tempering path. Yao Tianyu let out a long howl. With a bang, Yao Tianyu's body was like a huge piece of iron. He charged at Lu Ming and slashed at him. The saber light howled and shook the world. The Tao of body refinement. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He exploded with all his strength and blocked the attack with the giant sword. When the huge sword and Yao Tianyu's saber clashed, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming force surging toward him and his body slid back by more than 10 meters. He only felt his body go numb. The path of body cultivation. Yao Tianyu has also cultivated the path of body cultivation. He's cultivating the same body cultivation technique as He Tai. Judging from the level of control, he's not weaker than He Tai. With a strong body and black-level saber techniques, Lu Ming is finished. He's no match for him. That's right. With his strong body and black-level saber technique, his combat power is too strong. Yao Tianyu's ranking on the bronze rank is definitely not just 51st. In my opinion, he can be ranked in the 40s. Lu Ming can't possibly fight against him. Lu Ming is in danger. What a pity for such a genius. I don't think so. Maybe Lu Ming has also cultivated a black-level martial arts technique. Idiot, Lu Ming has also cultivated a black-level martial arts technique. How was this possible? Do you think profound-grade martial arts techniques are so easy to cultivate? How long has it been since Lu Ming entered the sect? One's cultivation level can be increased rapidly by relying on rare treasures or fortuitous encounters. However, martial arts techniques rely on one's comprehension and time. Although Lu Ming is very talented, he has too little time. I'm 100% sure that it's impossible for him to cultivate a black-level cultivation technique now. Yao Qianyu's sudden outburst caused everyone to fall into a state of shock. In the southern grandstand, Pang Shi was extremely anxious. What do we do? Yao Qianyu was actually this strong. What to do? Would senior brother Lu Ming be alright? This is a battle of life and death. Pang Shi, calm down. Feng Wu called out, but there was worry in her eyes as well. Hua Qi and Mulan did not say anything. However, their eyes were also filled with worry. Lu Ming, can you still create a miracle? Mulan muttered to herself. On the eastern grandstand, Yao Qianyu's lackeys were ecstatic. Haha, senior brother Yao is invincible. How can a mere Lu Ming fight with senior brother Yao? He's destined to die in senior brother Yao's hands. A few lackeys shouted. In addition, Feng Xinglie, Yan Su, and the other geniuses on the bronze ranking all stared at the stage with bright eyes. Lu Ming, this is my strongest combat power. Do you see it? That's the difference between us. I can kill you in 1 minute. Yao Qianyu's tone was very arrogant. At the same time, he was full of disdain and mockery towards Lu Ming. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Ming actually smiled. Lu Ming smiled confidently and calmly. His clear voice could be heard from afar. This giant sword is really not easy to use. I thought that this sword would be enough to defeat you, but now it seems that I have to change. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge sword in Lu Ming's hand disappeared and an 8-foot-long fiery red spear appeared in his hand. A spear? Could it be that Lu Ming uses a long spear? I heard that he's always using a sword. Could he be bluffing? No matter what, in the end, we still have to rely on strength. Yao Qianyu looked at the long spear in Lu Ming's hand. His eyes flickered and he sneered. What's the use of changing weapons? Die. With a flash of saber light, Yao Qianyu continued to charge at Lu Ming. The spear thrust out, bringing with it an intense spinning cutting force. The spear hit the blade of Yao Qianyu's saber accurately. A powerful force burst out from the tip of the spear, and the blade light that Yao Qianyu had condensed on the blade was instantly scattered. With a clang, the battle blade trembled, and Yao Qianyu's figure staggered back. Black rank spear technique. Impossible. Yao Qianyu let out a roar of disbelief. Lu Ming must have used a black-level martial arts technique to push him back with a single spear attack. Moreover, the level of mastery was definitely not weaker than his saber technique. How was this possible? 3 months ago, Lu Ming definitely did not manage to master the black-level spear technique. Otherwise, he would have used it in that life-and-death situation. There could only be one explanation. Within 3 months, not only did Lu Ming's physical body and cultivation level improve, but he had also cultivated a black-level spear technique. At the thought of this, Yao Qianyu's heart was filled with intense fear. Lu Ming was too freakish and abnormal. This kind of talent was too terrifying. No, I must kill him today. Otherwise, I'll be the one to die in the future. Yao Qianyu roared in his heart. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. When Lu Ming pushed back Yao Qianyu with one shot, they were already stunned. Lu Ming seized the initiative and did not give Yao Qianyu the slightest chance. He leaped high into the air and smashed his long spear down fiercely. The long spear whizzed through the air, emitting a terrifying sonic boom. Yao Qianyu had no time to counterattack, so he could only block with his saber. The long spear smashed into Yao Qianyu's battle blade. This spear strike contained the power to split the earth and shatter the mountains. Yao Qianyu's body trembled and his legs trembled. He almost knelt down. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. When Lu Ming used the black-level martial arts technique, he had completely crushed him. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. He launched a frenzied attack. His long spear was like a dragon, constantly bombarding Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood. He was at a complete disadvantage. The eyes of the disciples from the four halls almost popped out of their sockets. A black-level martial arts technique. Lu Ming has also cultivated a black-level martial arts technique. This is incredible. Who's that? Weren't you 100% sure that Lu Ming could not cultivate a black-level martial arts technique? What do you say now? This. The one who was asked blushed and was completely speechless. He was not the only one. The disciples of the four courtyards who were certain that Lu Ming could not have cultivated a black-level martial arts technique all blushed. Lu Ming's words were a harsh slap to their faces. They did not dare to speak anymore. Lu Ming was simply beyond common sense. They were afraid that if they said too much, they would be slapped in the face again. Haha, senior brother Lu Ming, you're amazing. Pang Shi's body trembled with excitement. Mulan, Feng Wu, and Hua Qi were overjoyed as well, but they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Impossible. How is that possible? Yao Tianyu's lackeys roared in disbelief. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming's spear swept across Yao Tianyu's chest. The sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the entire arena. Yao Tianyu's body was sent flying more than 20 meters and he fell heavily on the fighting ring. His body twitched non-stop, and the saber in his hand flew far away. Yao Tianyu had lost. He had been completely defeated. He was defeated by Lu Ming, the newcomer king of the year. The disciples of the four courtyards, including the geniuses on the bronze list, held their breath and looked at the two figures on the fighting ring. Chapter 107. Chapter 107, You Don't Have the Right. Lu Ming walked towards Yao Tianyu, step by step, his clear and indifferent voice ringing out. Yao Tianyu, a few months ago in the Dark Blood Mountain, your lackey tried to snatch my Dark Blood Stone but was forced to run away by me. At that time, I had already shown mercy. However, you thought that you were superior and that I must obey you. When I returned to the sect, you ordered someone to summon me and asked me to hand over the Dark Blood Stone. I didn't agree to it, but you instigated the Star Moon Tower to cause trouble for the new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples and hurt my brother Pang Shi on purpose. Your purpose was to infuriate me so that you could take me down with the people of the Law Enforcement Hall. Then, I would be at your mercy. At that time, you were so arrogant and insufferably arrogant that I didn't even have the right to challenge you. But now, where did your arrogance go? Lu Ming walked as he spoke. When he finished speaking, he had already walked to Yao Tianyu's side. His eyes were indifferent as he looked down at him. The surrounding disciples of the four halls suddenly came to a realization after hearing this. So that was how the feud between Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu came about. Yao Tianyu is too arrogant. He actually used such a despicable method. It's not that Yao Tianyu is arrogant, but that's how the world of martial arts should be. It's just that Yao Tianyu chose the wrong person. If he had chosen someone else, he would have to submit to him. However, he had to meet Lu Ming, a peerless genius. Therefore, he can only fail. The disciples of the four halls were discussing among themselves. The battle of life and death ends here. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. Wait a minute, Lu Ming, wait a minute. Don't kill me. You're a peerless genius, and I'm not bad either. We can work together. In the future, no one in the mystical sword sect will be our match. Yao Tianyu's body struggled madly as he shouted. He was still young and had a bright future ahead of him. He didn't want to die. Cooperation. You are not qualified to work with me. Lu Ming smiled in disdain. Then, the spear flashed and pierced through Yao Tianyu's chest. Yao Tianyu let out a blood-curdling screech as he clutched the spear shaft tightly with both hands. Blood was gushing out of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness, hatred, and regret. At this moment, he finally regretted. He regretted offending Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out the long spear and shook it. The blood on the long spear flew away, not leaving a single drop. Yao Tianyu's body slowly went limp, and finally, he stopped breathing. Yao Qianyu, a genius on the bronze list, was dead. At this moment, the crowd was boiling. Today, not only had Lu Ming made it onto the bronze ranking, but he had also killed Yao Qianyu. All of this was like a dream. It was so unreal. But that was the truth. Today, Lu Ming's name was destined to spread throughout the entire mystical sword sect. In the southern stands, Pang Shi laughed maniacally. Mulan and the others also smiled. On the east side of the stands, Yao Qianyu's lackeys were pale and weak as they sat in their seats. Yao Qianyu was dead. They knew that their future days would not be easy. Previously, they had been tyrannical because of Yao Qianyu, and had offended many people. Those people were afraid of Yao Qianyu, so of course, they did not dare to do anything to them. But now that Yao Qianyu was dead, who would care about them? Their future would be miserable. The geniuses on the bronze list were also shocked by the scene. I can't match up to Lu Ming's talent. Feng Xinglia let out a long sigh and turned around to leave the stands. Lu Ming is the winner of this battle. Lu Ming, do you still want to continue the challenge? The middle-aged judge announced loudly. Lu Ming shook his head and walked down the fighting ring. Killing Yao Qianyu was enough. There was no need to fight anymore. It was better to keep some trump cards for himself. In this battle, he had already exposed his body refinement Dao and profound level martial arts techniques. Of course, he could only display the power of the second level of a profound rank martial skill. Additionally, he still had control force which he had not used. If he really used it, the disciples of the four courtyards would be shocked beyond words. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're really amazing. Pang Shi, Hua Qi, Mulan, and the others also got down from the stands and walked toward Lu Ming. Before they even arrived, Pang Shi had already started shouting excitedly. Lu Ming, when did you manage to cultivate a black-level martial arts technique? We've suffered so much hiding it from you. Feng Wu said as she walked over. It's too noisy here. Let's talk as we walk. Lu Ming smiled. There were tens of thousands of people here, and it was really inconvenient to talk in such a noisy place. The crowd left the bronze platform and headed toward the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming briefly explained his trip to the Southridge Fire Field to cultivate his spear technique. As for the fact that he had comprehended control force, he didn't mention it. You're saying that he's only been cultivating in the Southridge Fire Field for a few months, and he's already cultivated the profound rank spear technique to this level? Feng Wu and the others all stared at him. That's right. The environment of that place just so happens to be compatible with my spear technique. As such, it's much easier for me to cultivate there. You what a pervert. Everyone despised Lu Ming. How could it be so easy to cultivate a profound grade martial skill? It was very easy to find a suitable environment to cultivate in, but how many people could actually master it? Everyone could only describe Lu Ming as abnormal. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Only he knew that he had relied on the chanting in the Supreme Shrine and his tireless cultivation to achieve his current achievements. They chatted as they walked, and soon, they arrived at the Vermilion Bird Hall where Lu Ming and Pang Shi were staying. Senior Sister Mulan, I still haven't returned the 3,000 contribution points I owe you from last time. After entering the courtyard, Lu Ming took out his identity jade card. Mulan's beautiful eyes flickered. Her limpid eyes darted back and forth on Lu Ming's body. After a while, she said, last time, not only did you defeat Ning Feng, but you've also made it onto the bronze list and killed Yao Qianyu. You've greatly boosted the prestige of the Vermilion Bird Hall. I can't be stingy anymore. Take the 3,000 contribution points as your reward. Many thanks, Senior Sister Mulan. As soon as Mulan finished her sentence, Lu Ming immediately thanked her without any embarrassment, as if he was afraid that Mulan would go back on her words. Mulan was speechless. Then, she shifted her gaze and said, now that you've made it onto the bronze ranking, you'll be representing the Vermilion Bird Hall in the great competition of the 4 halls in 2 months. The great competition of the 4 courtyards. Lu Ming had some doubts. Pang Shi was confused as well, while Hua Qi and Feng Wu's eyes flickered, as if they had heard about the competition. Mulan explained, the great competition of the 4 courtyards is a competition between the 4 courtyards. It's held once a year. For example, among the bronze disciples, the geniuses on the bronze ranking will directly participate. It's because it's meaningless for other disciples to participate. Similarly, the silver disciples will be directly participated by the geniuses on the silver ranking. In the end, they will be rewarded according to the results of the disciples of each courtyard. Not only will the individual participants be rewarded handsomely, but the sect master will also represent the sect and give more resources to the great courtyard that performs well. This is the most important thing. Chapter 108. Chapter 108, The Great Competition of the Four Courtyards. Now that you're on the bronze ranking, the Vermilion Bird Hall has 10 geniuses on the bronze ranking. In 2 months, you'll be representing the Vermilion Bird Hall in the tournament. You'll have to work hard on your cultivation during this time. If you rank well, not only will you receive a generous reward, but the entire Vermilion Bird Hall will also benefit. Mulan said with a smile. Lu Ming smiled. Don't worry. I'll do my best. Fengwu, what did you say a few months ago? He asked. I said that if I defeat Yao Tianyu in 4 months, you'll have to treat me to a big meal. Hey! Why do you remember it so clearly? Big Sister Mulan has already given you 3,000 contribution points as a reward, and you're still thinking about my feast. Fengwu rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming touched his nose. That's another matter. I've been thinking about your big meal for a few months. That's right, that's not the same thing. Haha, you guys have to bring me, old Pang, along. Pang sure jeered from the side. Hey, Big Rock, what are you doing? Fengwu said unhappily. In the end, they couldn't win against the few of them. The group left the Vermilion Bird Peak and arrived at Xianjian City. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. When they returned, it was already late at night. Lu Ming did not cultivate that night. Instead, he had a good rest. The next day, Lu Ming walked towards the contribution hall. He was going to exchange his silver and a few martial arts techniques for contribution points, and then exchange them for some demonic beast. Blood essence to cultivate. He had more than 4 million taels of silver on him, as well as 3 martial skill manuals. They were respectively the yellow grade low rank sword technique, wild wave slash, the yellow grade high rank body technique, soaring cloud steps, and the yellow grade high rank cultivation technique, Huan technique. However, Lu Ming did not plan to exchange for the cloud treading steps. He planned to keep it for his own cultivation. After all, his cultivation time was too short. He could not be compared to those senior disciples who had cultivated for a few years, or even 5 or 6 years, or even 7 or 8 years. Those senior disciples had no lack of movement martial skills, offensive martial skills, and defensive martial skills. Their maturity was not weak. However, Lu Ming had only cultivated 4 types of martial arts techniques. Flame Dragon Fist, Dragon Snake Steps, Lustrous Sword Technique, Fire Lance Technique. At his current realm, the Flame Dragon Fist and Dragon Serpent Steps were no longer of much use. He had to cultivate a higher-level martial art technique. He planned to focus on practicing the Cloud Treading Steps and Fire Controlling Gun Art before the great competition of the 4 courtyards. As for other martial arts techniques, he didn't have that much energy. And this was because of the chanting in the Supreme Shrine. How long had he been cultivating? It had only been 10 months or so. If it had been anyone else, they would definitely not have been able to cultivate these martial skills to such a profound level in such a short time. After arriving at the contribution hall, Lu Ming exchanged Wild Wave Slash and Huan technique for contribution points. He had exchanged for a total of 30,000 contribution points. He also exchanged 2 million taels of silver for contribution points, leaving him with more than 2 million taels of silver. He had a total of 50,000 contribution points. In addition to the remaining contribution points that Lu Ming had, he had a total of 55,000 contribution points. Then, Lu Ming started to exchange for Demonic Beast Blood Essence. A 9th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast cost 1,600 contribution points each. Lu Ming exchanged for 25 of them, using up a total of 40,000 contribution points. Lu Ming also exchanged for a piece of upper LV2 soft armor, which cost him 3,000 contribution points. His 55,000 contribution points had been reduced to 12,000 in an instant. This rate of expenditure was truly too terrifying. Lu Ming could not help but feel his heart ache. However, it was worth it to improve his abilities. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and began to cultivate. Lu Ming did not consume the demonic beast's blood essence continuously. Instead, he would consume and refine a portion every 2 days. This way, his foundation would not be unstable. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming spent most of his time on the cloud-treading steps and the fire-controlling gun technique. He would also take some time to comprehend the force of fire. Every time he comprehended the force of fire, a volcano would appear in his mind. The might of a volcano would spread in his heart. To Lu Ming's surprise, as his understanding of the force of fire deepened, the effect of cultivating the fire gun controlling art was better than usual. It was as if he was cultivating in the Lingnan fire field at all times. Time passed day by day, and the annual great competition of the 4 courtyards was getting closer and closer. During this period of time, the atmosphere in the 4 halls of the mystical sword sect became more and more tense. All the geniuses on the bronze list were cultivating in seclusion in order to improve themselves. More people were stepping up to challenge the bronze platform, hoping to make it to the bronze rank and be qualified to participate in the great competition of the 4 courtyards. More than a month later, the fire gun art had another breakthrough and entered the 4th level. When the great competition of the 4 courtyards was about to begin, the fire gun controlling art had reached the peak of the 4th level. However, it seemed that he had encountered a bottleneck. No matter how hard Lu Ming cultivated, he could not break through. His greatest improvement was the soaring cloud steps. As a warrior's martial Dao realm rose, his understanding of martial Dao would also become deeper and deeper. It would be faster for him to practice low-level martial arts techniques. For example, if a martial king-level martial artist were to practice yellow-rank martial arts, he would probably be able to reach the 6th level in less than 2 days. Therefore, Lu Ming's current cultivation of the yellow-level upper-level soaring cloud was several times faster than when he cultivated the lustrous sword technique. Within 2 months, Lu Ming had cultivated the cloud-treading steps to the highest level, the 6th level, the union of men and martial arts. After refining 25 portions of 9th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence, Lu Ming's cultivation base had also risen to the peak of the 8th grade master realm. He was only 1 step away from the 9th grade master realm. At this time, the mystical sword sect was welcoming the most lively and exciting moment of the year. The great competition of the 4 courtyards. At this moment, almost all the mystical sword sect disciples had returned to the sect. Although most of the disciples were not qualified to participate, it would be very helpful for their cultivation to witness the battle between the top geniuses of different realms. Moreover, there were actually 4 new disciples on the same stage in this great competition of the 4 courtyards. This was extremely rare even in the history of the mystical sword sect, so it was naturally even more attractive. Lu Ming, this is for you. On the day of the grand competition of the 4 courtyards, Hua Qi and Pang Shi knocked on Lu Ming's door before dawn. Hua Qi stuffed a small notebook into his hands. What is this? Lu Ming had some doubts. This is the information of all the geniuses on the bronze list. You can take a look. It might be helpful to you. What? The information of all the geniuses on the bronze list. How did you guys get it? Senior brother Lu Ming, Hua Qi has spent a lot of money recently and hired many senior disciples to help collect these. I've realized now that the love-struck fool has nothing but money. Pang Shi said. Hey, Big Rock, what are you saying? What do you mean I have nothing but money? I'm telling you, I have everything. Hua Qi said unhappily. Lu Ming's heart moved. He could not help but feel touched. It was not hard to imagine that to collect such information, it was definitely not something that could be done with a little bit of money. It was definitely a huge number. He had a feeling that Hua Qi's identity wasn't simple. Many thanks. I just don't want you to lose so badly. After all, we're from the same dormitory. If you lose so badly, I'll lose face too. Hua Qi left these words before turning around and leaving. Senior brother Lu Ming, we'll set off together later. Pang Shi said as he touched his head before leaving. Chapter 109. Chapter 109, The Vermilion Bird Hall's Dean. Lu Ming returned to his room and opened his notebook to read. It contained the detailed information of everyone on the bronze list, including their martial arts techniques, cultivation, and weapons. Although it was not 100% accurate, it was very valuable as a reference. It would be of great help to Lu Ming. One could only win every battle if one knew one's enemy and oneself. There were 60 names recorded in the book, which meant that there were 60 people on the bronze list. Before Lu Ming entered the bronze rank, there were 56 people on the bronze rank. Yao Qianyu was killed. However, with Lu Ming and Feng Xinglie, there were 57 people on the bronze rank, which meant that 3 more people had entered the bronze rank recently. As expected, the Vermilion Bird Hall has the least number of people. The Vermilion Bird Hall had 11 students, the Black Tortoise Hall had 12, the Azure Dragon Hall had 15, and the White Tiger Hall had 22. The Vermilion Bird Hall was last, while the White Tiger Hall was the strongest. In the end, Lu Ming's gaze landed on the first 10 names. Zhang Muyun, Duan Muyunyang, Biyu Xingkai, and Duan Gang. The 10 names represented the top 10 of the bronze rank. The Vermilion Bird Hall only has one person in the top 10. Lu Ming frowned. The Vermilion Bird Hall only had one person in the top 10, and she was ranked 6th. 4 from the White Tiger Hall, 3 from the Azure Dragon Hall, and 2 from the Onyx Tortoise Hall. There was no doubt that the Vermilion Bird Hall was the worst in terms of both the number of people and the top geniuses. Top 10. A glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he revealed a trace of fighting spirit. Very quickly, 2 hours had passed and the sky was already bright. When Lu Ming walked out of the room, he saw Pang Shi and Hua Qi already in the courtyard. Besides them, Feng Wu was also there. Lu Ming, I heard that Hua Qi has been collecting information on the geniuses on the bronze rank. How's it going? Feng Wu asked. I'm done. Yes, but I have to add a few points. Let's talk as we walk. Feng Wu said. The few of them nodded and walked out. The geniuses on the bronze list can be roughly divided into 6 levels and 3 types. Have you heard of them? 6 levels, 3 types. Lu Ming, Hua Qi, and Pang Shi were a little puzzled. That's right. The 6 levels are divided according to combat strength. After all, most of the geniuses on the bronze list are at the peak of the 9th grade master realm. Although some of them are ranked first, their combat strength is very close. The 45th to 60th ranks are in the 6th level. The 30th to 45th ranks are in the 5th level. The 20th to 30th ranks are in the 4th level. The 10th to 20th ranks are in the 3rd level. The 4th to 10th ranks are in the 2nd level. The top 3 are the strongest and are in the 1st level. There are 3 types. The first type is like you and Feng Xinglie. They just entered the school and entered the bronze rank not long ago. They are very talented, but they are not very strong because they have only been on the school for a short time. The second type is the extremely talented geniuses who have been on the bronze list for a long time, but have deliberately stayed at the peak of the 9th grade master realm in order to build a stronger foundation. This type of geniuses have the most terrifying combat strength, and most of the top 10 on the bronze list are this type. The third type is the senior disciples who have been in the sect for many years. They are stuck at the peak of the 9th grade master realm and have been unable to break through. These types have limited potential, but due to their many years of cultivation, they have mastered all sorts of martial arts and secret techniques, so their combat strength is also very strong. Feng Wu explained in detail. Lu Ming and the other 2 nodded after hearing that. They did not expect that there were so many tricks to it. Lu Ming, in the future, you just need to know what to do when you face your enemies. The 4 of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the place where the great competition of the 4 courtyards would be held. The great competition of the 4 courtyards was not held in the 4 courtyards or in the middle of the 4 courtyards. Instead, it was to the north of the Onyx Tortoise Hall, where the core of the mystical sword sect was. This place was vast, with peaks towering and clouds lingering, making it hazy. This was where the sect leader, golden-robed elders, and gold-ranked disciples cultivated and lived. It was said that other than these, the true strength of the mystical sword sect was hidden here, and it was the core of the mystical sword sect. In front of the peaks, there was a flat piece of land where a fighting stage was built. Around the fighting stage were wide stands. The layout was very similar to the bronze platform, but it was several times wider and more majestic. The square grandstand could hold more than 100,000 people. The disciples from the 4 halls continued to gather there. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they found the Vermilion Bird Hall's area and sat down. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. That's the headmaster of the White Tiger Hall and the silver-robed elder of the White Tiger Hall. Someone whispered. Lu Ming and the others looked up and saw dozens of figures stepping on the air. There were old men and middle-aged men. Each of them had the aura of a mountain. They were extremely dense and suffocating. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people landed in the White Tiger Hall's area. The Vermilion Bird Hall's headmaster and the silver-robed elder are here as well. Suddenly, a Vermilion Bird Hall disciple nearby cried out in excitement. There were also dozens of people in the air, both men and women, and all of them had powerful auras. The leader was an old man with white hair. He was wearing a fiery red robe with a lifelike vermilion bird embroidered on it. He had a kind expression and greeted the people from the Vermilion Bird Hall with a smile. This was the head of the Vermilion Bird Hall, Yen Lan. Lu Ming saw a familiar face beside the Vermilion Bird Hall's dean. It was Mulan. Feng Wu, what's Mulan's relationship with the dean? Lu Ming could not help but ask Feng Wu. You don't know. The director is big sister Mulan's grandfather. Grandpa. As expected. Lu Ming could not help but recall that Yao Qianyu had mentioned this news a few months ago. He just did not pay attention to it at that time. As expected, Mulan's identity was not simple. On the side, Pang Shi and Hua Qi were also dumbfounded. A dean of a large courtyard was definitely a top figure in the mystical sword sect. His status was comparable to the golden-robed elders, and his authority was even greater than the golden-robed elders. In the mystical sword sect, he was a true overlord. At that moment, the Vermilion Bird Hall director and the others landed in the Vermilion Bird Hall's area. After they landed, the Vermilion Bird Hall director and Mulan actually walked toward Lu Ming and the others. Mas, the dean is here. Pang Shi was so nervous that he stuttered. Hua Qi was rather calm, but there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The people nearby were even more nervous. After all, it was not easy to see the dean. Who is the principal here to see? Could it be Lu Ming? Such a thought flashed through many people's minds. They had guessed correctly. The Vermilion Bird Hall dean and Mulan walked toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets the dean and senior sister Mulan. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Chapter 110. Chapter 110, the start of the competition. Haha, you're Lu Ming, right? I've heard this little girl Lan mention you so many times, and I've long wanted to come and see you. Now that I've seen you, you're indeed not bad, you can be called a dragon among men. The Vermilion Bird Hall's dean sized Lu Ming up carefully, stroking his white beard and nodding his head. You're too kind, director. Lu Ming said humbly. However, he was still a 16-year-old teenager after all. To be praised by such a big shot, he was still happy in his heart, and his face could not help but reveal a smile. Grandpa, don't praise him. Look at how proud he is. Mulan glanced at Lu Ming and said. Senior sister Mulan, are you jealous? Haha. Lu Ming smiled. You're the one who's jealous. Boy, now that you're on the bronze list, you're getting bolder, aren't you? Mulan gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Ming fiercely. On the side, Feng Wu, Pang Shi, Hua Qi, and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing, their faces turning red. Senior sister Mulan, what's wrong with me being proud of the dean's praise? This is the principal. Shouldn't I be proud to be able to get the principal's approval? Isn't that right, director? Lu Ming said and looked at the dean. Ha ha ha, little guy, I like your true nature. You should be proud of yourself, but you can't underestimate your enemy later. The Vermilion Bird Hall chief laughed. Thank you for your reminder, headmaster. Lu Ming cupped his fists again. Detestable. Mulan gritted her teeth and left with the Vermilion Bird Hall chief. They returned to their seats. Poochie. After Mulan left, Feng Wu and the others couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Lu Ming, let me tell you. Sister Mulan is very vengeful. You have to be careful in the future. Feng Wu said, laughing. All of a sudden, she saw Mulan's fierce gaze from not far away. Her expression immediately turned serious and her smile disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming was shocked by the speed of the change. The other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples cast envious looks at Lu Ming. The head of the Vermilion Bird Hall had come to see him in person and even praised him in public. What an honor. This meant that the Vermilion Bird Hall's dean admired Lu Ming. This was a treatment that even Qing Feiyu, who was ranked in the top 10 of the Vermilion Bird Hall's bronze ranking, did not have. Buzz. Bzzzzz. At this moment, a few rays of light suddenly flew out from the depths of the mystical sword sect. The dazzling light pierced through the void and arrived above the fighting ring in an instant. Welcome, sect leader. As soon as they arrived, the deans of the 4 halls and the silver-robed elders got up and packed their bags. Sect master. Lu Ming and the rest were shocked that the sect master had arrived. They quickly stood up and said, "Welcome, sect leader." More than 50,000 disciples shouted in unison, their voices shaking the world. "No need to be so polite, sit down." A calm and clear voice sounded. The voice seemed to come from the sky, but it also seemed to have come from everyone's ears. It was very strange. Lu Ming looked up and saw 7 figures in the sky. The person in the lead looked to be in his 40s. He had a handsome face and long black hair. He was dressed in a snow-white robe as he stood in the air. It was as if he was the center of the entire world. He did not emit any aura, but in Lu Ming's eyes, he was like an endless ocean, unfathomable and giving off a terrifying pressure. Is this the sect master of the mystical sword sect? One of the overlords of the Burning Sun Empire, Flying Snow God Sword, Lin Shui. Behind the sect leader of the mystical sword sect were 2 gold-robed elders and 4 silver-robed elders. Then, the sect leader and the 6 elders of the mystical sword sect flew down and landed on the highest point of the northern stands. That place was specially prepared for the sect leader and the others. Everyone's here, right? Let's start. The sect leader of the mystical sword sect announced with a wave of his hand. As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, a silver-robed elder flew up to the fighting ring and began to introduce the rules of the competition. The rules were simple. There were 60 people in total, and they would be assigned numbers according to their previous ranking. Previously, Lu Ming had killed Yao Tianyu and naturally replaced his ranking. He was ranked 51st and his number was 51. The 60 people would fight in pairs and draw lots to decide their opponents. The winner would enter the top 30, and the loser would be eliminated. However, after the top 30 were decided, there would be another challenge. The elders of the 4 halls and the elders of the sect would discuss together and choose 10 powerful geniuses to challenge the 30 geniuses who had advanced earlier. As long as they won, they would be able to replace the other party and enter the top 30. This was for the sake of fairness, because some people might be very strong, but their luck was bad at the beginning, and they would draw the geniuses in the top few places, so they would lose somewhat unjustly. This way, they could avoid the stronger geniuses from being eliminated early due to bad luck. This was related to the interests of the 4 halls, so it was natural to be fair. The rules were the same for the top 15 from the top 30. The top 10 would be chosen and the final ranking would be decided by a round of battles. There were many rewards for entering the top 10. Other things aside, Lu Ming was very envious of the contribution points. All right, I'm sure everyone knows the rules. Now, the disciples on the bronze rank can come up to draw lots. The silver-robed elder announced. Lu Ming stood up and walked onto the fighting ring. People from the 4 great academies walked up to the fighting ring. In the end, there were 60 people in total. Everyone's eyes were focused on these 60 people. They would be the main characters for the next few days. Look, that's Zhang Muyun. He's ranked first on the Azure Dragon Hall's bronze ranking. He's so handsome, talented, and handsome. I wish I could marry him. Stop dreaming. I heard that Zhang Muyun and the 7th-ranked Zhuo Yirong are a couple. You can stop dreaming. Ah. Look, that's Lu Ming, this year's newcomer king. He rushed into the bronze rank in his first year. It's too shocking and he's so handsome. He doesn't have a girlfriend, right? I've decided, I'm going to chase him. You. Why would Lu Ming be interested in you? On the field, the female disciples of the 4 halls were chattering and discussing with great interest. Instantly, some of the male disciples were displeased. Although Lu Ming is talented, it's not his time yet. I don't think he will pass the first round. That's for sure. It's impossible for him to pass the first round and enter the top 30. Even if he's lucky enough to pass, he'll still be replaced by others. The male disciple said unhappily. In the White Tiger Halls area, there were two people who were staring at Lu Ming. One of them was a young lady in a white dress, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was Lu Yao, who had disappeared the moment she joined the mystical sword sect. Her father, Lu Yunxiong, was sitting beside her. At that moment, Lu Yao's face darkened as she looked at Lu Ming's tall and straight figure on the fighting ring. She had been humiliated during the Lu family's grand competition and hated Lu Ming to the core. She wanted to take revenge on Lu Ming, so she had been cultivating in seclusion ever since she entered the mystical sword sect. This cultivation took almost 9 months. Moreover, he was the fiancé of the peerless genius Duanmu Lin, so the Duanmu family was naturally not stingy with their resources. With the help of a large amount of resources, Lu Yao's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had broken through all the barriers, and when she came out a few days ago, she had already reached the 6th grade master realm. Chapter 111. Chapter 111, The Arrogant Duanmu Family. At first, she thought that with such a cultivation base, she would be able to trample on Lu Ming and humiliate him 10 times or 100 times more. However, she did not expect that after she came out of seclusion, Lu Yunxiong would tell her that Lu Ming had killed Yao Tianyu, made it to the bronze rank, and was going to participate in the great competition of the 4 courtyards. The moment she heard it, she was stunned. It was simply unbelievable and unacceptable. She thought that she had heard wrong. She could not bear it. She was full of confidence and thought that she could trample on Lu Ming. However, the truth was the opposite. She had spent a lot of resources, but she was getting further and further away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming, that little bastard. How did he improve so quickly? God is really unfair to let this little bastard have such strong talent. On the side, Lu Yunxiong gritted his teeth, his voice extremely gloomy. No matter how strong Lu Ming is, he's just trash in front of Brother Lin. Lu Yao said in a deep voice. Haha, Miss Lu is right. How can Lu Ming, that little be **starred, compare to young Master Lin? He's worlds apart. Many young men from the Duanmu family sat beside Lu Yao and the others. One of them sneered. That's right. Moreover, Lu Ming won't be able to go far in this competition. If he meets a genius from the Duanmu family, he'll definitely be crippled. Even if he's lucky enough to make it into the top 30, the geniuses from the Duanmu family will definitely challenge him at the first opportunity. Another youth said. That's good. With the heroes of the Duanmu family here, I can rest assured. Lu Yunxiong laughed. Lu Ming had no idea about this. In the fighting ring, tens of thousands of eyes were looking at them. Among the 60 people, some were so excited that their faces turned red. Some were rubbing their fists and wiping their palms. They glanced at the others with hostility. There were also some who were calm and composed, with all kinds of expressions. Lu Ming smiled faintly, his eyes filled with anticipation. First, the silver-robed elders would draw 30 people, and then these 30 people would draw the remaining 30 people. Whoever was drawn would be their opponent in the first round. Lu Ming was one of the first 30 people to be drawn. Then, Lu Ming and the other 30 people went up to draw lots. Very soon, the drawing of lots was completed. Lu Ming had drawn number 46. Number 46. I'm quite lucky. Lu Ming smiled and registered the silver-robed elder with it. Then, he returned to his seat. Lu Ming, what number did you draw? Feng Wu hurriedly asked. Number 46. Number 46, Yun Feng from the Onyx Tortoise Hall. Lu Ming, you're in luck. Hua Qi asked in surprise. Lu Ming smiled. He was not too bothered. To him, it was just a battle no matter who he drew. A melodious bell rang, indicating that the exciting great competition of the 4 courtyards was about to begin. Now, the great competition of the 4 courtyards officially begins. Before it begins, you must pay attention to one of the most basic rules. In this competition, you can't harm your life. You can do whatever you want with other things. Also, you can't use any medicinal pills to improve your combat strength, except for secret skills. Now, let's officially begin. The first battle, number 60 versus number 23. On the fighting ring, the silver-robed elder announced. Number 60. Isn't that the genius from the Vermilion Bird Hall, Lu Hui, who just entered the bronze ranking? Lu Ming had an idea. In the Vermilion Bird Hall area, an ordinary-looking, thin young man walked out of the crowd and went up to the fighting ring. Haha, I'm so lucky to have met the trash from the Vermilion Bird Hall. From the White Tiger Hall's area, a loud laugh was heard. Then, a young man appeared on the fighting ring with a few leaps. Number 23, Duanmu Yunchong of the Duanmu family. The Duanmu family has indeed produced many talents in recent years. Feng Wu said with a grim look in her eyes. On the fighting ring, Duanmu Yunchong looked at Lu Hui with a mocking expression and said, "Trash from the Vermilion Bird Hall, kneel down and admit defeat now. Otherwise, you'll be in for it." Lu Hui's expression was unsightly as he stared at Duanmu Yunchong without saying a word. His eyes were filled with determination. "Trash, it seems like you really want to fight me. Don't worry, I can defeat you with one move. I'll let you know that it was only luck that you managed to get into the bronze rank. Also, let me tell you, your Vermilion Bird Hall is destined to be swept away this time. Don't even think about getting into the top 10. Duanmu Yunchong sneered. He was extremely arrogant and haughty. Damn it, the Duanmu family is really F***king despicable. You still want to sweep us aside? Dream on. Senior sister Qing Feichen will definitely be in the top 10. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were all furious as they cursed. A bunch of nonsense, you only know how to talk. On the fighting ring, Duanmu Yunchong said with a disdainful expression. Lu Hui's face was gloomy. He tightly held the hilt of his sword with one hand and stared at Duanmu Yunchong. Suddenly, Lu Hui rushed out. His long sword was unsheathed and turned into a ray of silver light, piercing toward Duanmu Yunchong. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Lu Hui was performing a black-level low-rank sword technique. However, he had only just reached the second level. Small tricks. Duanmu Yunchong coldly sneered. His body moved and he dodged Lu Hui's attack. Black-grade low-level movement technique. At the same time, Duanmu Yunchong struck out with his palm. The wind from his palm whistled like thunder. A black-grade low-level palm technique, another black-grade martial arts technique. It was obvious that Duanmu Yunchong had mastered two profound grade martial skills. When they were used in pairs, they were as fast as lightning and as fast as thunder, increasing their battle strength by a large margin. Lu Hui's sword had missed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only use his other hand to block the palm. However, Lu Hui's palm strike was only launched out of desperation. How could it withstand Duanmu Yunchong's black-level palm energy? Lu Hui's body flew out and he retreated more than 10 meters. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, you actually dared to block my palm. You asked for it. Duanmu Yunchong bellowed in his heart. His expression was extremely gloomy. He had said that he would deal with Lu Hui in one move, but now Lu Hui had actually blocked one move. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. Duanmu Yunchong's figure moved. He used his black-grade movement technique and moved as fast as a ghost. He instantly appeared behind Lu Hui and struck out with his palm. Although Lu Hui was on full alert and quickly slashed his sword behind him, he was still a step too slow due to his injuries. The palm hit Lu Hui's chest. Lu Hui spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Duanmu Yunchong followed closely behind. Without giving Lu Hui the chance to catch his breath, he struck out another palm. However, this palm was aimed at Lu Hui's face. A clear sound of a slap was heard. Duanmu Yunchong had ruthlessly slapped Lu Hui's face. Lu Hui's entire body was sent flying. However, Duanmu Yunchong did not have the intention to let go. His body moved and caught up with Lu Hui. Another slap landed on Lu Hui's face. Lu Hui was sent flying and fell to the ground. Trash, I told you to admit defeat a long time ago. What now? I've beaten you like a dog. Duanmu Yunchong looked down at Lu Hui and said in disdain. Damn. Duanmu Yunchong, don't go too far. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were filled with righteous indignation. Someone shouted. Chapter 112. Chapter 112, Chapter 112 The First Battle. What do you mean by, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated? He's just a piece of trash. I told him to kneel down and admit defeat, but he still wanted to fight. With this little combat strength, he's simply asking to be humiliated. Duanmu Yuncheng looked at the Vermilion Bird Hall's side and sneered. Damn it, I'm so angry. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, including Pang Shi, Hua Qi, and Feng Wu, were all flushed with anger. At the very top of the stands, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect was expressionless, as if none of this could stir his emotions. In the White Tiger Hall's area, the White Tiger Hall's headmaster stroked his beard and smiled. The head of the Vermilion Bird Hall frowned. On the fighting ring, Duanmu Yuncheng curled his lips in disdain. He walked toward Lu Hui and stepped on his body. He looked down at him and sneered, "Now, are we still going to fight? Admit defeat, Lu Hui. Admit defeat. Stop fighting." The Vermilion Bird Hall disciple couldn't help but call out. I admit defeat," Lu Hui said unwillingly. His eyes revealed a humiliated expression as he looked at Duanmu Yuncheng. Haha, you've admitted defeat. What were you doing earlier? What do you mean by that look? If you're not willing, you're still pissing me off. Pissing me off, you're really a piece of trash. After he had finished speaking, Duanmu Yuncheng kicked out and sent Lu Hui flying. Duanmu Yuncheng, what are you doing? Lu Hui has already admitted defeat, yet you still attack. You have broken the rules. A Vermilion Bird Hall disciple shouted. Who said I attacked? I didn't use any strength at all. I only asked him to move away. He was blocking my foot. I lifted my foot and he flew out. Duanmu Yuncheng indifferently said. Nonsense, you did it on purpose. One of the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples roared. On the fighting stage, the silver-robed elder slightly frowned. Duanmu Yuncheng had indeed broken the rules. All right, Yuncheng, be careful when you lift your feet next time. At this moment, an old and vigorous voice came from the White Tiger Hall. Yes, Principal. Duanmu Yuncheng immediately said respectfully. The voice came from the White Tiger Hall's headmaster. On the fighting stage, the silver-robed elder frowned. However, since the White Tiger Hall's headmaster had spoken, he had no choice but to give him some face. After a moment of silence, he announced, Duanmu Yuncheng wins this battle. Damn it, the Duanmu family is really shameless. Feng Wu said through gritted teeth. The other Vermilion Bird disciples were the same. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He suddenly said, Don't worry. This Duanmu Yuncheng won't be arrogant for long. Feng Wu, Hua Qi, Pang Shi, and the others were taken aback, not understanding what Lu Ming meant. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples went up to help Lu Hui down and the competition continued. The battle was extremely intense and exciting. The geniuses on the bronze list all had combat strength that far exceeded their peers of the same level, and they had all kinds of profound level martial arts techniques and secret skills, which made people feel very satisfied. Especially the geniuses in the top 10, they were unimaginably powerful. No matter what kind of opponent they faced, they would be dealt with in one move. A few hours later, more than 20 matches had already passed. There were only 5 or 6 more matches left before it would end. Next round, number 51 versus number 46. 51 against 46. Why are they so close in ranking? Which two? Number 51 used to be Yao Tianyu, so it's Lu Ming now. Number 46 is Yunfeng from the Onyx Tortoise Hall. Lu Ming. Based on the abilities that Lu Ming displayed when he killed Yao Tianyu, he might be able to defeat Yunfeng. He's so lucky. Indeed, we're too lucky. The silver-robed elder's words caused a wave of discussion. Back then, Yao Tianyu had not only cultivated a black-grade low-level martial arts technique to the 2nd level, but his physical body had also been cultivated to complete grade 1. His combat strength had already surpassed his ranking, and some people believed that Yao Tianyu could already be ranked in the 5th level. Since Lu Ming was able to kill Yao Tianyu, his combat strength was definitely stronger than Yao Tianyu's. Some people had speculated that with Lu Ming's combat strength, he might be ranked around the 40th place. They all thought that Lu Ming was too lucky to be up against Yunfeng. Humph, Lu Ming, that little bastard. Why is he so lucky? In the White Tiger Hall area, Lu Yunxiong gritted his teeth. So what if I'm lucky? Even if you're lucky enough to make it into the top 30, you'll still be challenged by others. That'll be even more embarrassing. A young man from the Duanmu family sneered. Lu Ming could not be bothered with the discussions around him. He got up and went up to the fighting ring. Good luck, senior brother Lu Ming. Pang Shi shouted. However, other than Pang Shi, no one else was cheering for Lu Ming. The other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples had similar thoughts as the others. They all thought that even if Lu Ming made it into the top 30, he would be challenged by others. If they cheered for Lu Ming now, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? A burly young man from the Black Tortoise walked up to the fighting ring. He was Yunfeng, who was ranked 46th. Lu Ming, although you're very strong, I'll give it my all in this battle. I hope you won't hold back. Yunfeng looked at Lu Ming and said loudly. I know what I'm doing, you can use your full strength. Yunfeng's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming's confidence made him not dare to be careless. He focused all his attention and exploded with all his strength. A powerful aura burst out of Yunfeng's body. Then, a red light flashed on his body. A black rhinoceros roared, and 4 chakras appeared. His bloodline burst out. Mad Rhinoceros Slash. Yunfeng sprinted and slashed out with the saber in his hand. A terrifying saber radiance seemed to be able to cut open the space. At this moment, Yunfeng's essence, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated. At this moment, he erupted with extraordinary strength. That's the 3rd stage of a black-grade low-level martial arts technique, and Yunfeng actually broke through. Good. A silver-robed elder in the Onyx Tortoise Hall's area cheered. The other people present were also shocked. They didn't expect that Yunfeng would surpass them when faced with pressure, causing his black-rank martial skill to break through from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. Lu Ming is in danger now. Such a thought appeared in many people's minds. It's even better that you've broken through. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Then, he suddenly took a step forward and dashed toward Yun Peak. The long spear in his hand was pulled forward, bringing out a crescent moon. The long spear struck Yunfeng's saber, causing a loud boom. The entire fighting ring seemed to shake. Then, a figure flew out like a cannonball and glided more than 30 meters on the huge fighting ring that was more than 200 meters in length and width. Then, his body trembled and he knelt down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The figure that had been sent flying was Yunfeng. One move. With just one move, Yunfeng was sent flying by Lu Ming, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Even a blind person could tell that the difference between Yunfeng and Lu Ming was too great. How did this happen? How could Lu Ming be so powerful? He was simply too strong, terrifyingly strong. Was he still a newcomer this year? Yunfeng had clearly broken through right before the battle, but he was still sent flying with a single strike. Although some people had guessed that Lu Ming would win, they did not expect him to win so easily. Chapter 113. Chapter 113, I admit defeat. They're not on the same level at all. Lu Ming's abilities are probably in the top 30. That's right. I really didn't expect him to improve at such a terrifying speed. Discussions could be heard from the surroundings. Ha ha ha, senior brother Lu Ming, you're the best. Lu Ming, good luck. Lu Ming, you're the most handsome. The other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples finally couldn't help but shout out in excitement. With the abilities that Lu Ming had displayed, they could finally cheer for him without worry. This kid is not bad. You have good eyes. The head of the Vermilion Bird Hall stroked his beard and revealed a satisfied expression. Lu Ming, maybe he can enter that place in the future. Mulan sighed. The head of the Vermilion Bird Hall's expression changed slightly. Do you really want Lu Ming to go there? Lu Ming is still too far away from it. I know that Lu Ming is still far from it. But I believe that he will be able to do it in the near future. He has given me too many surprises. Mulan's limpid eyes flickered with hope as she looked at the slender figure standing with a spear in the fighting ring. AI. The Vermilion Bird Hall principal sighed and did not say anything. In the area of the White Tiger Hall. Damn it, how can this little bastard be so strong? Lu Yunxiong was furious. Lu Yao's face was extremely cold, and her eyes flickered with madness and a sinister light. She glared at Lu Ming on the fighting ring and bellowed in her heart, Lu Ming, that damned Lu Ming. You're just a bastard that I abandoned, a piece of trash. How can you be so strong? The trash that I abandoned should be trash for the rest of my life. I will not allow a trash to become stronger than me. I will not allow it. At this moment, everyone's eyes were shining with all kinds of light as they looked at the figure on the fighting ring. Other than the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, his eyes were calm and aloof, as if he was not affected by anything. But in the next moment, the sect leader's indifferent and aloof expression disappeared, and was replaced with shock. Because a voice came from the fighting ring. I admit defeat. The entire place quieted down, so much so that even a pin drop could be heard. No matter what kind of expression they had on their faces before, they all turned into one expression in an instant, a dumbfounded expression. It was because Lu Ming was the one who had said, I admit defeat. It was not Yunfeng but Lu Ming. Lu Ming admitted defeat. What was happening? How did this happen? The deans of the 4 campuses were all dumbfounded. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were dumbfounded, and so were Pang Shi, Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and Mulan. The other silver-robed elders and gold-robed elders were also dumbfounded. What is Lu Ming trying to do? Pang Shi was tongue-tied. Lu Ming has clearly revealed his ability and he can enter the top 30. Why did he suddenly surrender? What the hell is he doing? Feng Wu frowned. That's right. His strength can easily enter the top 30. Hua Qi also frowned and mumbled. He suddenly stopped and his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, I know what Lu Ming is going to play. Haha, I like it. You know. Why is that? I can't tell you now, just wait and see. Hua Qi smiled mysteriously. Pang Shi, Feng Wu, and the others all looked down on her. On the fighting ring, the silver-robed elder's eyes were wide open. He was stunned for a long time before he asked, Lu Ming, what did you say? You admit defeat. Yes, I admit defeat. Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on me? In front, Yunfeng stood up and glared at Lu Ming. I'm not looking down on you. Don't misunderstand, I'm just admitting defeat. Yunfeng was at a loss for words. The silver-robed elder confirmed once again before helplessly announcing that Yunfeng had won this round. Lu Ming smiled and walked back to the Vermilion Bird Hall area. F***CK, Lu Ming, what are you playing at? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, I'm not done with you. Feng Wu glared at Lu Ming, gritting her teeth. You'll know in a while. Senior brother Lu Ming, why are you saying the same thing as the love-struck fool? I really don't understand you guys. Lu Ming and Hua Qi looked at each other and smiled. Then, the competition continued. In less than an hour, all 30 matches had ended. Among them, the 4 most popular newcomer kings. One of them was Feng Xinglia. He had not trained for long enough and met an expert who was ranked 21st. He failed. As for Lu Ming, he admitted defeat. The other 2 were extremely powerful, so they naturally advanced easily. The top 30 had already been decided, but it was not over yet. There were still challenges. The silver-robed elders from the 4 courtyards, the silver-robed elders from the sect leader's side, and the 2 gold-robed elders discussed and decided to select 10 powerful challengers. This was because there were indeed some powerful geniuses among them. If they were unlucky, they would encounter those ranked in the top 10 or those ranked in the top 10. Naturally, they were no match for them. Now, they had to give them a chance. It didn't take long for the 10 challengers to be announced. I now announce the candidates for the challenge. They are Wu Jin, Wang Fei, Lu Ming. The hosting silver-gowned elder announced. Lu Ming's name was among them. Haha, I knew it. Senior brother Lu Ming will definitely have another chance to challenge him. The abilities that he displayed just now are very powerful. Pang Shi said with a smile. At this moment, the names had been announced. The silver-robed elder said, all right, you can choose your target now. As soon as the silver-robed elder finished speaking, a figure quickly leaped onto the fighting ring. The figure was Lu Ming. The crowd was stunned again. Lu Ming had just admitted defeat and was the first one to step onto the fighting ring to issue a challenge. What was he trying to do? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He turned around and looked at the White Tiger Hall. He pointed the spear in his hand and said coldly, "Duanmu Yuncheng, get your ass up here." The cold voice spread throughout the area, causing many people to be shocked. Then, some of them had a look of realization. I know why Lu Ming admitted defeat earlier. His goal was to obtain the right to challenge Duanmu Yuncheng. That's right. Before Lu Ming admitted defeat, he deliberately displayed his powerful combat strength and defeated Yunfeng in one move. He knew that even if he admitted defeat, he would still be given the right to challenge Yunfeng. He's trying to take revenge for Vermilion Bird Hall's Lu Hui. I see. This time, everyone on the field understood. On the highest grandstand, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect looked at Lu Ming curiously and muttered, "This Lu Ming is indeed not bad." It's not easy to attract the sect leader's attention. A golden-robed elder smiled and said. At this moment, the entire place was in an uproar as they entered into a heated discussion. Chapter 114. Chapter 114 Bullying. Haha, so this is senior brother Lu Ming's idea. It's so complicated. No wonder I didn't think of it. Love-struck fool, you've thought of it before, haven't you? Pang Shi laughed and asked. That's right. Hua Qi smiled and nodded. When Lu Ming fought, there were only 6 or 7 matches left. He only admitted defeat after displaying his powerful abilities. Isn't that strange? I also deduced from this that he was absolutely confident that he would be selected to challenge. That's why he did that. This guy's way of doing things is really evil and unexpected. Feng Wu said, pouting. Not far away, Lu Hui's injuries had already stabilized. He muttered, "Lu Ming." His eyes were filled with gratitude. The other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples' gazes changed as well. They looked at Lu Ming with admiration. However, it was different for the disciples of the White Tiger Hall, especially those from the Duanmu family. They were all furious. Damn this Lu Ming. He's trying to go against the Duanmu family. That's right. We haven't even settled all the scores from before. Now, he dares to provoke us again. Duanmu Yuncheng, go. Let him know that challenging you was a mistake. Some of the Duanmu family's young men shouted. Don't worry. He admitted defeat on purpose and challenged me to stand up for Lu Hui. I will let him know how stupid his actions are. A sinister smile appeared on Duanmu Yuncheng's face. He then stepped forward and appeared on the fighting ring like a ghost. Lu Ming, you want to stand up for Lu Hui. Later on, I will make you suffer 10 times more than Lu Hui. Duanmu Yuncheng said in a malevolent manner. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. I've seen a lot of trash like you. Every one of them was very arrogant at the beginning. Just like Yao Tianyu and his gang. In the end, they all became dead dogs. That's right. All the best, senior brother Lu Ming. Beat him up until he's a dead dog. Beat him up. Avenge senior brother Lu Hui. All hail senior brother Lu Ming. All the best, senior brother Lu Ming. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples shouted. Previously, Duanmu Yuncheng had been too despicable. He had humiliated Lu Hui. The Vermilion Bird Hall's disciples were united against the common enemy. Naturally, they would stand on Lu Ming's side. Humph, a bunch of trash. They only know how to shout. Humph. Duanmu Yuncheng snorted coldly. His face was extremely gloomy. When he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with killing intent. All of a sudden, Duanmu Yun became impulsive and he rushed toward Lu Ming. A black-grade low-level movement technique that was as fast as lightning. However, Lu Ming stood there without moving. He had no intention of dodging. Just as Duanmu was about to reach Lu Ming's long spear swept out. The half-moon appeared and swept across the land 3 meters ahead. Duanmu Yuncheng was greatly shocked. His figure rapidly retreated and dodged this attack by a hair's breadth. Lu Ming, do you think that it's useful to rely on the length of your weapon? In your dreams. Duanmu Yuncheng roared loudly. His figure flickered rapidly. In an instant, there seemed to be 3 Duanmu Yuncheng's figures on the field, and they rushed toward Lu Ming. This is the illusionary technique. Duanmu Yuncheng has cultivated it to the 2nd level. It is said that if he were to cultivate it to the 6th level, he would be able to create 7 figures. Illusionary technique. It's both real and fake. Let's see how Lu Ming will break it. Some senior disciples discussed. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. He swept his long spear across the 2 figures in front of him while his other hand blasted the figure behind him. In the next moment, the 2 figures in front of him disappeared. Behind him, Duanmu Yuncheng's palm collided with Lu Ming's fist. A loud boom resounded. Duanmu Yuncheng's expression changed greatly and his body rapidly retreated. How did this happen? Duanmu Yuncheng roared. It was simply unacceptable. He was already close to Lu Ming, but he was still knocked back by Lu Ming's punch. How could they fight this? He cultivated movement and palm techniques. He was definitely not Lu Ming's match at a long distance, but he was not Lu Ming's match at a close distance. He was a little confused. Duanmu Yuncheng, you are too naive if you think that you can be my opponent in close combat. His physical body was in the 2nd grade lower tier, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th grade master realm. He was much stronger than he was 2 months ago when he fought Yao Tianyu. Duanmu Yuncheng did not train his body and only relied on black grade palm techniques. How could he be Lu Ming's opponent? The spear in Lu Ming's hands shook and vibrated violently. The spear's shaft vibrated the air and burst out with powerful air waves that charged toward Duanmu Yun. Duanmu Yuncheng sent out powerful palm strikes, shattering the air waves created by the spear. However, Lu Ming had already arrived. The long spear violently whipped toward Duanmu Yuncheng. It was already too late for Duanmu Yuncheng to retreat from this spear. Duanmu Yuncheng roared. His bloodline burst out and his palms turned red. The faint sound of a tiger and leopard could be heard. Then, he pushed his palms out and hit Lu Ming's long spear with an overwhelming force. A muffled sound resounded. Then, the sound of bones breaking and Duanmu Yuncheng's miserable shrieks could be heard. Like a kite with a broken string, Duanmu Yuncheng's figure was sent flying far away. However, Lu Ming did not stop there. His body moved and he took a few steps forward. It was as if he was riding on the clouds as he rapidly charged towards Duanmu Yun. It was a yellow-grade high-level martial arts technique, soaring cloud steps. Although it was not as good as a black-grade movement technique, it was still much more powerful than the dragon serpent steps from before. In an instant, Lu Ming had caught up with Duanmu Yuncheng, who was still floating in the air. At this moment, Duanmu Yuncheng's facial features were all scrunched up due to the pain. When he saw Lu Ming chasing after him, his eyes were filled with horror and he shouted in a hoarse voice, "No, I." He was about to say, "I admit defeat," but before he could say it, Lu Ming's long spear was pulled out from the bottom. Duanmu Yuncheng's, "I admit defeat," was forced back and turned into a mournful scream. His body was like a broken sack as he flew into the sky. He flew up more than 10 meters and landed heavily. Lu Ming pulled out his spear again and he flew up again. At this moment, Duanmu Yuncheng was completely dumbfounded and muddle-headed. He had completely forgotten about the matter of him admitting defeat. Everyone present was stunned. This was Lu Ming's combat strength. He was too powerful. Duanmu Yuncheng would be completely abused. Lu Ming's black-level spear technique has already reached the peak of the 3rd level and is about to break through the 4th level. In addition to his strong physical body, which is suspected to be of the 2nd stage, his combat strength is very terrifying. Can't you guys see? His body technique is at the yellow level upper rank, but he has already cultivated it to the 6th level. Not bad, it's really terrifying. How long has he been in the sect? How did he cultivate in such a short time? Could this be a peerless genius? His battle strength can't have already entered the top 15, right? It's hard to say. Some of the silver disciples around them looked at Lu Ming in shock and disgust among themselves. However, they did not know that Lu Ming had not exerted his full strength. He had already cultivated the fire gun control art to the peak of the 4th level and had other means. If they knew, they would be shocked to the extreme. Chapter 115. Chapter 115, Chapter 115 Challenging the 2nd bronze rank. At this moment, the Duanmu family members in the White Tiger Hall were also dumbfounded. After a long while, someone finally shouted, "Stop! Lu Ming, you bastard! Why aren't you stopping? Duanmu Yuncheng has already been defeated. Why are you still not stopping? That's right. If you don't stop, you'll be breaking the rules. Breaking the rules. Lu Ming sneered. Duanmu Yuncheng did not die. He did not admit defeat. How am I breaking the rules? The people from the Duanmu family were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Next, he sent Duanmu Yuncheng flying with another spear strike. At this moment, the four principals had different expressions. The deans of the Black Tortoise Hall and the Azure Dragon Hall gloated and watched the show. The White Tiger Hall's headmaster's expression was extremely dark, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. The happiest person was, of course, the Vermilion Bird Hall's director. He scratched his beard with all his might and grinned. Carefree, this was too carefree. Admit defeat. Duanmu Yuncheng, quickly admit defeat. Admit defeat. The disciples of the White Tiger Hall shouted. However, Duanmu Yuncheng was already in a daze. How could he call out? Lu Ming pulled the trigger a few more times before Duanmu Yuncheng fell heavily to the ground. His entire body was convulsing. White foam and blood were mixed in his mouth and kept flowing out. His skin and flesh were split open, and more than a dozen bones were broken. Of course, this was the result of Lu Ming deliberately controlling his strength. Otherwise, he would have been whipped to death with one shot. Lu Ming stepped on Duanmu Yuncheng's body and looked down at him. Duanmu Yun only regained his senses after rushing for a long time. He was scared out of his wits when he saw Lu Ming in front of him. Like a young girl who had been defiled, he shrunk his body and shrieked, Don't hit me. As he shouted, snot and tears flowed down his face. He was really scared of being slapped. When the spear hit his body, the pain was simply soul deep. Didn't you want me to suffer 10 times worse than Lu Hui? What, where did the awe-inspiring presence from before go? Lu Chang looked at Duanmu Yuncheng and said indifferently. No, I won't dare to do it again. Just take it as I'm farting. Duanmu Yuncheng shouted. Ha ha ha. Duanmu Yuncheng's appearance made everyone burst into laughter. The Duanmu family's disciple's face was extremely dark. This was too embarrassing. Duanmu Yuncheng, hurry up and admit defeat. Someone from the Duanmu family shouted. I admit defeat, yes, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. It inevitably caused another round of laughter. Lu Ming, Duanmu Yuncheng has already admitted defeat. Why don't you move your foot away? Someone from the Duanmu family called out. Oh. Good. Lu Ming smiled, moved his leg, and suddenly kicked. Duanmu Yuncheng let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying dozens of meters away. He rolled dozens of times on the fighting ring before coming to a stop. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Duanmu Yuncheng has already admitted defeat, yet you still attacked. You have already broken the rules. We must capture you and punish you according to the sex rules. A silver-ranked disciple of the Duanmu family roared. Foul. You must have misunderstood. Just now, it was Duanmu Yuncheng who was blocking my feet. When I lifted my foot, he was sent flying. It's all his fault. Why did he lie by my feet for no reason? You Lu Ming, you. The disciple of the Duanmu family trembled in anger. He felt as if he was suffocating and almost spat out blood. Previously, Duanmu Yuncheng had treated Lu Hui in the same way. Now, Lu Ming had used it all on Duanmu Yuncheng. It was really difficult for them to refute him. Haha, Lu Ming, you're really too much. You're not even careful when you walk. You must be more careful next time. Ahaha. The Vermilion Bird Hall principal stroked his beard and laughed heartily. The disciples from the other halls were speechless when they saw the Vermilion Bird Hall chief laughing. Wasn't your carefreeness too obvious? This battle, Lu Mingsheng. The silver-robed elder announced on the fighting ring. Mighty senior brother Lu. Junior brother Lu is invincible. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were so excited that they were trembling. They could not hold it in any longer and started screaming madly. It felt good, too good. It was like drinking a glass of cold beer in the middle of the summer. It felt so good that it went straight to the bone. Previously, Duanmu Yuncheng had been so arrogant. But now, he was like a dead dog. It was simply too satisfying. In particular, Pang Shi, Hua Qi, Feng Wu, and the others were flushed with excitement. At this moment, the people from the White Tiger Hall had already carried Duanmu Yuncheng away. Just as Lu Ming was about to turn and leave, a deafening roar rang out from the White Tiger Hall. Lu Ming turned around and saw a young man in a fiery red robe looking at him with a cold expression. Duanmu Yunyang, that's Duanmu Yunyang. He was the newcomer king 3 years ago. What is he doing? Duanmu Yunyang. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Information about Duanmu Yunyang appeared in his mind. Duanmu Yunyang, the new disciple king 3 years ago, was now ranked second on the bronze ranking. Unfortunately, he was being suppressed by Zhang Muyun, who was in the same batch as him. It was difficult for him to get first place. Some people said that Zhang Muyun was the true king in that episode. Duanmu Yunyang had only won the title because of the number of members in the Duanmu family. Why? Is there anything I can help you with? Lu Ming replied indifferently. Lu Ming, you're really bold. Perhaps you don't know how big of a mistake you've made. Lu Ming, you better pray that you don't meet me later on. Otherwise, I'll make you lose very badly. It's very ugly. Duanmu Yunyang coldly said. He especially emphasized the words, very ugly. The disciples of the Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, and Vermilion Bird Halls were all shocked. Especially the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, their faces were even uglier. Duanmu Yunyang had his eyes on Lu Ming. Although Duanmu Yunyang was being suppressed by Zhang Muyun, it was undeniable that his combat strength was extremely powerful. He was almost invincible among his peers. There were even rumors that Duanmu Yunyang had once defeated a first-grade great martial master. This was crossing a major realm, not a small level. The strength of his battle prowess could be said to be terrifying. No one would think that Lu Ming was Duanmu Yunyang's match. Perhaps it would only be possible after a year or two. But now, it was impossible. Mulan, Feng Wu, and Hua Qi were all worried. Pang Shi was the only one who was waving his arms and shouting that he believed in Lu Ming. Oh, really? I wish I could meet you. I want to see how you're going to make me lose so badly. Don't be like Duanmu Yuncheng, who only knows how to clamor. Yes, Lu Ming replied indifferently and domineeringly. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming wanted to challenge Duanmu Yunyang. Where did he get the guts to do so? In the Azure Dragon Hall area, a man and a woman stood side by side. Among them, the man was wearing a blue robe. He had a slender figure, black hair hanging down loosely, sword-like eyebrows, and eyes like stars. He was just casually standing there, but he had an extraordinary aura, like a king on patrol. He was Zhang Muyun, ranked first on the bronze rank. Next to him was an extremely beautiful woman. She was Zhuo Yirong, who was ranked 7th on the bronze rank. Brother Muyun, what do you think of Lu Ming? Zhuo Yirong asked. He's extremely talented and a dragon among men. However, he's still young and full of youthful vigor. In 2 years, he'll be a great opponent for me. Zhang Muyun smiled. It's rare for you to think so highly of me, big brother Muyun, but isn't it great to have a worthy opponent in life? Zhuo Yirong asked, a little surprised. Yirong, you know me best. Zhang Muyun said with a smile. Chapter 116. Chapter 116, Newcomer King, Newcomer King. Lu Ming did not say much to Duanmu Yunyang. He turned around and walked down the fighting ring. Lu Ming, thank you. When Lu Ming returned to the Vermilion Bird Hall, Lu Hui cupped his fists and thanked him. You don't have to thank me. I'm not just standing up for you. I just can't stand the Duanmu family's attitude. Besides, the Duanmu family and I have a grudge against each other. Look, you don't like it. Lu Hui and the other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were stunned. Just because of this reason, he went up and ruthlessly beat up Duanmu Yuncheng. They felt that they could not figure out Lu Ming's thoughts. The challenge continued. The competition was very intense, and everyone was fighting with all their strength. It was already nighttime when all the challenges ended. Including Lu Ming, there were a total of 5 people who succeeded in the challenge, replacing 5 of the previous 30 people. At this time, the top 30 students from the various academies had all been born. Only 5 people from the Vermilion Bird Hall had made it into the top 30. The Onyx Tortoise Hall was just as miserable as the Vermilion Bird Hall, with only 5 people. The Azure Dragon Hall had 8 members, while the White Tiger Hall had 12 members. It was worth mentioning that among the 4 newcomers who had received a lot of attention this time, Feng Xinglie had already been eliminated. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had entered the top 30 as a dark horse. As for the other 2, Ling Kong, the newcomer king from 2 years ago, and Duanmu Yunyang, the newcomer king from 3 years ago, they had naturally entered the top 30 with ease. Feng Xinglie is still too young. He's been in the sect for less than 2 years. It's normal for him to be eliminated. That's right. However, if Feng Xinglie doesn't break through to the martial grandmaster realm in a year or 2, the battle of the bronze rank will be his. That's the normal speed. But what about Lu Ming? Everyone was chatting, but they all thought of a name: Lu Ming. Lu Ming had just entered the sect this year, but he had made it into the top 30. Lu Ming. He's abnormal and can't be calculated according to common sense. Everyone could only comfort themselves with this reason. Today's competition had ended, and it would continue on the second day. Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and the rest returned to the dormitory. After a night of silence, they returned to the competition's location the next morning. Now, the top 30 will come up to draw lots. The host was still the silver-robed elder from yesterday. The rules were the same as yesterday. The silver-robed elders would randomly pick 15 people, and these 15 people would then pick the names of the other 15 people. This time, Lu Ming drew number 12. Number 12. It seems like I've finally met a strong opponent. Lu Ming's lips curved into a smile of anticipation. To be honest, he didn't even use his full strength in the previous battles. After the registration, Lu Ming walked towards his seat. Lu Ming, which number did you draw? Mulan asked impatiently as soon as she returned. Today, Mulan did not sit with her grandfather. Instead, she was squeezed together with Feng Wu, Pang Shi, and the others. Naturally, their area was filled with the male Vermilion Bird Hall disciples. Number 12. Number 12. Azure Dragon Hall's Guqing. Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and the others' expressions changed upon hearing this name. Lu Ming, remember, you just have to do your best. Even if you lose, it's worth it to gain something. Mulan heaved a sigh. Senior sister Mulan, from your tone, it sounds like I'm going to lose for sure. What's wrong? Do you really think you can win against Guqing? Mulan's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Lu Ming. Even if I can't win, can't you just cheer me on? Lu Ming did not answer her directly. Instead, he asked her a question. And sat down. However, there was an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. This guy. What kind of trump card is he keeping? Mulan glared at Lu Ming for a while, as if she wanted to see through his secret. The first match officially begins. Number 19, Pu Sicheng, versus number 15, Ling Kong. Following the silver-robed elder's announcement, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Ling Kong has come out. He's actually going against Pu Sicheng. A battle between the strong. This match is going to be interesting. I don't think so. Ling Kong hasn't fought for half a year. No one knows how strong he is now. However, there's no doubt that Ling Kong has the chance to enter the top 10 this time. It might even be possible for him to enter the top 6. Yeah, the rookie king from 2 years ago is about to be crowned. 2 young figures stepped onto the fighting ring under everyone's gaze. Ling Kong was a bald young man of 17 or 18 years old. His muscles were bulging, and he was filled with explosive strength. He carried an iron rod on his back, and his eyes revealed a beast-like glint. This was Ling Kong, the newcomer king from 2 years ago, the peerless genius of the White Tiger Hall. However, he was not a member of the Duanmu family. Across from Ling Kong was a handsome young man named Pu Sicheng. He was ranked 19th on the bronze list and was definitely a master. However, Pu Sicheng's expression was extremely grave. Pu Sicheng, I advise you to admit defeat. You are not my match. Ling Kong said with a grin. His words were arrogant, but in reality, no one felt that he was arrogant. They only felt that Ling Kong's words were natural because he had the strength to do so. Pu Sicheng's eyes flashed, and he said with determination, "Ling Kong, if you want me to admit defeat, let's see if you have the ability to do so." "Oh. Since you're so insistent on fighting, then you should be prepared to get injured." "Sometimes, I can't control myself." Ling Kong grinned, revealing a sinister smile. "Then take this." As soon as Ling Kong finished speaking, a vicious light appeared in his eyes. Like a beast, he quickly pounced towards Pusi. The sharp claw light covered Pu Sicheng's body. Pu Sicheng unsheathed his long sword, and the sword chi shot up to the sky. The claw radiance in the air collided with Pu Sicheng's sword chi and both dissipated. "You have some skills, but that's all. Let's end this." A cold voice rang out in the air, and a baleful aura spread out from his body. Like a beast in human form, he pulled out the metal rod on his back and smashed it at Pu Sicheng. This strike was earth-shattering and had an imposing aura. Pu Sicheng exploded with all his strength, but he still couldn't block it. He was sent flying dozens of meters, his body trembling, and he spat out blood. He was defeated in 2 moves. In fact, he was defeated in 1 move. The difference between Pu Sicheng's strength and Ling Kong's was too great. Ling Kong is too powerful. He'll definitely be able to get into the top 10. This time, there will definitely be some changes in the top 10. On the grandstand, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This Ling Kong was indeed powerful. He could not tell how strong he was. This is more interesting. Then, a trace of fighting spirit flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Ling Kong wins. Next round, number 17 versus number 2. The silver-robed elder announced. Chapter 117. Chapter 117, Chapter 117 Flame Cage. Wasn't number 2 Duanmu Yunyang? Duanmu Yunyang's opponent was number 17, Du He. His strength was even stronger than Pu Sicheng's. However, the difference between him and Duanmu Yunyang was too great. 1 blade. With just 1 blade, Du He had been defeated. He had been completely defeated. He did not even have the power to fight back. Duanmu Yunyang's blade was extremely terrifying. It seemed as if it could split the heavens and earth. No one knew how much of Duanmu Yunyang's strength he had used in this attack. However, there was no doubt that it was extremely terrifying. The competition continued. It was even more intense than before. Those who could enter the top 30 were all extremely strong. Some 2 people with similar strength clashed, and the battle was extremely fierce. There was even a battle that took nearly 1,000 moves before the victor was decided. But there were also some battles that were completely one-sided. For example, Zhang Muyun had casually dealt with his opponent with a single palm. Bu Xingkai, who was ranked 3rd on the bronze list, and Duan Gang, who was ranked 4th, had also defeated their opponents with 1 move. What caught Lu Ming's attention was Bu Xingkai, as he was also a spear user. Moreover, he was a genius from the White Tiger Hall. Although the mystical sword sect was known as the Sword Sect, and there were many who used swords, there were also many who used other weapons. That was why there were so many first places. For example, Zhang Muyun was known as the number 1 sword among the bronze disciples. Duanmu Yunyang was known as the first blade. Bu Xingkai was called the first spear. Number 51, Lu Ming, versus number 12, Gu Qing. Gu Qing, Lu Ming's opponent this time is Gu Qing. It seems that this is the end for Lu Ming. However, as a new disciple, it's already amazing that he can reach this stage. If Lu Ming is defeated, he will definitely be defeated. But how many moves can Lu Ming take from Gu Qing? A few moves. In my opinion, 10 moves shouldn't be a problem. It's hard to say. I'm guessing it'll be within 10 moves. Lu Ming ignored the discussions around him. He stood up and walked towards the fighting ring. Senior brother Lu Ming, I believe in you. You will definitely win. Pang Shi shouted. He had blind trust in Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned to Pang Shi and smiled. Big Rock, with your words, I'm sure I'll win. After saying that, he laughed and walked forward. Where does this guy's confidence come from? Mulan pouted. This guy has always been overconfident. Although they said that, there was a flash of anticipation in the depths of their eyes. They were also looking forward to Lu Ming breaking their understanding again. When Lu Ming stepped onto the fighting ring, Gu Qing also stepped onto the fighting ring. The two of them stood opposite each other. Lu Ming could not help but size Gu Qing up. Gu Qing was dressed in a long purple robe and carried a long sword on his back. He had an ordinary appearance, but there was a burning aura emanating from his body. Junior brother Lu Ming, although you're ranked at the bottom, I won't show any mercy to any opponent. You have to be careful. Gu Qing cupped his fists and was very polite. Senior brother Gu, feel free to use all your strength. If I can't withstand it and get injured, it's my fault for not being good enough. Alright, since that's the case, take this. Starfire Prairie Fire. Gu Qing unsheathed the long sword on his back. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword burst out with hundreds of sword chi. Each sword chi was fiery red and filled with a scorching intent, sealing off the space where Lu Ming was. It's here. It's Gu Qing's famous martial art, Starfire Prairie Sword Art. Black grade low-level martial arts technique, Starfire Prairie Fire. Sword chi is like a prairie fire, covering an extremely large area, and it's almost impossible to avoid it with movement techniques. Once you can't avoid it, you'll have to face wave after wave of continuous attacks, without end. I heard that Gu Qing specializes in one type of martial arts technique. He has already cultivated it to an astonishing 4th stage and has reached the point of perfection. Lu Ming, how many moves can you take? The disciples who were watching the battle stared at the fighting ring without blinking. The genius ranked 12th is indeed powerful. A black grade low-level martial arts technique has actually been cultivated to the 4th stage. Gu Qing's body is definitely not weak either, at least reaching complete grade 1. Otherwise, he would not be able to strike so quickly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He did not stop and swept the long spear horizontally. The crescent-shaped spear radiance flashed and produced a powerful force that destroyed the surrounding sword chi. However, a single spark could set a prairie on fire. Once the sword chi was extinguished, even more sword chi emerged and enveloped Lu Ming. Since I can't destroy it, I'll use a powerful force to break this sword technique. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He leaped up and pulled his long spear from the bottom to the top. Wherever the long spear passed, the sword chi was destroyed, revealing an empty area. Then, Lu Ming executed the mountain crash from above. At the same time, the essential chi in his body gushed into the long spear wildly. The long spear trembled and was filled with an immense force. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th grade master realm. In addition, his essential chi was 3 times stronger and more condensed than other essential chi. In addition, his physical body was at the 2nd stage lower tier. Although Lu Ming did not unleash his full power, his strength was still extremely shocking. Even if it was a small hill, Lu Ming would have destroyed it with this shot. The long spear smashed down, and the sword chi was swept away. The violent chi smashed onto Gu Qing's sword, causing his body to shake violently, and he was forced to take more than 10 steps back. Gasps could be heard all around. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Lu Ming had actually broken Gu Qing's Starfire Prairie Sword technique with one shot. The method was brutal and direct, but it was also the most effective. Lu Ming is too powerful. How does he have such great power? Could it be that Lu Ming can win? Isn't this too unbelievable? The disciples of the 4 halls found it hard to remain calm. At this moment, Gu Qing's face was extremely serious, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Junior brother Lu Ming, your talent is really beyond my expectations. However, it's not that easy to defeat me. I can only use that move. I was planning to save it for the top 10, but it's not a waste to use it on you. Flame Cage. Gu Qing shouted, and his body suddenly shot up into the sky. Layers of red flames suddenly appeared on his body, as if his whole body was suddenly burning. Then, the flames swept toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body dodged continuously to avoid the flames. However, as soon as the flames landed on the ground, they started to burn. In an instant, Lu Ming's surroundings turned into a sea of fire. Junior brother Lu Ming, this is my secret skill, Flame Cage. If you can break this move, I'll admit defeat. Gu Qing's voice sounded. Secret art, what a wondrous secret art. A secret skill was completely different from a martial skill. There was no difference in levels. However, each secret skill was extremely wondrous and difficult to cultivate. It also required some special conditions to successfully cultivate. Once it was used, it could greatly increase the strength of the martial artist. However, there were always losses. Secret skills also had various restrictions. For example, once some secret skills were used, the martial artist would fall into a weak state and be at the mercy of others. Gu Qing's secret skill was to burn his genuine qi as fuel, turning it into a flame cage. Unfortunately, how can flames stop me? Lu Ming's lips curled into a confident smile. Chapter 118. Chapter 118, The Reward for First Place. Immediately, Lu Ming's long spear started to wave rapidly. The long spear was brandished and the wind was strong. The fire-patterned spear in Lu Ming's hand seemed to have turned into a fire dragon. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The surrounding flames rose and fell with the movement of Lu Ming's long spear. In the end, they were driven by the long spear and turned into a huge fire dragon, dancing around Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the sea of fire with fire dragons dancing around him. He was like a god of fire who had descended to the world. Go. In the end, Lu Ming thrust his spear at the sky. A fire dragon soared into the sky, spiraling up and soaring into the clouds. After reaching a height of 100 meters, the fire dragon slowly dissipated and turned into energy, returning to the heaven and earth. On the fighting ring, where Lu Ming stood, there was no longer any flame. The flame cage was broken. Gu Qing was dumbfounded. He only reacted after a while and forced a smile. Junior brother Lu Ming is a genius, I can't compare to him. Thank you for showing mercy, junior brother Lu Ming. I admit defeat. If Lu Ming had aimed his spear at him just now, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead, given the weakened state he was in after casting the secret skill. I was lucky. I look forward to junior brother Lu Ming entering the top 10. Gu Qing cupped his fists and left the fighting ring. He won. Lu Ming had won again. The disciples of the four halls were already too weak to exclaim. They could only feel their lips trembling. In particular, those who had repeatedly thought that Lu Ming was going to stop and lose felt their faces burning hot as if they had been slapped dozens of times. In the area of the White Tiger Hall, Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong's faces were so dark that they looked like they were about to drip water. In the depths of their eyes, there was even a flash of fear. Lu Ming's talent and speed of improvement had already made them a little frightened. No, he's still far from Duan Mulin's level. Lu Yao clenched her fists tightly as she warned herself over and over again. It seemed that this was the only way she could feel better. Naturally, the entire arena was in an uproar. Lu Ming smiled, walked down the Colosseum, and returned to his seat. How is it? Senior Sister Mulan, I've told you that you should believe me. You're the one who recommended me to come here. If you believe me, it means that you believe in your own judgment. Lu Ming said to Mulan triumphantly when they returned to their seats. You brat, it's still early. You can come and show off after you enter the top 10. At the sight of Lu Ming's smug look, Mulan gritted her teeth in anger. Of course, there was a flash of admiration in the depths of her eyes. Enter the top 10. What's the reward? Reward? What kind of reward do you want? Senior Sister Mulan, I'll give you whatever reward I want. Will you be satisfied with it? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Mulan pouted her lips and rolled her eyes. She said, Lu Ming, you can satisfy any condition you want. Sure, unless you can come in first in this competition. First place. Senior Sister Mulan, didn't you say that? Lu Ming stared at Mulan with a faint smile. Looking at Lu Ming's eyes, Mulan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lu Ming can still get first place? Then, she shook her head. First place. It was impossible. The abilities of the top few students were terrifying. She was very clear that it was impossible for Lu Ming to get first place. Thinking of this, he felt at ease and smiled, all right, then it's a deal. First place. The others had similar thoughts as Mulan. With Lu Ming's combat strength, it was very possible for him to enter the top 10. However, it was impossible for him to be in the first place. The competition continued, and it didn't take long for the rest of the competition to end. However, the top 15 had not been decided yet. Because there was still a challenge. This time, the elders would choose the one they thought was the strongest to fill in the 16th place. After that, they would choose 5 people to challenge. The winner would enter the top 16. Not long after, the spots were selected, and the challenge began. This time, no one challenged Lu Ming as he had displayed too powerful an ability. It was already evening when all the challenges ended. As for the top 16, they had already been announced. The White Tiger Hall was still in the lead, occupying 7 spots. The Azure Dragon Hall had 4, the Vermilion Bird Hall had 3, and the Onyx Tortoise Hall had it the worst with only 2 in the top 16. As expected, Guqing of the Azure Dragon Hall had fought his way back to the top 16, proving his strength. The top 10 geniuses all made it into the top 16. Today's competition had ended. The next morning, the competition continued. This time, it was still decided by drawing lots. This time, after the lots were drawn, the silver-robed elder announced the name list for the duel. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Lu Ming against Ling Kong. That's right, it was a battle between the 2 newcomer kings. For example, the other powerhouses who were ranked higher didn't fight against each other. Naturally, the battle between Lu Ming and Ling Kong attracted a lot of attention. The entire audience was discussing the battle between Lu Ming and Ling Kong. They were all guessing who would win. Lu Ming's performance was too amazing. They did not dare to say that they would definitely win in the air. Under everyone's anticipation, the match began. Duanmu Yunyang was the first to go up, and his opponent was actually Guqing. This was a one-sided battle. Guqing had used all of his strength to cast the blazing cage, but it had been split apart by Duanmu Yunyang's blade. Duanmu Yunyang had won with an overwhelming force. Then, Zhang Muyun, Biyu Xingkai, Duan Gang, and the others also went up one by one. They won without any suspense. On the other hand, Cheng Feichen had only managed to defeat his opponent after a bitter battle. Finally, it was Lu Ming and Ling Kong's turn in the 7th round. Chapter 119. Chapter 119, Chapter 119 Secret Skill, Mad Beast Technique. Finally, it was Lu Ming and Ling Kong's turn in the 7th round. The atmosphere of the entire place was ignited. Ling Kong, don't hold back when dealing with Lu Ming. It's best if you can cripple him. Duanmu Yunyang coldly spoke. Duanmu Yunyang, are you giving me orders? I'm telling you, I, Ling Kong, am not your Duanmu family's dog. Don't talk to me with that tone. Ling Kong grinned, his face filled with arrogance. Ling Kong, what did that mean? Lu Ming is the White Tiger Hall's enemy. Another youth from the Duanmu family said with an ugly expression. He is the enemy of the Duanmu family, not mine. However, I will give it my all. It's not because of the Duanmu family, but because Lu Ming is a good opponent. Ling Kong pouted and continued. With that, his figure flashed in the air and he rushed towards the fighting ring. This Ling Kong, relying on the grandfather of a gold-robed elder, is simply unruly. He's a scourge. A young man from the Duanmu family said. Don't worry, he'll have to submit to us sooner or later. Duanmu Yunyang sneered. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and Ling Kong stood opposite each other. Senior brother Lu Ming is invincible. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples shouted and cheered for Lu Ming. Ling Kong, invincible, go Ling Kong. Senior brother Ling Kong beat Lu Ming up. He will definitely win. The disciples of the White Tiger Hall were not to be outdone, and they also shouted. After that, the disciples from both sides began to glower at each other. The competition had not even started, but the disciples from both courtyards were already at daggers drawn. Lu Ming, I know you're still hiding your strength. Your blood has never erupted before. Show me all your strength. I won't show you any mercy. He looked at Lu Ming from above, his eyes filled with wildness. I can't ask for more. Good, haha. Ling Kong laughed. The two of them looked at each other. Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time. The fighting ring rumbled and the two figures rushed at each other. Demonic wind staff technique mountain split. The iron rod in the air and Lu Ming's long spear collided heavily. As if two ancient demons had collided, an earth-shaking boom was heard. At the point where the spear and the iron rod met, two rays of light, one red and one yellow, exploded violently, forming a huge storm that swept in all directions. The surrounding grandstands, even if they were a few hundred meters away, still felt like a strong wind was blowing, and people were almost blown away. This wasn't he too strong? What kind of power was this? Is this still the strength of a master realm? Some of the disciples were horrified. It was just a single move, but the power was terrifying. In the fighting ring, the two exchanged a blow and both retreated 7 or 8 steps. What a powerful force. Ling Kong's body is even stronger than mine. It has already reached the 2nd grade upper tier, and his profound level martial skill has also reached the peak of the 4th stage, no weaker than mine. It seems that I can't win against him with only 60% of my strength. The strength of Lu Ming's essential chi far exceeded that of an average peak 9th grade master. In the previous confrontation, he had only used 60% of it at most. Alright, again. It roared in the air and its muscles squirmed. Like pieces of iron, it rushed toward Lu Ming at high speed. Then 70%. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He stepped on the ground with the tip of his foot and his body dashed out like a gust of wind. There was another violent explosion. This time, he retreated in the air, but Lu Ming only swayed a little. Lu Ming has the upper hand. Is he going to win? It's not that easy, just wait and see. After retreating in the air, he charged at Lu Ming like a wild beast that had gone mad. The two of them continued to exchange blows. Ling Kong was forced back each time, but he would charge forward again in the next moment. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Everyone present held their breath and watched without blinking. Some of the younger ones were even more excited. It was too exciting and violent. The two of them directly met force with force. It was simple and violent, but it was the most shocking. In the area of the 4 courtyards, there were some people who had extremely grave expressions. For example, Su Song who was ranked 8th, Dong Ce who was ranked 9th, and Lei Dong who was ranked 10th. This was because the strength that the two of them had displayed was already close to their own. With another move, he was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps. This time, he did not continue to attack. Haha, awesome, awesome, this is too awesome. Lu Ming, you're not like those sissies who wield an embroidered sword and learn some slimy body techniques. You're not like a man at all. I must treat you to a drink after this competition. Alright, I'll be waiting for your wine. Lu Ming smiled, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Such a direct collision also made Lu Ming's blood boil. However, Lu Ming, if this is all you have, I'll be the winner of this round. Ling Kong said as he licked his lips. Soon after, Ling Kong's body flashed with a blood-red light as his bloodline exploded. His bloodline was a 6th level bloodline. In the mystical sword sect, most of the top geniuses had a 5th grade bloodline. Only an extremely small number of people had bloodlines of the 6th rank. It was as fierce as the wind, as high as the sky. There was not a single person with a rank 6 bloodline in this batch of newcomers. Before Lu Ming rose to power, many people said that this year's batch was the weakest in recent years. Of course, everyone who said that now kept their mouths shut. At the same time as Ling Kong's blood vessels burst out, his body actually let out a sound like beans being fried. Soon after, Ling Kong's muscles wriggled, his bones shifted, and he actually began to swell. In just a few breaths' time, Ling Kong's body had grown several times in size. He was like a giant ape, and a violent and fiendish aura emanated from him. Mad Beast Technique, Secret Technique, Mad Beast Technique. Ling Kong actually mastered the Mad Beast Technique. With Ling Kong's strength in the Mad Beast Technique, how terrifying would he be? This is the strength of the top 5. A series of exclamations came from the stands. It's actually the Mad Beast Technique. This was something that Hua Qi had not recorded. The Mad Beast Technique was a secret technique that allowed one to transform into a beast and increase one's strength by a large margin. However, its weakness was that it didn't last long and placed a huge burden on the body. After using it, the body would be weak for a period of time. Receive my attack. He roared in the air and charged at Lu Ming like a giant ape. His speed was much faster than before. The eruption of his bloodline and the Mad Beast Technique had more than doubled Ling Kong's combat strength. The thick iron rod smashed down on Lu Ming. The metal cudgel smashed through the air, producing a rumbling sound. It was extremely terrifying. In that case, I'll use 100% of my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and the essential qi in his body suddenly burst out. At this moment, Lu Ming's body exploded with a terrifying aura. Streams of extremely powerful essential qi wrapped around him. Buzz. 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 At this moment, Zhang Muyun, Duan Muyunyang, Bu Xinkai, and Duan Gang all stood up from their seats. Chapter 120. Chapter 120, Entering the Top 10. Zhang Muyun, Duan Muyunyang, Bu Xinkai, and Duan Gang stood up at the same time. The three people behind them looked especially serious. Lu Ming's long spear swept out and once again collided with the iron rod in the air. The strong qi spread out and stirred up gusts of strong wind. Some of the disciples at the front of the stands with slightly weaker cultivation were directly swept up by the strong wind. If it were not for the help of the disciples with higher cultivation, they would have been blown away. It was too terrifying. This attack had already surpassed the realm of martial masters and reached the realm of great martial masters. After a loud noise, the two figures separated at the same time and slid back more than 10 meters. This power is really strong. Let's continue. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he continued to rush forward. Again. He roared in the air and pounced at Lu Ming again. The two of them collided again. The two of them separated after one strike and then clashed again. On the fighting stage, it was as if two ancient gods were bombarding each other. The terrifying collision sounds were deafening, and those with lower cultivation had to use their martial arts to resist. It's too terrifying. Is this the strength of two new generation kings? Only the top 5 of the bronze rank can have such combat strength, right? That's right. Those who are ranked 5th on the bronze list are definitely not this powerful. The most terrifying one is still Lu Ming. He just joined this year. It's really shocking. I wonder if Lu Ming can break senior brother Feng Wuji's record. Back then, senior brother Feng Wuji managed to get to the 5th place. As a newbie in his first year. Just wait and see. The disciples of the 4 courtyards were shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. The explosions continued, and after exchanging hundreds of moves, the two of them separated and stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, I've lost. Ling Kong sighed. Suddenly, his body trembled and he fell to the ground, panting heavily. Whether it was the mad beast technique or the bloodline explosion, they couldn't be maintained for too long. At this moment, the time was up. As Ling Kong admitted defeat, the crowd boiled over, especially the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples who were shouting Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming's victory basically meant that he had entered the top 10. This time, the Vermilion Bird Hall might have 2 people in the top 10, which was already very good. They would definitely not be at the bottom. In the past 7 to 8 years, the Vermilion Bird Hall had always been at the bottom. Lu Ming, if there's a chance in the future, let's fight again. Ling Kong said. Ha ha ha. Ling Kong laughed as he walked down the fighting ring and went back to his normal self. He might have another match next. Lu Ming came down from the fighting ring. After that, another match continued. It didn't take long for the competition to end. After the competition ended, it was the elders' turn to have a headache. This time, the elders were going to choose 2 of the strongest to make up for the top 10. Then, from the remaining 6 people, 3 people would be chosen as challengers to challenge the top 10 experts. If they could win, they would replace them. After an intense discussion, the candidate was finally chosen. Without a doubt, Ling Kong's combat strength was obvious to all. He was directly placed in the top 10 as one of the first 2 places. Then, the other 3 began to issue challenges. Similarly, no one had challenged Lu Ming. When the challenge ended, this year's top 10 was finally born. This year's top 10 was not much different from the previous bronze list. The previous top 10 on the bronze list were: first place, Zhang Muyun, Azure Dragon Hall. In second place was Duan Muyunyang from the White Tiger Hall. Third place, Bu Xinkai from the White Tiger Hall. Fourth place, Duan Gang, Onyx Tortoise Hall. Fifth place, Duan Muchen, White Tiger Hall. Sixth place, Cheng Feicheng, Vermilion Bird Hall. Seventh place, Zhuirong, Azure Dragon Hall. Eighth place, Su Song, Black Tortoise Region. Ninth place, Dong Ce, Azure Dragon Court. 10th place, Lei Dong, White Tiger Hall. Among them, there were 4 from the White Tiger Hall. 3 of them were in the top 5, and they were extremely powerful. The Azure Dragon Hall had 3, the Onyx Tortoise Hall had 2, and the Vermilion Bird Hall had 1. This time, there was a slight change. Ling Kong and Lu Ming had made it into the top 10. Su Song, who was originally in 8th place, and Lei Dong, who was in 10th place, were not destined to be in the top 10. In this way, the White Tiger Hall still had 4 people, the Azure Dragon Hall had 3, the Onyx Tortoise Hall had the worst, with only Duan Gang, and the Vermilion Bird Hall had 2. The top 10 would have to fight against each other. In other words, each of them would have to compete with the other 9. In the end, they would be ranked according to the number of victories they won. Today's competition had come to an end. The battles between the top 10 would be held tomorrow. Lu Ming, it's already very good that you can achieve this result. Don't feel pressured in tomorrow's competition. Just perform as you normally would. Mulan said. However, she was smiling so much that her eyes were almost squinting. That won't do. I'm going to get first place. I'm still waiting for your reward, senior sister Mulan. Lu Ming said half-jokingly. All right, then you have to work hard. Mulan's face was slightly red. She cast a glance at Lu Ming, immediately causing Hua Qi, Pang Shi, and the rest to stare at him. Then, Mulan left the place with light steps. Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and Hua Qi also walked back together. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and started cultivating the fire gun controlling art. Today's battle with Ling Kong could be said to be extremely satisfying. Other than the last move of the fire gun technique, the explosion of his bloodline, and the fire force, he had already used all his strength. He had 100% of his cultivation, a second-grade lower-tier body, and the fire gun controlling art. Lu Ming had benefited a lot from this battle. He felt that the fire gun art was not far from a breakthrough. In the midst of the wonderful chanting, Lu Ming was quietly comprehending the firearms control art. The fire-patterned spear in his hand started to dance unconsciously. The strong wind whistled and the long spear broke through the air. Time passed by unknowingly. 3 hours had passed when Lu Ming stopped. I've finally reached the 5th level of the fire gun art, the perfection level. There was a flash in Lu Ming's eyes. The fire gun technique had been stuck at the peak of the 4th level for a long time. Finally, after the battle with Ling Kong, he had a breakthrough. Zhang Muyun, Duan Muyunyang, how strong are you? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. After that, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true war dragon technique to cultivate. At this moment, the White Tiger Hall's headmaster was seated in a resplendent hall. Below him were Duan Muyunyang, Biyu Xingkai, and Duan Muchen. I didn't expect Lu Ming to have reached such a terrifying level. You must be careful when you meet him tomorrow. The headmaster of the White Tiger Hall warned. Don't worry, Dean. Lu Ming is no match for me. I'll definitely teach him an unforgettable lesson tomorrow. I'll let him know who's the one with the bronze first spear. Bu Xingkai said confidently. Although Lu Ming is quite powerful, he's not a threat to me at all. My goal is to defeat Zhang Muyun and take the first place. Duan Muyunyang said with bright eyes. All right, Yunyang. If you can defeat Zhang Muyun this time, the family will definitely reward you handsomely. The White Tiger Academy president said. Chapter 121. Chapter 121, Chapter 121 Consecutive Battles. Somewhere in the Onyx Tortoise Hall, a vigorous voice rang out. Duan Gang, you're the only one left in the Onyx Tortoise Hall this time. You must enter the top 3 this time, or else my Onyx Tortoise Hall will be at the bottom. Don't worry, Dean. Duan Gang will definitely do his best. Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong stood side by side in a courtyard of the Azure Dragon Hall. Big brother Muyun, this time, Duan Muyunyang will definitely want to obtain the first place. Are you confident? In another year, Lu Ming can be my opponent. No one else. Zhang Muyun let out a long sigh. His sigh seemed a little lonely, but it also showed his strong self-confidence. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Countless people were looking forward to tomorrow's battle. At first, everyone thought that there were two main points to watch in this competition. The first was to see which rank he could get in the air. Second, who would emerge as the champion in the battle between Duan Muyunyang and Zhang Muyun. After all, Duan Muyunyang was the newcomer king of that generation. However, he was suppressed by another person. He wanted to defeat Zhang Muyun at all times. But now, there was one more thing to watch. How high would Lu Ming, the newcomer king, rank this year? Therefore, it was even more exciting. Under everyone's anticipation, the night passed. The sky had just turned bright when Feng Wu and Mulan arrived at Lu Ming's dormitory. After that, everyone had their breakfast and walked towards the competition ground together. When they arrived, they were shocked. There was already a sea of people here, and the number of people was much more than yesterday. The silver disciples who did not come yesterday put down their work and rushed over. In addition, some silver-robed elders had also arrived. The 10 people today were all true geniuses. They weren't the kind of old disciples who were stuck at the peak of the 9th grade master realm and couldn't break through. They were all young and were just suppressing their own cultivation. As long as they broke through to the great martial master realm, they would be considered geniuses among the great martial masters. They could even fight above their level. In the future, they might be able to enter the silver ranking. Therefore, silver disciples also attached great importance to them. Not long after, the deans of the 4 schools and the sect masters all arrived. With the 9 melodious bell chimes, the exciting battle between the top 10 had just begun. Alright, the battles of the top 10 will begin now. This battle will be divided into 9 rounds. The first match of the first round, Ling Kong vs Duan Muchen. On the fighting ring, a silver-robed elder announced the verdict. Everyone's spirits were suddenly lifted. They didn't expect that the first round would be such a big show. Duan Muchen, who was ranked 5th on the bronze ranking list, was going to be the winner. On the platform, the two of them stood facing each other. Duan Muchen was a rare genius of the Duanmu family. His sword technique was unparalleled, second only to Zhang Muyun on the bronze ranking. Duan Muchen, you're no match for me. Ling Kong was still confident, wild, and filled with fiendish qi. Not necessarily. Duan Muchen said coldly. The two of them moved at the same time. Duan Muchen's sword qi was incomparably sharp. It tore through the air and the sword broke through the firmament. It was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, he encountered Ling Kong. Ling Kong didn't care what kind of sword qi it was. He smashed it with his iron rod. When Ling Kong unleashed his mad beast technique, Duan Muchen was completely outmatched and was completely suppressed by Ling Kong's violent attacks. This round, Ling Kong won. Ling Kong won, and Duan Muchen is no match for him. Lu Ming, who's even more powerful, is definitely stronger than Duan Muchen. Indeed, Lu Ming and Ling Kong are both capable of making it to the top 5. The victory in the air inevitably reminded people of Lu Ming. The second match, Zhang Muyun vs Dong Ce. The judge announced the start of the second round. There was no suspense in this match. Dong Ce had admitted defeat directly before he even made a move. It was unwise to attack when he knew he was no match for them. There was more than one battle today. There were still many more to come. If he used up too much energy, it would be disadvantageous for the later battles. He might as well admit defeat. The third round, Lu Ming vs Cheng Fei. It's actually Cheng Fei-cheng. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Vermilion Bird Hall only had the two of them in the top 10. He did not expect them to face each other in the first round. The two of them ascended the fighting ring from the same area. Cheng Fei-cheng, around 17 or 18 years old, was dressed in a red dress and looked extremely beautiful. There were only 2 women in the top 10. Cheng Fei-cheng and Zhuo Yirong were both famous beauties in the mystical sword sect, and were known as the sect's top 10 beauties. At this moment, Cheng Fei's beautiful eyes were bright. She looked at Lu Ming. Junior brother Lu Ming, I didn't expect that we would meet in the first round. This is such a coincidence. What a coincidence. Senior sister, please enlighten me, Lu Ming smiled. It's fine if you want to teach me, but how can I be your opponent? I admit defeat for this round. Cheng Fei-cheng's beautiful eyes flickered as he smiled. Ah. Admit defeat. Lu Ming was a little stunned. That's right, junior brother Lu Ming. You're the hope of the Vermilion Bird Hall. We're counting on you this time. Qing Feiqing's eyes narrowed as he smiled and walked down the fighting ring. Then, Lu Ming's first round ended easily. The disciples of the four courtyards were not too surprised. After all, Qing Fian and Lu Ming were both disciples of the Vermilion Bird Hall. There was no reason for them to compete with each other and waste their combat strength. The fourth match, Duanmu Yunyang vs Zhuo Yirong. Duanmu Yunyang and Zhuo Yirong also had no suspense. Zhuo Yirong had only made a few symbolic moves, and seeing that she was no match for him, she simply admitted defeat. Then came the fifth match, which was also the match that everyone paid more attention to in the first round. Bu Xingkai vs Duan Gang. Bu Xingkai, ranked third on the bronze list, was known as the #1 spear user. His attack power was extremely strong. As for Duan Gang, he ranked fourth on the bronze ranking list and was known as the #1 defensive master. His defensive ability was unparalleled among the bronze disciples. On the other hand, his close combat ability was also very strong. This was a battle between the strong. Duan Gang, let me pierce through your turtle shell today. Bu Xingkai held a black spear and pointed it at Duan Gang. It was sharp and overbearing. If you have the ability, try it. Duan Gang's figure was burly and strong. His muscles were bulging, and one could tell at a glance that he was a body-tempering expert. Kill. Formation-breaking spear art. Bu Xingkai rushed toward Duan Gang and thrust his long spear. The sky was filled with spear shadows, and he attacked Duan Gang. Black turtle protection. Duan Gang let out a soft cry, and his body began to glow. 5 shields that looked like turtle shells condensed around his body. At the same time, he put on his spirit weapon gloves and clawed at Bu Xingkai. His sharp claw radiance was like a blade. As soon as they exchanged blows, the two of them began an intense battle. Bu Xingkai's attacks were like a storm, continuous. However, Duan Gang's defense was impenetrable. Every time Bu Xingkai's spear radiance stabbed at Duan Gang, it was blocked by the turtle shell shield around his body. For a moment, it was difficult to determine who was better. The disciples of the four courtyards were all watching intently. That's amazing. So, that's the power of the top 4 on the bronze list. Pang Shi was dumbfounded as he muttered to himself. Senior brother Lu Ming, who do you think will win? Pang Shi suddenly asked. Chapter 122. Chapter 122, The Two Geniuses Who Are Far Ahead. Lu Ming sorted out his thoughts and said, both of them have cultivated the path of the physical body. Duan Gang's physical body should have reached the amazing complete grade 2, while Bu Xinkai's is in the upper tier of grade 2. But Duan Gang is focused on defense. Although he has also cultivated an offensive dark level martial skill, he has only cultivated it to the 3rd level. On the other hand, Bu Xinkai's spear technique has already reached the 5th level. As time goes on, Bu Xingkai will definitely win. Or, if Bu Xingkai has a killing move, he will win soon. Mulan looked at Lu Ming in surprise and said, Lu Ming, you have good taste. Look, Bu Xingkai is about to use his ultimate move. At this moment, Bu Xingkai leaped up from the fighting ring. His body was more than 20 meters high. Then, he pointed his long spear downward and stabbed toward Duan Gang. Toxic Dragon Drill. Go. Bu Xingkai shouted. As he descended, the spear started to spin rapidly with the tip of the spear as the center. Indistinctly, a black evil dragon could be seen emerging with astonishing might. Black turtle protection, indestructible. Shield. Duan Gang roared as he circulated his protective divine art with all his might. A total of 5 tortoiseshell-shaped shields completely covered his body. An earth-shattering boom was heard. The black and yellow lights almost flooded the fighting ring. After a while, a figure slid back quickly and coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was Duan Gang. Bu Xingkai, on the other hand, stood proudly with a long spear in his hand. Other than his heavy breathing, he was completely fine. Bu Xingkai had won. The crowd sighed, especially the disciples of the Onyx Tortoise Hall. Duan Gang had been defeated by Bu Xingkai. It seemed impossible for him to enter the top 3. Bu Xingkai is the winner of this round. Alright, the first round is over for today. Take a break. Those who have just unleashed their bloodline power will be given a blood clotting pill to recover as soon as possible. Then, we'll proceed to the second round. The judge announced. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The mystical sword sect was really generous for this competition. They had even taken out blood clotting pills. The blood clotting pill could restore the power of one's bloodline for a short period of time after consumption, allowing one's bloodline to erupt again. It was extremely precious. Even the lowest grade that could restore the bloodline of a master realm martial artist was frighteningly expensive and extremely difficult to refine, so it was naturally extremely rare. About half an hour later, the second round of the competition began. The first match, Cheng Feiqing vs. Zhuo Yirong. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Among the top 10, there were only 2 women. He didn't expect to meet them now. 2 graceful figures floated up and landed on the fighting ring. Both of them were extremely beautiful and were known as one of the 10 beauties of the mystical sword sect. Standing on the same stage, it was like a beautiful scene. Senior Sister Desk, please. Junior Sister Cheng, please. The 2 of them cupped their fists at each other and started fighting. Cheng Feiqing's weapon was a sword, and his bloodline was a fire spirit bird, so her sword technique was of the fire attribute. Sword chi burst forth, and it was extremely hot. Zhuo Yirong was using a 3-meter-long soft whip. With the addition of her plant-type Thousand Fate Vine, they complemented each other well. The soft whip in her hands was ever-changing, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. 2 graceful figures even shuttled back and forth on the fighting ring like 2 dancing butterflies, which was pleasing to the eye. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had exchanged dozens of moves. In the end, Zhuo Yirong still lost because Cheng Fei Ma's flames were effective against her. There was not much change in his ranking on the bronze list. The ranking on the bronze ranking list was determined by the elder of the mystical sword sect based on the battle records, the combat strength of the participants, and the battle techniques they were good at. It had to be said that it was really accurate. The second match, Duan Muchen vs. Dong Ce. There was no suspense in this battle. Dong Ce tenaciously resisted more than a dozen moves and was still defeated. The third match, Zhang Muyan vs. Bu Xingkai. This was the highlight of the show. Zhang Muyan, ranked first, versus Bu Xingkai, ranked third. Zhang Muyan was wearing a white robe and had a warm smile on his face. However, the moment he attacked, his sword chi was shocking and his sword light illuminated the 90 states. He was like a sword immortal. Although Bu Xingkai was powerful, he couldn't last more than 10 moves even with all his strength. 8 moves, he was defeated in just 8 moves. And Zhang Muyan didn't even activate his bloodline. Strong, too strong, Zhang Muyan was almost invincible. Now, everyone was looking forward to Duan Muyunyang and Zhang Muyan's battle. Perhaps only Duan Muyunyang could compete with Zhang Muyan. The fourth match, Duan Muyunyang vs. Ling Kong. It was another highlight, and the atmosphere was even more lively. This was another battle between 2 new generation kings from the White Tiger Hall. Ling Kong, do you still want to fight me? You should know that you're no match for me. Duan Muyunyang said, indifferently as he held his battle blade. Ha ha ha. Duan Muyunyang, when did you see me surrender without a fight? Let's cut the crap and fight. He laughed loudly in the air. Then, he directly used the Mad Beast technique and burst out with his most powerful combat strength as he charged towards Duan Muyun. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Muyunyang said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed his battle blade. As the battle sword was unsheathed, the surging blade energy came out. A blade energy, more than 10 meters long, slashed down from the sky. Ling Kong roared like a mad beast. The iron rod brought about a loud rumbling sound as it smashed toward the blade light. With a loud bang, the fighting ring shook. Ling Kong's figure shook slightly, and his attack was blocked. However, Duan Muyunyang's attacks were like water that had opened the floodgates. They surged and surged towards the sky in an endless stream. The domineering blade rays shot out one after another, as if they would never stop. 8 moves, just like how Zhang Muyun defeated Bu Xingkai. He was defeated in 8 moves and was cut off the fighting ring. That's amazing. Duan Muyunyang and Zhang Muyun are far ahead of the top 10. It's hard for the others to compete with them. It's all up to the two of them. Perhaps they'll be able to put on an earth-shattering battle. The disciples of the four courtyards discussed excitedly. The fifth round, Lu Ming versus Duan Gang. At this moment, the judge announced the fifth match. It's here. The battle between Lu Ming and Duan Gang will determine who the top 5 will be. If Lu Ming can defeat Duan Gang, he'll definitely make it into the top 5 and compete with Bu Xingkai for the third place to determine who's the bronze first spear user. That's right. However, according to my speculation, if Lu Ming only has the combat strength that he had when he fought with Ling Kong, it would be very difficult for him to break Duan Gang's defense unless he has other unique skills. That's hard to say. Can't you see that Lu Ming's blood meridian didn't erupt? This was really the case. I almost forgot. Amidst the discussions, Lu Ming stepped onto the fighting ring. Duan Gang stood in front of Lu Ming like an iron tower. At this moment, Duan Gang's expression was a little grave. At this point, he no longer dared to underestimate Lu Ming. He knew that he had to fight with all his might. Otherwise, he might very well be defeated by Lu Ming. Chapter 123. Chapter 123, Chapter 123 Unstoppable Winning Streak. Please. The two of them cupped their fists. Then, Duan Gang stomped on the ground heavily. His tall body was like a chariot, charging toward Lu Ming in an overbearing manner. Duan Gang was a close combat expert, Southwest He had to close the distance. As soon as he made his move, Lu Ming used the armor fragment. The penetrative power of this move was extremely strong, second only to the last move, explosion. Black Turtle Protection. Duan Gang didn't hesitate and executed his defensive martial skill, and 5 tortoiseshell-shaped shields appeared. The spear struck one of the shields, and it actually made a sound of metal clashing. Lu Ming felt as if the long spear had stabbed into an iron mountain. The long spear bent into a bow shape. Lu Ming borrowed the rebound of the long spear and drifted backward. What a strong defense! Lu Ming was full of admiration. However, he did not know that Duan Gang's shock was even greater than his. He felt that his defense was almost penetrated by Lu Ming's long spear. Is this Lu Ming's ultimate move? If he isn't, then he's too powerful. He's even stronger than Bu Xingkai. Duan Gang was shocked, but he did not stop and continued to rush toward Lu Ming. His hand was like an eagle's claw, and he struck out a dozen sharp claw lights. Fire dance. Lu Ming's spear trembled and flames appeared one after another, destroying Duan Gang's claw radiance. Then, more than 10 flame flowers landed on Duan Gang's protective shield, causing ripples. Lu Ming took advantage of the momentum and jumped up, his long spear smashing down on Duan Gang. The spear smashed into Duan Gang's protective shield, causing it to shake violently. Duan Gang's expression changed drastically, and his body staggered backward. He took 5 or 6 steps back before he could stabilize himself. He's retreating. Duan Gang has retreated. He's so strong. I feel that Lu Ming's attack is even stronger than when he was fighting Ling Kong yesterday. That's right. Did he hide his strength yesterday? This is unbelievable. On the viewing platform, Ling Kong's eyes revealed a beastly glint as he muttered, "This guy was clearly at the 4th level yesterday, but he's already at the 5th level today. Could it be that he broke through last night? That's impossible, right?" As soon as Duan Gang retreated, Lu Ming cast the attack with the largest area of effect, Moon Canvas. A crescent moon formed and heavily struck Duan Gang's protective shield. Duan Gang retreated again. Lightning. Then, he became one with the spear and arrived as fast as lightning. This spear attack once again caused Duan Gang's protective shield to tremble. Duan Gang roared and threw a few punches in succession. He charged at Lu Ming without a care and shouted, "Lu Ming, if you have a unique skill, you should use it as soon as possible. You can't break my defense like this." From the start of the competition, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming. He was really aggrieved. In this case, he could not get close to Lu Ming at all. It was impossible for him to win. If he wanted to lose, he might as well lose in a straightforward manner. All right, as you wish. Explode. All the essential qi in Lu Ming's body surged out and rushed toward the long spear, gathering at the tip of the spear. Like a bolt of lightning, the spear streaked across the sky and once again stabbed into Duan Gang's protective shield. In an instant, the genuine qi at the tip of the spear suddenly erupted like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years, erupting with a powerful and shocking destructive power. Duan Gang's protective shield cracked and then exploded with a bang. Then, Duan Gang let out a blood-curdling screech, and his body flew far away. His entire body was covered in blood. As Duan Gang flew out, all the disciples of the four courtyards let out a long breath. Lu Ming has won. He's in the top 5. It's a sure thing. I wonder who's stronger, him or Bu Xingkai. It seems to be Lu Ming. In the area of the White Tiger Hall, everyone from the Duanmu family had ugly expressions on their faces. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were even more so. They were gritting their teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. However, the Vermilion Bird Hall area was filled with cheers. This was because after Lu Ming defeated Duan Gang, the Vermilion Bird Hall would not be last in this year's competition no matter what. In the fighting ring, Duan Gang got up and said with a bitter smile, "Junior brother Lu Ming is indeed powerful. I'm sincerely convinced of my defeat." His physical body was extremely strong, so he didn't suffer too serious of an injury and could recover very quickly. Senior brother Duan is too polite. Lu Ming is the winner of this round. The second round is over. We'll move on to the third round later. Soon, the third round began. In this round, Lu Ming's opponent was Duanmu Chen. There was no suspense in the battle between Lu Ming and Duanmu Chen. Lu Ming had suppressed Duanmu Chen throughout the entire battle and won in just a dozen moves. As for the others, those who had encountered Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang had all admitted defeat. Because there was no need to fight, it was better to save strength for the later matches. In the fourth round, Lu Ming vs Dong Ce. Without a doubt. He won easily. In this round, he was up against Bu Xingkai. The battle between the two of them was extremely intense. They fought for more than 100 moves. In the end, Bu Xingkai was the one who won and defeated Ling Kong. In the fifth round, Lu Ming was up against Bu Xingkai. This competition caused the entire place to boil with excitement. Because this battle could be said to be a battle for the third place. If Lu Ming won, there would be no problem for him to get third place. If Bu Xingkai won, the third place would be his. Moreover, both of them used guns, so it was more meaningful. In the fighting ring, the two of them stood opposite each other, each holding a spear. Lu Ming, let's decide the winner with one move. How about it? Bu Xingkai said in a deep voice. Good, that's just what I want. One shot to decide the outcome. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they watched with even more excitement. A single shot to decide the outcome was more dangerous, but also more exciting. A powerful aura suddenly burst out from the two of them. Their auras collided and the two of them rushed out at the same time. The two of them executed their ultimate moves almost at the same time. The two spear shadows instantly cut through the void and collided together. It was as if two stars had collided. On the fighting stage, with the point of intersection of the two spears as the core, two colors emerged. One was fiery red and the other was black. The two colors were clearly separated and did not give in to each other. However, the stalemate only lasted for a moment. Suddenly, the fiery red side erupted like a volcano. A powerful force gushed out and instantly suppressed the black side. A figure flew far away and fell heavily on the ground. Without a doubt, it was Bu Xingkai. Bu Xingkai had lost, and his injuries were much more serious than Duan Gang's. The White Tiger Hall's headmaster smacked his seat, his face dark. The Vermilion Bird Hall's head burst into laughter. There's no doubt that Lu Ming will be third. Oh my god. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming has broken senior brother Feng Wuji's record? That's terrifying. Someone exclaimed. In that case, wouldn't there be a genius even stronger than senior brother Feng Wuji in the mystical sword sect? That's hard to say. Being strong now doesn't mean that you'll be strong in the future. There will be many difficulties in the future. In history, there have been many people who were amazing in their youth, but when they grow up, their achievements are only average. That's true, but breaking senior brother Feng Wuji's record is already shocking enough. Chapter 124. Chapter 124, The Peak Battle. I really can't see through this guy. Does he really want to fight for first place? Mulan's face had been completely replaced by a smile. Pang Shi and Hua Qi were so excited that they were trembling and speechless. After the 5th round was the 6th round. In the 6th round, Lu Ming was up against Ling Kong. Lu Ming and Ling Kong had already fought yesterday. Therefore, there was no need for them to fight again. Ling Kong simply admitted defeat. In the 6 rounds of competition, only 3 people had maintained a winning streak. They were Zhang Muyun, Duan Muyunyang, and Lu Ming. By this time, the situation was slowly becoming clear. Zhang Muyun and Duan Muyunyang were in 1st and 2nd place. Lu Ming was in 3rd place. Bu Xingkai should be in 4th place. As for the 5th and 6th place, it should be between Ling Kong and Duan Gang. In the latter part of the sentence, Dong Ce was almost in the 10th place. There was no suspense, and the difference should not be big. There were only 3 rounds left. Everyone's focus was on Zhang Muyun and Duan Muyunyang. They wanted to know who would be the champion. Of course, there was still Lu Ming. Would Lu Ming be able to fight against the first 2? How many moves could he block? Everyone's attention was on these points. Under everyone's anticipation, the 7th round began. The first match of the 7th round, Ling Tian versus Duan Gang. This battle could be said to be the longest and most intense battle in the competition. Both of them were violent and bombarding the fighting ring like 2 demons fighting. After a few hundred moves, Duan Gang was the one who won in the end because the duration of the art of aerial beast frenzy had passed. The second match was Lu Ming against Zhuo Yirong. Zhuo Yirong simply admitted defeat. The third match finally ushered in the most important match, and also the match that everyone was most concerned about. Zhang Muyun versus Duan Muyunyang. The pinnacle battle between the 2 of them had started ahead of schedule, meeting in the 7th round. 2 figures, one from the east and one from the west, walked up to the fighting ring. In an instant, the entire place boiled over. One was the best swordsman, and the other was the best saber user. The battle between the 1st and 2nd place on the bronze ranking list could stir up the blood of the young martial artists. Many people were speechless and stared at the 2 people in the fighting ring with wide eyes. Zhang Muyun, I lost to you a year ago. That was a disgrace to me. Now, I will take back the glory that belongs to me and step on you. Duan Muyunyang's gaze was like a tiger's and was extremely overbearing. Even when facing Zhang Muyun, he was still arrogant and overbearing. This was his natural personality. He could be considered a tyrant. However, Zhang Muyun was more like a king. He had the posture of a dragon and a tiger, and his eyes were like stars. He always had a gentle smile on his face. Duan Muyunyang, you lost to me last year. You don't stand a chance this year, and you won't stand a chance in the future. The gap between us will only grow further and further. Zhang Muyun's voice was calm and gentle, but it was filled with unparalleled confidence. If an ordinary person dared to say this, everyone would think that he was arrogant, and look down on everyone. However, when Zhang Muyun said this, no one felt that he was arrogant or condescending. Instead, they felt that he was speaking the truth. Because he had the right to say so. I told you to take back your words. Take this. Duan Muyunyang said coldly. A powerful aura erupted from Duan Muyunyang's body. He didn't move, but a several-meter-long battle blade completely condensed from true qi appeared above his head. It cut through the air and charged toward Zhang Muyun. With a sword cry, a giant sword formed above Zhang Muyun's head and slashed forward. The saber and the sword met, stirring up countless sword qi and saber radiance that shot out in all directions. Puffed. The blade qi and sword qi hit the ground. If it were not for the inscriptions on the ground, it would have been full of holes. It was just a test, but it had already reached such a terrifying stage. Destruction blade art, spirit destruction. Duan Muyunyang's battle blade was unsheathed. It was as if a demon had broken through its restraints and reappeared in the world. The terrifying blade light seemed to be able to split the void as it slashed toward Zhang Muyun. The sound of a sword rang out. Zhang Muyun's body did not move, but his long sword was unsheathed. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, a sharp and merciless will filled the air, and the entire world seemed to be enveloped by his sword qi. A light sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. If one did not listen carefully, one would not be able to hear it. A sword light flashed and shot out before the sound could be heard. This sword chi wasn't as overbearing as Duanmu Yunyang's blade light. However, it was able to destroy Duanmu Yunyang's blade light with a single strike. Obliteration blade art, exterminate the heavens. Duanmu Yunyang shouted. Duanmu Yunyang's entire body sank into a deathly silence as the blade was unleashed. He no longer had any feelings. Humans were heartless, but the saber was even more heartless. There was only an endless sharpness that could kill everything in the world. Four-seasoned sword technique, overflowing with spring, break. Zhang Muyun made a faint sound and thrust his sword forward. In an instant, hundreds of sword chi appeared in the sky. The sword chi was fine and dense, like spring rain, and enveloped Duanmu Yunyang's blade technique. If Duanmu Yunyang's blade technique represented destruction, then Zhang Muyun's sword technique represented vitality and hope. The streaks of sword chi were like drops of spring rain. Although each drop was not powerful, when they were combined, their power was endless. The saber radiance and sword chi dissipated in the air. Wonderful, this is simply too wonderful. Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang's black-grade low-level martial arts techniques have already been cultivated to the highest level, men and martial arts as one. He's definitely at the realm of men and martial arts merging, far surpassing the others. Moreover, their physical bodies are both complete rank 2. It's really amazing. Both of their bloodlines are at level 6. Their combat strength has completely exceeded the martial master realm. Killing an ordinary first-grade great martial master won't be a problem. Are they the top 2 geniuses on the bronze list? It's indeed shocking. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and he sighed in his heart. Beside him, Mulan glanced at Lu Ming and said, "How is it? This is the strength of Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang. Do you still have the confidence to obtain first place after seeing their battle strength?" "Why not?" Lu Ming said, revealing a meaningful smile. "This guy. You're pretending to be profound, right?" Mulan felt that she could not understand Lu Ming. She did not know if he was telling the truth. Obliteration blade art, world destruction. Duanmu Yunyang bellowed and instantly slashed out 18 times. Each of the 18 blade lights was extremely terrifying. The key was that the trajectory of each slash was erratic, like a wild horse out of control, jumping and unpredictable. Four-seasoned sword technique, scorching summer. The sound of a sword rang out, and a sword light appeared in the sky. It gave off a dazzling light, like a sun. This sun was actually continuously shooting out dense sword chi. No matter how unpredictable Duanmu Yunyang's blade lights were, they all crumbled under the sword chi. The autumn wind is bleak. Then, Zhang Muyun's next move was unleashed. The fighting ring seemed to have fallen into a state of desolation. Everything was dead and the autumn wind was blowing. A lonely sword light flashed across the sky and slashed toward Duanmu Yunyang. Duanmu Yunyang was forced to retreat rapidly. Chapter 125. Chapter 125, Chapter 125 Gold Force. Duanmu Yunyang retreated while Zhang Muyun advanced. Winter Thundershock. Zhang Muyun instantly slashed out 9 swords. The sound of thunder rumbled as 9 lightning swords headed toward Duanmu Yunyang. World Annihilation. Duanmu Yunyang roared. A deathly white sword light soared into the sky as he used all his strength to resist. After the light had dissipated, Duanmu Yunyang quickly retreated. A deep, bloody gash had appeared on his shoulder. "Duanmu Yunyang, I've said it before. You're not my match." Zhang Muyun's clothes were as white as snow as he stepped forward. With every step he took, the aura on his body grew stronger. With their cultivation, as long as they want to, they can break through to the martial grandmaster realm in the blink of an eye. There will be no bottlenecks in the martial grandmaster realm, and they can break through all the way. After all, they have accumulated too much. A powerful silver-ranked disciple exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Muyun, you think you've won? Take my last move. Blood exterminating slash." Duanmu Yunyang laughed out loud. Blood gushed out from his wound and formed a blood blade in the air. Slash. Duanmu Yunyang waved his hand. The blood blade turned into a blood-red light and slashed toward Zhang Muyun. Zhang Muyun's eyes flickered, and a sword light whizzed out, hitting the blood blade. However, the blood saber suddenly dissipated and turned into a blood mist. Then, the blood mist condensed and turned into blood leopards that rushed toward Zhang Muyun. Zhang Muyun's long sword swept out, and streams of sword chi flew out, scattering the blood leopards. However, after the blood leopards scattered, they turned into blood mist and then condensed back into blood leopards again. It seemed endless. What a strange secret technique. Is this Duan Muyunyang's trump card? I have never heard of Duan Muyunyang knowing this secret technique. It seems that he has had a fortuitous encounter during this period of time. Could it be that Zhang Muyun is going to lose? Ha ha ha. Zhang Muyun, this blood obliteration slash is meant to deal with you. Today, you'll definitely lose. Duan Muyunyang laughed wildly. Duan Muyunyang, I thought you had some capabilities. Once your cultivation level is higher, this secret skill will no longer be of any use. Let me tell you what the Great Tao is. Break. As Zhang Muyun finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura rose from his body. An incomparably sharp, all-conquering, and all-conquering aura suddenly exploded out. That's right, it's Qi. At this moment, the big shots of the four halls, such as the four deans, the silver-robed elders, and the gold-robed elders, all stood up from their seats. In addition to the sect leader, there were also two bright lights in the sect leader's eyes. Force, it's the metal force. Zhang Muyun has actually comprehended the control force. He's a genius, a genius. He actually comprehended control force at the master realm. Incredible. Haha, our mystical sword sect has another true genius. The silver-robed elders cried out in excitement. Hearing the silver-robed elders' words, the confused disciples were shocked. The bronze disciples, including most of the silver disciples, had not yet comprehended the control force, but they had heard of it and knew its power. How could they not be shocked? The force of metal was indestructible and extremely sharp. As soon as the metal force was used, everything was broken. In an instant, the blood leopards surrounding Zhang Muyun were shattered and could no longer form again. Duan Muyunyang let out a blood-curdling screech and retreated a dozen steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Ha ha ha, Zhang Muyun, I didn't expect you to have comprehended control force. I lost, I didn't lose in vain. Duan Muyunyang laughed miserably. A dispirited look appeared on his face. The overbearing aura that he had exuded earlier had disappeared without a trace. Zhang Muyun was right. Secret techniques were just a small path. Controlling force was the true path. The earlier one comprehended controlling force, the more useful it would be in the future. Zhang Muyun was able to comprehend the control force at the master realm, which meant that his talent was far above his. Perhaps he would never be able to catch up to Zhang Muyun in his life. At this moment, he had lost all fighting spirit. Yunyang, what are you doing? Martial artists walk against the heavens. Only with the will to fight and become more courageous can one step into the peak of martial arts. You, wake up. The White Tiger Hall's headmaster suddenly shouted. The shout was like thunder, exploding in Duan Muyunyang's ears. Duan Muyunyang was startled and suddenly woke up. He was instantly scared and broke out in cold sweat. He was in a very dangerous situation just now. If he didn't wake up in time, his state of mind might be shattered, and he might lose his way on the path of martial arts, never to improve again. This was the so-called inner demon. Thank you, Principal. Duan Muyunyang bowed to the White Tiger Hall's headmaster. Then, he looked at Zhang Muyun. His eyes were filled with a domineering aura as he said, Zhang Muyun, I will catch up to you sooner or later. I will take back the glory that belongs to me. Then, he turned around and left the fighting ring. Zhang Muyun wins this round. Let's move on to the next round. However, after the peak battle just now, the next few matches could no longer arouse the interest of the crowd. In most people's eyes, the results of this competition were already out. The first place would definitely go to Zhang Muyun, and the second place would go to Duan Muyunyang. Although there were still 2 more rounds, there was no suspense. Not long after, the 7th round ended. After a short rest, the 8th round began. There were not many changes in the first 4 matches, as the outcome was within everyone's expectations. The 5th match, Lục Minh vs Duan Muyunyang. The judge announced the names of the players in the fifth match. Everyone's spirits were slightly lifted. Finally, it was time for the battle between Lu Ming and Duanmu Yunyang. Previously, Lu Ming had repeatedly slapped the Duanmu family's people in the face. Duanmu Yunyang had said that he would make Lu Ming lose, unsightly. Lu Ming also responded strongly. The two of them had yet to fight, but sparks were already flying. Now that they had finally met, what would the result be? How many moves could Lu Ming block? Would he be badly abused? The two of them walked onto the fighting ring and stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, it's finally our turn. I still keep my word. If you don't admit defeat quickly, you'll be defeated very badly. Duanmu Yunyang's voice was ice cold and still extremely overbearing. How could he be defeated so easily? Are you talking about yourself? Previously, you were indeed defeated very unsightly and gracelessly. Your heart of martial Dao almost collapsed. He was referring to the battle between Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun. Lu Ming, you shouldn't have brought this up. Since you've brought it up, it's not something that can be resolved by a terrible defeat. Duanmu Yunyang's expression turned completely cold. It was as cold as the Arctic Ocean. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. He did not bother to hide it. Duanmu Yunyang has the intention to kill. Lu Ming is in trouble. Lu Ming is acting on impulse. He shouldn't have provoked Duanmu Yunyang. That's right. Other than not being allowed to harm lives, there are no other restrictions on the fighting ring. If Lu Ming refuses to admit defeat, even the sect master will not be able to interfere. Lu Ming's consequences are worrying. Some disciples shook their heads. They felt that Lu Ming's actions were unwise. This would only anger Duanmu Yunyang even more. Why bother? Chapter 126. Chapter 126, Breakthrough, Breakthrough. However, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. He sneered and said, "You lost to Zhang Muyun, and your martial heart almost collapsed. I wonder what will happen after you lose to me." Lost to you? How could I, Duanmu Yunyang, lose to a newbie? This is the funniest joke in the world. Lu Ming, don't think that you can disturb my state of mind by using this method. What a joke. Your path ends here. Amidst his laughter, Duanmu Yunyang unsheathed his saber. An overbearing saber radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. The moment he slashed out, he had already activated his bloodline. In an instant, Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique to the extreme. A majestic dragon-shaped vital energy surged in his strong body and poured into the long spear. Along the long spear, a powerful spinning cutting force erupted. Ding! Ding! The long spear accurately pierced the edge of the blade. A loud boom rang out. Duanmu Yunyang's body did not move an inch, but Lu Ming's body swayed slightly and he took a step back. He blocked it. Senior brother Lu Ming blocked Duanmu Yunyang's attack. Pang Shi cried out in excitement. Beside them, Mulan, Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and the other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, including the Vermilion Bird Hall's dean, were all overjoyed as they stared unblinkingly at the arena. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he was only at a slight disadvantage. At this point, it would be a lie if they did not want Lu Ming to win. Although he knew that the possibility was low, he still had a glimmer of hope that Lu Ming could create a miracle. Seeing that Lu Ming had blocked Duanmu Yunyang's attack, he was overjoyed. This Duanmu Yunyang is indeed powerful. Lu Ming felt that his palm was a little numb and he pondered in his heart. Duanmu Yunyang's physical body had already achieved complete second grade, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Furthermore, the black grade low-level martial arts technique had already been cultivated to the 6th stage, the realm of men and martial arts as one. Furthermore, he had a level 6 bloodline. When combined, the explosive power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's physical body and martial arts techniques were at a disadvantage. The only thing he could rely on was the true war dragon technique's rich and condensed essential qi. But it was still not enough. You're quite capable to be able to block an attack with 80% of my power. However, that's all. Kill. When Duanmu Yunyang saw that he had only gained a slight upper hand in this attack, the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. He burst out with all his strength and circulated his true qi to the extreme. His aura instantly became a bit stronger. A ray of saber light, which was stronger than the previous one, slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you have to block it. Mulan, Feng Wu, and the others clenched their fists tightly. Their palms were covered in cold sweat as they stared at the battlefield. Lu Ming's long spear swept out and clashed with the saber again. This time, Lu Ming kept retreating 7 to 8 steps, his blood and qi in his body churning. Lu Ming is no match for them. From the looks of it, Lu Ming will definitely lose within 10 moves. It seems that Lu Ming's blood meridian has not erupted yet. Indeed. It's strange. However, under such circumstances, even if he were to activate his bloodline, he would still not be able to escape defeat. Don't forget that Duanmu Yunyang still has a secret technique that he has yet to use. Seeing this situation, sighs could be heard from all around. Should I use Qishur? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, he rejected the idea. Lu Ming was confident that he would be able to defeat Duanmu Yunyang if he were to use the force of fire. But this was not the result he wanted. He had an idea, a crazy idea. He wanted to make use of Duanmu Yunyang's pressure to break through his cultivation. Otherwise, with his current cultivation base, even if he could defeat Duanmu Yunyang, it would be difficult to defeat Zhang Muyun, who had also comprehended the control force. Only with great pressure could he break through his limits and break through his cultivation. Only then could he fight Zhang Muyun. Let's see how you're going to take my third saber, World Annihilation. Duanmu Yunyang roared as 18 blade lights were released from his battle blade. Each of the 18 blade lights was ever-changing and unpredictable. Each of them was extremely powerful, as if they could kill everything. It was known as the world-destroying one. Although it was an exaggeration, one could still see its power. It seems like I can only activate my bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he activated his blood meridian without hesitation. There was a flash of blood-red light and Lu Ming's aura grew. A surge of devouring power covered his entire body. Lu Ming's strength increased by 40% and he charged directly at the saber ray. In an instant, Lu Ming was drowned by the 18 sword gleams. On the fighting ring, there were only pale sword gleams and fiery red spear gleams, as well as a series of booming sounds. Can Lu Ming block it? At the scene, everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring for fear of missing out on the important scene. After 18 consecutive explosions, a figure rushed out. His long spear turned into a half-moon and swept toward Duanmu Yunyang. It was Lu Ming. He was not injured at all. Although Duanmu Yunyang's blade radiance was powerful, half of the attack had been devoured by Lu Ming's spirit-devouring bloodline. The remaining attacks could no longer harm Lu Ming. Duanmu Yunyang's expression changed when he saw that Lu Ming was not injured and was even charging at him with an attack that was stronger than before. In a hurry, he slashed out with his saber. Duanmu Yunyang's body trembled and he couldn't help but slide back more than 10 meters. Unfortunately, the aura on Lu Ming's body had weakened greatly. The burst of his bloodline could only last for 5 breaths, which was too short. Lu Ming, damn it, go to hell. Blood exterminating slash. Duanmu Yunyang flew into a rage after being forced back by Lu Ming's spear. He slashed his arm with his saber and a stream of blood spurted out. It formed a blood-red saber in the air and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he retreated quickly. However, the blood-red saber seemed to have a mind of its own as it chased after Lu Ming. The spear struck the blood-red saber. The saber was crushed by the spear and turned into a blood mist. Then, it condensed into blood leopards that pounced at Lu Ming. In an instant, Lu Ming was enveloped by the blood leopards. Lu Ming, enjoy it. It's not bad that you can force me to use this move, but that's all there is to it. Ha ha. Duanmu Yunyang laughed wildly. Stop. Stop. Duanmu Yunyang, you've won this battle. Stop your secret technique. Mulan cried out with an unsightly expression. Stop. Mulan, Lu Ming didn't admit defeat himself. The battle is still in progress. How can he stop? Mulan's expression was ugly. Lu Ming, she called out, the battle ends here. Admit defeat. However, Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to it and focused all his energy on fighting the blood leopards that were pouncing at him from all directions. Lu Ming's energy, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated. He circulated the true war dragon technique to the extreme and fought the blood leopards that pounced at him from all directions. The long spear swept out, and the blood leopards were destroyed. However, they immediately condensed again and continued to attack endlessly. Lu Ming fought with all his might and raised his potential to the maximum. 9th grade Master Realm, break. His potential was stimulated in the great battle. Lu Ming fought as he broke through. After countless attacks, the barrier to the 9th grade Master Realm finally loosened. In the end, there was a loud boom as the barrier was broken. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. Lu Ming's body seemed to be breathing. The essential qi in his body was getting stronger and thicker. Breakthrough. Lu Ming is breaking through. A silver-robed elder shouted madly. Chapter 127. Chapter 127, You're not worthy to be my opponent. Oh my God, he's really breaking through. He's breaking through in the middle of a great battle. This is crazy. The crowd was already boiling. Lu Ming had actually made a breakthrough in the middle of an intense battle. How strong and determined did he need to be to achieve this? Ordinary people simply couldn't do it. Breakthrough. No, that's not right. In that case, Lu Ming did not reach 9th grade Master Realm before. This. Many of the disciples looked at each other. It was only then that they realized that Lu Ming had not reached the 9th grade Master Realm. Previously, Lu Ming's performance was too strong, and his true qi was condensed and strong. Most of the disciples of the four courtyards naturally thought that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the 9th grade Master Realm. Other than a few silver-robed elders and above who had already seen through it, most of the disciples thought so. Now, he suddenly realized that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th grade Master Realm. This was too unbelievable. All of them stood there with their mouths agape. The spirit qi between heaven and earth continued to gather towards Lu Ming. The aura on Lu Ming's body rose rapidly. Lu Ming's momentum was like a rainbow. He had officially stepped into the 9th grade Master Realm. Lu Ming, even if you have a breakthrough in your cultivation, what's the use? You're destined to lose today. Duanmu Yunyang roared after a brief moment of shock. Oh, really? Lan Yu. After stepping into the 9th grade Master Realm, Lu Ming's essential qi had doubled. The long spear swept out, and a thunderous sound was heard. As the spear swept across, the blood leopards exploded in the air one by one, but they continued to condense, but their speed was much slower than before. Duanmu Yunyang's move wasn't unbreakable. As long as the power reached a certain level, it would also collapse. Just like Zhang Muyun's control force, he destroyed this move in one move. Lu Ming, you forced me to do this. Blood exterminating slash. Duanmu Yunyang roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was even a drop of blood essence in the blood. Duanmu Yunyang was going all out. He could not accept being defeated by Lu Ming. He had even forced out a drop of blood essence. One must know that there were only 9 drops of blood essence in the human body. It was extremely difficult to recover after using one drop. This was a matter that would greatly damage one's vitality. The blood condensed in the air and turned into blood leopards that pounced at Lu Ming. These blood leopards were more solid than the previous ones and were more powerful. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to break this. Go to hell. Duanmu Yunyang laughed crazily. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely cold. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He held his spear and stood quietly on the fighting ring. He looked indifferently at the blood leopard that was pouncing at him and muttered, Duanmu Yunyang, my cultivation base has already broken through. It's time to end this farce. Duanmu Yunyang was stunned. The presidents of the 4 great academies, the silver-robed elders, and the disciples of the 4 great academies were all stunned. A farce? What do you mean by that? But in the next moment, they knew what it meant. A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Lu Ming's body. The aura was brutal and powerful. Everyone seemed to see a volcano erupting, and hot lava spewed out, wreaking havoc in the world. Force, the force of fire. All the disciples, silver-robed elders, and deans of the 4 great academies widened their eyes and mouths in disbelief as they looked at the tall figure on the fighting ring. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment, and the entire place was silent. Lu Ming had actually comprehended the control force. It was too shocking. It was already shocking enough that Zhang Muyun could comprehend force. However, he had already been in the sect for more than 3 years. But he had just entered this year. Break. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward. The surging aura, combined with his martial arts technique, turned into a spear ray and blasted out. The blood leopards that were pouncing towards Lu Ming were instantly crushed and dissipated into the air. The spear's radiance continued to bombard Duanmu Yunyang's body. Duanmu Yunyang let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying far away. Duanmu Yunyang has been defeated. It was not known who shouted, but it instantly ignited the entire scene, and the entire place fell into a clamor. Zhang Muyun muttered as he stood up from his seat. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. The 4 chiefs and the sect leaders also stood up from their seats. Their eyes flickered, and their expressions were different. Impossible. Impossible. How is that possible? Lu Yunxiong and Lu Yao kept shaking their heads, finding it hard to accept this. Arg. Why? Why? On the battle stage, Duanmu Yunyang was struggling to get up. His hair was disheveled and he was shouting hysterically. He couldn't bear all this. Lu Ming looked at Duanmu Yunyang indifferently and said, Duanmu Yunyang, weren't you very confident before that you would never lose to me and that it would be the biggest joke in the world to lose to me? Then, what about now? Lu Ming took a step forward and glared at Duanmu Yunyang. Duanmu Yunyang, you're arrogant and conceited. You have no regard for anyone and keep saying that you want to take back the glory that belongs to you. Other than relying on your family, what are you? Without the Duanmu family, you are nothing. Lu Ming's every word was like a sharp blade, stabbing into Duanmu Yunyang's heart. No, no, it's not like that. You're talking nonsense, you're talking nonsense. How could this be? Duanmu Yunyang's hair was disheveled as he shouted like a madman. Previously, he was extremely overbearing and confident. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all and thought that he would never lose. However, the reality was that he was defeated in front of everyone. To a proud person like him, it was a huge blow. Lu Ming, shut up. The White Tiger Hall's headmaster bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Yunyang, wake up. The headmaster of the White Tiger Hall wanted to use the same old trick to wake Duanmu Yunyang up. Unfortunately, Duanmu Yunyang didn't regain his consciousness like before. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He ignored the White Tiger Hall's dean and shouted, Duanmu Yunyang, you will never be my opponent after today's defeat. Furthermore, you are not worthy of being my opponent. You're not worthy to be my opponent. These words directly struck the depths of Duanmu Yunyang's heart. No, I won't. I'm invincible. Duanmu Yunyang let out a loud cry. His eyes turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground and fainted. Damn it, you little bastard, I'm going to kill you. The White Tiger Hall's dean was furious. An aura as deep as the ocean rose from his body, powerful to the extreme, and pressed toward Lu Ming. In that instant, Lu Ming felt as if he was being crushed by a huge mountain. He was unparalleled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his figure was pushed back dozens of meters. Duanmu Pajiwan, what are you doing? The Vermilion Bird Hall chief was furious. He also released a powerful aura to block the White Tiger Hall chief's aura. What are you doing? Lu Ming, that little B*****starred, deliberately destroyed Yunyang's state of mind and ruined his martial arts path. He deserves to be punished and killed. The headmaster of the White Tiger Hall roared. Chapter 128. Chapter 128, this is the true pinnacle of battle. Laughable. Lu Ming was fearless in the face of the White Tiger Hall's headmaster. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and faced the other party. What evil intentions! I'm only speaking the truth. If Duanmu Yunyang can't even withstand such a small blow, then what's the point of cultivating martial arts? Audacious. These were the words that emerged in everyone's hearts. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually dared to talk back to the White Tiger Hall's headmaster. He was the headmaster of the hall. How audacious! The White Tiger Hall's headmaster's hair stood on end. As he roared, the clouds in the sky changed color. A 100-meter-long battle saber materialized, and its terrifying aura blotted out the sky and covered the earth, enveloping the entire area. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The chiefs of the Azure Dragon Hall and the Onyx Tortoise Hall burst with two powerful forces. The vast power spread out and covered the disciples of the two halls, blocking the powerful pressure. Duanmu Pajuan, don't you have any sense of shame? Do you want to attack a junior? The Vermilion Bird Hall chief's eyes turned cold. A 100-meter-long giant sword appeared in the sky, and an aura that was no weaker than the White Tiger Hall chiefs burst forth. A saber and a sword shook as they faced each other. In the sky, rumbling sounds could be heard. The disciples of the four courtyards all looked at the sky in shock. Was this the strength of the four great academies' deans? With a single thought, the weather changed. This kind of power had already exceeded the scope of mortals and was too terrifying. The Xianyuan sect leader frowned and waved his hand. A gentle force surged out. However, this force seemed gentle, but it contained incredible power. The swords formed by the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird Hall deans were instantly destroyed, turning into energy and dissipating in the sky. You two are the deans of the first courtyard. How can you make a big fuss in front of the disciples? Injuries are inevitable on the fighting stage. Now, quickly get someone to carry Duanmu Yunyang down for treatment. A cold voice came from the sect leader of the mystical sword sect. Also, Lu Ming. The sect leader looked at Lu Ming and said, Dean Duanmu is the dean of the first institution, after all. You have to respect your seniors when you speak to them in the future. Don't go against your seniors just because you're young, understand? I know, sect leader. Lu Ming cupped his fists and quit while he was ahead. The headmaster of the White Tiger Hall furrowed his brows. The sect leader was obviously trying to protect Lu Ming by directly pushing the blame of the rebuttal to Lu Ming's young age. He was at a loss for words. Today, Duanmu Yunyang had already lost enough face. If he wanted to pursue the matter, he would inevitably end up with a reputation of being a bully. That would be even more embarrassing. A hint of killing intent flashed across the White Tiger Hall's headmaster's eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, he said, Take Yunyang back for treatment. The disciples of the White Tiger Hall immediately carried Duanmu Yunyang away. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Duanmu Yunyang's state of mind had already been broken. If he could not walk out of it, his martial path in this life would end here. It would be very difficult for him to continue. Lu Ming is the winner of this battle. With the announcement of the judge, the disciples of the four halls turned their attention back to the competition. There's still one last round. Zhang Muyun and Lu Ming are going to face each other in this round. Which one of them will win? It's hard to say now. After all, the two of them have comprehended control force. I didn't expect this. After Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun's battle, I thought that there was no more suspense. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. It's beyond my imagination. A battle of the peak. This is a battle of the peak. The clash of power. This year's bronze-level competition is too exciting. It was extremely rare for two bronze disciples to comprehend the control force. If one appeared, another would appear every few years. However, there might not be two at the same time even after decades. This was a rare situation, and everyone was looking forward to it. Before this, no one thought that Lu Ming was Zhang Muyun's match. However, after Lu Ming burst out with his aura, he was completely capable of fighting Zhang Muyun. The 9th round begins. After half an hour of rest, the judge announced the start of the 9th round. It was unknown if the ruling was intentional or if it was a coincidence, but the battle between Zhang Muyun and Lu Ming was placed at the end. The first 4 matches passed quickly. Duanmu Yunyang did not participate in the battle. Finally, it was the last match. The 5th match, Lu Ming vs. Zhang Muyun. With the judge's announcement, the bottom line ignited the atmosphere of the audience. Countless people began to shout. Lu Ming, you can do it. Lu Ming, senior brother Lu Ming is invincible. Lu Ming is so handsome. I want to bear your children. Nest, will Lu Ming take a fancy to you? You're shameless, get lost. Lu Ming is definitely interested in me. You're the shameless one. Why don't you look in the mirror? Can you compare to me? The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Hall cheered for Lu Ming crazily. There were even many young female disciples who were shouting with infatuation. There were even some female disciples who were jealous and fought with each other. Lu Ming was young, but his cultivation level was extremely high. There was no need to mention his talent. Moreover, he was handsome and had a great attraction to girls. It was normal. Go, senior brother Zhang Muyun. Senior brother Zhang Muyun will definitely win. The Azure Dragon Hall's people were also shouting. Zhang Muyun's popularity was also extremely exuberant. It was just that he and Zhuo Yirong were already a public couple, which broke the hearts of many girls. The two of them entered the fighting ring amidst the cheers. After half an hour, Lu Ming had been shaken by the aura of the White Tiger Hall's dean. He had only suffered some minor injuries and was no longer in serious danger. Junior brother Lu Ming, I didn't expect the final battle to be with you. Zhang Muyun smiled. His smile was gentle and comfortable. This wasn't an act, it was an innate ability. In fact, Zhang Muyun was very popular in the mystical sword sect. Not only was he talented, but he was also gentle and sincere. He would not act high and mighty just because he was talented. Therefore, Zhang Muyun's friends were all over the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming had a good impression of Zhang Muyun. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior brother Zhang, it's my honor to be able to fight you." Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I wanted to say. However, although junior brother Lu's talent is far above mine, it won't be that easy to defeat me today. I will do my best. Alright, let's do our best. The two of them looked at each other, and a powerful aura burst out from their bodies at the same time. One was extremely sharp and indestructible. A wave of violent heat burned everything. Even before he moved, the two's momentum had already begun to clash and collide. With a loud boom, the fighting ring was suddenly replaced by a sharp and hot aura, which spread out in all directions. The disciples on Lu Ming's side suddenly felt as if they were enveloped by a scorching and violent aura. It was as if they had been placed in a furnace and they felt extremely uncomfortable. On Zhang Muyun's side, everyone felt a sharp pain on their skin, as if they were being cut by sharp sword energy. If not for the silver-robed elders' timely intervention, many of the weaker cultivators would have been severely injured on the spot. Level 4 Sword Art, Scorching Summer. Fire Gun Art, Mountain Collapse. The two of them launched their attacks at the same time, rushing towards each other. Chapter 129. Chapter 129, Number 1 of the 4 Courtyards. The two figures crossed the distance of 50 meters in an instant and collided. A strong wind blew, and the two of them flew back after the blow, but in the next moment, they continued to fight. Zhang Muyun's swordsmanship combined with metal force became extremely sharp. There was nothing that it couldn't break. On the other hand, Lu Ming's spear technique combined with the force of fire. It was overbearing and destructive. Both of them were the representatives of attacks and had extremely strong offensive power. Naturally, there was nothing fancy about the battle. They fought openly and wildly like a storm. The disciples of the 4 courtyards and the elders in the stands stared at the arena without blinking, staring at the two figures in the fierce battle on the fighting ring. For those who were not strong enough, they could only see two figures fighting on the fighting ring. They could not see the exact situation of the battle. Ding, 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 ding. In a few breaths, the two had exchanged dozens of moves, and the hot sparks flew everywhere. This kind of soul-shaking battle made everyone forget to breathe, and their faces were red. The explosions became more and more frequent, and the two of them fought faster and faster, their battle more and more intense. Wonderful, this is simply wonderful. You saw the details of their fight. It's exciting because I can't see it clearly. The insiders looked at the tricks, while the outsiders watched the fun. Some of the disciples with lower cultivation bases watched with great interest, while some of the disciples with higher cultivation bases watched with a serious expression. Sect leader, who do you think will win? A golden-robed elder asked the sect leader of the mystical sword sect. The mystical sword sect leader smiled and said, both of them have just comprehended their sure not long ago. They're both at the beginner level, so it's hard to tell who's stronger. Zhang Muyun's physical body and martial arts technique are stronger than Lu Ming's, but Lu Ming's cultivation technique is no small matter. His essential qi is rich and condensed, which is stronger than Zhang Muyun's. But from what I understand, Zhang Muyun has more than one black-level martial arts technique, and Lu Ming's blood meridian has not erupted either. However, Lu Ming's blood meridian is very peculiar, and it seems like it can only erupt for a few breaths. Hence, it's hard to predict the outcome of this battle. The two of them are both people with profound fortune, each with their own opportunities. A gold-robed elder sighed. After so many battles, the unique characteristics of Lu Ming's essential qi and blood could not be hidden from the eyes of the sect leader and the golden-robed elder of the mystical sword sect. However, in the world of martial Dao, everyone had their own opportunities. This was very normal. With their status, they naturally would not covet the opportunities of a few juniors. They were even happier when their disciples had opportunities. This way, the sect would become even stronger in the future. I can't win. Lu Ming must not win. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They kept screaming in their hearts, hoping that Zhang Muyun would win. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Zhang Muyun had exchanged more than 100 moves. More than a minute has passed. There's less than a minute left before Zhang Muyun's bloodline power burst. Two-handed sword doctrine. At that moment, a long sword appeared in Zhang Muyun's other hand. He held a long sword in each hand and attacked Lu Ming. Two-handed sword. Not only him, but everyone else was also shocked. Two-handed swords were not something that just anyone could master. It could be said that only those with extraordinary talent could master it. Two-handed swords. The power of two swords working together was even stronger. Whoosh. The entire sky was filled with sword shadows that were aimed at Lu Ming. There's actually such a move. Let's decide the winner. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Then, there was a flash of blood and his blood meridian exploded. Taking advantage of his blood meridian eruption, Lu Ming cast his strongest move. The true qi in his body rushed toward the long spear and gathered at the tip of the spear. It condensed into a point and then exploded. There was a violent explosion, followed by the rapid sound of metal clashing. A figure flew out. It was Zhang Muyun. He was panting heavily, and a part of his sleeve had disappeared. Lu Ming stood where he was, panting heavily. Using the explosion consumed a lot of essential qi. However, he was unscathed. How is it? Everyone in the audience stared at the fighting ring with their hearts in their mouths. Suddenly, Zhang Muyun sighed. What? Zhang Muyun admitted defeat. Could it be that the victor had already been decided? I think they're both fine. Are you blind? Didn't you see that part of Zhang Muyun's sleeve was shattered? Geniuses like them don't need to be injured to determine the winner. One move, or even half a move, would be enough to determine the winner. I see. Oh my God, isn't Lu Ming the first place this time? That's right. He's a dark horse, but he's a dark horse too. He's a dark horse all the way to the end. Before the start of the competition, no one had expected that Lu Ming would come in first. Most of the people felt that it was already very shocking that Lu Ming could enter the top 30. No one would think that Lu Ming would get first place, not even in their dreams. Almost everyone thought that the first place would be between Zhang Muyun and Duan Muyunyang. But the truth made everyone's jaws drop. Impossible, impossible. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were dumbfounded. I can't let this go on. I can't let Lu Ming continue to develop. If this goes on, there will be no place for me in the future. I must think of a way to kill him. After recovering from his shock, Lu Yunxiong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Thanks for letting me win. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming cupped his fists. Lu Ming is the winner of this battle. The judge announced loudly. The crowd instantly boiled over, especially the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, who were screaming madly. Lu Ming is invincible. Long live Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I love you. All the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, regardless of gender, started to scream. It was no wonder they were so crazy. All these years, the Vermilion Bird Hall had always been at the bottom of the 4 halls and had been ridiculed by the other halls. It was impossible to say that they didn't feel sullen. But now, a new disciple from the Vermilion Bird Hall had won the bronze-level competition. This was an honor for the entire Vermilion Bird Hall. They felt like they had won and could hold their heads up high. Naturally, they went crazy. Among them, Pang Shi, Feng Wu, and the others were the loudest. Lu Ming walked down the Colosseum with a smile. Naturally, he was surrounded by a group of Vermilion Bird Hall disciples. Some female disciples, in particular, were trying their best to squeeze themselves onto Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was not a gentleman, he was still embarrassed. It took her a lot of effort to squeeze to Mulan's side. "Hey, you guys are too disloyal. Why didn't you come and help me?" Lu Ming was sweating profusely. It was more tiring than having a big battle. "Lu Ming, you're the most popular person in the Vermilion Bird Hall now. It feels good, right?" Mulan seemed to be smiling yet not. Chapter 130. Chapter 130, Generous Reward. "Senior Sister Mulan, I've won first place now. I can name the reward as I wish." Lu Ming sized Mulan up and smiled. The smile on Mulan's face instantly disappeared. She became flustered and blushed as she cried out, "Lu Ming, what are you looking at? You're so young, yet you're always thinking of such shameless things. Shameless business. Senior Sister Mulan, are you mistaken? I'm just thinking about what kind of reward I should get." "What are you thinking?" Lu Ming pretended not to know anything and said in surprise, especially the last sentence, which was dragged out. "Lu Ming, you." Mulan was a little overwhelmed. Giggle. Feng Wu chuckled. She had suffered this move from Lu Ming before. "Then tell me now, what reward do you want?" Mulan forced herself to remain calm as she asked. "Well, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it." Cunning. At the side, Feng Wu and the rest gave Lu Ming a contemptuous look. At this moment, the judge began to announce the rankings. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was ranked first with a record of total victory. Zhang Muyun had 8 wins and 1 loss, so he was ranked second. As for Duan Muyunyang, although he was absent from the battle, his battle prowess was obvious to all. After a discussion among the elders, he was ranked third. Bu Xingkai was fourth, Duan Gang was fifth, Ling Kong was sixth, Duan Muchen was seventh, Cheng Feiqing was eighth, and Zhou Yirong ninth. Dong Ce was the most miserable. With a record of complete defeat, he was ranked 10th. Among the top 10, the White Tiger Hall had 4 people. Moreover, they were all ranked very high, so their total points were first. The Vermilion Bird Hall had 2 people. However, since Lu Ming was ranked first, his total points jumped to second place. The 3 from Azure Dragon Hall were ranked third. The Onyx Tortoise Hall only had Duan Gang, and he was ranked 4th. When the ranking of the 4 halls came out, the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, the Vermilion Bird Hall dean, and the elders were all ecstatic. The Vermilion Bird Hall was supposed to be at the bottom, but now, they had suddenly shot up to second place. In the coming year, the sect's resources would definitely be inclined towards the Vermilion Bird Hall. Moreover, the New Year's recruitment was about to begin in 3 months. By then, Lu Ming's reputation would definitely attract many young talents to join the Vermilion Bird Hall. This would be a virtuous cycle. In a few years' time, the Vermilion Bird Hall would become truly powerful and would no longer be at the bottom. After announcing the rankings, it was time to announce the rewards. Lu Ming was ranked first and the reward was very generous. You can go to the book collection hall and choose 2 black-grade low-level martial arts techniques, in addition to the reward of 100,000 contribution points. The rewards were extremely generous. The second and third place could choose the reward of a black-grade low-level martial arts technique, as well as the reward of 80,000 and 50,000 contribution points, respectively. The 4th to 10th place would not be rewarded with any martial arts techniques, only contribution points. "Now, follow me to receive your reward," the judge said. Today's competition ended here. Tomorrow, the Silver Disciple competition would continue. The disciples of the 4 courtyards slowly dispersed. Lu Ming followed the judge and went to the library. Zhang Muyun was also with him. Duan Muyunyang was currently unconscious, so he could only collect it in the future. At that moment, Lu Ming's identity jade card had an additional 100,000 contribution points. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the library. "Lu Ming, according to the rules, you can choose 2 black-grade low-level martial arts techniques, but you can also combine 2 martial arts techniques into one. You can choose one black grade high-level martial arts technique. The judge said to Lu Ming. I can choose a black grade high-level martial arts technique. Lu Ming, I'd advise you to choose 2 black-level low-grade martial arts techniques. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, the judge warned him. Oh. Why? Because the martial arts technique's reward is only for you to learn and cultivate on your own, and cannot be privately passed on to others, nor can it be sold. Although a black-grade high-level martial arts technique is more precious than 2 black-grade low-level martial arts techniques, with your current cultivation, it is too difficult to cultivate a black-grade high-level martial arts technique. And choosing a black-grade low-level martial arts technique, with your talent, you can cultivate it, this is the most cost-effective. The judge explained seriously. Thank you for your warning, Elder, but I'm free to decide, Lu Ming said after some thought. Lu Ming still intended to choose a black-level high-level martial arts technique. After all, there was a wonderful chanting sound in the Supreme Shrine that could help him understand martial arts techniques. Others might not be able to cultivate it, but it did not mean that he could not. Seeing that Lu Ming had already made up his mind, the judge did not try to persuade him anymore. He greeted the elder who was guarding the door, and Lu Ming walked into the library with Zhang Muyun. The book collection hall was divided into 7 floors. The first level stored some unrated cultivation methods and martial techniques. The second floor stored yellow-grade, lower-level martial arts techniques. The third floor stored yellow-rank upper-class martial arts techniques. And so on. The 7th floor would be the upper earth-level martial arts techniques. Earth-grade top level was the highest-level martial skill in the mystical sword sect. It was extremely rare and precious. Zhang Muyun came to the 4th level while Lu Ming walked towards the 5th level. The 5th floor was filled with black-grade high-level cultivation methods and martial techniques. The 5th level was not big. There were only 9 shelves. Lu Ming took a glance and saw that there were only about 50 cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. The huge mystical sword sect had been established for thousands of years, but there were only 50 or so black-grade high-level cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. It could be seen how precious and rare black-grade high-level cultivation methods and martial arts techniques were. Lu Ming read the books one by one. Lu Ming directly ignored the cultivation techniques. Lu Ming had the true war dragon technique and did not care about the other cultivation techniques. Lu Ming also ignored the sword and knife techniques. After a while, Lu Ming finally saw the one-step spear technique. Meteor spear technique. The spear strikes were like meteors, and its power was astonishing. After hesitating for a while, Lu Ming shook his head. For spear techniques, he had the fire gun art. He had not yet cultivated the fire gun art to the highest level, but it was enough for him in a short time. Even if he chose a black-grade high-level spear technique, it would not increase his battle strength much in a short period of time. He continued reading. A moment later, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Soaring steps. Lu Ming saw a movement martial arts technique. Sky steps, when cultivated to a profound level, could allow one to walk in the air and cross the void. Lu Ming was very tempted to cross the void. Who wouldn't want to be like a bird, able to soar through the 9 heavens and look down at the mountains and rivers? However, only when a warrior reached the martial arts grandmaster realm could he truly break free from the shackles of the earth and soar above the 9 heavens. However, it was actually possible to do it with the step in the air. Although it was noted at the back that it was only a short walk in the air and could not really cross the air like a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse, it was still very attractive. Lu Ming chose the air walk without any hesitation. He came to the entrance of the library hall and handed the secret manual to the elder of the library hall. You must return it within 2 months. The elder of the book collection hall registered and warned. Lu Ming nodded. He took the manual and bade the judge farewell before heading to the Vermilion Bird Hall. Chapter 131. Chapter 131, Training in the Air Walk. Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and Pang Shi were all there when he returned to the dormitory. Lu Ming, you won first place this time and received such a huge reward. Aren't you going to show me some respect? As soon as he returned, Feng Wu stared at him with her big eyes. That's right. I've made some contributions to collecting information on the geniuses on the bronze list. Don't I get any reward? Hua Qi also said with a smile. Pang Shi scratched his head. I don't think that's a good idea. After all, senior brother Lu Ming won it with his own strength. Idiot, shut up. Feng Wu and Hua Qi spoke in unison, and Pang Shi immediately shut his mouth. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He then smiled and waved his hand. Let's go to the contribution hall. Just tell me what you want. This time, he was rewarded with 100,000 contribution points. In addition to the remaining contribution points from before, Lu Ming had a shocking number of more than 110,000 contribution points. Naturally, he was very generous. Lu Ming, you said it yourself. Let's go. Feng Wu said with a smile, leading the way to the contribution hall. This isn't very good. Pang Shi muttered non-stop as Hua Qi dragged him toward the contribution points. When they arrived at the contribution hall, Hua Qi and Feng Wu quickly listed out a bunch of items. It seemed that they had long planned to rip Lu Ming off. However, the items they reported weren't very high grade, so the prices weren't very high. The beautifying pill and skin-nourishing pill that Feng Wu had listed were very low in price, leaving Lu Ming speechless. Hua Qi chose some medicinal pills for cultivation and a spirit weapon. Pang Shi was left to ponder for a long time, but he was too embarrassed to speak. Lu Ming immediately exchanged for some pills that could increase his cultivation. He dragged him to the library and asked him to choose a yellow-level upper-level martial arts technique. He had spent a total of 20,000 contribution points. Since they were all friends, Lu Ming did not feel any heartache. Holding the items she had exchanged for, Feng Wu was smiling so hard that she couldn't keep her eyes open. Hua Qi and Pang Shi were also smiling. After sending Feng Wu and the other two back, Lu Ming returned to the contribution hall and began to pick out the items for himself. With so many contribution points, it was only natural that they had to be converted into strength. First, Lu Ming had to choose a long spear. The fire-patterned spear from before was not of much use anymore, especially during the battle with Zhang Muyun. The explosion at the end had caused the spearhead to crack. Now, he wanted to choose a spear of higher quality. It had to be at least a third-grade spirit weapon. However, there were not many spear-type spirit weapons in the mystical sword sect. After a long time, Lu Ming only picked one. The fiery tongue spear was a spiritual weapon of lower LV3. The spear body was 8 feet long and made of fiery tongue iron, which had excellent flexibility and toughness. The tip of the spear was 8 inches long and made of runic gold steel. It was extremely hard. The long spear weighed 3,600 caddies. Lu Ming held it in his hands and shook it gently. The long spear swayed and pierced through the air, emitting a whistling sound. Such a heavy long spear could blow a person apart with a casual sweep. Lu Ming was quite satisfied. At least it was much stronger than the fire pattern gun. Just this spear alone cost him 10,000 contribution points. Lu Ming then exchanged for a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng and a section of the red-horned tiger's horn. He spent a total of 50,000 contribution points on these two items. This was because these two items were the materials required to cultivate the third level of the True War Dragon technique. They were extremely precious and their prices were astonishingly high. However, Lu Ming was already overjoyed that he could exchange for it. This was because he had now gathered all 4 of the main ingredients required to cultivate the third stage of the True War Dragon technique. Dark bloodstone, flame crystal grass, 1,000-year blood ginseng, red-horned tiger's horn. Then, he exchanged for the remaining supplementary materials and 10 portions of Class 9 second-level demonic beast blood essence. Lu Ming immediately became a pauper again. He was only left with a few hundred contribution points. If others were to find out about this rate of spending, they would probably be scared to death. However, Lu Ming did not care at all. After returning to the dormitory and entering the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming could not wait to open the high-altitude steps and started to watch it. 2 hours later, Lu Ming closed the secret manual and began to comprehend it. The chanting of sutras could be heard from the highest point of the Supreme Shrine. Lu Ming's mind was extremely clear, and his understanding of the soaring steps was slowly deepening. A few hours later, Lu Ming moved. His body was as light as a feather as he flickered on the platform. After a long while, Lu Ming stopped. A black-grade high-level martial arts technique is indeed difficult to cultivate. Previously, I still had the soaring cloud steps as a foundation, but if I want to cultivate it to the first stage, I will still need some time. Black-grade high-level martial arts techniques were extremely difficult to cultivate. According to common sense, only high-level great martial masters were qualified to cultivate them. Correspondingly, it was also very powerful. As long as one cultivated the first stage, its power would far exceed the sixth stage of the yellow rank upper-grade movement technique, soaring cloud steps. As long as it was cultivated to the third level, its power would be comparable to the sixth level of a black-grade low-level martial arts technique. After that, Lu Ming began to cultivate again. Following that, Lu Ming mainly cultivated the high air steps and the fire-controlling gun technique. He spent the rest of his time devouring demonic beasts' blood essence to improve his cultivation. Time passed day by day. The competition between the silver disciples in the great competition of the four courtyards had also ended. The battles on the silver list were completely different from those on the bronze list. On the silver ranking, Duan Mulin had an absolute advantage. He had swept away all his opponents and was ranked first. Duan Mulin was known as one of the four geniuses of the mystical sword sect. He was so powerful that no one could compare to him because the other three geniuses were all disciples of the Qilin Hall. Duan Mulin was the only one who was ranked among the four great geniuses. Of course, the gold disciples here were not included. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he continued to cultivate. 10 days later, Lu Ming finally succeeded in cultivating the air walk. He had entered the first level and had a basic understanding of it. The 10 portions of demonic beast blood essence were also completely devoured. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation was at 9th grade master realm. Devouring 9th grade second level demonic beast blood essence would increase his cultivation very slowly. The 10 portions of demonic beast blood essence had only increased Lu Ming's cultivation by a small step, not even reaching the peak of the early 9th grade master realm. Cultivation can't be rushed, especially after reaching the 9th grade master realm. You need to accumulate. For example, Zhang Muyun and the others have been stuck at this realm for a few years. Now, I'll begin cultivating the third stage of the True War Dragon technique. Lu Ming pondered and then took out the dark bloodstone and other materials. According to the True War Dragon technique's record, after it was done, he swallowed it in one gulp and began to break through to the third stage of the True War Dragon technique. At the third stage of the True War Dragon technique, the density of his essential qi was 4 times that of ordinary essential qi. As long as he could break through, Lu Ming's combat strength would increase by a large margin. The essential qi in Lu Ming's body seemed to be about to explode. The power was shocking. One could vaguely hear roars coming out. Half a day later, the sound disappeared and everything calmed down. Lu Ming opened his eyes. Is this the third stage of the True War Dragon technique? It is indeed powerful. A glint of joy flashed across Lu Ming's eyes as he felt the rich and condensed essential qi in his body. If he were to fight Zhang Muyun again, he was confident that he could defeat him without using his bloodline. It wasn't just one move, it was a complete victory. Now I can go to the mountain range by the sea to cultivate. I can practice my martial skills and kill demonic beasts to improve my cultivation. Lu Ming made up his mind. He packed his things and headed to the mountain range by the sea. The last time Lu Ming went to the coastal mountain range to practice his spear arts, he had only gone 200 miles deep and there were not many powerful demonic beasts. This time, Lu Ming decided to go deeper. A day later, Lu Ming was 500 miles into the mountain range by the sea. Chapter 132. Chapter 132, Level 3 Demonic Beast, Demonic Core. The demonic beast's roars were as loud as thunder. The number of demonic beasts gradually increased here. At any time, one could see demonic beasts of Class 7, 8, and even 9 of Class 2 rushing by. A 5-meter-tall, majestic earth-shattering bear pounced at Lu Ming. The earth-shattering bear was at Class 9 LV2. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward. The fiery tongue spear transformed into a ray of light and pierced through the earth-shattering bear's chest. The earth-shattering bear roared a few times before it fell heavily to the ground and stopped breathing. He controlled his bloodline and devoured the earth-shattering bear's blood essence. Not long after, he refined it. Now that he had cultivated the True War Dragon technique to the third stage, the energy required to increase his cultivation was even more terrifying. The blood essence of a Class 9 LV2 demonic beast was really insignificant. This earth-shattering bear's fur is valuable, but it's too troublesome to skin it, so I'll pass. Lu Ming shook his head. Many materials from the demonic beasts were valuable, but it was troublesome to clean them up. Lu Ming usually did not care about them. In his opinion, he would rather spend this time cultivating and killing more demonic beasts to devour their blood essence. It's said that when a demonic beast reaches the great martial master realm, a demonic core will be formed in its body. It's a good material for alchemy and weapons. We can collect it. At this moment, a hissing sound was heard. At the same time, a disgusting stench was emitted. There was a strong gust of wind and a black shadow came crashing down on Lu Ming from the sky. Lu Ming's figure moved and he instantly floated back 30 meters to avoid the attack. The spot where Lu Ming was standing earlier was heavily hit by the black shadow. Rocks flew everywhere and a 10-meter-long ravine appeared. What a huge snake! Cece goo. A pungent smell assailed his nostrils. A giant snake that was thicker than a water tank and more than 30 meters long appeared before Lu Ming. Its entire body was covered in black scales, and its eyes were red. When it stood up, it was 6 meters tall. It was the tail of the python that had smashed at him. Iron-scaled giant python. It seems that it has reached the first grade of level 3. The iron-scaled giant python hissed, then its strong and powerful body bounced and pounced toward Lu Ming at an unbelievable speed. Sky step. Lu Ming's toes moved and his body seemed to be weightless. He floated up and appeared on the iron-scaled giant python's head like a phantom. The long spear smashed down on the iron-scaled giant python's head with a terrifying force. The spear landed heavily on the python's head. The iron-scaled giant python hissed and its huge body was sent flying by Lu Ming. It rolled dozens of meters away, and 7 or 8 trees that were large enough for several people to wrap their arms around were crushed by the python. The iron-scaled giant python struggled to get up. There was a gash on its head, and blood was flowing out. It looked at Lu Ming with fear in its eyes. As expected of a first-tier third-level iron-scaled giant python. Its defense is really strong. Lu Ming licked his lips, feeling a little dissatisfied. If others were to see this, they would probably die of jealousy. This was a level 3 demonic beast, which was equivalent to the martial grandmaster realm. Moreover, iron-scaled pythons were known for their strong defense. To put it bluntly, if it was an ordinary 9th grade master realm martial artist, even if the iron-scaled python didn't resist and just lay there for them to attack, they wouldn't be able to break its defense. Now, Lu Ming had severely injured the iron-scaled giant python with one shot and he was still not satisfied. The iron-scaled giant python began to retreat and turned to run. You want to run? Leave behind the monster core and blood essence. It was not easy for him to encounter a first-grade third-level demonic beast. Naturally, Lu Ming would not let it go. His body moved and he charged towards the iron-scaled giant python. A few minutes later, the iron-scaled giant python's corpse was lying in the forest. Its head had been pierced by Lu Ming's spear. I have no problem killing a first-grade great martial master with my current combat strength. I wonder if I can kill a second-grade great martial master. After the battle with the iron-scaled giant python, Lu Ming had a clearer understanding of his own combat strength. Even a normal first-grade great martial master wouldn't be able to resist him. However, the gap between each grade of the great martial master realm was even greater, much greater than the gap between the first grade of the martial master realm. Therefore, Lu Ming would not jump to conclusions about the second-grade great martial master realm without fighting them. He immediately controlled his bloodline and devoured the iron-scaled giant python's blood essence. As expected of a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast. The essence of its blood is much stronger than that of a Class 2 demonic beast. Feeling the waves of energy in his blood, Lu Ming absorbed and refined it with all his might. His cultivation base was clearly growing rapidly. The blood essence of a Class 1 LV3 demonic beast was a dozen times more than that of a Class 9 LV2 demonic beast. When all the blood essence was refined, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the peak of the early 9th grade master realm. At this moment, a burst of bloody light burst out of his spirit-devouring bloodline, and a 5th chakra emerged on top of the original 4 chakra. His bloodline had advanced to the 5th level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Ever since he had advanced to the 4th level, his blood meridian had not leveled up for a long time. During this period, he had devoured so much blood essence. Finally, now that he had accumulated enough, he advanced another level. When the 5th level bloodline was activated, the speed at which it absorbed spiritual energy from heaven and earth was greatly increased. Moreover, the speed of devouring and refining blood essence would be faster and stronger. After that, Lu Ming took out a sword and dug out a pearl the size of a longan from the python's body. This was the iron-scaled giant python's demonic core, which contained a huge amount of energy. Apart from the blood essence, it was the part of a demonic beast that contained the most energy. It could be said that 80% of a demonic beast's energy was in its blood essence and demonic core. The demonic core contains a lot of energy. Alchemists can use it to refine pills, but it has more impurities than blood essence. Can my bloodline devour and refine it? Lu Ming could not help but think of this problem. His bloodline was very special. Back in the Dark Blood Mountain, his bloodline could even devour and refine the highly toxic red liquid. Could the monster core do the same? If possible, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would increase by another level. He no longer had to worry about not having enough energy to cultivate due to his cultivation of the true war dragon technique becoming more and more profound. Moreover, demonic cores of the same level were much cheaper than blood essence. Lu Ming put his thoughts into action. He entered the Supreme Shrine and controlled his blood meridian. A powerful devouring force was produced. With a swish, the demonic core in Lu Ming's hand was directly devoured by the soul-devouring bloodline. Then, his blood vessels let out a sizzling sound. After a while, a huge amount of energy essence gushed into Lu Ming's body. It's really possible. Lu Ming was ecstatic. He immediately circulated the true war dragon technique and started cultivating. Half an hour later, the demonic core had been completely refined. Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the middle 9th grade master realm. That's great. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He realized that the demon core had improved his cultivation more than the blood essence. This was because the bloodline would devour half of the energy in the blood essence, but the monster core would not. It was completely used to improve cultivation. However, refining the demon pill was slower than refining the blood essence, but these were all small problems. Chapter 133. Chapter 133, Meeting Chiao Yu again. It seems that the function of my bloodline is even more amazing than I thought. I still need to develop more. Lu Ming was prepared to experiment more. Immediately, his figure flickered and he left the place to look for other demonic beasts. Not long after, he discovered another use for the bloodline. When Lu Ming was devouring the blood essence of a demonic beast, he focused his mind and intentionally allowed the blood meridian to devour the energy of the blood essence completely. As expected, the spirit-devouring blood meridian had completely absorbed the blood essence and did not give Lu Ming any energy. On the contrary, Lu Ming wanted to use all the energy in the blood essence to increase his cultivation, but he could not do it. Half of it would be absorbed by the spirit-devouring bloodline. In other words, he could use a portion of blood essence to increase the grade of his bloodline, but not all of it to increase his cultivation. This was even better. In the future, he would use the monster core to improve his cultivation level and the blood essence to improve his bloodline level. This way, the level of his bloodline could be upgraded faster. However, there were very few level 3 demonic beasts in this area. Most of them were level 2 demonic beasts. Lu Ming decided to go deeper. A day later, in a valley, Lu Ming saw a giant ape that was 10 meters tall. Its roar was like thunder and its aura was like a mountain. Lu Ming was so frightened that he ran away. This giant ape was at least 4th grade 3rd level and above. It was extremely powerful, and Lu Ming was no match for it. Lu Ming only stopped after more than 10 miles. It wasn't easy to find a suitable demonic beast. It was either too low level or too high level. In the days that followed, Lu Ming hunted demonic beasts in the mountains by the sea while cultivating his martial arts techniques. Of course, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating the body tempering technique, the flaming Vajra art. He would take some time to cultivate it every day. However, the path of body tempering was a cultivation technique that required constant grinding and progress was extremely slow. Finally, his Midair step had broken through to the 2nd level. Within a month, Lu Ming had killed 8 first-grade 3rd-level demonic beasts, and his cultivation had broken through to the late 9th grade master realm. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating the air walk. The elevation of the Madeire's step to the second level was even more mysterious. Lu Ming's body seemed to be weightless, but he could walk on the branches and jump a distance of 50 meters before landing. After a few leaps, Lu Ming had reached a mountain peak that was a few hundred meters high. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. He heard the sound of fighting. It was not a battle between demonic beasts, but a battle between humans and demonic beasts. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming leaped down from the mountain peak. His body was as light as a swallow, and he rushed toward the source of the sound like a big bird. After 1,000 meters, the sound gradually became clear. The roars of demonic beasts and the shrieks of humans could be clearly heard. After turning into a dense forest, the scene in front of them came into view. 8 young men and women stood in the forest. They were not very old, the oldest only 17 or 18 years old. However, each of them had an imposing appearance and a dense and condensed aura. They were all experts. A little further in front, a young man holding a spear was fighting with a demonic beast. That demonic beast was already riddled with injuries. It was only a matter of time before it was killed. Class 1 LV3 demonic beast. Lu Ming's gaze suddenly focused and he was somewhat shocked. He could clearly see that the young man was only a peak 9th grade martial master. For a peak 9th grade martial master to be able to fight a 1st grade 3rd level demonic beast and completely suppress it, such combat strength would rank him in the top 3 of the bronze list. However, Lu Ming definitely did not know the teenager. Who were these youths? How could he have such battle prowess? All of a sudden, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Qiu. Qiu's long dress fluttered in the wind, her black hair reached her waist, her eyes were bright, her teeth were white, her skin was like jade, and her figure was graceful. She was even more beautiful than before. Junior brother Wang has improved a lot recently. He can now kill a class 1 LV3 demonic beast on his own. A young man laughed. As a disciple of the Qilin Hall, it's a basic requirement for a peak 9th grade master realm to kill a class 1 LV3 demonic beast. Don't compare us to the trash from the 4 halls. A cold and arrogant voice sounded. You're right, senior brother Jian. The other young men quickly said. Who's sneaky over there? Get out here. Suddenly, a young man turned around and shouted in Lu Ming's direction. The others all looked over. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had been discovered. He immediately stepped out. Where did this piece of sh*t come from? You actually peeked at us while we were cultivating. Do you know that this is a serious crime? A cold voice was heard. A young man in a silver outfit looked at Lu Ming coldly. From the voice, it was the cold and arrogant young man from before. Lu Ming frowned. This person really made him speechless. He had only taken a few glances. Piece of sh*t, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you? The cold-looking young man said coldly. Young master, why are you here? Suddenly, a surprised voice was heard. Qiu looked at Lu Ming in surprise, then took a few steps forward and appeared beside him. Qiu, long time no see. Young master, it has been a long time. I didn't expect to see you here. Qiu's beautiful eyes were filled with joy and a deep sense of longing. On the other side, the other young men were stunned. Young master. Qiu actually called this young man young master. The cold-looking young man's face was extremely gloomy as he asked, Qiu, what did you call him? Young master. That's right. He's my young master. Jian Wuchen, you'd better be more respectful when you speak. Qiu's voice turned cold and her eyes were filled with disgust. Show respect. Ha ha ha, kid, are you a disciple of one of the 4 great academies? Jian Wuchen asked. Qiu, did you hear that? He's just a piece of trash from the 4 great academies. How could he be qualified to be your young master? Qiu, we are all martial artists with special bloodlines. How noble are we? This lowly piece of trash isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes. Qiu, you should just tell him to get lost. Jian Wuchen's eyes were cold and arrogant. He looked down at Lu Ming with disdain. It was like a high and mighty emperor looking at a beggar. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This guy was too full of himself. A white light flashed in Qiu Yu's hand and a scimitar as cold as ice appeared. She pointed it at Jian Wuchen and said coldly, "Jian Wuchen, if you insult the young master again, I will fight you." The cold killing intent gushed out, and the temperature within a radius of dozens of meters dropped sharply, as if winter had come. Lu Ming was surprised. It seemed that Qiu Yu's cultivation had reached an extremely high level after not seeing her for a while. "Qiu Yue, you actually drew your sword against me for a lowly bastard. Hateful. You should die." Jian Wuchen roared. He could not bear it. Idiot. Lu Ming suddenly shook his head. Jian Wuchen was stunned for a moment, then he burst out with cold killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "Little bastard, what did you say?" Chapter 134. Chapter 134, Chapter 134 Ice Bloodline. Lu Ming smiled faintly and reached out to grab Qiu Yu's hand. He then looked at Jian Wuchen and said, "Can't you see that Qiu Yu cares a lot about me? You're scolding me like this in front of the person she cares about. If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Bastard, let go of your dog paws." Jian Wuchen's eyes turned red when he saw Lu Ming holding Qiu Yu's hand. From the first time he saw Qiu Yu, he had already made her his woman. Now, Lu Ming actually dared to hold Qiu Yu's hand. Even he had never touched Qiu Yu's hand. How dare this be ****? How was he worthy? The fire of jealousy in his heart was about to burn the 9 heavens. He took a step forward and closed in on Lu Ming in an instant. He swung his palm at Lu Ming. It was only a palm, but it gave off the feeling of a peerless divine sword being unsheathed. "Jian Wuchen, what are you doing?" Qiu Yu was shocked and wanted to stand in front of Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. His fist and Jian Wuchen's palm collided. With a loud bang, the force spread in all directions. The mountain under Lu Ming and Jian Wuchen's feet seemed to have been plowed, and deep ravines appeared. With a slight sway, the two of them each took 2 steps back. "Jian Wuchen, stop." Qiu Yu stood in front of Lu Ming and glared at Jian Wuchen. Seeing Qiu Yu's expression, Jian Wuchen stopped. However, his expression turned even uglier. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "You little bastard, you're actually capable enough to receive 30% of my power. It seems that you're on the so-called bronze list of the 4 great courtyards, right? You're not bad to be able to force me to use 20% of my power." Lu Ming smiled indifferently. 20% of my power? Ha ha ha, you're really good at talking without thinking, aren't you afraid of people laughing at you? Jian Wuchen laughed with a mocking expression. The other young men also showed a mocking smile. Lu Ming said that he had only used 20% of his strength. Who would believe that? Lu Ming sneered and could not be bothered to explain. "Since you said you only used 20% of your power, then I'd like to see how strong you are at 100%. Jian Wuchen sneered. With a sword cry, an ancient combat sword appeared above his head. This combat sword looked like it was full of the marks of time. It was very ancient, as if it had been passed down from ancient times. It was Jian Wuchen's bloodline. Weapon-type bloodlines were all special bloodlines that were extremely mysterious and difficult to fathom. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This was the first time he had seen a special bloodline. As soon as the sword-shaped bloodline appeared, Jian Wuchen's body was surrounded by sharp sword qi. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. What did he have to fear with a special bloodline? He could tell that Jian Wuchen was also a peak 9th grade master realm. Just as Lu Ming was about to unleash his cultivation to fight Jian Wuchen, Qiu Yu shouted angrily, "Jian Wuchen, if you dare to attack me today, you and I will be mortal enemies from now on." Qiu Yu's words were firm and unquestionable. Jian Wuchen was furious, but he couldn't do anything. The sword-shaped bloodline disappeared, and his aura weakened. "Young master, let's go." Qiu Yu grabbed Lu Ming's hand and dragged him outside. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and allowed Qiu Yu to pull him forward, disappearing from the scene. "Senior brother Jian, a mere piece of trash from the 4 great academies dares to talk back to you and be so close to junior sister Qiu Yue. He really deserves to die." Jian Wuchen's eyes burned with jealousy and killing intent as he looked in the direction where Lu Ming and Qiu Yu had disappeared. That kid can take a strike with 30% of senior brother Jian's strength. He must be on the so-called bronze ranking. Hee, if our Qilin Hall doesn't come out, these people on the bronze ranking will really think that they are geniuses. What a joke. A young man in a blue robe laughed. It's time for our Qilin Hall to go out for a walk. Otherwise, the other 4 halls will forget about us and look down on us. Jian Wuchen said coldly. The next moment, he turned into a sword light and dashed toward the Class 1 LV3 demonic beast. The demonic beast was directly cut in half, and blood splattered everywhere. Qiu Yu pulled Lu Ming along and walked for a few miles before stopping. Young master, although Jian Wuchen is detestable and annoying, his talent is terrifyingly high. His combat strength is extremely powerful. It's not suitable for you to fight him now. Qiu Yu explained to Lu Ming, afraid that he would feel uncomfortable. Lu Ming smiled and reached out to scratch the tip of Qiu Yu's nose. If you didn't pull me away, I would have beaten him to the ground. Qiu Yu blinked her eyes and blushed. She didn't take it seriously and said, young master, during this period of time, Qiu Yu missed you very much. You did you? At this point, Qiu Yu's face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. She could not continue. Our Qiu Yu is so beautiful, how can young master not miss you? I've been thinking about you all this time. Lu Ming leaned over and whispered into Qiu Yu's ear. Qiu Yu's face turned even redder, and even her neck was completely red. Really, really? Of course it's true. When has young master ever lied to you? Lu Ming said with a serious look. A happy smile appeared on Qiu Yu's face, but the next moment, a worried expression appeared on her face. It's a pity that master doesn't allow me to go out for now. Unless I'm a 4th grade Great Martial Master or above, Qiu Yu can stay by young master's side. Eh? Qiu Yu, have you awakened your bloodline? Lu Ming asked, feeling curious. It's awakened. Young master, look. As she said that, a blood-red light flashed on Qiu Yu's back and a snow-white ball of air appeared. At the same time, a cold air filled the air. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation base, he felt cold all over. What shocked Lu Ming even more was the 8 blood-red chakra on the snow-white mass. 8 meridian cycles, level 8 blood meridian. Lu Ming was shocked beyond words. The next moment, Qiu Yu retracted her bloodline, and the temperature of the arena rose again. Qiu Yu, could this be the ice bloodline? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Yup. Qiu Yu nodded. It's indeed the ice bloodline. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he was overjoyed. There were several types of special bloodlines. The most common bloodlines were weapon-type bloodlines, and there was also a natural-type bloodline. For example, ice, fire, wind, blood, lightning, and so on. This type of bloodline was born from nature and was naturally compatible with these elements. It was extremely wondrous and powerful. Cultivating related martial skills and even understanding their corresponding aura gave him a unique advantage. However, natural-type bloodlines were too rare. There was only 1 in a billion people. Furthermore, the grade of his bloodline was as high as rank 8, which made it even rarer. One had to know that even though Duan Mulin was known as a peerless genius, his bloodline was only at rank 7. Most of the mystical sword sect's newcomer kings only had 6th-level bloodlines. It was no wonder that Qiu Yu's master wanted her to reach the 4th grade Great Martial Master realm before letting her go out and explore. If the other sects were to find out about his talent, they would most likely send people to assassinate him. Chapter 135. Chapter 135, Chapter 135 Zhang Muyun's engagement. The reason why the disciples of Qilin Hall were so mysterious and hidden so deeply was because they were a form of protection from being assassinated by other sections. You have to listen to your master. Your master is doing this for your own good. Lu Ming said seriously. I understand, young master. It's just that I can't be by your side to take care of you now. Qiu Yu stuck out her tongue. Then you'll have to work hard on your cultivation. When you reach the 4th grade Great Martial Master realm or above, young master will take you to roam the world. Lu Ming encouraged. Really? Young master, you're not allowed to lie. Qiu Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Time passed as the two of them chatted. Soon, more than an hour had passed. Young master, I'm leaving. Master should be looking for me. Chiu Yu said reluctantly. Go. With your talent, we'll be able to roam the world together very soon. Lu Ming pinched Chiu Yu's face and smiled. Chiu Yu's big eyes were glistening with tears. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lu Ming on the cheek. Then, she turned and ran away with a flushed face. Like a frightened rabbit, she ran very quickly and disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. Sensing the faint moisture and fragrance on his face, Lu Ming smiled and whispered, "This girl, I haven't seen her for a while and she's become a lot braver." Shaking his head slightly, he turned around and left. In the following days, he continued to cultivate and hunt demonic beasts. His martial arts and cultivation were both improving steadily. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. This month's harvest was gratifying. The fire gun spell finally made a breakthrough and reached the 6th level, the realm of men and martial arts as one. However, he had only cultivated the soaring steps to the peak of the 2nd level. He had yet to break through to the 3rd level. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th grade master realm. The next step would be the Grandmaster realm. I should go back. Lu Ming had been in the coastal mountain range for more than 2 months. The path of cultivation was one of tension and relaxation. One could not just cultivate blindly. Bitter cultivation might not necessarily have good results. Lu Ming made his way to the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming returned to the dormitory after half a day. "Senior brother Lu Ming, you're finally back. I thought you wouldn't be able to make it in time." Pang Shi said anxiously as soon as he saw Lu Ming. "Can't make it." "What do you mean?" Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong's engagement party. Hua Qi walked out of the room with an invitation in his hand. Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong are engaged. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. 7 days ago, Zhang Muyun personally came to send you an invitation. Unfortunately, you weren't here, so he left this invitation with me. Hua Qi passed the invitation to Lu Ming. Lu Ming opened the invitation card to take a look. The date was today and the address was the Sword Dance Courtyard in Xianjian City. Lu Ming had heard of the Sword Dance Courtyard. It was very famous in Xianjian City for its elegant environment. Many famous people would choose to hold their happy events in the Sword Dance Courtyard. Then I'm just in time. It's just right to go now. The sun had not set yet, so it was not too late to rush over. Lu Ming had a good impression of Zhang Muyun. He was a good friend. He was engaged to Zhuo Yirong and had personally come to give him an invitation. Naturally, Lu Ming had to go. "Do you guys want to go together?" "Forget it, the people going this time are all experts. We won't join in the fun." Lu Ming knew that Hua Qi was a proud person and did not say anything more. He bade farewell and headed for Xianjian City. Xianjian City Sword Dance Courtyard was unusually lively. The red lights were lit up, and it was a festive scene. Zhang Muyun was extremely talented. Before Lu Ming's rise, he was ranked first on the bronze ranking. Even Duan Muyunyang, the newcomer king, was suppressed by him. Furthermore, he was an easygoing and benevolent person with the air of a king. He was very popular in the mystical sword sect. This time, more than 50 out of the 60 people on the bronze rank had come to attend his engagement with Zhuo Yirong. Not only that, but there were also some silver disciples, elders, deacons, and even a few silver-robed elders. Including Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong's family, there were a few hundred people in the sword dance courtyard. There was a small lake in the sword dance courtyard, and there was a flat piece of empty land. In the empty land, dozens of tables were set up for the banquet. At this time, although the banquet had not started yet, everyone was basically present. The people who were familiar with each other sat at a table and chatted with each other. At this moment, a middle-aged man who looked like a guard stumbled in. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and one side of his face was swollen. "Zhang Ji, what's going on?" Zhang Muyun's father stood up and asked coldly. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the others, and they all looked over in surprise. "Old master, young master, there are people outside the door who have come uninvited. We only asked and they attacked us. They have already barged in. We can't stop them." The guard shouted. "What invitation? Do we still need an invitation to go to the place we want to go? A cold and arrogant voice sounded. 3 young men walked over. Who are you people? Don't you know that today is the day of senior brother Zhang's engagement? You actually dare to force your way in. A disciple of the Azure Dragon Hall stood up and shouted. His name was Wu Kuei, and he was ranked 43rd on the bronze rank. Yo, what's the big deal about the engagement of a disciple on the *T bronze list? What's there to be afraid of? A young man with a battle blade in his arm sneered. Arrogant. Let's see what you have. Wu Kuei shouted in anger. His body moved like an eagle as he pounced towards the young man and clawed at him. You dare to show off your skills in front of an expert with such a small skill? The saber-hugging young man sneered and struck out with his palm. The saber-hugging young man's palm was clearly just his palm, but everyone seemed to see a peerless saber unsheathed from its sheath. The saber's radiance soared into the sky and a bright saber radiance slashed at Wu Kuei's claw. In the next moment, Wu Hui let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew backward. He smashed 2 tables in a row before he could stabilize himself. However, his body kept trembling, and one of his palms was covered in blood. The crowd was shocked and looked at the young man with the saber in shock. To be able to injure Wu Kuei with just a casual slash of his palm, this level of combat strength was definitely not ordinary. Wu Kuei was ranked 43rd on the bronze list, and only the top 20 geniuses on the bronze list could defeat him with one move. However, these people were very unfamiliar. They were not disciples of the 4 great academies. Where did this genius come from? Zhang Muyun stood up and cupped his fists. Who are you? I don't think I've ever offended you. Hee, you're Zhang Muyun, who's ranked 2nd on the bronze list, right? One of the young men with a cold expression said. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize this cold-looking young man as Jian Wuchen from the Qilin Hall. The other 2 were Qilin Hall disciples. Chapter 136. Chapter 136, Qilin Hall's Provocation. It is. Zhang Muyun said. There's no harm in telling you. Just prick up your ears and listen. The 3 of us are all Qilin Hall's disciples. Jian Wuchen said arrogantly. What? A disciple of the Qilin Hall? Everyone in the audience gasped in shock. These people were actually geniuses from Qilin Hall. Although Qilin Hall was one of the 5 halls of the mystical sword sect, it had always been a mysterious place. The outside world had no idea how many disciples it had or how many disciples it accepted every year. Even many silver-robed elders had no idea. Jian Wuchen and the others were enjoying the sight of everyone's shock. They loved to see the shocked expressions of others. They had a special bloodline and were born noble. They were born to enjoy the respect, envy, and shock of others. This kind of feeling made them feel very comfortable. Oh, you're the disciples of Qilin Palace. If you're here to congratulate me on my engagement, please take a seat. If not, please leave. We'll talk about it another day. Even in front of Qilin Hall's disciples, Zhang Muyun's tone was still the same, neither servile nor overbearing. Zhang Muyun's tone made Jian Wuchen and the other 2's faces sink. Another day. Why did he have to do it another day? We've chosen the date of your engagement to come here today. I heard that most of your so-called bronze rank people are here today, so we don't have to look for them one by one. Recently, I heard that the people on the bronze ranking of the 4 great academies are known as the strongest geniuses in the master realm. I found it very funny, so I came here to show you what the true strongest master is. Your so-called strongest master is nothing but trash in front of us. Jian Wuchen laughed indifferently and his tone was filled with disdain. Some of the geniuses on the bronze list were shocked. The geniuses on the bronze list were indeed the strongest in the master realm. Each of them had strong combat strength and could defeat an ordinary 9th grade master realm expert with one move. But now, a few people from Qilin Hall were calling them trash. All geniuses were proud. Although the people in front of them were disciples of Qilin Hall, some of the people on the bronze list looked at them coldly. What's wrong? You want to fight? That's good, I want to see how much you can do. The saber-hugging young man sneered, then looked at Wu Kuei with an exaggerated expression. Are you also on the bronze list? Wu Kuei's face turned red. He had just been defeated in one move, so he found it hard to speak. Seeing Wu Kuei's expression, the saber-hugging young man laughed exaggeratedly. Haha, so you're really on the bronze list. How can trash like you be on the bronze list? Senior Martial Brother Jian, I've told you that the disciples of the four halls are all trash. What bronze ranking? I think they're all the same. I'm not interested in them at all. Detestable, arrogant. You only defeated Wu Kuei, do you really think you're invincible? The saber-wielding young man's words caused a wave of angry roars. Not only the geniuses on the bronze list, but many silver disciples and even the elders were also displeased. Because of what the saber-hugging young man had said, he had scolded the four schools. Shut up. The saber-hugging young man shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. With a mocking expression, he said, if you want to prove that you're not trash, then make your move. As long as you can defeat me. There was a sudden silence. Everyone looked at each other, but no one stepped out. These young men were obviously at the master realm, and the silver disciples could not fight them. Judging from the saber-wielding young man's attack just now, he was simply unfathomable. The geniuses on the bronze list were also afraid of him. They all wanted someone else to test the saber-wielding young man's strength first, so they didn't make a move for a while. Haha, Senior Brother Liu, you're too strong. How would they dare to make a move? I'm more than enough to deal with the trash from the four courtyards. Among the three young men, the strongest young man walked out. Then, the young man's aura grew and his cultivation was revealed. The early stage of the 9th grade master realm. Everyone could tell at a glance that this well-built young man had just advanced to the early stage of the 9th grade master realm. I'm a new disciple this year, and I've just broken through to the 9th grade master realm. Geniuses on the bronze list, come and fight me. I hope you don't even dare to fight me. The well-built young man said with a mocking smile. The people on the bronze list were even angrier. This was an insult, a blatant insult. He actually allowed a disciple who had just entered the sect this year, a disciple who had just broken through to the 9th grade master realm not long ago, to challenge them. This was completely disrespecting them. I'm here to fight you. A young man on the bronze ranking list walked out. The crowd immediately recognized him as Su Xian, who was ranked 42nd on the bronze list. He was one rank higher in the martial arts competition. What's your rank on the bronze list? The well-built youth asked. 42. Su Han said. 42. Do you want to fight me and defeat you in one move? The well-built young man smiled faintly. One move. Su Xian's face was extremely dark. This burly young man really did not put him in his eyes. Even if he was a genius from Qilin Hall, he was only a new disciple this year. How could he claim that he could defeat him in one move? What a joke. Did he think he was Lục Minh? Then let's see how you're going to defeat me in one move. Die. Su Xian roared and stepped forward with a long spear in his hand. The long spear pierced through the air and let out an ear-piercing whistle. Defeat. Su Xian spat out a word and threw a punch. This punch was filled with black light. The well-built young man's fist seemed to be made of a piece of metal or a black sun, emitting sharp rays of light. The fist landed on Su Xian's spear, and a deafening boom was heard. In the next moment, the well-built young man's fist shot out beams of black light, destroying all of Su Xian's defense and attack. Arg! Su Xian cried out in pain as his body was sent flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground, his body covered in blood. Defeated. Su Ku had lost. He had been defeated by his opponent in one move. His outcome was exactly the same as Wu Kuei's. Gasps could be heard from the audience. Was this the genius of Qilin Hall? Wasn't he too strong? He actually defeated Su Xian in one move. Was he really a new disciple this year? It was no wonder that 3 of the 4 great geniuses of the mystical sword sect came from Qilin Hall, and only Duan Mulin had managed to occupy a spot with his peerless talent. It was truly terrifying. Can't even withstand a single blow, what trash. The well-built youth sneered. When there are no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys will be the kings. What bronze ranking? What the strongest group of martial masters? They're all trash. They're just children playing house. They're like mud. When they meet a real genius, they're nothing. Jian Wuchen laughed lightly, his voice full of mockery. Chapter 137. Chapter 137, A Powerful Special Bloodline. Don't be so arrogant. Su Xian is only ranked 42nd. Don't think that you're invincible. I'll fight you. A young man walked out. Pu Sicheng is about to make his move. He was ranked 19th on the bronze ranking, but he has dropped one rank and is now ranked 20th. He is much stronger than Su Xian. Someone recognized the person who spoke. Pu Sicheng had fought with Ling Kong in the great competition of the 4 courtyards, and he was very powerful. Everyone was looking forward to Pu Sicheng teaching the strong young man a lesson. What's your ranking on the bronze list? The well-built young man asked with a smile. Not high, only 20th. There are still 19 people stronger than me. Pu-si said. 20th place. You're no match for me. Let's see who's stronger. The well-built youth shook his head. You'll know how arrogant you are after the battle. Pu Sicheng strode forward and arrived in front of the strong young man. Junior brother, these trash won't shed tears until they see their coffins. Let's end this quickly and let them know how much of a piece of trash they are. Haha, don't worry, senior brother Jian. The well-built young man grinned and then shouted, Brat, take this. The well-built young man also threw a punch. His fist was black and shiny, emitting a metallic luster. Pu Sicheng unsheathed his long sword, and the sword Qi soared into the sky. The green sword Qi almost turned into a solid, avoiding the fist of the strong youth and slashing toward him. You want to avoid my fist? Dream on. The well-built young man sneered. He waved his fist, and it seemed to pass through space, instantly landing on Pu Sicheng's sword. A loud sound rang out, and just like when he had fought with Su Xian, sharp black lights shot out from his fist towards Pu-si. Pu Sicheng's expression changed. He moved his body and used the power of his opponent to retreat. He waved his long sword and slashed out a dozen sword lights, blocking the black light. You can block one of my moves. Not bad. But what about next? The strong young man laughed and rushed toward Pu Sicheng. He punched out with both of his fists, and a terrifying fist force enveloped Pu Sicheng, making a series of booming sounds. Pu Sicheng operated his sword technique and slashed out sword lights to block the attack. In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Then, a figure flew out and coughed up blood in the air. It was Pu Sicheng. He had lost again. Even if he tried his best, he could only last a dozen moves. The hearts of everyone present sank. Was this still a disciple who had just entered this year? Wasn't he too strong? Everyone could see that the strong young man's black level low-rank fist technique had reached the 4th level and was not far from the 5th level. His body was also very strong, at least 2nd grade. Most importantly, the other party's bloodline had not even erupted yet, and he was already so strong. It was too abnormal. If he participated in the great competition of the 4 courtyards, he would definitely cause a sensation. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly. Did they have to send out masters from the top 10 of the bronze rank to deal with a new disciple this year? The crowd couldn't help but look at the top 10 of the bronze rank. This time, 8 of them were in the top 10 of the bronze rank. Other than Duanmu Yunyang and Lu Ming, everyone else had arrived. Bu Xingkai, Duan Gang, Ling Kong, Duanmu Chen, Cheng Feichen, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. It would be embarrassing even if he won against a disciple who had just entered the sect this year. Moreover, Jian Wuchen and the saber-hugging youth had not made their moves yet. It was obvious that the young man didn't want to give up. He wouldn't leave until the winner was determined. If something went wrong, all the people on the bronze list would lose their face. I'll do it. At this moment, a burly young man walked out. It's Su Song. It's great that Su Song is here. Everyone was slightly delighted. Before the great competition of the 4 courtyards, Su Song was ranked 8th on the bronze list. However, he was pushed out of the top 10 and ranked 11th this time because of the rise of Lu Ming and Ling Kong. However, his combat power was indeed very strong, much higher than Pu Sicheng's. Junior brother Su, be careful. Duan Gang said. Both of them were from the Onyx Tortoise Hall and had a good relationship with each other. At the same time, they were the two strongest bronze-level disciples in the Onyx Tortoise Hall. Susong nodded and walked out. Susong, ranked 11th on the bronze list. Nice to meet you. Susong cupped his fists. Hee, 11th place. Looks like there's finally someone interesting. The well-built young man licked his lips and sneered. Battle. Without any unnecessary words, the two of them started fighting. The crowd stared at Susong without blinking, hoping that he would win. Susong's fighting style was very similar to Duan Gang's. He cultivated his physical body and defensive martial arts techniques, which leaned toward defense and close combat. As for the strong youth from Qilin Hall, he was more inclined towards close combat. The two of them punched at each other and continued to bombard each other like two savage beasts colliding. The battle was extremely intense, and fist forces shot out. However, the strong young man was indeed very powerful. It was clearly the fourth level of the black level low-rank fist technique, but when he used it, the combat power he displayed was stronger than other fist techniques of the same level. Susong had no choice but to activate his bloodline power and fight with him. Fortunately, Susong's defensive martial arts technique was very powerful and blocked the strong young man's attack. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Damn it, you can block so many of my moves. Watch how I break your turtle shell. The well-built youth roared. It was as if being blocked for so many moves was a great humiliation to him. The well-built young man's body flashed with a blood-red light. Then, an ancient boxing glove appeared above his head. The bloodline of the gloves. Could this be the special bloodline of the legends? Everyone was shocked and looked on curiously. To most people, this was the first time they had seen a special bloodline. The bloodline of the gauntlets was jet black and filled with an ancient aura. Everyone could even see that there were scars on the gauntlets, as if they had experienced a tragic battle. A vast fist intent spread out. There were 6 meridian cycles on the gloves. Obviously, it was a level 6 bloodline. Then, the bloodline of the gauntlet flashed and disappeared, entering the body of the strong young man. The strong young man's aura became stronger. Die. The strong young man shouted and threw a punch. His fist power was at its peak. The terrifying fist force hit the turtle shell shield around Susong. Susong staggered back with a violent explosion. His face was pale, and his defensive martial skill was almost broken. Again, let's see how many punches you can take. The black fist force was extremely violent. Susong was completely suppressed and could only defend with all his strength. But even so, he only managed to block a dozen moves before his defensive martial skill was broken through by the strong young man, and a punch landed on his chest. Arg! Susong screamed. His body flew dozens of meters away and fell heavily on the ground. He coughed up blood and his breathing was weak. Susong was severely injured by one punch. Junior brother Su. Duan Gang hurriedly rushed over. After checking, his face was filled with anger. He glared at the well-built youth and said, "It's just a spar. Aren't you a little too ruthless?" Who told him to not admit defeat and desperately resist? He asked for it. The well-built young man curled his lips and did not mind. Chapter 138. Chapter 138, completely suppressed. The others were silent. The strong young man was too strong. Even Susong, who was ranked 11th, was defeated. Did he really have to be one of the top 10 geniuses? The other party was only a disciple who had just entered the sect this year and was only at the early 9th grade master realm. If they sent out one of the top 10 geniuses, even if they won, it would be a huge loss of face. From now on, the bronze ranking would no longer have any prestige among the 4 great academies. If a genius on the bronze ranking was trampled by a new disciple of Qilin Hall, what prestige would he have left? However, if he didn't fight, people would think that the entire bronze rank was afraid of a new disciple from Qilin Hall. Unless they won a big victory today, the bronze rank was destined to lose all its face. Stump. A person stepped out, and everyone's eyes narrowed. It was Ling Kong. Was he going to make a move? Ling Kong walked in front of the strong young man and said with a cold expression, "You're no match for me, switch." Even when facing the disciples of Qilin Hall, Ling Kong was still overbearing. Haha, what a joke. We'll know after the battle. The well-built young man laughed, his aura overbearing. Junior brother, your bloodline has already erupted. You'll be at a disadvantage if you fight him. Let me do it. Jian Wuchen smiled and took a few steps forward. Haha, senior martial brother Jian, you're going to make a move. I thought senior brother Jian wasn't interested in these pieces of trash. The well-built youth laughed. Jian Wuchen revealed a disdainful smile and said, they're still thinking that they're lucky. They're still thinking that they can fight with us. I'll completely defeat them and let them clearly recognize themselves. Haha, senior brother Jian is right. The strong youth and the saber-wielding youth both laughed. You're full of bullshit. Strength isn't something you can boast about. It's true ability. Let me see what kind of ability you have. Ling Kong's eyes were filled with killing intent. His body began to emit cracking sounds and began to expand rapidly. In just a few breaths, Ling Kong's originally strong body had grown even stronger, like a giant ape. From the beginning, Ling Kong had already used the Mad Beast technique. Take this. With a loud roar, the thick iron rod whistled and swept toward Jian Wuchen. As the metal cudgel swept past, the space seemed to tremble. Clearly, Ling Kong's combat strength had improved again in the past few months. Jian Wuchen didn't draw his sword. Instead, he put two fingers together to form a sword and slashed out. A beam of sword chi that was as solid as a real substance and as crystal clear as jade slashed towards the sky. Congealing chi into weapons. How is that possible? The surrounding spectators were shocked. Condensing chi into a weapon was a technique that only a great martial master could use. Jian Wuchen was only a peak 9th grade master, but he could already use the technique of a great martial master. It was simply terrifying. The crystal-clear sword chi collided with the iron rod in the air, making a shocking boom. Bang. 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 After that, Ling Kong grunted and took 7 or 8 steps back. Before he could stabilize himself. What? A single sword strike sent a peak state expert flying back 7 or 8 steps. Everyone was shocked. They simply couldn't believe it. Jian Wuchen didn't even use his sword. It looked like a casual slash. Wasn't this too powerful? Oh. Not bad, you managed to take a hit with 40% of my strength. It seems that not all of the bronze rank are trash. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Everyone was even more shocked. That sword just now was only 40% of his power. How was that possible? Impossible. Ling Kong roared. The other party didn't even pull out his sword, and his bloodline didn't erupt. Ling Kong found it hard to accept that he had only used 40% of his strength. He thought that the other party had said that on purpose to lower their morale. He took a heavy step in the air and his huge body pounced on Jian Wushuang like a furious demonic beast. The iron rod whistled and smashed down. Even a small hill would be smashed into pieces. Then 60%. Jian Wuchen took a step forward and thrust his sword finger forward. An emerald green sword chi burst out, as if it had pierced through space. It flashed and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Ling Kong. Not good. Ling Kong's expression changed drastically. It was too late for him to retract his cudgel to block the attack. He could only use all of his true energy to resist the attack. Blood splattered everywhere as Ling Kong's shoulder was pierced through. He was sent flying back dozens of meters, leaving behind a trail of blood. He was defeated. Not only was Jian Wuchen's sword extremely powerful, but it was also incredibly fast. Brute force alone won't do. Next. Jian Wuchen said in a disdainful voice. The entire place fell silent. With Ling Kong's combat strength, he was actually defeated in 2 moves. Furthermore, the other party said that he had only used 60% of his strength. Although he didn't know if this was true or not, his strength was simply unfathomable and terrifying. Now, the only ones who were stronger than Ling Kong were Duan Gang, Biyu Xingkai, and Zhang Muyun. Duan Gang's strength was similar to Ling Kong's, so he was definitely not Jian Wuchen's opponent. The remaining 2 people were Zhang Muyun and Biyu Xingkai. Today was the day of Zhang Muyun's engagement. Did he have to make Zhang Muyun do it personally? Bu Xingkai frowned. He didn't want to take action, but he had to. This wasn't just a matter of one courtyard, but the entire bronze rank. He couldn't stay out of it. Finally, Bu Xingkai walked out of the crowd. Bu Xingkai is going to make a move. Everyone had a glimmer of hope. After all, Bu Xingkai was ranked 4th, which was higher than Duan Gang and Ling Kong. Everyone hoped that he could win. Even if he couldn't win, he could force his opponent to use all his strength, so that Zhang Muyun would have more confidence. I'm Bu Xingkai, a disciple of the White Tiger Hall. May I know your name, senior brother? Bu Xingkai cupped his fists and said. Who cares what your name is? Don't try to get close to me, and don't think I'll go easy on you. Jian Wuchen waved his hand casually, disdaining Bu Xingkai. Bu Xingkai was at a loss for words, his face extremely gloomy. This was the first time he had seen a disciple from Qilin Hall. The other party's strength had shocked him. He had wanted to make friends with them, but he had not expected to be sneered at in public. He had lost all his face. The storage ring on his hand glowed, and a long spear appeared in Bu Xingkai's hand. Look at you, you can't be that strong. Hurry up and attack. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to attack. Jian Wuchen said. Bu Xingkai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Even Zhang Muyun and Duan Muyunyang had never looked down on him. Bu Xingkai made his move. His long spear pierced through the air and headed toward Jian Wuchen. Jian Wuchen smiled faintly. He still didn't draw his sword, but faced the attack with his sword fingers. He pointed out his sword finger, and with a constant chi-chi sound, an endless stream of jade-colored sword chi burst out. Ding ding ding. After a series of clashing sounds, Bu Xingkai kept retreating. He was obviously at a disadvantage. Bu Xingkai shouted and used his unique skill. The long spear spun rapidly like a poisonous dragon and pounced toward Jian Wuchen. Chapter 139. Chapter 139, Battle of the Two Swords. You do have some strength. 8 kills of ancient jade human kill. Kill. Jian Wuchen shouted. A terrifying killing intent spread out, accompanied by a terrifying sword light. The sword light hit Bu Xingkai's poisonous dragon. The energy shot out in all directions, and the ground was hit by the powerful energy, creating a large pit. If the tables and chairs not far away were not blocked by some silver disciples and even the elders, they would have been smashed into dust. With a loud noise, Bu Xingkai's spear flew out of his hand and into a fake mountain. He was forced to retreat more than 20 steps. Before he could stand still, a silver-ranked disciple from the White Tiger Hall appeared behind Bu Xingkai and blocked his way. Bu Xingkai's expression changed rapidly. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his hand trembled. Everyone could see that his right sleeve was already tattered and his arm was covered in blood. Those blood marks were like tiny swords. What a domineering swordsmanship, what a domineering strength. Everyone gasped. Zhang Muyun, don't let these soldiers do it. It's a waste of my time. Let me see your strength. Jian Wuchen asked Zhang Muyun. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Muyun. Now, they could only rely on Zhang Muyun. Lu Ming, who was ranked 1st, was not here. Good. I've heard that the Qilin Hall recruits peerless geniuses, and most of them have special bloodlines. It's true. I've always wanted to find a disciple of the Qilin Hall, but I couldn't. Now, it's time for me to have a taste of it. Zhang Muyun stepped out, his eyes like lightning. Big brother Muyun, be careful. Zhuo Yirong said worriedly. Don't worry. Zhang Muyun smiled and walked to Jian Wuchen. Zhang Muyun, make your move. Let's see if you have the right to make me draw my sword. Jian Wuchen said indifferently and confidently. How arrogant. How can you not draw your sword when you're facing Zhang Muyun? Zhang Muyun's strength isn't something others can compare to. Some of the disciples on the bronze rank were whispering to each other. They looked at Zhang Muyun with hope in their eyes. Zhang Muyun was the only one who could save his honor on the bronze list. Zhang Muyun smiled and didn't care. However, the next moment, a sharp, overbearing, and all-conquering aura burst out from his body. Jian Wuchen's expression changed for the first time. He muttered in disbelief, "This is force, the force of gold." Behind them, the saber-wielding youth and the muscular youth's expressions also changed. How is that possible? The trash of the four schools can actually comprehend control force at the master realm. Damn it, how is this possible? The saber-hugging young man shouted in disbelief. Even with his special bloodline, he hadn't comprehended control force yet. It was hard for him to accept that a trash with a normal bloodline could. So what if he has a special bloodline? There are peerless geniuses with ordinary bloodlines. Some of them can even awaken the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, which is far beyond special bloodlines. What's there to be arrogant about? A genius on the bronze list said. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the Qilin Hall's members, the surrounding spectators felt very pleased. He finally had a chance to retort. The knife-hugging youth and the strong youth's faces turned gloomy. Do you think that just because you've comprehended the control force, you're a match for senior brother Jian? You're really naive. The saber-hugging young man snorted. Jian Wuchen's expression changed a little, but he recovered and regained his confidence. He said, "Zhang Muyun, you've exceeded my expectations. You're qualified to make me draw my sword and you're qualified to know my name. Remember, my name is Jian Wuchen. You'll never be able to surpass me in your life." As soon as Jian Wuchen finished speaking, a sharp and invincible aura burst out from his body. Force, the force of metal. Jian Wuchen had also comprehended the force of gold. He had also comprehended the force of gold. How is that possible? Is Qilin Hall also strong? During the competition of the four courtyards, both Lu Ming and Zhang Muyun had displayed their dominance and shocked the four courtyards. Both of them were known as the mystical sword sex geniuses that only appeared once in a few years. But now, a random young man from Qilin Hall had actually comprehended control force, which was quite a blow to them. I know, he must have a special sword bloodline. I heard that special bloodlines have all sorts of magical abilities. Some people can comprehend control force faster through their bloodline. A silver-robed elder said. Everyone's heart trembled. A special bloodline was actually so miraculous. The two forces met in the air, and there was a sound of gold and iron hitting each other, and even sparks. Two sword hums resounded. Almost at the same time, the two of them pulled out their swords. Two resplendent sword chi shot up into the sky. The cold and powerful sword chi filled the entire sword dance courtyard. The two figures turned into two sword lights and pounced at each other. With a loud boom, the sword chi burst out wantonly. The ground was swept by the sword chi, leaving a dense sword mark. With a flash, a few silver-robed elders appeared in front of him. An invisible force spread out and blocked the dense sword chi. Four-seasoned sword technique, the autumn wind blows. 8 kills of ancient jade, heavenly kill. 2 destructive sword lights met in the air. The two sword chi merged into one and shot up into the sky. The ground under their feet was hit by the sword chi, and it sank deeply. Clang. Clang. Dang. What followed was a series of intense exchanges, and the two of them began an intense battle. Everyone stared at the sky. Zhang Muyun, you're going to win the moment you move. Everyone was looking forward to Zhang Muyun turning the tables. Not good. Zhang Muyun has already activated his bloodline, but Jian Wuchen hasn't. Suddenly, a low voice was heard. Everyone was shocked. Zhang Muyun had already activated his bloodline, which could be said to be his full strength, but Jian Wuchen had not. Even without the eruption of his bloodline, he was able to tie with Zhang Muyun. Jian Wuchen gave people the feeling that he was unfathomable. No one knew how much strength he had used. Jian Wuchen's cultivation technique is definitely not yellow grade. It should be black grade. The genuine qi cultivated by black grade cultivation techniques is more dense and condensed than yellow grade cultivation techniques. A silver-robed elder explained to everyone. Moreover, his genuine qi contains a very strong sword force. It's like a sword, which should be an advantage of his bloodline. The other silver-robed elder explained. It was no wonder that Jian Wuchen was so strong. His true qi was stronger than Zhang Muyun's. Then, he felt a chill in his heart. How could he win against someone of the same level when he was so powerful? Were the bronze ranking and the 4 great academies going to lose their reputation today? It's over. Ancient Jade 8 kills, godly kill. Jian Wuchen's cold voice was heard. A ray of sword light was like a flying immortal from beyond the heavens, killing gods and demons. Chapter 140. Chapter 140, Chapter 140 crazier. A slight sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh was heard, causing everyone's heart to jump. Then, everyone saw Zhang Muyun's figure retreating rapidly. He flew more than 10 meters and stood still with his sword in hand. There was a bloody gash on his shoulder, and blood was seeping out. Did Zhang Muyun lose? Everyone's heart turned cold. I lost. Qilin Hall's geniuses truly live up to their reputation. You're not bad. You can exchange so many moves with me, but that's all. You can't make me use my full strength. 4 great academies and the bronze rank. What a disappointment. Jian Wuchen held his long sword and laughed in disdain. Many people's faces turned ugly, but they couldn't refute it, because the truth was right in front of them. The more they refuted, the more disgraceful it would be. Jian Wuchen, I'm no match for you, but I'm not the strongest on the bronze list. There's someone else who's above me. It's too early for you to insult the entire bronze list. Zhang Muyun frowned. Everyone was moved. That's right, there was another person above Zhang Muyun. He was a peerless genius who had made it to the top of the bronze ranking in his first year in the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming. Everyone thought of Lu Ming. More than 2 months ago, Lu Ming had only gained a slight upper hand in his battle with Zhang Muyun. However, given Lu Ming's amazing speed of improvement, would he be stronger after 2 months? Would he be able to fight with Jian Wuchen? I know that you're only ranked 2nd on the bronze ranking. I heard that the person who ranked 1st is a guy named Lu Ming. Tell him to come out and fight with me. I want to crush him completely, so that you won't have any fantasies. Although he had met Lu Ming at the mountain range by the sea, he did not know his name. Of course, he did not know that he had already met Lu Ming, who was ranked 1st on the bronze list. Lu Ming isn't here today. Otherwise, I'll definitely be able to fight you. Ling Kong said in a deep voice. You can fight me. You guys really know how to console yourselves. Then, get him out here. He's not here, is he? Send someone to call him over so that I won't have to look for him in the future. We'll settle this today. Zhang Muyun, Duan Gang, Ling Kong, and the rest were silent. They did not know where Lu Ming was. Moreover, they were not sure if Lu Ming could really fight against Jian Wuchen. Haha, why don't you send someone to look for him? Did he know that he was no match for me? I don't care if he's the 1st on the bronze ranking. He's the same as me. Lu Ming. If I use all my strength, I'll finish him in 3 moves. Jian Wuchen sneered. The other 2 geniuses from Qilin Hall also laughed. It's a pity that guy isn't here. Otherwise, I would have been able to beat him up. Jian Wuchen scanned the crowd and was a little disappointed. He was looking for Lu Ming, of course. Which son of AB*TCH is looking for me? At this moment, a clear voice was heard from afar. This voice was very familiar to many people. As soon as the voice rang out, most of their hearts skipped a beat. A name jumped into their minds, Lu Ming. Lu Ming was here. Their eyes quickly looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, he saw a young man in a black robe. He was tall and had a faint smile on his face. He walked over step by step with his hands behind his back. If it was not Lu Ming, who else could it be? Lu Ming was really here. For some reason, most of them couldn't help but show hope and joy in their hearts. Zhang Muyun, Ling Kong, Duan Gang, Biu Xingkai, Zhuo Yirong, Cheng Feiqing. They were all the same. They subconsciously thought that as long as Lu Ming was here, he would be able to defeat the other party. When they came back to their senses, they were shocked. They did not know why they had such a feeling. Perhaps it was because Lu Ming had created too many miracles in the great competition of the 4 courtyards. Jian Wuchen also turned his head to take a look. With one look, a strong killing intent spread out from his body. Little bastard, it's you. Jian Wuchen shouted angrily. Son of AB*TCH, weren't you looking for me just now? Why did you get so angry when you saw me? There was still a faint smile on Lu Ming's face. He walked slowly with his hands behind his back. He was taking a stroll in the courtyard, looking very relaxed. Kid, who are you? How dare you speak to senior brother Jian like that? You're courting death. The strong young man shouted coldly. His body was like a wild ox as he charged towards Lu Ming. His huge fist was black and shiny, like metal. The strong young man was not there that day at the mountain range by the sea. Hence, he did not recognize Lu Ming. The well-built young man closed in on Lu Ming in an instant and his huge fist was aimed at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's lips were still curled into a faint smile as he threw a punch as well. The two fists collided, and everyone heard the sound of bones breaking. Then, a tall figure flew back at a speed faster than he had pounced, and fell heavily on the ground. My hand. The strong young man bellowed. One of his arms was bent and deformed. It was obvious that Lu Ming had broken it with one punch. The eyes of the people from the 4 courtyards lit up. Just now, the strong young man's strength was obvious to all. He had defeated all the masters below the top 10 of the bronze rank. However, his arm was broken by Lu Ming's casual punch. The difference was too great, and everyone couldn't help but feel hope rise in their hearts. Little B** starred, so you're Lu Ming. Jian Wuchen roared with an extremely cold voice. Lu Ming smiled faintly and ignored Jian Wuchen. He walked toward Zhang Muyun and cupped his fists. Brother Muyun, congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations on bringing home a beauty. Thank you, junior brother Lu, for coming to congratulate me personally. Zhang Muyun also cupped his fists. Thank you, junior brother Lu. Beside Zhang Muyun, Zhuo Yirong also bowed. Unfortunately, I came in a hurry today and didn't have time to prepare a gift. Lu Ming spread his hands and smiled. It's good enough that junior brother Lu can come, Zhang Muyun said. There's no need for any gifts. The two of them chatted, completely ignoring Jian Wuchen. This made the killing intent in Jian Wuchen's eyes grow stronger and stronger. Lu Ming, you dare to ignore me. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you're the number 1 on the bronze list. Today, I'll let you clearly realize the gap between you and me. Jian Wuchen's voice was filled with killing intent. At this moment, Lu Ming turned to look at Jian Wuchen. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Brother Mu Yun, I have a gift. Lu Ming laughed and walked toward Jian Wuchen. Didn't you want me to know the difference between us? Make your move. I will defeat you in 3 moves. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What did Lu Ming say? He defeated Jian Wuchen in 3 moves. How was that possible? It was impossible. Could Lu Ming have broken through to the martial grandmaster realm? It shouldn't be that fast, right? Moreover, Lu Ming was really a martial grandmaster. What was the point of defeating Jian Wuchen? Jian Wuchen was mad, but Lu Ming was even more mad than Jian Wuchen. Chapter 141. Chapter 141, Let's attack together. Ha ha ha. Defeat me in 3 moves. Defeat me in 3 moves. Jian Wuchen laughed crazily as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Earlier on, he had said that he would use all his strength and defeat Lu Ming in 3 moves. However, Lu Ming actually said that he would defeat him in 3 moves. Wasn't that the funniest joke in the world? Lu Ming, anyone can boast, but it's just a joke if you don't have the ability. Lu Ming felt that it made sense. He pondered for a moment and nodded. That's right. Without strength, it's just a joke. You'll soon find out that you're the joke. It's useless to have a sharp tongue. Lu Ming, let me tell you, Qiu Yu is the woman that I, Jian Wuchen, have set my heart on. You dared to hold her hand that day. This is your fate. Ever since you held her hand, your fate has been decided. Today, I will cripple your hand, break your limbs, cripple your cultivation, and throw you out of the mystical sword sect. Don't think that the sect will stand up for you just because you're the number 1 on the bronze list. Let me tell you, your so-called number 1 on the bronze list is nothing but trash compared to me. Jian Wuchen's voice was cold. Of course, this sentence was transmitted, so no one else heard it. Qiu Yu eh? Don't even think about it, Qiu Yu. She's already my woman. What? Jian Wuchen was stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. After a long while, he finally reacted. His eyes were red, and his handsome face was completely twisted. He became extremely ferocious as he shouted hysterically, "Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You lowly bastard. How dare you touch the woman I, Jian Wuchen, have set my heart on? If I don't cripple you today, my name isn't Jian Wuchen." Jian Wuchen unsheathed his sword and charged at Lu Ming. Kill. Kill. Ancient Jade 8 kills. Jian Wuchen roared. His killing intent was like a tide. The sword chi that was as crystal clear as jade surged towards Lu Ming like a storm. With a flash of light, the fire-tongue spear appeared in his hand. The long spear swept out, and the red moonlight appeared. All of Jian Wuchen's sword chi was instantly destroyed. The long spear did not stop, and it went straight for Jian Wuchen's face. At that moment, the anger in Jian Wuchen's heart seemed to have been doused by a plate of cold water. He shuddered. Retreat, retreat. He retreated quickly and blocked the attack with his sword. The long spear swept against Jian Wuchen's long sword, and the fierce fire of ruin slapped Jian Wuchen's face, causing him to feel a burning pain. He retreated dozens of meters rapidly and looked at Lu Ming in shock. The power of Lu Ming's spear was extremely terrifying. It was beyond his imagination. How can he be so strong? He must have used some sort of secret technique. He won't be able to last long. Jian Wuchen couldn't accept it and roared in his heart. The bronze, silver, and silver-robed disciples were all stunned. He sent Jian Wuchen flying with a single strike. How was this possible? Jian Wuchen was stronger than Zhang Muyun, but Lu Ming had sent him flying with one strike. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Lu Ming had improved so much in the past 2 months. It was too unbelievable. Compared to the grand competition of the 4 courtyards, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased to the peak of the 9th grade master realm, his true war dragon technique had reached the 3rd level, and his fire-controlling gun technique had also achieved a breakthrough. His combat strength had increased by several times. It was normal for him to send Jian Wuchen flying with a single strike. Back in the mountain range by the sea, I told you I only used 20% of my power, but you didn't believe me. Hee hee. Lu Ming looked at Jian Wuchen with a mocking smile. Let's see how many moves you can unleash. 8 kills of Ancient Jade, Soul Kill. Jian Wuchen roared and once again exploded with a strong murderous aura. He became one with his sword and turned into a brilliant sword chi, charging towards Lu Ming. The sword aura had yet to reach him, but the glow on it was enough to make Lu Ming feel slightly dizzy. What a powerful sword technique. This sword technique can even affect the soul. Lu Ming's gaze flickered and he fired another shot. Lu Ming put in more effort in this shot. Just like before, the long spear swept across and the sword chi was destroyed. This time, Jian Wuchen could no longer withstand it and was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. In the air, Jian Wuchen coughed up a large amount of blood and smashed into a fake mountain, causing it to explode. The crowd cheered and were extremely excited. If they didn't hold it in, they would have jumped up. It was too strong, too cool, they were not on the same level at all. They could only shout and vent the pent-up anger in their hearts. Previously, he was too aggrieved and couldn't stand up. However, Lu Ming had completely suppressed Jian Wuchen the moment he arrived. How could he not be happy? Not far away, Zhang Muyun smiled bitterly. He could already feel that Lu Ming was so strong that he would never forget him. Lu Ming, you piece of trash. How dare you hurt me? I'll skin you alive. Jian Wuchen roared hysterically. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and his clothes were torn and tattered. He was in a sorry state. Lu Ming sneered. You keep calling him trash. Yet, you were sent flying by my spear. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Trash, trash, you're all trash. I have a special bloodline that is incomparably noble. How can you trash compare to me? Jian Wuchen shouted. Everyone was speechless. Lu Ming shook his head and said, don't talk nonsense. There's still one more move. I can't be bothered to make another move. You, come at me together. Lu Ming pointed at the saber-hugging youth. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming was challenging the saber-hugging youth and Jian Wuchen. 1 against 2. Jian Wuchen's face twisted crazily. He was being looked down upon. Junior brother Lu, since this B**** is looking for death, let's attack together and cripple him. The blade chi whistled as the young man brandished his battle blade. An extremely overbearing blade chi soared into the sky. Then, there was a flash of blood. An ancient battle saber appeared above the saber-hugging youth's head, causing the saber chi to become even more intense. The saber-hugging young man was at the peak 9th grade master realm, but he had yet to comprehend the controlling force. On the other side, an ancient combat sword appeared above Jian Wuchen's head. As soon as the bloodline appeared, Jian Wuchen's sword chi and metal force exploded to the peak. Their bloodlines erupted, and the two of them unleashed their full power. The saber-hugging young man and Jian Wuchen unleashed their strongest combat power and performed their strongest moves, charging toward Lu Ming. The saber radiance and sword chi filled half the sky. This power made many silver disciples' faces change. It was too powerful. A special bloodline was too terrifying. Fighting above one's level was a common occurrence for them. This was something that was brought about by the upper sky realm, and there was nothing to be envious of. Could Lu Ming block it? At this moment, a powerful aura rose from Lu Ming's body. The power of fire erupted. Chapter 142. Chapter 142, in front of me, you are trash. Following that, Lu Ming stabbed 2 times in a row. The 2 spears were as fast as lightning, like 2 meteors streaking across the sky. They were accompanied by scorching flames that illuminated the sky. Then, the 2 meteors suddenly exploded, and a terrifying and violent force instantly erupted. From the place where the 3 of them clashed, waves of sword chi, saber radiance, and scorching spear radiance swept outward. Several silver-robed elders set up layers of defense, protecting the tables, chairs, and the other disciples of the 4 courtyards behind them. At this time, a saber and a sword flew far away. At the same time, 2 screams were heard. 2 figures were sent flying, and blood splattered in the sky. It was Jian Wuchen and the saber-hugging youth. When the light dissipated, Lu Ming stood in the middle of the field with his spear in hand, not moving an inch. He had won. Lu Ming had won. He'd fought 2 geniuses from the Qilin Hall all by himself, and he'd still defeated them with just 1 move. It was too tyrannical. I don't care what kind of genius you are, I don't care what kind of special bloodline you have. 1 man, 1 spear, I can sweep the world. Everyone seemed to see such a scene. Both Jian Wuchen and the saber-wielding youth's clothes were torn and wounds appeared on their bodies. They were in a sorry state. Lu Ming walked toward Jian Wuchen step by step. He looked down at him and said indifferently, I've said before that I'll definitely defeat you within 3 moves. Now, it's exactly 3 moves. Lu Ming, just you wait. I'll kill you one day. Jian Wuchen glared at Lu Ming with a ferocious look in his eyes. Look, you're here again. Didn't you just say it? It's a joke for people without ability to talk big. Now, you can't even be considered a joke. Tell me, just tell me. I, Jian Wuchen, swear that I will return today's humiliation to you 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times in the future. I will torture you. I will humiliate you in front of you. I will make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. I will make you regret what you have done today. Jian Wuchen roared like a mad dog, and the killing intent in his eyes was so strong that it seemed to be tangible. He already hated Lu Ming to the core. This B****, a piece of trash. He actually dared to injure and defeat him in front of so many people. In his opinion, this was a great humiliation. Of course, he wouldn't even think about humiliating others. In his opinion, it was only right. Lu Ming smiled, but there was a cold murderous intent in his smile. I, Lu Ming, hate it when people threaten me. You shouldn't have threatened me. Lu Ming's voice turned cold. He did not hide the killing intent in his body at all. Jian Wuchen's heart couldn't help but turn cold as he cried out, What do you want to do? What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to cripple me? Now, you're threatening me. In order to avoid future trouble, I'll naturally have to cripple you. Cripple me? You dare? Lu Ming, you piece of trash. Do you know who I am? I have a special bloodline, a disciple of Qilin Hall, the future overlord of mystical sword sect, the future pillar of the sect. You dare to cripple me. Jian Wuchen laughed as if he had heard a joke. However, he could no longer continue laughing. This was because he realized that Lu Ming's eyes were cold and determined. He was unshakable. He felt a chill in his heart. A bone-piercing chill rose from his tailbone and went straight to the top of his head. He hurriedly shouted, "No, don't." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ming's long spear had already pierced through his dantian, shattering the cyclone in his dantian. Jian Wuchen was stunned. After a while, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Everyone gasped in shock. Lu Ming had really crippled Jian Wuchen's cultivation. Such a decisive character, such a ruthless method, and such great courage. Jian Wuchen was the peerless genius of Qilin Hall. He had a special bloodline and was the focus of the mystical sword sect's cultivation. They had hidden him in secret for fear of being assassinated by other sections. But now, his cultivation had been crippled by someone from his own sect. Good job. If it were me, I wouldn't hesitate either. Ling Kong's eyes flashed with ferocity as he coldly said. The others were speechless. Who would be like you, a demonic beast that didn't care about the consequences? Lu Ming, you're finished. You've crippled my cultivation, so you can't escape. I'm a genius of Qilin Hall. The sect will definitely stand up for me. You're dead. Jian Wuchen was still shouting. However, Lu Ming's expression was extremely calm. He looked at Jian Wuchen indifferently and said, "Idiot." Jian Wuchen was stunned. Let me ask you, what are you relying on? Lu Ming suddenly asked. Jian Wuchen clutched his dantian with all his might and was a little dazed. It was the same for the others. They did not know why Lu Ming was asking this question. What you're relying on is nothing more than your special bloodline and your talent. You think you're high and mighty because of your special bloodline, looking down on others and treating them like trash. With your special bloodline, the sect has to protect you and spend a lot of resources to cultivate you. All of this is because of your bloodline and talent. That's right. I was born noble. Do you think I'm someone you can be envious of? Jian Wuchen said. Lu Ming smiled indifferently and looked down at Jian Wuchen. He said word by word, but now, your self-righteous talent is worse than trash in front of me. Your so-called talent is nothing in front of me. Do you think the sect will punish me, a person whose talent is far above yours, for a piece of trash like you whose cultivation has been crippled? Is that even possible? Lu Ming's every word was like a thunderbolt, exploding in Jian Wuchen's mind. That was right. Lu Ming's talent was far above his. His value to the mystical sword sect was also far above his. Why would he punish Lu Ming for a good-for-nothing like him? It was impossible. The higher-ups of the sect might even put in a lot of effort to nurture Lu Ming. No, it's not like that. It can't be, it can't be. Jian Wuchen roared in despair. He could not accept this. He knew that if he was crippled, he would only be crippled for nothing. The sect would definitely not stand up for him. At the scene, everyone else also came to a realization. That was indeed the case. Lu Ming's talent could already be compared to geniuses like Duanmu Lin and Feng Wuji. Ordinary special bloodlines were no match for him, so why would he punish him severely? Today is Brother Mu Yun's big day. Take him and get lost. Lu Ming no longer looked at Jian Wuchen, who was like a pile of mud. He turned his gaze to the saber-hugging youth. At this moment, the saber-hugging youth and the burly youth were already scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to say anything and quickly dragged the still-shouting Jian Wuchen out of the sword dance courtyard. The storm that threatened the honor of the bronze rank ended in a hurry because of Lu Ming's arrival. Chapter 143. Chapter 143, Making Friends Carelessly. Today, it was really full of twists and turns. In the beginning, Jian Wuchen and the others arrived and displayed their unparalleled beauty and strength. They almost defeated all the geniuses on the bronze rank. He was invincible on the bronze list, and even Zhang Muyun was defeated in the end. Everyone thought that the bronze ranking list would lose its reputation today. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had arrived. With his jaw-dropping strength, he crushed the geniuses of Qilin Hall and even crippled Jian Wuchen, turning the situation around. Today, Not only would his honor on the bronze list not be lost, but it would be elevated to a higher level because of Lu Ming. The disciples of the Four Halls would think that the mysterious Qilin Hall was just SOSO, so what if he had a special bloodline? He could still win against ordinary creatures with bloodlines. Duanmu Lin was one of them. He had suppressed the Qilin Hall and was known as the head of the four great geniuses. Now, it was Lu Ming's turn. In this way, the disciples of the Four Halls would be more confident and their faith would naturally be firmer. Brother Mu Yun, this is my gift. Are you satisfied? Lu Ming turned around and smiled. Ha ha ha, junior brother Lu's gift is unprecedented. Please take a seat. Zhang Muyun laughed and invited Lu Ming to sit with him. Lu Ming smiled and took a seat. At this moment, there were already people coming to clean up the battlefield. Not long after, the battlefield was roughly tidied up, and the food and wine were served. The banquet started and the atmosphere was lively. Senior brother Zhang, I'll toast you. Not long after, someone began to propose a toast. After toasting Zhang Muyun, he started to toasting Lu Ming. He carried the wine jar in the air and came to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you've really won the hearts of many today. I, Ling Kong, have never been convinced by anyone before. Now, I'm convinced by you. Give me 3 big bowls. After he finished speaking, Ling Kong lifted the wine jar and began to gulp down the wine. Come. Lu Ming stood up, picked up the big bowl, and drank 3 bowls in a row. All right, junior brother Lu Ming, you're so generous. I'll give you 3 bowls of wine too. Duan Gang stood up, also carrying a wine jar. Lu Ming did not reject anyone and drank heartily. Seeing that Lu Ming did not put on any airs, everyone had a better impression of him and came forward to toast him. The atmosphere was very warm. Of course, there were also exceptions. For example, the disciples of the White Tiger Hall sat awkwardly to the side, their eyes twinkling. There were even a few people with gloomy expressions. They were the only ones who were unhappy that Lu Ming had defeated Jian Wuchen and the rest. The more powerful Lu Ming was, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Duanmu family. Everyone exchanged toasts, and soon, 3 rounds of wine had passed. During the great competition of the 4 courtyards, they were opponents, but that was only on the fighting stage. After getting off the fighting ring, they realized that they were all disciples of the mystical sword sect. There was no enmity between them, and they were all young, so their relationship quickly became closer. For example, although Qing Fian was a woman, she was extremely heroic. Taking advantage of the fact that she was a Vermilion Bird Hall disciple like Lu Ming, she forced him to drink a jar of wine. In the end, she was drunk, her eyes blurred, and her face flushed red. She was extremely beautiful. This caused Ling Kong, Duan Gang, Dong Ce, and the others to howl like wolves as they surrounded Qing Fei. A few silver-robed elders shouted from the side. They looked at these youths with anticipation in their eyes. This was the pugilistic world, this was the spirit of a youth, full of hot blood and passion. They competed with each other, but there was no lack of friendship. They were the future pillars of the mystical sword sect. They couldn't wait to see this group of people grow up. After 3 rounds of drinking, it was already late at night, and the banquet ended. Everyone formed into groups and headed back. Lu Ming did not cultivate that night. He had a good night's sleep after he returned to the dormitory. It was already noon when he woke up the next day. Lu Ming felt refreshed. As he stretched his back, his entire body emitted a crackling sound. He opened the door and walked out. He saw Pang Shi returning from outside the courtyard with an excited look on his face. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Pang Shi said excitedly, "Senior brother Lu Ming, you're amazing. Yesterday, at senior brother Zhang Muyun's banquet, you defeated a genius from Qilin Hall with 3 moves. The news has spread throughout the sect." Having said that, Pang Shi looked at Lu Ming in admiration. The speed at which the news is spreading is really fast. Lu Ming thought to himself. Senior brother Lu Ming, did you know? I've become a celebrity now because I'm in the same dormitory as you. As long as I go out, I'll be surrounded by a group of female disciples. Pang Shi continued. A bunch of female disciples surrounding you. What are you doing? Lu Ming was stunned. Pang Shi grinned. Of course I'm here to find out about you. I'm here to find out about your hobbies, what kind of girl you like, and if you have someone you like. And after the news about you spread yesterday, the trend has become even more terrifying. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He then smiled bitterly. He didn't expect such an outcome. AI. It seems that being too famous is not good. Lu Ming sighed in satisfaction. Those girls were too enthusiastic. I couldn't hold them back and told them everything I knew. Senior brother Lu Ming, you won't blame me, right? Pang Shi looked at Lu Ming naively. Thank you for your hard work, Big Rock. Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder and casually asked, right, what did you say? I told you that you like mature women and have already found a partner. It's Elder Mulan. Lu Ming staggered and almost fell. He looked at Pang Shi in shock and said, you really said that? Heavens, who told you that? The love-struck fool told me. He said that you're always trying to take advantage of Elder Mulan. He said that he wanted to cut off all ties with you and that you've forgotten about your friends when you're with a woman. From my observations, he's quite reasonable. Pang Shi said, scratching his head. Reasonable. Reasonable, my ass. Lu Ming's forehead was full of black lines. He gritted his teeth and said, love-struck fool, I'm not done with you. Senior brother Lu Ming, why are you angry? What I said was quite effective. Many girls left with a sad face, saying that they won't bother you anymore. Lu Ming almost vomited blood. He had been careless in making friends. How was he going to face Mulan if this news reached her? Mulan wouldn't misunderstand, right? At this moment, Lu Ming could only smile bitterly and cry without tears. Looking at Lu Ming's expression, Pang Shi asked with concern, Senior brother Lu Ming, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Could he have been injured in yesterday's battle? No, I just want some peace and quiet. Lu Ming looked very tired. Oh, okay. I won't disturb you then. Pang Shi said, then returned to his room. Lu Ming wanted to cry but had no tears. He wondered if he should look for Mulan to explain it to her. Forget it, I don't care anymore. But come to think of it, senior sister Mulan's beauty is on the level of a calamity. It's normal for me to have some thoughts about her, right? Hee hee. Lu Ming chuckled. He quickly adjusted himself and strolled outside. Lu Ming did not plan to cultivate for the next few days. He wanted to relax. It had been more than a year since he had obtained the Supreme Shrine and his bloodline had begun to be reborn. Lu Ming had been cultivating arduously every second of the day. He was too tensed up. Going too far was as bad as falling short. It was time for him to relax for a few days. Chapter 144. Chapter 144, Chapter 144 True or False. For the next 7 days, Lu Ming could rest whenever he wanted or go out for a walk whenever he wanted. He strolled around the various scenic spots on Vermilion Bird Peak. He would only take 2 hours a day to cultivate the true war dragon technique and temper his true qi. After 7 days of rest, Lu Ming was full of energy. He emptied his mind and body, casting all negative emotions, stress, and worries aside. Senior brother Lu Ming, do you want to attend the class? There will be an elder giving a lecture on the basic knowledge of alchemy today. Pang Shi asked Lu Ming in the courtyard. Basic knowledge of alchemy. Lu Ming revealed an interested look. Even if a martial artist was not an alchemist and did not know how to refine pills, it would still be of great help to him if he could understand some basic medicinal knowledge. For example, it would be awkward if you encountered a precious spirit herb in the wild but didn't recognize it. In addition, there were some spiritual herbs that needed to be picked carefully. If you picked them randomly, you would lose their medicinal properties. On the other hand, the true war dragon technique that Lu Ming cultivated often required many ingredients to be mixed together. Although there was a secret recipe in the true war dragon technique, it would be much easier to concoct it if one knew some medicinal knowledge. Lu Ming had long wanted to learn some basic medicinal knowledge. Lu Ming smiled and walked out with Pang Shi. It was still the square where he had attended the last class. At this time, there were already hundreds of people here. It's senior brother Lu Ming. Hello, senior brother Lu Ming. Those who came to listen to the basic pharmacology course were all new disciples. They greeted Lu Ming respectfully when they saw him. Now, Lu Ming was their idol. He was in the same batch as them, but his achievements were worlds apart. Many of them had yet to break through to the martial master realm. There were even many young female disciples who would glance at Lu Ming with their big, watery eyes from time to time. Lu Ming touched his nose and pretended not to know. Eh? How come it's Elder Mulan? Beside him, Pang Shi exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He lifted his head and saw a figure slowly walking toward him from the square. It was Mulan. Mulan's gaze swept across the entire scene. When she saw Lu Ming, she was slightly stunned. Her eyes flickered for a moment before she returned to normal and said, "Today, I'll teach you some basic knowledge of alchemy. Most of you may not be able to become alchemists, but it's good to know more. Now, I'll start with the basic preparation and identification of medicinal herbs." Then, Mulan went on and on, talking about some basic knowledge of alchemy. Lu Ming listened attentively. Mulan's lecture went on for a few hours. Lu Ming was mesmerized and felt that he had learned a lot. Could it be that senior sister Mulan is also an inscriber? All right, that's all for today. You can go back, Mulan announced. Then, she looked at Lu Ming and her eyes flickered. Lu Ming, you stay. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The others cast their gazes on Lu Ming. Then, they thought of the rumors they had heard recently. Elder Mulan asked Lu Ming to stay behind again. Could it be that the rumors I heard are true? No way. Lu Ming really likes Elder Mulan. That's normal. Any man would like it. I like it too. Instantly, the entire place broke out into a wave of whispers. Still not retreating. Mulan frowned and shouted. The others were shocked and quickly left. Senior brother Lu Ming, good luck. Before Pang Shi left, he even gave Lu Ming an encouraging look. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched and he was speechless. Soon, only Lu Ming and Mulan were left in the square. Cough, cough. Lu Ming, I heard that you defeated a genius from Qilin Hall in 3 moves. That's beyond my expectations, Mulan coughed dryly. Thank you for your praise, senior sister Mulan. I was just lucky, Lu Ming said politely. But I have to tell you that the divine wilderness continent is vast and boundless. There are countless empires. The Blazing Sun Empire is just a drop in the ocean in front of the entire divine wilderness continent. Naturally, there are countless geniuses. Although you have made some achievements now, compared to those true monsters, there is still a huge gap. That's why you can't slack off. At your age, you have to focus on cultivation. You can't think about anything else. Mulan warned him seriously. Lu Ming knew that Mulan had finally reached the main point. I've been working hard on my cultivation. I wonder what other matters senior sister Mulan is referring to. Lu Ming asked despite knowing the answer. This you don't know. Mulan's eyes flickered as she said. Of course I don't know. I've been in closed-door cultivation all this time, so I don't know what happened. Lu Ming continued to play dumb. This. Mulan's face was little red. Her beautiful eyes were misty. She hesitated for long time before she gritted her teeth and said, during this period of time, there have been rumors outside that the person you like is me, is that true? Ah. There's such a thing. Lu Ming deliberately got a shock. He then held his chin with one hand and sized Mulan up. Mulan felt uneasy. She glared at him and said, Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? Senior sister Mulan, you're so devastatingly beautiful, which man wouldn't be moved by your beauty? Lu Ming did not answer the question. There was an inexplicable smile on his lips. Could it be that the rumors are true? Mulan's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming smiled and slowly approached Mulan, his eyes looking straight into her eyes. Mulan's face was flushed red and her heart was beating like thunder. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears and she looked flustered. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly smiled and said, fake. With that, Lu Ming turned around and left while laughing, leaving Mulan with a dazed expression. After a long while, Mulan's clenched teeth and shouted, Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who had already walked far away, suddenly shivered inexplicably. Did you play it just now? Lu Ming muttered. However, at the thought of Mulan's embarrassed look just now, he was in a good mood and a smile appeared on his face. "Senior brother Lu Ming, did you succeed?" A figure suddenly jumped out from a pile of grass at the side. Lu Ming was shocked. "Nest, Big Rock, what are you hiding here for?" Lu Ming was speechless when he saw that it was Pang Shi. "Of course, I'm waiting for your good news, Senior brother Lu Ming." I saw Senior brother Lu Ming smiling foolishly the entire way. "Did you succeed in your confession?" Pang Shi's eyes glowed. "What confession?" "Big Rock, don't talk nonsense. I think you've been led astray by that boy crazy guy." Lu Ming's face darkened. "Isn't that the case?" "Of course not. Big Rock, I'm telling you, don't talk nonsense when you go out. Also, don't listen to the nonsense of that love-struck fool." Lu Ming reminded him solemnly and seriously. Chapter 145. Chapter 145, Another Year's Assessment Day. Pang Shi nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. Lu Ming shook his head, expressing his speechlessness. Not long after, the two of them returned to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming started to cultivate diligently again. After 7 days of relaxation, Lu Ming was full of energy and his mind was empty. He was more comfortable in cultivating martial arts techniques. 3 days later, he made another breakthrough in his mid-air steps and reached the 3rd level. The 3rd stage of a black grade high-level martial arts technique was already equivalent to the 6th stage of a black grade low-level martial arts technique. At this stage of the air walk, Lu Ming could walk on the snow without leaving a trace and walk on the tips of grass. This was the real verdure glider. If he continued to break through, he would have no problem walking on water. Since he had already cultivated the air walk to this stage, Lu Ming spent more time on the true war dragon technique and the flaming metal technique. The cultivation of the physical body was indeed very slow. After a few months of cultivation, Lu Ming's physical body was still stuck at the lower tier of the 2nd stage. He was still a distance away from the upper tier of the 2nd stage. As for his cultivation, Lu Ming felt that he had already reached the peak of the martial master realm. He was very close to the martial grandmaster realm, only 1 step away. Moreover, Lu Ming did not need to stop and accumulate as he had cultivated the true war dragon technique and had already reached the 3rd stage. The density of his essential qi were 4 times that of ordinary essential qi. His accumulation was already strong enough. As long as he cultivated it to perfection, he would naturally be able to break through. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 20 days had passed. The mystical sword sect once again welcomed its annual recruitment day. It had been a year since Lu Ming joined the mystical sword sect. These few days, Xianjian City had been extremely lively. There were young men and women full of vitality everywhere. On the day of the assessment, there was a long queue in front of the mountain gate of the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming walked casually and came to a square near the front mountain. Those who passed the assessment would have to come here to choose which compound to join. Come. I've joined the Azure Dragon Hall. The Azure Dragon Hall is the oldest of the 4 great halls. They've come to the White Tiger Hall. The White Tiger Hall is the strongest of the 4 halls. The disciples of the 4 halls were shouting. On the square, the new disciples who had passed the test gathered in groups of 2 or 3 to discuss. Let's join the White Tiger Hall. The White Tiger Hall is the strongest of the 4 halls. You'll have a brighter future if you join the White Tiger Hall. What do you know? Don't you know that there's a bronze ranking among the bronze disciples of the 4 halls? I've heard that the White Tiger Hall's disciples aren't even in the 1st and 2nd place of the bronze ranking. I've heard about that too. It's said that the 1st place on the bronze list is Lu Ming from the Vermilion Bird Hall. He just joined last year and rushed to the 1st place on the bronze list as soon as he joined. It's said that not long ago, he even defeated a disciple from the Qilin Hall who has a special bloodline. What? That's amazing, how did you know? My big brother is a silver-ranked disciple, of course he told me. Let's join the Vermilion Bird Hall then. A few youths discussed for a while before walking towards the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Let's go. I want to join the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming is my idol and my goal. I must win the title of best newcomer this year. On the other side, a few people were also walking over. One of them was a young man with a heroic spirit. Chasing after Lu Ming. You're thinking too much. How can ordinary people catch up to that kind of person? The other youth said disdainfully. The few of them quarreled and went to the Vermilion Bird Hall to register. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciple in charge of registration could not stop smiling. The disciples from the other courtyards were extremely envious. Lu Ming smiled. He did not expect that he would be so famous now. Even many teenagers who had not entered the sect had heard of his name. Furthermore, it had also helped the Vermilion Bird Hall's recruitment drive, which was something he had not expected. After that, Lu Ming did not stop and walked toward the Vermilion Bird Hall. Junior brother Lu Ming. A Vermilion Bird Hall disciple in charge of registration saw Lu Ming and greeted him with a smile. All of a sudden, the disciples who had just joined the sect fixed their gazes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Could he be Lu Ming? So young. He's about the same as us. Nonsense. Lu Ming was a disciple who joined last year. Of course, he's about the same age as us. He's Lu Ming. He's so handsome. The new disciples, both male and female, looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and nodded at the senior disciple. Then, he headed to the Vermilion Bird Hall. It's time to break through to the Great Martial Master realm. The main reason he came out today was to relax and adjust his state. He was going to break through to the Great Martial Master realm. He wasn't the first one to make a breakthrough on the bronze list. Half a month ago, he had heard that Zhang Muyun had broken through to the Martial Grandmaster realm. He believed that many geniuses who had been on the bronze rank for 1 or 2 years would choose to break through. Lu Ming did not return to his dormitory. Instead, he headed to the higher part of the Vermilion Bird Peak. The place he was going to was called the Clam Cave. It was a rather famous cultivation place in the Vermilion Bird Hall. Legend had it that this place once had a real phoenix's dwelling, so it was called the Phoenix Cave. Of course, this was only a legend. Not many people believed it. A true Ho was an immemorial divine beast. It had long since disappeared from the world. Some people speculated that in the distant past, there might have been a supreme flying demon dwelling there. Because the spiritual energy in the Clam Cave was extremely rich, and it was inclined to the fire attribute, which was very suitable for a breakthrough. Under normal circumstances, if a Vermilion Bird Hall disciple wanted to enter the Chi-Chi Cave to cultivate, they would need to pay contribution points. Furthermore, they could not enter just because they had contribution points. The number of places was extremely limited, and there was a fixed number of people every month. However, Lu Ming did not need any contribution points. This was the reward given to him by the Vermilion Bird Hall when he won first place in the competition between the 4 courtyards. He could enter the Clam Cave to cultivate for a month without any contribution points. The journey was smooth and without any obstacles. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Clam Cave. The entrance of the Kuan Cave was sealed by a stone door. In front of the door, there was an old man guarding it. The old man's eyes were closed and he was motionless. Stop, the Clam Cave is an important place in the Vermilion Bird Hall. No one is allowed to enter. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. Lu Ming seemed to see 2 sword lights shooting out. An aura as strong as a mountain was exuded from the old man's body. An expert. He is definitely a martial arts grandmaster level expert. This junior went to the Chi-Chi Cave to cultivate. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Cultivated. If I'm not mistaken, there's no quota for this month. The old man said. I'm Lu Ming. Dean Yen said that I can come anytime. Lu Ming took out his identity jade card and passed it to the elder. You are Lu Ming. The old man's eyes brightened. He picked up the identity jade card and looked at it. A smile appeared on his face as he said, that's right. You can enter at any time. The time limit is 1 month. Go in. The old man returned the identity jade card to Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, the stone door of the Luan Chi Cave opened. Many thanks, senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists again and strode in. Chapter 146. Chapter 146, Great Martial Master, Breakthrough. As soon as he entered the Clam Cave, Lu Ming felt a strong surge of heaven and earth spiritual energy. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth is so dense. It's more than 10 times stronger than outside. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He had just entered the cave, but there was already such a rich amount of heaven and earthling qi. If he cultivated here for a long time, his cultivation speed would definitely be extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, this was impossible because the speed at which spiritual energy was produced was limited. Lu Ming continued to walk in. After a few dozen meters, he saw that there were stone rooms on both sides of the cave. They were probably for people who came in to cultivate. Lu Ming continued to walk in. The spiritual energy in the air was getting thicker. After going 100 meters deep, the heaven and earthling qi was already more than 10 times that of the outside. This was the place with the densest spiritual energy in the clam cave. Lu Ming did not continue forward. He walked into a stone room at the side and closed the stone door. He then sat down cross-legged. With a flash of crimson light, the spirit-devouring bloodline emerged. After his bloodline advanced to rank 5, his soul-devouring bloodline had grown a little more, and it was no different from a small snake. The spirit-devouring bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit qi rolled and gathered towards Lu Ming. It was absorbed by the bloodline and transformed into energy, surging into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique and continuously refined the energy that surged into his body into essential qi. Lu Ming's cultivation continued to condense and was infinitely close to the martial grandmaster realm. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to break through. Instead, he continued to polish his realm and strengthen his foundation. It's time. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and the qi cyclone in his dantian started to spin rapidly. The essential qi in his meridian surged like the water of a river. Each stream of essential qi was like a small true dragon. Lu Ming could even hear the roar of a dragon. All of his true qi gathered together and began to break through the great martial master bottleneck. A series of explosions sounded like thunder. Of course, the outside world could not hear it. All of this was happening inside Lu Ming's body. The spirit qi in the world continued to gather and flow into Lu Ming's body, replenishing his essential qi. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming's body suddenly trembled and a powerful aura burst out from his body. The strength of this aura was 10 times stronger than before. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was like a black hole. The spirit qi in the world was frantically gathering towards Lu Ming. He absorbed all of it and transformed it into more majestic essential qi. So strong, is this the martial grandmaster realm? His true qi is 10 times stronger than that of a peak 9th grade master realm. Condense. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He waved his right hand and a fiery red spear appeared in his hands. Condensing qi into weapons was a technique that only great martial masters could use. True qi condensed into a weapon, and it was as solid as a real spirit weapon. Although it couldn't be compared to a real spirit weapon, it wasn't too far off. The key was that as long as one's true qi wasn't exhausted, it could be endless. Lu Ming waved his hand and the long spear in his hand shot out like lightning. With a swish, it pierced more than half of the wall of the stone room. However, the moment the spear left his hand, it instantly turned into energy and disappeared. It was said that when one reached the advanced great martial master realm, the weapon they condensed would not dissipate, and after a few days, they could even lend it to others for battle, similar to a real weapon. After breaking through to the martial grandmaster realm, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased tremendously. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to cultivate. He only had a month to cultivate in the Luan Qi cave. He still needed a few days to consolidate his cultivation. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming got up and walked out of the clam cave, heading to the dormitory. When he returned to the dormitory, he saw Hua Qi sitting alone in the courtyard in a daze. He did not know what he was thinking about. Lu Ming, you're back. I've been waiting for you for a few days. Hua Qi's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Ming entering the room. Wait for me. What's the matter? Lu Ming asked. I'll be leaving the mystical sword sect for a while, so I wanted to bid you farewell. Leave the mystical sword sect? Where are you going? Lu Ming was stunned. Hua Qi sighed as if he had a lot on his mind. After a while, he said, something has happened at home, so I have to rush back. I'm afraid I won't be back at the mystical sword sect for a long time. You haven't been back to the mystical sword sect for a long time. Lu Ming frowned slightly. In truth, Hua Qi had always been a very mysterious person in his eyes. Hua Qi had never mentioned his background. Lu Ming and Pang Shi did not even know what level Hua Qi's bloodline was. They only knew that Hua Qi's talent was astonishing. When he had first entered the sect, Hua Qi's cultivation had been at the first-grade master realm. After a year, his cultivation had risen to the 6th-grade master realm. This was already very shocking for an ordinary genius. It was definitely a top-notch talent. In addition, they only knew that Hua Qi was very rich. Previously, they were all friends and Lu Ming and Pang Shi did not probe further. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Now, Lu Ming was a little curious. However, since Hua Qi did not say anything, Lu Ming would not ask. Then we'll meet again if there's a chance. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Lu Ming, Big Rock accepted the mission to exterminate the Dongi tribe 7 days ago and is heading to Donk City. When you see him, please say goodbye to him for me. He said. Hua Qi continued. All right, no problem. Wait, destroy the Dongi. What's going on? Lu Ming started to nod but he suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise. The Eastern Barbarian tribe was a tribe that lived in the mountains by the sea. There were millions of them, and they could communicate with demon beasts. They were a major threat to the east of the Burning Sun Empire. The east of the Burning Sun was under the protection of the mystical sword sect, so the Eastern Barbarian tribe couldn't do anything but hide in the mountains by the sea. Did the Dongi people make a move? Yes. Hua Qi nodded. A dozen days ago, the Dongi tribe sent out a 100,000-strong army to attack the region around Donk City. They took down 6 cities in a row and were finally stopped at Donk City. The sect has issued a mission for the disciples of the 4 courtyards to exterminate the Dongi race. They will be rewarded with contribution points for killing the Dongi race and the demonic beasts led by the Dongi race. Now, many disciples from the 4 courtyards are heading to East K City. Lu Ming nodded. He roughly knew what was going on. The mountain range by the sea stretched on endlessly, covering the entire eastern region of the Blazing Sun Empire. The location of the mystical sword sect was only near the middle of the mountain range by the sea. There was still a long distance between the north and the south. East Lacking City was located about 20,000 miles south of the mystical sword sect, close to the coastal mountains. Don't worry, I'll definitely tell Big Rock. Okay, I'll be going then. After Hua Qi finished speaking, he walked out. After a few steps, he stopped and muttered to himself, Lu Ming, if there's a chance, you and Big Rock can come to the Imperial Capital to look for me. The Imperial Capital. Could it be that Hua Qi's home was in the Imperial Capital? Hua Qi said no more and strode out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Imperial Capital. I'll make a trip there sooner or later. Lu Ming muttered. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.